Chapter 1. Aboard the Moby Dick, the Intern. It is a splendid day, all that I desire shall come to fruition. In the new world, beneath a boundless azure sky, Wang Chen hummed a cheerful tune, his mood undeniably buoyant. Having spent 2.5 months in the world of One Piece, he had also been an intern aboard the Moby Dick for the same duration. In these 2.5 months, Wang Chen had engaged in singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. Though he had mastered none, he had nonetheless settled into the pirate world and found acceptance among the Whitebeard pirates. Indeed, Wang Chen was a transmigrator. His previous identity, along with his past experiences, held no significance. What mattered was that he was now known as Wang Chen, an intern within the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates, and he possessed a system. Ding! A nearby jar has been detected. Would you like to pick it up? The system's voice resonated. Wang Chen was unfazed. His system was named the Earthen Jar System. For those familiar with DNF, the concept of earthen jars was not unfamiliar. Yet, reality was far removed from DNF. Thus, the manifestation of this system in Wang Chen's life was that jars would occasionally materialize from the individuals around him. There were 4 varieties of jars: white ordinary, blue fine, purple rare, and gold legendary. It must be noted that the Whitebeard pirates were indeed formidable. During his 2.5 months of meandering aboard the Moby Dick, Wang Chen had collected jars, none of which had fallen below the fine grade. The quality of the sheep directly influenced the quality of the jars they produced. The Whitebeard pirates were predominantly grand pirates, with even the most ordinary crew members boasting bounties in the tens of millions. As a result, even though Wang Chen interacted mostly with average combatants, he had amassed a considerable collection over these 2 months. For instance, upon reviewing his character attributes, one could see: name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Sword Emperor. Strength, 100. Stamina, 75. Speed, 91. Current level, 25. Skills, Basic Proficiency, LV 25. Return to Origin, LV 1 Max. 5 Chi towards Origin, LV 1. Light Sword Mastery Default. Indeed, he had also acquired the title of Sword Emperor upon his transmigration. As is widely recognized, the Sword Emperor class in DNF is an immensely powerful one. High attack power, significant output, and astonishing speed. One could scarcely argue against the claim that its wielder fought as if under the influence of hacks. Having received the Sword Emperor character panel, Wang Chen, without further ado, naturally embodied that prowess. However, having opened a few jars to gain some character experience and 3 skill points, Wang Chen's physical attributes now matched those of an average crew member of the Whitebeard pirates. Prior to this, he had merely been a freshly graduated college student, newly transmigrated and utterly powerless. Of course, Wang Chen was a modest individual. Even after acquiring the system, he did not boast. For 2.5 months, he had dutifully played the role of a humble intern aboard Whitebeard's ship. He neither sought attention nor stirred trouble, blending in with the crowd solely to collect jars. Strangely enough, the thrill of quietly accumulating wealth felt immensely satisfying. Without consuming a devil fruit or undergoing rigorous training, he had attained a level of strength comparable to that of a typical grand pirate, thus maintaining the dignity of a transmigrator. Yet recently, he had found himself somewhat discontented. With the frequency of sheep wool being harvested from the combatants, the quality of the jars he could collect began to deteriorate. Previously, he would have at least started with blue fine jars, but now, white jars had begun to appear. Just a few days prior, he had even opened a white jar to find a box of Durex strawberry-flavored XL condoms. This prompted Wang Chen to realize that he needed to initiate some change. Hey Wang, what are you daydreaming about? Yesterday, when the story reached the part where Naruto caught up to Sasuke, you ran off. Today, you must finish the rest of the story. Lost in thought, a combatant approached with a smile, evidently on friendly terms with Wang Chen. Behind this combatant trailed a group of others, who immediately chimed in. Exactly. Finish the rest of the story. I want to see the 3rd Hokage die. That old man is quite the rascal. Me too. In the world of One Piece, Wang Chen's choice to narrate tales of Naruto was undeniably audacious. However, it was a necessary tactic. To stand out as a newcomer, one must possess a unique flair. Moreover, if he wished to extract wool from the seasoned crew members, he needed to cultivate good relationships. It should be noted that while the atmosphere within the Whitebeard pirates was congenial, with every member affectionately referring to Whitebeard as Old Man, there was still an underlying hierarchy in such a formidable pirate crew. Interns like Wang Chen typically found themselves relegated to menial tasks such as swabbing the decks, only occasionally receiving instruction from a senior member in a good mood. In such a scenario, to make a name for oneself, one truly needed to engage in some audacious antics. Pick up. The collection of jars had a limited range. Adhering to the principle of take what is freely offered, Wang Chen instructed the system to collect all jars within a meter's radius before returning to his senses to articulate a thought. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted from above, "Red-haired pirates!" It's the flag of the red-haired pirates. In an instant, not only the crew members aboard the ship, but even the officers were stirred. The Emperor, red-haired Shanks, was a formidable force, rivaling Whitebeard upon these seas. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, descended from the heavens, looking at those around him with curiosity. Red-haired? What could that fellow want? In the distance along the horizon, a grand ship approached slowly. It was the red-haired pirate's vessel, the Red Force. Is he here to see Old Man Whitebeard? Someone aboard the Red Force began to exchange secret signals. Upon seeing the signals, the group exchanged glances, and soon someone hurried off to inform Whitebeard. Amidst the crowd, Wang Chen suddenly had an epiphany. His eyes sparkled with realization. This scene was familiar to him. It was the moment when red-haired Shanks first boarded the ship to negotiate with Whitebeard. The topic of negotiation was, of course, regarding Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Having had dealings with Blackbeard and sustaining an injury to his eye at his hands, Red-haired was acutely aware of the man's formidable nature. He sought to avoid disrupting the current stability of the seas. Thus, he hoped Whitebeard would prevent Ace from pursuing Teach further, allowing for a more measured approach. The outcome of the negotiation, naturally, was far from amicable, culminating in a clash that rent the heavens asunder. Yet, this held no relevance for Wang Chen. What truly ignited his interest was that the presence of red-haired before him seemed to present an opportunity. Oh, if I could extract jars from him, they would surely be at least purple rare grade. Furthermore, I had been lamenting the limited pool of individuals I could interact with. If I could leverage red-haired's influence to gain recognition, not to mention regularly extracting wool from Whitebeard, at the very least, if I could earn the favor of Marco and Jozu. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Chen felt an insatiable desire. Damn it, he'll take the plunge. It's decided. Red-haired. Chapter 2. Confronting red-haired. Wang Chen makes his mark. The wind direction is normal. Lower the sails. Upon the vast ocean, the Red Force gradually approached the Moby Dick. The name of red-haired Shanks echoed throughout the seas, although he was a newcomer compared to Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates extended him the courtesy befitting an emperor. Welcome, Captain Red-haired. Welcome, Captain Red-haired. As Shanks boarded the ship, a chorus of welcomes erupted from the crew of the Moby Dick. At that moment, Marco began ushering people away. You youngsters, step back, your bodies cannot withstand it. What do you mean by cannot withstand? Someone was about to inquire, but it was already too late. Thud, thud. The steady sound of footsteps resonated like the beat of a drum. Before the question could be completed, the inquirer collapsed, sprawling on the ground. Hey, someone gasped, seemingly startled. Marco shrugged. It's too late, consider it a lesson. No need to panic, they merely fainted. Nothing serious. Red-haired Shanks, possessing the Conqueror's Haki, was a figure of immense gravitas. Having come alone, he maintained the requisite air of authority. Under the influence of his overwhelming presence, crew members began to fall in droves aboard the Moby Dick. The average combatants simply could not withstand the terrifying pressure of red-haired's Haki. They collapsed, either fainting or succumbing to unconsciousness. Marco shook his head, choosing not to comment further. Beside him, the 3rd Division captain, Diamond Jozu, chuckled. How could the half-baked mental fortitude of these youngsters hold up against that man? You're all far too naive. Before he could finish his sentence, Jozu froze, for he spotted a young man at the edge of the ship, sporting a handsome face framed by black hair, watching intently. Not only was he not fainting, but he seemed to recall something amusing, even smiling. This is... Jozu was momentarily dumbfounded, his expression turning peculiar. Noticing Joseph's change in demeanor, Marco raised an eyebrow and turned to look as well. He too was taken aback. Marco was well aware of Red-Haired's formidable caliber. Precisely because he understood this, he realized how difficult it was to maintain composure in the presence of such a man. This was the Conqueror's Haki, a rare talent possessed by 1 in a million. He was able to remain conscious simply because he was Marco. The individuals surrounding him, in their clarity of thought, are formidable veterans, seasoned by countless battles and possessing exceptional skills as capable crew members. What right does this young man have to stand here? Is he Wang Chen? Marco strained to recall and eventually remembered who this young man before him was. Indeed, his connection to Wang Chen was anything but ordinary. When Wang Chen had just crossed over, he was battered and bruised, adrift at sea, awaiting death. It was Marco, with nothing better to do, who happened to be flying around the ocean and discovered him, ultimately rescuing him. Seeing that he had nowhere to go, Marco granted him the status of an intern aboard the ship. This opportunity allowed Wang Chen to establish himself within the Whitebeard pirates and seize every chance that came his way. One could say that Marco was not only Wang Chen's big brother, but also his savior, although Marco himself was indifferent about it. In truth, that was indeed the case. After rescuing Wang Chen and settling him on the ship, Marco soon lost interest. At this moment, were it not for Wang Chen's remarkable performance, he might have forgotten that such a person existed on the Moby Dick, or that there was an intern aboard at all. This little fellow seems rather interesting, Marco mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Around him lay the unconscious and the fallen, among them several formal crew members and combatants, many of whom undoubtedly had bounties in the tens of millions. Collectively, they might even sum up to hundreds of millions. Yet, this group of seasoned warriors crumbled effortlessly under the overwhelming presence of the red-haired Shanks, as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. In stark contrast, a mere teenager stood resolutely, undeterred by Shank's formidable aura, even appearing to smirk. It would be impossible for Marco not to have thoughts about this. It appeared as if he had rescued a prodigy for the Whitebeard pirates. However, it was clearly not the time to cultivate this promising seed. At that moment, Shank's figure appeared from the staircase, his right hand dragging a giant wine jug taller than most men, as he approached Whitebeard step by step. "My apologies for the abrupt display of authority upon boarding your ship," Shanks said, feigning regret, while his expression bore no trace of it. Whitebeard grunted, "Seeing your face, the wounds that fellow left me begin to ache anew. I brought healing water, no hostility." Shanks indicated the massive jug in his hand, before adding, "I have matters to discuss with you." Without a doubt, what followed would delve into the unfolding plot. It's worth mentioning that Wang Chen had known the 4th Division captain, Sachi, who had been killed by Blackbeard, though they were not close enough for Wang Chen to warn him about the dangers posed by Teach. True to the original tale, Teach successfully acquired the Yami Yami no Mi and defected from the Whitebeard pirates. The current situation was that Ace was pursuing Blackbeard and would soon catch up, leading to a confrontation on an island called Bonero. The outcome of that battle is well known. Ace was defeated and imprisoned and impelled down. What followed was the infamous Marineford War, culminating in Whitebeard's demise. Of course, Wang Chen could never spoil the story. Watching Shanks from a distance, his mind raced with thoughts of how to leverage the renowned Yonko to make a remarkable impact. The two continued their conversation. Soon, the pivotal moment arrived, as Shanks mentioned the cunning and troublesome nature of Teach, urging Whitebeard to call off Ace's pursuit. Whitebeard indeed displayed his displeasure. In the grand scheme of things, the matter concerning Blackbeard was a family issue for Whitebeard. Regardless of Shanks' status, it was never his place to meddle in the internal affairs of another's household. Whitebeard raised his wine jug, ready to voice his anger. At that moment, a youthful voice interjected from behind Shanks. "Captain Red-Haired, are you attempting to interfere in our Whitebeard family matters?" Wang Chen stepped forward. Like a well-timed clock, his words captured the attention of countless onlookers. Wang Chen? Those familiar with Wang Chen among the combatants instantly recognized him, and after a moment of surprise, they hurriedly cautioned him, "Step back. Do not be disrespectful before the old man." Marco was also taken aback. This kid again? What does he intend to do? Beside him, Jozu appeared perplexed. Marco, who is this kid? Do you know him? Wang Chen's audacity to speak up at this moment was nothing short of bold. It should be noted that standing before him were two titans, one a symbol of the old era, the other a leader of the new age. Each of these individuals could shake the seas with a mere stamp of their foot. To speak so boldly before them was tantamount to courting death. Oh, Shanks turned to look at Wang Chen. His interest piqued as he surveyed the young man and the fallen crew around him. And who might this young man be? My name is Wang Chen, an intern aboard the Whitebeard pirates. Wang Chen declared boldly. Though he claimed to be an intern, standing before the formidable red-haired Shanks, he showed no signs of intimidation. In that moment, the previously unassuming Wang Chen shone brilliantly. Chapter 3. Shanks faces a great challenge. Wang Chen's audacity to step forward was backed by his newfound confidence. In these past 2 months, while he had only interacted with ordinary crew members, he had also collected several rare purple jars, from which he had acquired numerous intriguing items. For instance, skill points, such as the Master Contract, 1 day. Those who have played DNF are well aware that the Master Contract is a mechanism that allows individuals to transcend level restrictions and acquire skills of a higher echelon. Wang Chen is currently a level 25 Sword Emperor, and thus, the skills he can acquire are confined within that level. However, with the Master S Contract, he has the opportunity to transcend these boundaries, enabling him to learn skills of the level 35 Sword Emperor while still at level 25. Among the skills available at level 35 is the formidable Dragon Palm, which at level 1 can amplify his combat power to 4 times his current physical prowess. This means that by utilizing this Master S Contract, he could witness a 4-fold increase in his strength within a single day. Without a sound, he shall astonish the world. Today, Wang Chen has resolved to make a grand impression. In turn, Shanks glanced at Wang Chen and, after a moment, erupted into hearty laughter. How amusing, how amusing. You remind me of the days following Captain Roger. However, as he spoke, Shanks's expression darkened. When adults are speaking, it is quite disrespectful for a child to interject. Has your guardian not taught you better? It was evident that the negotiations with Whitebeard had undeniably soured. One could discern from Whitebeard's recent demeanor that he was on the verge of hurling his flask in anger. Shanks was certainly aware of this. For this reason, Shanks's mood was far from pleasant. His intention was to preserve peace upon the seas in the current climate. The conflict between Ace and Teach would undoubtedly serve as a perilous flashpoint. If mishandled, it could plunge the entire ocean into chaos. Under such circumstances, being confronted by a child with insolence would provoke even Shanks, known for his inherently good nature, to ire. When adults are speaking, what business do children have to interject? Do you not understand the fundamentals of decorum? I am an orphan. No one has taught me these things. Wang Chen appeared remarkably composed. In light of this, as the captain of the red-haired pirates, do you not think you are overstepping your bounds by meddling in the affairs of the Whitebeard pirates? Oh, Shanks narrowed his eyes. What is it that you wish to propose? Nothing of consequence, merely having heard of your esteemed status as one of the 4 emperors of the sea. I would like to invite you to experience one of my techniques. Wang Chen's voice reverberated across the vast ocean, and with just one utterance, the surroundings erupted in uproar. Did I hear that correctly? He's challenging Redhair. Has he gone mad? Hey, Marco, isn't he one of yours? Pull him back before he humiliates the Whitebeard pirates. Challenging a Yonko? Absolute insanity. Even Marco, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, wouldn't dare be so presumptuous. The Yonko stood at the pinnacle of the seas for a reason. Though Redhair's earlier demands had been infuriating, his status was undeniable. What right did a mere trainee, not even a full-fledged crew member, have to spout such arrogance? Before Redhair could even mock Wang Chen's audacity, some of Whitebeard's own officers voiced their displeasure. Meanwhile, aboard the Red Force, the Redhair pirates, who had been enjoying the spectacle, were stunned. What's happening? Someone's actually provoking our captain? Only someone of Mihawk's caliber should dare challenge him. And now, a brat? Is our captain being taunted by a child? Are there really so many fools in this world? In truth, the Redhair pirates found it almost amusing. A Yonko, challenged by a trainee? Hilarious. First mate Ben Beckman even leaned against the railing, chuckling about how they'd tease their captain about this later. No one took it seriously. On the Moby Dick, Shanks, initially irritated by Wang Chen's boldness, sighed in resignation. Enough. If we can't reach an agreement, let's end this here. Captain Whitebeard, I bid you farewell. Before he could finish, Wang Chen's aura shifted dramatically. Master Contract, activate. 5 Chi Converging, activate. Return to Origin, activate. Dragon Palm, upgrade. Fist Technique, 8-fold Dragon Strike. Captain Redhair, enlighten me. After 2.5 months of relentless training, Wang Chen had gained 2 invaluable assets, a Master Contract and 3 skill points. Basic Mastery and Lightsaber Proficiency required no investment. They naturally progressed with his level. Of his remaining points, he allocated 1 to Return to Origin, boosting attack power by 20, and another to 5 Chi Converging, increasing speed by 30. Both were buffs, enhancing his strikes to rival a Marine Rear Admiral's might. The final point went to his sole offensive skill, Dragon Palm. Against the Yonko, he held nothing back. In one fluid motion, he unleashed his full arsenal. 8 violet-blue energy dragons, each as thick as a bowl, roared from his palms, materializing and surging toward Shanks. Boom. The air shattered. A devastating shockwave rippled outward. In that instant, Shanks' eyes widened. Marco's eyes widened. Josu's eyes widened. Every soul aboard the Moby Dick and the Red Force gaped in disbelief. Even Whitebeard, mid-sip of his drink, froze. What in the world? How could a mere trainee? Crash. The impact was deafening. A colossal dust plume erupted from the Moby Dick's deck. Shanks hadn't dodged. Chapter 4. The trainee who forced Shanks to draw his blade. Neither the Redhair nor Whitebeard pirates had anticipated Wang Chen's audacity, let alone the sheer force behind his strike. Since when are trainees at warlord level? Worse yet, this attack was inescapable. Every observer realized Shanks hadn't chosen to tank the blow. He couldn't evade it. 8-fold Dragon Strike sealed all escape routes. Even with advanced observation Haki, there were no gaps to exploit. Shanks took the hit not by choice, but by necessity. Captain. Ben Beckman was the first to react, leaping toward the Moby Dick. Logic said Shanks wouldn't fall to a rookie, but loyalty demanded action. Captain. Yasopp and Lucky Roo followed, their concern overriding reason. Marco's brow furrowed. Normally, such an intrusion would be an act of war. But given the circumstances, he let it slide, until Ben Beckman snarled. Marco? What's your game? Hiding an elite as a rookie to ambush our captain? Marco's expression darkened. Mind your words. Remember whose ship you're standing on. Then tell me this brat's really just a trainee. Pointing at Wang Chen, Ben Beckman wore an expression of distaste. Simultaneously, his companions began to shout, their words brimming with skepticism. Do those white-bearded men consider us fools? How could such a monster possibly be an intern? Among the voices, there were also sarcastic remarks, treating Wang Chen, with his warlord-level strength, as an intern. Truly, the Whitebeard pirates are quite something. To be frank, such remarks are utterly ridiculous. Under normal circumstances, should anyone dare to speak so insolently among their comrades aboard the Moby Dick, Marco and the other captains of the divisions would have already intervened. Yet now, Marco and Diamond Josu exchanged glances, more inclined to understand the unfolding situation than to direct their ire at the red-haired pirates. Hey, you lot, don't embarrass me, one of them called out. As the dust settled, the figure of Shanks slowly emerged from the haze. As everyone had anticipated, Wang Chen's strike could not possibly pose a threat to him. Wang Chen's strike was remarkably decisive and ruthless. But who is Shanks? A formidable emperor of the sea, even caught off guard, possesses sufficient means to counter any threat. Captain. Ben Beckman and the others hurried over. Before they could inquire about Shanks' well-being, they were momentarily stunned. At that moment, Shanks appeared somewhat disheveled. One hand gripped his sword, while the other, severed, hung limply at his side. His hair was a chaotic mess, littered with wooden splinters, and his clothing bore numerous torn edges. However, what truly astonished Ben Beckman and the others was not his disheveled appearance, but the fact that Shanks had drawn his sword. The renowned sword, Griffin, was unsheathed. A deep black Haki enveloped half of his body. He held the sword defensively before him, clearly having utilized this stance to block Wang Chen's previous attack. Observers could see the gravity etched on his face, as if he had just exchanged blows with Whitebeard himself. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Shanks had drawn his sword. Was it truly necessary for him to draw his weapon to withstand the strike of an intern? What manner of monster was this? If previously only the red-haired pirates had found Marco's demeanor unsettling, now even the Whitebeard pirates cast dubious glances at Marco. Marco, I recall this lad was retrieved from the sea by you 2 months ago, correct? What is going on? You brought back a Shichibukai? One of the division commanders inquired. Bewildered. To be fair, everyone was no fool. The intern's true power was evident from that single strike. not to mention observing the current stance of the red-haired pirates. It was clear they regarded this situation with the utmost seriousness, not daring to underestimate it. In such a context, who would still dare to regard Wang Chen as merely an intern? As Ben Beckman had remarked, your intern is a Shichibukai? That is indeed quite impressive. The Whitebeard pirates were also beginning to suspect that Marco was pulling a fast one. Marco's expression darkened. It was one thing for the red-haired pirates to doubt him. But why were his own crew members questioning him? Hey you, explain what is going on. Marco was equally perplexed. Yet, with all eyes upon him, he could not afford to lose his temper. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Wang Chen, the true instigator. Before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Chen suddenly collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, Marco assessed. A ship's doctor approached to examine Wang Chen and reported back to Marco. Whitebeard sat high upon his throne, observing quietly. Upon hearing the doctor's words, he burst into hearty laughter. How amusing. This lad is truly entertaining. Marco, you brought him back, yes? Excellent. Consider it a merit of yours. Huh. Marco was taken aback, then elated. Thank you, old man. Whether or not it was a merit held little significance to Marco, a division commander and the de facto second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates. But the fact that the old man was pleased brought him joy. Whitebeard then turned to the red-haired Shanks. I have made my intentions abundantly clear. Now, will you leave voluntarily, or must I personally intervene to escort you out? The atmosphere in the arena became palpably tense. As a symbol of the old era, Whitebeard exuded an indomitable aura, even when confronting the rising star Shanks. His presence was overwhelming. No one among the Whitebeard pirates found this scene surprising. It was simply how their captain operated, exuding unparalleled bravado. However, the expression on the faces of the red-haired pirates turned grim. After all these years, this old man still possessed such a temperament. Shanks sighed, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. He understood that reasoning with Whitebeard was futile. Out of anger, he might engage in a confrontation with Whitebeard. But he also knew such actions would bear no fruit, especially after their earlier exchange. Suddenly, Shanks felt a profound sense of ennui. Waving to his comrades, he prepared to depart. Wait, a voice interrupted. Shanks raised an eyebrow in curiosity, turning back to see the audacious intern, now being supported by the ship's doctor, struggling to approach him. Kid, do not get too carried away, warned the group surrounding Shanks. Out of respect for Whitebeard, they could overlook the intern's audacious attempt to ambush their captain. However, this did not grant the lad the right to act arrogantly. Ben Beckman and the others swore that should this intern dare to act disrespectfully again, they would not hesitate to confront him, even if it meant provoking an all-out war with the Whitebeard pirates. Wang Chen slowly approached, a sincere expression on his face. I apologize for my earlier offense. It was my fault, and I am here to offer my apologies. A hush fell over the crowd. The red-haired pirates looked at Wang Chen, who stood there suddenly docile, their expressions perplexed. What was this? Had he taken advantage and then feigned innocence? Just moments ago, he had brazenly challenged their captain and struck without hesitation. Now, he was acting so contrite. Seeing Wang Chen extend his hand towards Shanks for a handshake, the red-haired captain stood frozen for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha! You are indeed an interesting one. Your name is Wang Chen, is it? Very well, I shall remember you. Farewell. The mountains remain green, the waters flow forever. May we meet again. The Red Fourth ship slowly departed, leaving the Whitebeard pirates in continued shock. A monster. Is this truly our intern? To be honest, I find it absurd. It feels as though I have brought disgrace to the title of official crew member. It was evident to all that Shanks had genuinely taken the matter seriously to block Wang Chen's strike. The Haki and unsheathed griffin displayed such a formidable stance that many would believe he was facing Whitebeard himself. Yet, in the end, what had instilled such fear in the legendary Shanks was merely an intern of the Whitebeard pirates. This was utterly ridiculous. To speak frankly, even those among the Whitebeard pirates felt this situation was surreal. Have the entry requirements for our crew risen to such heights? Intern recruitment now begins with a Shichibukai. I apologize, everyone, for bringing shame upon the Whitebeard pirates. Someone lamented. Others were astonished. Meanwhile, those familiar with Wang Chen among the combat crew were elated. Good lad. You certainly have hidden depths. A group of individuals encircled Wang Chen, teasing him while simultaneously sharing in his joy. The crew of Whitebeard were all sons of the legendary pirate, yet each possessed their own social circles. To these sailors, Wang Chen was indeed one of their own. Thus, in this moment, they took pride in his presence. Coughing lightly, Marco approached and immediately, those surrounding them displayed their perceptiveness, chuckling as they dispersed. "Father wishes to see you." Marco glanced at Wang Chen, his gaze laden with complexity. Among the crew of Whitebeard, he was the one most familiar with Wang Chen. After all, it was he who had rescued Wang Chen from the depths of the sea. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the state Wang Chen had been in 2.5 months prior. To describe him as an ordinary person would be an affront to the very essence of the term. In the world of pirates, an ordinary person could at least wield a hammer or brandish a sword. Yet, 2.5 months ago, Wang Chen was so out of shape that even running a mere 1,000 meters left him breathless and utterly exhausted. To put it bluntly, he was a complete failure. Marco had initially contemplated transporting him a short distance and then unceremoniously dropping him off. It was only because Wang Chen insisted on repaying his kindness that he remained aboard, relegated to menial tasks such as sweeping and cleaning. In the span of just 2.5 months, an individual who had once been weaker than the average person had, astonishingly, managed to strike a blow against the red-haired pirate, prompting a reaction of genuine concern from him. Frankly, even Marco found this transformation to be nothing short of magical. Who could have predicted that in such a short time, he would grow to such heights? Was it possible that he had misjudged Wang Chen, who might indeed be an exceptional prodigy? Marco pondered this in disbelief. Wang Chen approached with a smile and greeted, "Brother Marco, one must remember the kindness bestowed upon them. This is no mere platitude. Indeed, Marco has been a significant benefactor to him." Thus, even though Marco had left him unattended for 2.5 months, during which he had not inquired about him even once, Wang Chen still felt a deep sense of gratitude and respect towards Marco. Marco nodded silently, leading the way without uttering a word. Soon, Wang Chen found himself on the deck of the Moby Dick, where he beheld the formidable figure of the legendary Whitebeard, who sat there like a mountain. "Are your injuries well?" Whitebeard asked, gazing down at Wang Chen, his body still receiving infusions. "Thank you for your concern, Captain. I have fully recovered," Wang Chen replied. Wang Chen responded. Whitebeard summoned him, likely to inquire about various matters, such as his identity, his strength, the recent strike he delivered to red-haired Shanks, and whether his considerable prowess warranted his position as an intern aboard the Moby Dick, possibly hinting at some ulterior motive. However, upon hearing Wang Chen address him as captain rather than old man, Whitebeard suddenly felt that these inquiries were inconsequential. He promptly asked, "Why do you not call me old man?" "Are you not my son, Whitebeard?" "I am merely an intern," Wang Chen responded, stating that interns do not qualify as official crew members. Therefore, the notion of referring to everyone on board as sons is unfounded. Wang Chen conveys this meaning, and Whitebeard comprehends it as well. In that moment, his eyes narrowed further. "Once you step onto my ship, you become my son, a member of this great family. Now that you have joined my crew, yet refuse to acknowledge me as your father, do you intend to be a traitor?" As these words echoed, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Although Wang Chen had managed to repel Shanks with a single strike, showcasing his prowess, the reality was far more nuanced and cunning. Firstly, his attack could indeed be classified as a sneak ambush, seizing the opportunity when red-haired Shanks was unprepared and unleashing his full power in a fleeting moment. Due to the unique nature of his abilities, Shanks found himself unable to evade. Moreover, being aboard the Moby Dick, Shanks was constrained, even if he desired to retaliate. He could not lay a hand on those under Whitebeard's command within his own domain. To put it simply, at that moment, Shanks was akin to a punching bag, unable to fight back or even utter a word in protest. Striking a figure of the Yonko caliber does not inherently signify that one possesses the strength to contend with such formidable adversaries. Furthermore, after delivering that blow, Wang Chen was utterly drained, succumbing to a state of paralysis. The sheer might and terror of the Yonko were realms beyond Wang Chen's comprehension at this juncture. Thus, should Whitebeard choose to strike at this moment, Wang Chen would not only struggle to resist, but his very survival would hang in the balance. Fortunately, Whitebeard refrained from attacking. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Wang Chen, exerting his invincible aura to exert pressure upon him. Creak, creak. In an instant, Wang Chen could hear the dreadful sounds emanating from his own bones. Simply through his presence, Whitebeard was capable of overwhelming him to the point of collapse. This may not have even represented Whitebeard's full seriousness. The terror embodied by this symbol of the old era, one of the Yonko of the New World, is truly beyond the capacity of mere words to encapsulate. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, teetering on the brink of collapse. In that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, Ding. A canister has been detected as having fallen nearby. Would you like to retrieve it? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, as if a realization struck him, he silently exclaimed in his heart, could it be that the jar dropped by the Whitebeard has appeared? Retrieve it. I must retrieve it quickly. Within a radius of 50 meters, aside from himself, there was only Whitebeard. At this moment, if a jar had fallen, it could only belong to Whitebeard. In an instant, Wang Chen's eyes widened. This time, I, Wang, am destined to soar. Chapter 6. The Awakening of Conqueror's Haki. When the clash with Shanks the Red-Haired occurred, Wang Chen had initially hoped to gain something from the encounter. However, whether due to his unfortunate luck or Shanks' foul demeanor at the time, he ended up with nothing, not even a common quality jar, let alone a legendary one. The hope of acquiring anything from the red-haired was utterly dashed. Wang Chen, initially disheartened, could never have anticipated that fortune could arise from misfortune. After facing defeat at the hands of the red-haired adversary, he unexpectedly encountered a stroke of luck with the white-bearded figure. Astonishing! What a delightful turn of events. The sudden arrival of happiness momentarily left him in a daze. Yet, disregarding any sense of intimidation from the formidable presence of the white-bearded man, Wang Chen boldly retrieved the jar. Without even glancing at its hue, he commanded the system, open the jar. Ding! Congratulations, host. The jar has been successfully opened, granting you the skill card, Awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. Wang Chen found himself momentarily speechless. The man with red hair and the white beard undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of this era. Regarding the red-haired man, Wang Chen had initially speculated that if he were to drop a container, it would at the very least be of a rare purple tier. The possibility of it being a legendary golden tier was not entirely out of the question. The same could be said for the white-bearded man, whose status arguably surpassed that of the red-haired individual. For, in contrast to the latter, his strength was formidable and his life experiences were exceedingly rich. Should such a great hero happen to drop a container, what extraordinary treasures might emerge? Wang Chen was psychologically prepared, yet he never anticipated that his vision was still too narrow. The emergence of the white beard was not merely an ordinary occurrence. It was utterly outrageous. To begin with, receiving the dominance color and its awakening was a moment of undeniable grandeur. I dare say, who could rival such fortune? A golden legend. It must undoubtedly be a golden legend. The only source from which one could possibly obtain a skill card of such caliber, featuring the dominance color and its awakening, could only be the golden legend capsules. Nothing else could compare. To draw a legendary card in a single pull was an unexpected turn of events. Today, Wang Chen experienced a stroke of luck he had never known before. First, a golden legend capsule appeared, and from this capsule, he randomly unearthed the supreme golden skill card of dominance color and its awakening. The combination of these two fortunate occurrences meant he had struck gold, reaching an unparalleled level of luck. Such fortune transcended mere serendipity. It was akin to the blessings of a deity of luck. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his resolve and utilized the skill card. A triumphant chime resonated, confirming the successful activation of the skill card, and thus, a new skill, the Conqueror's Haki, was added to his personal panel. Personal panel. Name, Wang Chen. Strength, 100 stamina, 75 speed, 91 current level, 25 skills. Basic mastery, LV 25, return to origin LV 1, maximum, 5 chi returning to origin LV 1, light sword mastery, default, dragon palm LV 1, Conqueror's Haki LV 1. His personal panel now boasted the addition of 2 skills, Dragon Palm and Conqueror's Haki. The acquisition of Dragon Palm was due to the influence of the master contract. However, once the contract's duration expired, the Dragon Palm would likewise vanish, along with the return of skill points. Wang Chen held a clear understanding within himself. The Conqueror's Haki required no elaboration. As the skill card transformed into a skill, an innate sensation surged within him. In that fleeting moment, he realized that by simply following this instinct, he could effortlessly unleash the Conqueror's Haki, as if it were an extension of his will, seamlessly and effortlessly. The pressure exerted by Whitebeard continued to loom, yet at that moment, Wang Chen was indifferent to it, more than the daunting presence of Whitebeard. He was eager to discover just how formidable his Conqueror's Haki truly was. With a mere thought, an inexplicable aura began to rise around him. Conqueror's Haki, activate. Meanwhile, as Whitebeard summoned Wang Chen, Marco and his companions stood at a distance, observing the scene. Hey Marco, is this the kid you rescued? After boarding Whitebeard's ship, doesn't he even call him old man? How utterly disrespectful. With their keen senses, Marco and the others could clearly hear the exchange between the two. Upon hearing Wang Chen refer to his captain as father instead of old man, the group of officers frowned, glancing at Marco. Marco too knitted his brows. Yet, despite his dissatisfaction, he felt a twinge of compassion as he observed Wang Chen trembling under the overwhelming might of Whitebeard, as if on the brink of collapse. After all, he was merely a child, having spent only 2 months on their ship. How could he feel a sense of belonging? As he approached, intending to intercede on Wang Chen's behalf before Whitebeard, he was halted by a group of old friends. Calm down, let the young one experience a bit of hardship. It won't harm him, they chuckled. You know, this kid bears a striking resemblance to Ace back in the day, one of them remarked, noting their shared rebellious spirit and formidable prowess. Indeed, they all recalled how similar Wang Chen was to Ace, both unafraid of anything, even daring to confront Whitebeard. Ace had once attempted to assassinate Whitebeard, and of course, he had suffered greatly for it. I remember treating his injuries back then, another laughed. However, someone interjected, yet, this kid has potential might not surpass Ace's. The group turned to see that it was Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, who had spoken. Marco raised an eyebrow. Bista, do you truly believe Wang Chen is inferior to Ace? Without a doubt, Bista shrugged. It's quite evident, I assent it. His statement sparked a lively discussion among the other division captains. Bista's got a point. Ace possessed the Mara Mara no Mi, a top-tier Logia devil fruit, which is exceedingly rare. His swordsmanship was also impressive. Just in terms of swordsmanship alone, this kid may not even measure up. The essence of Haki is paramount. In the new world, one cannot venture far without it. While this kid can execute attacks that catch the red-haired pirate's attention, I did not sense any Haki emanating from him. It seems he hasn't even grazed the surface of Haki mastery. By that measure, he falls far short. Indeed, lacking Haki is a significant issue in that regard. Ace surpasses him. The group continued to grow more animated. Compared to Wang Chen, the intern, it was clear that Ace, the 2nd Division commander, held greater popularity among them. Strength was secondary. It was primarily about Ace's rapport with them that led them to unconsciously praise Ace while disparaging Wang Chen. As they reveled in their disparagement of Wang Chen, an aura completely distinct from Whitebeard's suddenly emerged. The very moment they were debating who was stronger between Wang Chen and Ace, they collectively shivered. Following the direction of the aura, they witnessed Wang Chen, who moments ago seemed cowed before Whitebeard, suddenly stand tall, his posture rigid as a steel spear. As they sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Chen, including Bista, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. Is that Conqueror's Haki? Chapter 7. The name that commands respect. Is that Conqueror's Haki? As Bista uttered this with a quivering voice, the atmosphere was thick with silence. Just a moment prior, they had been engaged in light-hearted banter, and now they resembled ducks with their throats grasped, their expressions comical yet filled with disbelief. They had just claimed that Wang Chen lacked Haki, a fatal flaw. And here he was, awakening the most potent form of Haki, Conqueror's Haki. Bista couldn't shake the feeling of being in a dream. This was utterly surreal. Instinctively, he reached to pinch his cheek to ensure he wasn't hallucinating. Before he could even do so, a series of thuds echoed as individuals began to collapse one after another. The Conqueror's Haki had re-emerged. Previously, when the red-haired pirates arrived, there had been one instance. Now, it was happening again. What was more infuriating was that while the red-haired pirates' arrival had some forewarning, this sudden surge of Conqueror's Haki was entirely unexpected. A little preparation would have been appreciated. Those who had previously fainted upon the arrival of the red-haired pirates now succumbed once more, feeling a mix of shame and rage. To faint twice in one day was an unparalleled embarrassment. Even more astonishing, Wang Chen's aura seemed to encompass a wider area than when the red-haired pirates had come, causing even more individuals to fall. His Conqueror's Haki enveloped the entire Moby Dick, creating a massive dome that no one in proximity could escape, including those hidden away in the cabin, blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding. The vast Whitebeard pirates' crew seemed to have been struck down en masse. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The gathered individuals stared blankly at the slender figure standing before Whitebeard, momentarily at a loss for words. Conqueror's Haki? Even Whitebeard fell into a contemplative silence. His sharp gaze fixated on Wang Chen, filled with questions. His large eyes reflected immense curiosity. With his wealth of life experience, he too was baffled by how this had transpired. There was no mistaking the emergence of Conqueror's Haki, yet was this truly the manner in which it could awaken? Had he inadvertently instigated this awakening in the boy? This youth was truly astonishing. After a prolonged silence, Marco was the first to regain his composure. In an instant, he approached Wang Chen and Whitebeard, his expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Why, you have awakened Conqueror's Haki? Pointing at Wang Chen. It took Marco a considerable amount of time to finally utter these words. At that moment, the overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from Wang Chen had dissipated. His expression appeared somewhat bewildered, as if he were still grappling with the unfolding events. When Marco inquired once more, he responded with an uncertain demeanor, saying, perhaps. Wang Chen responded, asserting that it is what it is, and if it is not, then it is not. He added a hesitant maybe at the end. A response so filled with uncertainty that it nearly caused Marco to lose his composure. Therefore, you remain unaware of why you have awakened the Conqueror's Haki? What, pray tell, is Haki? In response to Marco's inquiry, Wang Chen countered with a question of his own. This left Marco infuriated, almost on the verge of spewing blood. How could one awaken the most supreme form of Haki, the Conqueror's Haki, without even understanding what Haki truly is? Were it not for his deep knowledge of Wang Chen, at that moment, Marco might have believed him to be boasting in a most ostentatious manner. You do not comprehend, Marco. Just as Marco was about to retort, Whitebeard interjected, halting him. The towering figure of this giant man rested one hand on his knee while the other supported his chin, gazing down at Wang Chen as if he were an extraordinary treasure. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, what an intriguing lad. It has been ages since I encountered someone like you. Here's the deal. If you do not wish to call me father, you may refrain. But you must assure me that you will not betray the Whitebeard pirates nor commit any acts that would bring dishonor to our crew. The Whitebeard pirates have already lost one ungrateful son. I would not like to see a second arise. Do you understand? Whitebeard's eyes gleamed with intensity, his words laced with a palpable threat. Unlike his previous admonishments toward Wang Chen, this time he was utterly serious. One traitor, Teach, had already caused him the loss of one son and the absence of another. Such treachery, even for one as magnanimous as Whitebeard, could not be tolerated. Thus, should Wang Chen dare to jest again or utter a word of defiance, Whitebeard's thunderous fist would descend upon him without mercy. Wang Chen discerned the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he earnestly explained, Captain, you have misunderstood. It is not that I do not wish to call you father, but rather that I feel I am unworthy of such a title at present. The great pirate Edward Newgate is a towering hero, and his son should embody the same extraordinary valor. As a mere intern, my journey is still long, and I dare not presume to claim such an honor, for it would be an affront to your esteemed name. As for betraying the Whitebeard pirates, I assure you, I, Wang Chen, vow to regard the Whitebeard pirates as my own family. 2 months prior, it was Brother Marco who rescued me from the sea, and it was he who afforded me the opportunity to work and learn aboard this ship as a solitary individual. Such kindness weighs heavily upon my heart, and I would never stoop to the level of betraying the Whitebeard pirates. Though I may be young, I understand the weight of loyalty and friendship, as heavy as a mountain. Here and now, I, Wang Chen, swear before heaven that should the Whitebeard pirates not forsake me, I shall never betray them. We rise together and fall together. Should I stray from this vow, may heaven and earth conspire against me, and may humanity and divinity alike be enraged. His expression was earnest as he declared his oath. In that moment, not only did Whitebeard's demeanor soften, but even those who had previously harbored disdain for him found their expressions easing. This young man, though proud, seemed to possess a commendable character. He understood the significance of loyalty and the bonds of friendship. Indeed, he was worthy of being one of Whitebeard's crew. Very well. There is no need for such a heavy oath. I believe you, Whitebeard declared, rising to his full stature and gesturing grandly, his presence formidable. From now on, the Whitebeard pirates shall be your home. As long as you consider us your family, I promise you, there will always be a place for you within the Whitebeard pirates. Thank you, Captain. Wang Chen bowed respectfully, paying his respects. At that moment, Marco and the others were equally exhilarated, cheering loudly in approval. The camaraderie among men can often be this uncomplicated. Initially harboring some reservations towards Wang Chen, the officers now pondered that his refusal of the elder's invitation was merely a reflection of his youth and impetuosity. They believed that with time and maturity, he would come to appreciate the elder's well-intentioned motives. ultimately yielding to his dignified presence and truly integrating into the family of the Whitebeard pirates. Today, the atmosphere was jubilant. Wang Chen, listen closely. One day, I shall make you willingly call me old man. Now, let us feast and celebrate. Today, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Oh. The crowd erupted in cheers, the fervor palpable. In the midst of the crowd, Wang Chen wore a smile, clearly reveling in the success of his plan. At this moment, he had truly established his name within the Whitebeard pirates, having achieved his anticipated goal. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The era of great pirates is vibrant, always awaiting the next chapter. Chapter 8, A Bounty of Jars. Hey, Wang Chen, how on earth did you awaken your Conqueror's Haki? It's astonishing. Indeed, just the other day, Bista was claiming you lacked the potential to be a strong fighter, yet you turned around and awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Honestly, if I weren't aware that such mastery is not easily attained, I would suspect you were deliberately targeting Bista. Hey, Jaws, if you can't articulate anything sensible, kindly remain silent. What? Wasn't it you who previously asserted that Ace surpassed Wang Chen in strength and that he lacked Haki, thus not qualifying as a true powerhouse? Care to retract your words? At the banquet of the Whitebeard pirates, Wang Chen received a warm and enthusiastic welcome. Officers and division captains surrounded him, engaging in conversation. Even those on the periphery were engrossed in discussions about him. In just a single day, Wang Chen had transformed from an inconspicuous novice into the hottest star aboard the Moby Dick. Everyone was talking about him. Everyone was speculating about him. Although it could not be termed flattery, the reality was that at the banquet table, all attention was directed towards him. Previously, he could never have imagined this as an intern. While the atmosphere among the Whitebeard pirates was amiable, the hierarchy remained intact. The captain was still the captain, and the underlings were still underlings. An intern was expected to behave like one, dutifully serving drinks and tea to the esteemed figures, with no possibility of sitting alongside them for lively discussions and laughter. One could only say that Wang Chen's plan had indeed succeeded splendidly. First, he had leveraged the reputation of red-haired Shanks to make a stunning entrance, establishing an image of a hidden young hero in the hearts of the Whitebeard pirates. Then, he utilized Whitebeard's formidable presence, a pressure as palpable as substance itself, to awaken the rare and unparalleled Conqueror's Haki, thereby completely altering the perception of him among the crew and solidifying his absolute status within the Whitebeard pirates. Now, he still held the title of intern. However, anyone with a modicum of sense would no longer regard him as such. Officers gathered around him. Captains sat by his side, draping their arms over his shoulders as they clinked glasses and engaged in drinking games. This was still the case because other pirate captains under Whitebeard had not yet arrived. This gathering was merely a celebration among the sailors aboard the Moby Dick. Otherwise, the scene would have been even more animated and grandiose. With even more people eagerly conversing with Wang Chen, he had undeniably become the protagonist of this banquet, the very epicenter of the revelry. Previously, Wang Chen could hardly have dared to dream of such a moment. Marco, Jaws, Bista, Blamank, and Lackey were all key figures among the Whitebeard pirates, their names ringing across the seas, and now they were calling him their brother. At this moment, Wang Chen was overwhelmed with joy. It was not merely a matter of vanity. Rather, it was the exuberant atmosphere and the lively gathering around the table that stirred his spirits. To his astonishment, Marco and others began to drop jars. The system's prompt echoed incessantly. Ding. Detected jars have fallen nearby. Would you like to pick them up? The messages flooded the screen. By the heavens, Wang Chen had never witnessed such an extraordinary number of jars since his arrival in this world. It felt as though he was caught in a rain of jars. Due to the limited range of jar collection, which extended only 1 meter around him, Wang Chen wasted no time. Holding his wine glass, he approached the officers of the Whitebeard pirates, clinking glasses with each of them. Marco, cheers. Jaws, let us have a drink. Bista, I have admired you for a long time. What was it you said before? Oh, it's nothing, I wouldn't mind. I'm also good friends with Ace. Come on, let us drink deeply. Our brotherhood is all in this wine. With a youthful face, Wang Chen sweetly addressed Brayman K. Besides casual chatter, some inquired about how he had awakened his Conqueror's Haki. Wang Chen answered truthfully. After all, the awakening of such power was elusive. He had awakened it under Whitebeard's overwhelming presence, right before everyone's eyes. Rather than seeking his guidance on how to awaken their own Conqueror's Haki, they might as well try their luck with the old man. Thus, he attributed everything to Whitebeard, and all was well. At the table, Wang Chen called one person brother and another uncle, and in no time, he had endeared himself to the entire crew, garnering their goodwill. Meanwhile, he fervently repeated the word pick up in his mind. As a result, his pockets filled to the brim. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have picked up a rare jar. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have picked up a fine jar. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have picked up another rare jar. A plethora of jars, beginning with fine quality, all fell into his possession as if they were worthless. Ordinary white jars no longer captured his interest. Any unfortunate encounters with them were swiftly discarded without a second thought. Indeed, it was a windfall. Wang Chen was nothing short of extravagant. As the revelry subsided and the night deepened, in the largest cabin aboard the ship, Whitebeard strained his weary body while conversing with Marco. Are you certain that 2 months ago, he was an ordinary person with no strength to crush a chicken? Whitebeard had posed this question multiple times, and each time Marco affirmed with a nod. This time was no different. Yes, I am certain. Whitebeard clutched his head, at a loss for words. In just 2 short months, from an ordinary individual to a warlord of the sea, if he had gained such power through the devil fruit, it would be more understandable. However, Wang Chen showed no signs of having consumed any devil fruit, which was quite perplexing. And then there was the matter of his Conqueror's Haki. The thought of it made Whitebeard's head ache even more. Awakening such power and incapacitating everyone on the ship, it was clear that this young man possessed tremendous potential. Marco, you have truly brought back a monster to our crew. Isn't that a good thing, old man? Marco questioned, somewhat confused. Of course it is. However, there are some concerns. Whitebeard replied, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. I will consider the upcoming situations. Regardless of his past, I shall bear the responsibility. What concerns me more is that this young man does not yet feel a strong sense of belonging with us. This is something you need to address. Father, I was just about to mention that. Earlier at the table, Wang Chen made a request. A request? What kind of request? He said he wanted to learn Haki from me. Chapter 9. Open the jars. While Whitebeard and Marco were deep in conversation, Wang Chen sat on the deck of the grand ship, bathed in moonlight, counting his bounty. All 16 captains of the Whitebeard pirates were present tonight. Excluding the deceased 4th Division Captain, Sachi, and the 2nd Division Captain, Ace, who had gone to pursue Blackbeard Teach. The remaining 14 captains were all present. Each captain dropped at least 1 jar of rare quality or above. This accounted for at least 14 purple rare jars. Moreover, aside from these renowned captains, the Whitebeard pirates also boasted numerous officers of significant notoriety. If each contributed just 2 blue fine jars, that would yield at least 60 to 70 blue jars. Since this was Wang Chen's first opportunity to take advantage of these esteemed officers, the quality was bound to be exceptional. In addition to these officers, other crew members and fighters contributed a substantial number of jars as well, excluding the common white jars, which had a high chance of containing trivial items like Durex or Jispin. The fighters could provide him with at least 40 blue fine jars. Thus, it was clear that he had at least 20 purple rare jars and over 100 blue fine jars. With 20 consecutive pulls from the purple jars and 100 from the blue jars, if he did not procure anything valuable, Wang Chen swore he would fill his head with cement and swim in a cesspool. He meant every word. He muttered to himself, his hands itching with anticipation. It must be said, the thrill of opening blind boxes and drawing from card pools is indeed addictive. The allure of the unknown is what captivates one most. The prospect of discovering what lies within those small jars fills one with imagination. Should the contents fail to meet one's expectations rather than disappointment, it only heightens the anticipation for the next unveiling. It is undeniable that game developers have expertly grasped the psychology of consumers, fully understanding their desires. Wang Chen had once been a victim of unscrupulous game merchants, yet even now, he remained undeterred, still harboring a flicker of hope within his heart. I am the Emperor of Luck. I am the Emperor of Luck. Golden Legends. Golden Legends. As he silently chanted, Wang Chen did not hesitate but casually summoned a set of blue capsules, promptly commanding the system, 10 consecutive draws. Open for me. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened a capsule, acquiring 100,000 berries. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened a capsule, acquiring a piece of doghead gold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened a capsule, acquiring a bag of baby diapers. As he observed the system notifications pulsating wildly, a shadow of displeasure crossed Wang Chen's face. What in the world is this? While money and doghead gold are acceptable, what on earth am I to make of baby diapers? Where did you get the idea that I could possibly need such an item? Wang Chen was well aware of the system's randomness. Although the capsules were categorized by levels, the items they yielded were genuinely random. Higher-level capsules merely guaranteed quality, but when it came to blue or purple capsules, one could hardly expect to obtain desirable items such as skills or skill points. To be honest, even Wang Chen himself lacked confidence in that regard. Ultimately, it all boiled down to luck. However, Wang Chen felt that even when it came to luck, it was simply unreasonable for a blue capsule's 10 consecutive draws to yield such items as these. Was this not a blatant scam? Wang Chen's expression was exceedingly grim, as if he were on the verge of an explosive outburst. Fortunately, the 10 consecutive draws came with a guarantee. Just as despair began to engulf him, a line of bold text appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the jar and obtained the renowned sword, Snow Walk. Snow Walk. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled that this was indeed the fine blade, Snow Walk, which Zoro had acquired in Rogue Town alongside the legendary sword, Sandai Kitetsu. The battle at Judicial Island had resulted in its destruction at the hands of a naval colonel wielding the powers of the rust fruit. Considering the timeline, the conflict at Judicial Island should have concluded by now. Thus, it would follow that the exquisite sword, Snow Walk, ought to have been obliterated. What then? Could this current incarnation of Snow Walk signify? A rebirth, perhaps, or a resurrection in a different guise? The mere thought elicited a chuckle from Wang Chen. Swords, after all, could not truly undergo reincarnation. Therefore, it is plausible that renowned swords belong to a lineage. For instance, Snow Walk might be the name of a master swordsmith or simply the designation of a particular forge, leading to all blades crafted therein being labeled as Snow Walk. The term fine blade could imply that there exist more than 50 such blades in the world. Snow Walk is merely one among a series, and the emergence of another fine sword named Snow Walk in Wang Chen's possession is not beyond comprehension. Relieved, he felt fortunate not to have lost everything. With a fine blade now in his grasp, Wang Chen found solace in his heart. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely decided to take action, retrieving 10 purple jars and preparing for a 10-fold opening. Wang Chen had undergone tests and understood that while the jar held infinite possibilities, the scope of these possibilities was confined to the realms of his past life, DNF, and the world of One Piece. In other words, aside from the items originating from his previous life, those found in the DNF game, and elements present within the One Piece universe, the jar would not yield any other chaotic entities. Among these, character experience, skill points, skill cards, devil fruits, and game equipment from DNF were undoubtedly the most precious treasures. Character experience would enable him to elevate his character's level, thereby enhancing his attributes and allowing him to learn higher-tier skills of the Sword Emperor class. Skill points, on the other hand, were essential for acquiring new skills. Skill cards require no further elaboration. The awakening of the Conqueror's Haki serves as a prime example. Devil fruits and game equipment follow a similar rationale. The former could grant immense power in a remarkably short time, while the latter suggested that should a level 100 epic weapon, the Light Sword, Stardust, emerge, Wang Chen would be capable of traversing the world of pirates with ease. A series of delightful chimes rang out as he opened 10 consecutive pulls from the purple jar, resulting in a commendable harvest. Wang Chen amassed a substantial amount of character experience, successfully elevating his level to 30. He also acquired 2 contracts for mastery with a 1-day usage limit, alongside a guaranteed draw from a 10-fold pull, and received a card for awakening the observation Haki. Overall, it was a modest consolation. The legendary fortune from a single draw was, after all, not something that could be perpetually replicated. Thus, Wang Chen continued to open capsules until dawn. Then he heard someone calling for him, revealing it was Captain Marco, who wished to teach him the observation Haki. Chapter 10, Boastful Declarations. Jaws is furious. Good morning, Brother Marco. Despite a sleepless night, Wang Chen was brimming with vitality. With over 100 capsules opened, he was not left wanting. Although he ultimately did not draw anything on par with the Awakening card for Conqueror's Haki, he did obtain the Awakening of Observation Haki, the Awakening of Armament Haki, a wealth of character experience, 2 skill points, 3 contracts for mastery, several swift blades, 1 devil fruit, and a plethora of miscellaneous items. It could be deemed a bountiful harvest. With the Awakening of Observation Haki, the Awakening of Armament Haki, and the previously acquired Conqueror's Haki, he now possessed the complete trifecta of Haki, leaving him only with the task of diligent training to enhance his skill levels. The substantial character experience also propelled his level to 35, allowing him to learn the skill Dragon's Palm, without relying on the contracts for mastery. The skill points previously consumed would not require restitution. The 2 skill points would naturally augment his buff-type skill, 5 Chi returning to origin. At level 1, Dragon's Palm proved sufficient, with further levels to be attained. Moreover, buff-type skills could enhance his overall prowess, enabling even the simplest of punches and kicks to wield tremendous power. Therefore, compared to other skills on the Sword Emperor skill tree, the buff-type 5 Chi returning to origin clearly promised the highest returns. As for the devil fruit he fortuitously acquired, Wang Chen had no intention of consuming it himself. It was a Zoan-type fruit, the most mundane of them all, the dog fruit, lacking any mythical or ancient variants, simply known as the dog fruit. Although Wang Chen yearned for the power of a fruit, he would rather forego it than consume such a worthless fruit that merely allowed him to transform into a dog. Thus, the primary utility of this canine fruit would likely be its potential to be exchanged for money. As for the other assorted items, there are simply too many and too varied to enumerate individually. It suffices to say that if sold, these miscellaneous objects could yield a substantial sum. Having elevated his personal level to 35, Wang Chen's current profile reads: Name, Wang Chen. Strength, 160 stamina, 85 speed, 101 current level, 35 skills, basic mastery, LV 35. Return to origin LV 1, maximum, 5 Chi returning to origin LV 3, light sword mastery, default, Dragon Palm LV 1, Conqueror's Haki EV. 1. Each level increase enhances all physical statistics by 1 point. With each level gained, there are 5 free attribute points to allocate, which Wang Chen has invested entirely in strength. As for the armament Haki and observation Haki, Wang Chen has yet to utilize the skill cards. Hence they do not appear on his profile. If previously he had merely borrowed means to attain a pseudo-warlord level of power at this moment, he stands as a genuine warlord, and not one of the shameful ilk such as Gecko Moria or Crocodile. With such significant gains, it is no wonder that Wang Chen, having gone a sleepless night, remains so invigorated. He has truly taken a pivotal step towards becoming a formidable force, capable of stirring chaos upon these seas. As dawn broke, before Marco could utter a word, Jozu and the others approached upon hearing the commotion. Hey, Wang Chen, we heard you're going to learn Haki from Marco. After yesterday's feast, Jozu and the others had grown familiar with Wang Chen. Their calling him Wang Chen Kid carried no derogatory connotation. It was merely playful banter among acquaintances. Wang Chen smiled and nodded. Indeed, Marco mentioned that without Haki in the new world, one would surely struggle. He has promised to teach me, which is why I sought him out. Mastering Haki is no simple task, yet Marco's words ring true. Without it, survival in this new world is nearly impossible. Jaws and his companions were astonished, unable to fathom that someone capable of matching the red-haired Shanks had yet to grasp Haki and was still in need of instruction. It was evident that this group was here to stir up trouble. Marco, initially serious, had intended to impart his knowledge to Wang Chen under the orders of his father, aiming to cultivate an image of a stern mentor before him. However, the antics of these rascals threatened to undermine his efforts. Growing impatient, Marco waved his hand dismissively. As if shooing away flies, you lot, if you have nothing better to do, kindly leave. Jaws and the others, having little to occupy their time, were merely drawn in by the spectacle of the two standing together. Upon hearing Marco's words, they were immediately displeased. Hey, Marco, what do you mean by that? Are you looking for a fight? Let me tell you, not only can you wield Haki, but we can as well. If Wang Chen wishes to learn, we can teach him too. Marco's expression darkened, nearly ready to fly into a rage. Yet, surrounded by so many idle onlookers, he realized it would be futile to challenge an entire group of division captains. Thus, despite his irritation, he refrained from further comment. Seeing this, Jaws and the others erupted in laughter, declaring, then it's settled. We shall all be Wang Chen's instructors in Haki training. Jaws, towering above, looked down at Wang Chen with a teasing grin. Wang Chen, are you prepared? Haki training can be quite grueling. That you possess the Conqueror's Haki and unparalleled talent. The other two forms are entirely different. Are you ready to endure hardship to learn from us? As Jaws spoke, the others joined in with hearty laughter. Exactly. Are you prepared? We won't go easy on you. Heh, just as my father taught me back in the day, I shall impart the same lessons to you. Wang Chen, brace yourself for my beloved Iron Fist. The group was brimming with enthusiasm, practically wearing the words eager to teach on their faces. Wang Chen tilted his head, pondering for a moment. Perhaps it doesn't need to be a long-term endeavor? What does that mean? I mean, the time I've spent mastering the observation Haki and armament Haki may be shorter than you might imagine. At this point, he paused, seemingly feeling that his words were overly modest, and added, "Perhaps it is significantly shorter." What was once a lively atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Marco's expression darkened, as did Jaws, while Vista and Blamek were equally grim visages. "Kid, you are a bit too arrogant," Jaws remarked darkly, his voice low and threatening. "Dare to boast so brazenly before us. Are you prepared for the consequences?" He was enraged. Boasting is not inherently fearsome, but to do so indiscriminately, without regard for the occasion, is a blatant disrespect towards them. The cultivation of Haki is no trivial matter. Observing Jaws' growing fury, Wang Chen merely smiled. "You don't believe me, do you? How about we make a wager?" Chapter 11. Life and Death Game. Loser dresses as a woman. A wager? Jaws was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes at Wang Chen, quickly noticing something amiss. Although Wang Chen had repelled the red-haired man with a single strike yesterday, it was evident to all that it was not due to his inherent strength, but rather his unique technique. The true strength of a formidable warrior can be discerned through their posture, gait, and the aura they exude. Yet yesterday, Wang Chen exhibited none of these characteristics. He appeared merely as an ordinary trainee of a pirate crew. Until he revealed his prowess, no one could have surmised his true capabilities. However, today was different. Today, simply standing there, Wang Chen emanated an extraordinary aura. Particularly when Jaws recalled Wang Chen's recent stride, he noticed a peculiar heaviness in his steps. This weight was not indicative of increased mass or a giant physique. Rather, the floor seemed to tremble slightly beneath his feet as he walked. Observing Wang Chen, who had not altered in weight or height, left only one explanation for this inexplicable sensation. His strength had indeed intensified. Could it be possible that after just one night and a mere meal, his power could surge so dramatically? Jaws found himself questioning this within. Then, with an odd expression, he shared his discovery with the others, which immediately sparked intrigue among Bista and the rest. "Now that you mention it, it does seem true." "Jaws, how did you notice that? Your insight is quite sharp." They acknowledged that Wang Chen's aura had indeed shifted remarkably. It was peculiar. How could such a significant change occur in just one night? As the group surrounded Wang Chen, their focus shifted away from the wager. Initially enthusiastic about the bet, they now found themselves more captivated by Wang Chen's sudden surge in strength. "Isn't it normal? I'm just a 16 or 17-year-old lad. It's the prime time for growth, and changes can happen daily, can't they?" Wang Chen spoke with utmost seriousness, then, with equal gravity, shifted the topic. "By the way, Brother Jaws, do you dare to take this bet with me? If I lose, I will don women's attire. If you lose, you will wear women's attire as well. It will be fair and square, with neither of us gaining an unfair advantage. What say you? Wear women's attire." Jaws squinted, ensuring he had heard correctly, and inquired once more. Wang Chen nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed, women's attire." The crowd murmured in amusement. In the world of One Piece, the concept of cross-dressing was not unfamiliar. The image of the rugged Jaws, akin to a wild beast, clad in women-esque garments, struck everyone as utterly ludicrous, sending ripples of laughter through the group. Wang Chen then turned and retreated to his pirate quarters. After a brief search, he emerged holding a black and white maid outfit, which he dramatically tossed onto the ground, pointing at Jaws and then at himself. "The loser wears this. Do you dare?" A long silence enveloped the small gathering. At that moment, not only Jaws, the diamond, but even Marco appeared momentarily stunned. A maid outfit? Not merely women-esque clothing, but a maid uniform? They were left dumbfounded, wondering if a peculiar individual had joined their crew. Marco and the others felt as though their very philosophies were being challenged. After a significant pause, Marco regained his composure and, with a dark expression, addressed Wang Chen, "I think, rather than hastily challenging Jaws to a bet, you should explain how a grown man came into possession of a maid outfit. I received it as a gift during my shopping spree." Wang Chen replied without a hint of embarrassment, standing firm in his explanation. As if to dispel any doubt among the onlookers, he returned to his quarters, emerging with an assortment of miscellaneous items, snacks, small appliances, swords, firearms, and various tools, as if he had emptied an entire store. "Behold, these are my acquisitions. After purchasing so much, it seems entirely reasonable for the store to present me with a lovely maid outfit for my future girlfriend, does it not?" he proclaimed. These items were, in fact, the odds and ends he had extracted from a jar the previous day. With no immediate use for them, he had merely piled them aside. To his surprise, they had now found their purpose, adding a touch of humor to the situation. As the crowd regarded the heap of miscellaneous goods alongside the maid outfit, They pondered and found that, under the circumstances, it did seem somewhat justifiable. Jaws then grumbled, "Why on earth did you buy so much junk? Do you have an excessive belly to waste? That is irrelevant. Just tell me, do you dare to wager? Dare to wager?" Jaws scoffed. "In this world, there is no bet that Diamond Jaws would shy away from. Now, how shall we wager? Are we not scholars of bravado?" Wang Chen declared, "Let us establish a timeline. If I master the domineering spirit within this period, I shall emerge victorious. Otherwise, the victory shall be yours." A straightforward wager indeed. Upon hearing this, Jaws nodded in understanding. "There are 3 forms of domineering spirit," he remarked teasingly. "In addition to the innate Conqueror's Haki, there are also the observation Haki and the armament Haki. Therefore, are you proposing to wager with me twice?" Wang Chen shrugged. "Why not? A glimpse of observation Haki once, and a taste of armament Haki once. Whoever loses must don women's attire for an entire day." The moment this was uttered, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Being pirates, who could resist the allure of such revelry? Bista merely shouted, and instantly, everyone aboard the Moby Dick, who had nothing to occupy them, gathered around. "What? Captain Jaws is betting against that monstrous Intern? What is at stake? Mastery of Haki? I heard the loser has to wear women's clothing. Not just any women's clothing, but a maid outfit. Goodness, are they serious? This is madness. Oh dear, for some reason, I suddenly feel exhilarated." Following the events of the previous day, Wang Chen had acquired a new epithet within the Whitebeard pirates, the Monster Kid and the Monstrous Intern. Life at sea could be rather dull. And the news that the Monstrous Intern dared to wager against Captain Jaws sent ripples through the Whitebeard crew. On the deck, Whitebeard was enjoying the breeze and basking in the sun when he heard the noisy uproar. His brows furrowed in concern. "What now?" he inquired, gesturing to a nearby crew member. "Go and see what trouble has arisen this time." Chapter 12, Mastering Haki in One Day. The commotion had even reached Whitebeard. Indicative of the magnitude of the stir Wang Chen was causing, the informant soon returned, wearing a peculiar expression, speaking hesitantly as if burdened by unspeakable thoughts, which irked Whitebeard. "Speak plainly. Don't prattle like a woman." The mere mention of woman made the informant's expression more bizarre. "Yes, it's Captain Jaws wagering against the Monster Kid." "The Monster Kid? You mean Wang Chen?" Whitebeard's frown deepened. "What are they betting on?" "It's said they're wagering on the time it takes to master Haki, with the forfeit being women's clothing." Whitebeard was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he widened his eyes and stared at the informant. "You say the wager is what?" "Women's clothing." The informant, looking utterly flummoxed, stammered out, "To be precise, a maid outfit." Whitebeard, these rascally fools must be out of their minds. In a fit of rage, Whitebeard sprang to his feet, his nostrils flaring as if ready to unleash flames. The crew below trembled, asking, "Shall I go and stop them?" "Father? Stop them." Whitebeard resumed his seat, pondering for a moment. With a huff, he replied, "Continue to gather information. I wish to see just how absurd these scoundrels can be. Wang Chen is here." Wang Chen remained oblivious to the fact that a trivial wager would attract the attention of Whitebeard. In truth, this bet was merely a jest shared among him and Josie. It was common knowledge that he bore a secret. The buffs of 5 chi towards origin and the skill of Dragon Palm were relatively inconsequential, as they were unique to the world of One Piece, allowing room for plausible deniability regarding their existence. The manifestation of Conqueror's Haki needed no further explanation, for it had been forcibly extracted in plain sight under Whitebeard's pressure. Anyone daring to question it could be refuted by the plethora of formidable pirates and division leaders within the Whitebeard pirates, all of whom could vouch for him. However, the awakening of observation Haki and armament Haki, which he had acquired from the jar, required a more substantial justification. After all, both forms of Haki demanded rigorous training to awaken. In the New World, the existence of armament Haki and observation Haki was well known, and many individuals were aware of their training methods. If Wang Chen failed to provide a credible source for his newfound abilities, how could he possibly justify wielding such powers without cause in the future? Seeking instruction from Marco in the art of Haki presented an excellent explanation. Thus, under the veil of merriment the previous night, he had approached Marco with a request to learn Haki, which Marco readily accepted. The ensuing events unfolded as he had anticipated. As he successfully drew 2 skill cards, the awakening of armament Haki and observation Haki from a collection of exquisite jars. Everything had been meticulously arranged. Mastery of both forms of Haki awaited only the right moment for seamless integration. Consequently, the wager itself was nothing more than a jest. The probability of Wang Chen mastering armament Haki and observation Haki was unequivocally assured. Moreover, he required neither a day nor an hour, with merely a moment's willingness. He could acquire these skills in the blink of an eye. It could only be said that while Josie and the others sought to jest with him, he reciprocated in kind. Little did he expect that the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, in their boredom at sea, would indulge in such frivolities. Hey, monster kid, are you truly going to wager with Captain Josie? Armament Haki is not something easily learned. It took me a whole month to grasp even the basics. As for observation Haki, I have yet to find the threshold for entry. Yes, boastful talk, but prepare for a spanking. Are you ready to face Captain Josie's wrath? Laughter erupted among the crew. Remarkably, since acknowledging Wang Chen, the crew aboard the Moby Dick had become notably more casual in their interactions with him. The monikers Monster Intern and Monster Kid were not solely derogatory. They also carried a hint of camaraderie. At that moment, the crew bombarded Wang Chen with playful banter, each contributing to the light-hearted atmosphere. Wang Chen could only smile wryly and shake his head at their antics. All right, enough idle chatter. It's merely about wearing women as clothing. I, Diamond Josie, accept this wager. Seeing so many comrades rallying around him, Josie was invigorated, thumping his chest in excitement. He turned to Marco, the 1st Division commander, and said, Marco, make sure to teach him well. If this kid loses and refuses to take responsibility, I might just lose my temper. Marco, arms crossed, cast a sidelong glance at him without uttering a word. Josie, undeterred, turned back to Wang Chen. Now, let us establish a time frame. How long do you require to learn both forms of Haki to claim victory? How long? Wang Chen pondered for a moment, and before the crowd, he slowly extended a single finger. His gesture conveyed a clear message, 1 second. Moreover, it signified 2 forms of dominance, 1 second. The onlookers, observing his signal, let out a collective sigh. 1 month? What a monstrous youth. Is there no ambition within you? 2 forms of dominance in a mere month? Even my grandmother could manage that. Do not allow us to hold you in disdain. Wang Chen was rendered speechless. Xiaozi laughed heartily. Kid, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why the sudden humility? 1 month? I can't believe you had the audacity to say that. Clearly, he had misunderstood. With a grand gesture, his towering figure loomed, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. His voice boomed like thunder as he proclaimed, 1 month is unacceptable. Just 1 day? Only 1 day. To show my leniency, we can consider each type of Haki separately, both requiring merely 1 day. If you cannot master it, then consider it a defeat. So, what do you say? I have already made a significant concession, and you better not tell me you can't do it. If you lose and try to back out, let me warn you, I, Xiaozi, will not take it lightly. As he spoke, his voice was loud and his confidence unwavering. Upon hearing his words, Wang Chen rolled his eyes but remained silent. Meanwhile, the crowd around them had already taken it upon themselves to speak out against the apparent injustice. What? Master Haki in 1 day? How is that even possible? Xiaozi, you are being unreasonable. They protested. No way, Xiaozi, this is simply unfair. Monster Kid, you should tell Xiaozi that this wager should be nullified. There is no way to win here. Chapter 13. Learning failure upon hearing Xiaozi's harsh terms. Wang Chen remained silent while the surrounding fighters voiced their grievances on his behalf. A wager, by definition, must uphold fairness for both parties involved. If one side has no realistic chance of fulfilling their end of the bargain and is coerced into agreement, then it is no longer a wager, but rather an act of coercion. At this moment, the crowd felt that Xiaozi was indeed attempting to intimidate Wang Chen. Thus, they united in denouncing Xiaozi for trying to exploit the newcomer. Confronted with the sudden surge of righteous indignation from the crowd, Xiaozi paid them no mind. With a dismissive wave, he retorted, "You bunch of scoundrels, shut up." He then turned to Wang Chen, smirking and winking. "So, kid, are you scared? If you are, it's all right. Just call me Big Brother Xiaozi, and I might forgive you. You won't even need to wear women's clothes. A simple admission of defeat will spare you from punishment. Doesn't that sound like a great deal?" He wore a smug expression, almost striking a pose of arrogance. The notion of mastering a form of Haki within a single day was absurd. Not even Wang Chen, nor their strongest father figure, Whitebeard, could achieve such a feat. Effort yields results. Blood, sweat, and toil lead to strength. Aside from the mythical devil fruits that circulate across the seas, there are no shortcuts to power. The cultivation of Haki relies on the principle of gradual accumulation, where quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. To expect mastery in a day? Preposterous. Wang Chen was no deity. Wang Chen was rendered speechless. He smiled and shook his head, opting for silence. To speak candidly, He had indeed intended to assert that, with but a single glance, he could perfectly grasp the so-called armed color and observation color Haki. Yet, adhering to the principle of modesty, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, choosing instead to let his actions speak for themselves in due time. Very well, just one day, he declared. If I do not master a single form of Haki within this span, I shall concede defeat. Conversely, should I succeed, you shall be the one to lose. After proclaiming this, he turned his gaze towards Marco. Marco, let us commence. Marco, however, remained silent, momentarily taken aback. Not only Marco, but the entirety of those present, including Jaws, were left astounded by his outrageous terms, which had not only gone unchallenged but were also accepted. What did you say? Jaws asked, bewildered. You accepted. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted with disbelief. Wait, what do you mean he accepted? Hey, you monstrous lad, are you out of your mind? How could you agree to such ridiculous terms? It's over, this kid must be insane. Or perhaps, one voice speculated, he is simply reluctant to express his desire to wear women's clothing, prompting Jaws to establish this wager. The crowd, though initially incredulous, widened their eyes in astonishment at this new perspective. The notion of intentionally losing a bet to don women's attire? Was such a thing even feasible? Why not? Came a retort. What is wrong with a man having a fondness for women's clothing? The speaker of this thought was Izang, the captain of the 16th Division. No sooner had he voiced his opinion than Bista interjected, shut your mouth. Yet, observing the situation, it appeared that the monstrous lad truly had no chance of victory. Could it be that he genuinely intended to lose, and then don women's attire? Oh, how curious. Why am I suddenly so exhilarated? Wang Chen failed to comprehend the absurd remarks of those around him. He turned his gaze towards Marco, who was gradually emerging from his dazed state. Marco then slowly nodded in agreement, indicating that they would commence their lessons with the observation of the color of observation Haki. As the prospect of actual instruction loomed, the onlookers refrained from interrupting, retreating 100 meters away before settling down in a circle, quietly observing the proceedings. Wang Chen was not jesting, and naturally, Marco could not afford to take it lightly either. Mastering a form of dominance within a single day was an unrealistic expectation, at the very least. He must dedicate himself to teaching. Standing there, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Haste makes waste. The cultivation of dominance cannot be rushed. I do not wish for you to become overly anxious due to the wager. Do you understand? Since he had chosen to teach, it was imperative that he did so earnestly. In comparison to the wager, Marco was evidently more concerned about Wang Chen's personal growth. Thus, at this moment, he offered this piece of advice. Wang Chen nodded gratefully, expressing his appreciation. Thank you, Brother Marco, I understand. He continued, now let me elucidate the concept of observation Haki. As the name suggests, observation Haki is an ability that sharpens one's 5 senses. With it, one can perceive the presence of surrounding beings, discern emotional fluctuations, and even anticipate and evade danger. When mastered to its utmost extent, one may foresee fleeting glimpses of the future. However, few can attain such proficiency. To my knowledge, the only individual who has reached this level is a member of the Big Mom Pirates, known as Katakuri. Exercise caution should you encounter him. He then declared, now, allow me to demonstrate the essence of observation Haki. With that, he closed his eyes and turned his back to Wang Chen, positioning the back of his head towards him. Now, unleash your full power in an attack against me. Do not hold back until I command you to stop. Wang Chen, undeterred, swiftly struck with a knife hand aimed at Marco's neck. It was needless to say that Marco merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the blow. Once more, Marco's voice resonated again. In response, Wang Chen unleashed a powerful punch towards his head. Fists, feet, and elbows were all employed. Wang Chen even drew his renowned blade, Snow, targeting Marco's vital points with slashes and strikes, yet still failing to make contact, rendering his efforts futile. It appeared that unless he utilized the Sword Emperor's level 35 skill, the Dragon's Palm, to confine Marco's every movement, he stood no chance of landing a hit. I'm done. I'm exhausted, Wang Chen declared, having exhausted himself in a display of futile theatrics. He tossed the sword aside in a gesture of resignation. Meanwhile, Marco, with his back to Wang Chen, chuckled upon hearing these words. It seemed this young man had finally grasped the concept that there are always greater forces beyond oneself. Turning around, Marco smiled and addressed him. Now, do you understand what it means to possess observation Haki? Indeed, I have learned. Wang Chen stated thus. Marco, assuming a teacherly demeanor, initially intended to elaborate further, but upon hearing Wang's words, was momentarily taken aback. As long as you understand, that's good. Wait, what did you say? What have you learned? Are you implying that you comprehend now, correct? He presumed Wang Chen had merely misspoken. To his surprise, Wang replied, no. I truly have learned. Wang Chen gazed at Marco and spoke candidly. At that moment, he was exceedingly straightforward. Marco let out a long hum, enveloping himself in silence. Arrogance. After a considerable pause, he remarked. His face, akin to a horse's, had darkened entirely. Chapter 14. Oh my. Have you truly learned? What kind of student does a teacher cherish the most? While intelligence is of some importance, what truly matters is diligence and a thirst for knowledge. Those who feign understanding and attempt to show off in front of the teacher far from being favored. It is a testament to the teacher's patience if such individuals are not summarily ejected from the classroom. Wang Chen now undoubtedly embodies such a student, one who feigns understanding and forcefully displays arrogance, eliciting nothing but disdain. Have you grasped it? Did he just inquire whether one has learned? Not only Marco, but also those like Jors, who sat distant from the one-on-one instruction between Marco and Wang Chen, were expressions of bewilderment and irritation. How audacious. Initially, one might have thought the prodigious youth was a good companion, but it now appears otherwise. How can one behave in such a manner? Marco, with good intentions, is teaching him, yet he responds with such an attitude? What is going on, prodigy? A chorus of team leaders began to speculate. Meanwhile, the younger members echoed their sentiments. Hey, forcing pretense is inadvisable. This prodigious youth indeed possesses remarkable talent. Yet speaking to Marco in such a manner, does he not have any sense? Is this merely an attempt to seek attention before the leaders, disregarding all else? But what significance does this hold? When the act is revealed, won't he be even more embarrassed? To boldly declare that he has learned merely from witnessing Marco demonstrate the observation Haki once, such arrogance is unparalleled and unheard of. The favorable impression garnered from yesterday's banquet has now diminished. Perhaps the prodigious intern, Wang Chen, is not as commendable as they had envisioned? Is he genuinely here to entertain? Brother Marco, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Seemingly oblivious to Marco's haughty words, Wang Chen innocently inquired. Marco, expressionless, refrained from responding directly, instead retorting, did you not just claim you have learned? Indeed, you claim to have mastered something you had never studied. Based solely on witnessing my demonstration of observation Haki? Precisely. Arrogance. Upon hearing Wang Chen's assertive response, Marco's anger ignited. To declare mastery after a single observation of the observation Haki, who does he think he is? A deity. How could I possibly be a deity? Wang Chen repeatedly waved his hand, signaling Marco not to jest with him, yet he insisted, but I truly have learned. Not only Marco, but also the onlookers present regarded this young man as mad and beyond redemption. Infuriated, Marco turned to leave, but Wang Chen called out behind him. Hey, Marco, why are you getting so anxious all of a sudden? If you don't believe me, you can test me. The truth will reveal itself through your trial. Perhaps I really have mastered it. In an instant, Marco's expression turned sour. Frankly, had it not been for Wang Chen earning his father's approval the previous day, he would have transformed into an immortal phoenix and struck him down without hesitation. What nonsense! Who dares to toy with the immortal phoenix Marco like this? There are few upon this vast sea. Marco wished to ignore him, yet Wang Chen continued to shout. This time, Marco could no longer contain himself. Heaven's misdeeds may be endured, but one's own misdeeds are inescapable. With that, Marco turned around, narrowed his eyes, and declared, You said it. Let us test it out. Come. Receive my palm. Bang. Before the words were fully spoken, his palm had already struck. A tremendous force shattered the air, swift as lightning, too rapid and unexpected, heading straight for Wang Chen's chest. The audience was astounded. Not to mention Wang Chen, even the others realized that without the use of observation Haki, it would be utterly impossible to keep pace with Marco's speed and evade the blow. It was evident that Marco had been truly provoked. The monstrous youth was in peril. Wang Chen, with his swift reflexes, realized that there was no way to evade the incoming strike. Despite possessing a formidable level 35 attribute panel as a sword emperor, it was insufficient to alter his fate. Fortunately, he held a skill card for the awakening of Kinbunchika Haki. While his fundamental attributes were lacking, the skill itself was a boon. The moment he sensed Marco's attack, he commanded the system without hesitation, activate the Kinbunchika Haki skill card. With a chime, the card was successfully utilized. Upon checking his skills, he noticed the addition of Kinbunchika Haki LV1. With a mere thought, he activated the Kinbunchika Haki, responding instinctively, just as he would with the use of Haushika Haki. As Marco's palm approached, poised to strike his chest, Wang Chen executed a subtle maneuver, shifting slightly to the side with an exquisite precision of mere millimeters. The sound of impact rang out as Marco's attack met only air. Marco, initially confident in his strike, was abruptly disoriented by the void where he expected contact. Bewildered, he questioned, "What just happened? Did he evade my attack?" His disbelief deepened as he turned to Wang Chen, his expression morphing into one of astonishment, his pupils dilating in shock. For in that moment, Wang Chen had closed his eyes. This revelation struck Marco. Wang Chen had evaded his strike entirely by instinct. Instinct? Wasn't that synonymous with Kenbunchika Haki? The realization left Marco in a daze. To evade an enemy's attack through mere intuition was an extraordinary feat, one that could only be attributed to mastery of Kenbunchika Haki. This meant that Wang Chen had not been deceptive. He had genuinely learned the technique after witnessing its application just once. The sheer improbability of this revelation left Marco breathless, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, overwhelmed by an absurdity that surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused intently and, driven by determination, launched a relentless barrage of attacks towards the standing Wang Chen. The air exploded with the sounds of his fierce onslaught, yet each strike failed to land. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, now with his eyes closed and body turned away, mirrored Marco's earlier stance, relying solely on instinct to evade the tempest of blows. If this did not convey the gravity of the situation, Marco felt there was no reason for him to continue living. This was indeed the manifestation of Kenbunchika Haki. Even the most obtuse observer could grasp the implications of this display. Consequently, Marco ceased his assault. Wang Chen remained still, as serene as a tranquil maiden, standing there like a quiet, beautiful youth. The gathered crowd had long since fallen silent, as he deftly evaded Marco's attacks. They had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. Now, each person gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape and eyes wide, as if they had encountered a specter, utterly frozen in place. The atmosphere had turned hushed, enveloping the area in a profound stillness. Chapter 15. Mastered yet again. The air was thick with silence, as though the world had been paused. Within this realm, a throng of formidable pirates from the Whitebeard pirates, including Marco and Jaws, stood transfixed, their expressions vacant as they stared at Wang Chen, entranced. Silence reigned over the vicinity. Eventually, it was Wang Chen who broke the silence, his tone tinged with mild embarrassment as he inquired, "So, esteemed brothers, does this count as mastering observation Haki?" His face radiated humility, adorned with the youthful shyness unique to a boy of 16 or 17. Were it not for his previous feats, one might easily mistake him for merely an introverted and bashful lad. Yet, in truth, his actions had captivated all present, leaving them in a state of utter astonishment. Marco, roused from his stupor, fixed his lifeless eyes upon Wang Chen, both incredulous and profoundly shaken. It was hard to fathom that this normally lethargic individual could display such a vivid array of emotions. "Marco, my brother?" Wang Chen pressed on. "What do you think? Have I truly grasped observation Haki? Please, give me a definitive answer." "I'll give you a definitive answer, my foot." Marco's heart was heavy with bitterness, wishing to utter a curse. At that moment, he had ample reason to suspect that Wang Chen was merely putting on an act, reaping benefits while pretending to be modest. Yet, gazing at Wang Chen's earnest face, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately mustering a reluctant smile to respond, "Yes," with that single affirmative utterance. It was as if the world had been reactivated. Jaws and the others, who had previously appeared dazed and bewildered, suddenly awakened from their reverie. Indeed, it is observation Haki. He truly has mastered it. How is this possible? The atmosphere erupted with disbelief. Jaws, in particular, was on the verge of madness. The notion that one could learn observation Haki in a single glance was utterly unfathomable. How could such a phenomenon exist in this world? Towering like a giant, the formidable Jaws seemed to embody a massive question mark, silently challenging the heavens as to why such an absurdity could occur. Yet, reality remained unyielding. Even if he wished to deny it, the evidence before him was irrefutable. Could one person be mistaken? Perhaps two? But could an entire crowd be wrong? Alas, my worldview is shattered. Such an outrageous event is, astonishingly, true. So, the gestures that the monster boy displayed earlier were not indicating 1 month or even 1 day, but merely a single instance? He meant to convey that he could learn it with just one glance. He did not deceive us, rather, we were the ones underestimating his talent with our ignorance. The group of warriors stood in disarray, with some even shouting for a block of ice, claiming they needed to cool down. Various exclamations filled the air. In essence, those who had previously deemed Wang Chen absurd and arrogant were now left in sheer shock. Indeed, there are only those who mispronounce names, not those who mislabel nicknames. The monster boy is truly a marvel. Ah, so it is indeed observation Haki. Does this mean my earlier intuition was not mistaken? Wang Chen scratched his head, still wearing a bashful smile that made others want to hit him in exasperation. After a brief pause, he remarked, "It seems that based on our wager, I have emerged victorious. I needn't don women's attire, correct?" His gaze flickered toward Xiaozi. Although he refrained from speaking further, the unspoken understanding was palpable. Xiaozi, still caught in the shock of the moment, felt a shiver run down his spine at that glance, turning his complexion as pale as a ghost. The stakes of their wager were clear. Who would wear women's clothing? Now that Wang Chen was exempt, it was evident who would have to comply. There was no need for elaboration. The realization struck Xiaozi like a thunderbolt. As a towering giant, standing 5 meters tall, the prospect of wearing women's clothing felt more like a death sentence than a mere humiliation. Without a second thought to his prior astonishment, he sought to protest. "No, Wang Chen," he started. But Wang Chen waved his hand, indicating there was no rush. We've merely completed one wager. Why the urgency, dear brother Xiaozi? I know you harbor a fondness for women's attire and are eager to try it on. But we have merely finished learning observation Haki, and we still have to master armament Haki. Perhaps the latter will prove more challenging than the former. My aptitude lies in observation Haki, while armament Haki is an enigma to me. Dear brother Xiaozi, you still have a chance to turn the tables. Thus, he turned to Marco, seizing the moment. Marco, shall we proceed? You're quite the joker, Xiaozi thought, his irritation mounting. He even imagined hurling a pig at Wang Chen's head. Yet, what could he do now? The wager must continue. A man of honor cannot be untrue to his word. Very well, let's continue, Marco nodded, having no objections. Truth be told, he was also curious to see just how formidable this prodigious boy, Wang Chen, truly was. With a serious demeanor, Marco resumed his instruction. Armament Haki, as its name suggests, is a form of Haki that enhances one's physical body. It can envelop you, augmenting your defensive and offensive capabilities, and can also be applied to blades, rendering them indestructible. You are familiar with the powers of Logia-type devil fruit users, I presume? Generally, those who possess such powers are invincible, as they can transform their bodies into elements, making them impervious to harm. However, armament Haki is the sole nemesis of Logia users. It can grasp the flowing essence of their bodies and strike them, inflicting damage. Thus, armament Haki serves as a passport for the strong. Those who lack it will forever remain in the lower tiers and cannot be deemed powerful. As he spoke, he raised his fist, signaling Wang Chen to pay attention. Now, witness this. This is armament Haki. No sooner had he spoken than his fist underwent a transformation. His iron fist, infused with an unknown power, instantly turned a deep black, resembling an obsidian hammer. He drew his accompanying blade, coating it with a layer of black armament Haki, akin to donning armor, not only enhancing its durability but also significantly amplifying its potency. So, have you grasped the concept? He inquired, directing his gaze at Wang Chen. Wang Chen appeared to understand yet seemed somewhat perplexed, nodding slightly. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Indeed, I believe I have learned. Marco, everyone, damn. My hands are itching. I yearn to strike someone. Chapter 16. Marco vouches and offers an apology. A familiar scene unfolded, accompanied by a well-known response. The phrase "I have learned" elicited uncontrollable twitches at the corners of Marco's mouth and those of the members of the Whitebeard pirates beside him, igniting an urge to retaliate. When asked if he comprehended, the expectation was for a straightforward answer, either a firm understanding or confess ignorance. What could "I have learned" possibly imply? Yet, these 4 words were excessively familiar. Having just been publicly humiliated, no one wished to act hastily this time. Thus, Marco nodded. So, you have learned? Very well. Let us put this to the test. Rest assured, I shall not admonish you further. The discernment of armament Haki is far more direct than that of observation Haki. While the latter requires practical demonstration to assess, the former reveals its truth at a mere glance. Wang Chen nodded slightly, a thought crossing his mind as he activated the armament Haki awakening skill card. With a chime, the skill was acquired. In the skill list, a new line appeared, indicating armament Haki level 1. At that moment, a familiar sensation enveloped him once more. Wang Chen extended his fists, and with a mere thought, his flesh-colored hands transformed into a deep shade of black. It was the armament Haki. Indeed, the armament Haki. He had mastered it. Oh, how utterly insane this world is. Mother, I long to return home. A chorus of warriors lamented their plight, while others diligently trained in Haki through the harsh winters and sweltering summers. Accumulating time to gradually master it, this young lad merely needed a glance to learn. Was such a display not a flagrant provocation? Had their years of effort been for naught? Even Bista and his companions felt their faces twitch uncontrollably. Those who had reached their level were undoubtedly gifted individuals. Whether it was observation Haki or armament Haki, they had both mastered these skills. Yet, prior to today, had anyone dared to suggest that someone could observe the demonstration of these Haki forms just once and instantly learn them, they would have rushed forward to deliver a resounding slap to that person's face. Were they jesting? The mastery of dual Haki would not be so simple. What did their years of hard work amount to then? Yet, reality struck them hard, a bitter slap to their faces. To learn dual Haki with a single glance was not an impossibility, but rather something they simply could not achieve. In the presence of true geniuses, all worldly principles are reduced to mere jest. For geniuses are always unique, treading paths untraveled by the ordinary. To them, rules exist solely to be shattered. What absurdity! What utter madness! To learn in a single glance? This was no mere monster. This was a terrifyingly gifted anomaly. A group of officials lamented in despair, questioning the very essence of their existence. Meanwhile, Diamond Jaws and others involved in the wager were engaged in their final struggles. Marco, are you certain this lad had no prior knowledge of dual Haki? He asked. I can't shake the feeling that he is merely toying with us. To learn dual Haki in a single glance is truly beyond comprehension. He was aware that it had taken him nearly half a month to grasp just one form of Haki. They were all human, with 2 shoulders and a single head. Even if there were differences, such a disparity was unfathomable. Moreover, even his own father, when learning dual Haki, had supposedly taken 3 days. Even the renowned Whitebeard required 3 days to master a single form of Haki. Was it reasonable for this young man to learn it in just one glance? It was decidedly unreasonable. Thus, there could be but one explanation. This boy must have already known dual Haki and was intentionally toying with them. As soon as he finished speaking, the others quickly regained their composure. Indeed, what if he had already known and was merely concealing it? After all, prior to this, he had been an inconspicuous intern. Who could say what he truly knew about dual Haki? Has Boss Jaws lost his composure? What do you mean lost composure? This is a legitimate inquiry. Indeed, rather than believe that someone could learn dual Haki from a single glance, I would prefer to trust Boss Jaws' assertion. It is not a matter of disbelief, but rather of sheer incredibility. As they debated, the expressions of the warriors below began to shift. It was not that they doubted Wang Chen's character, but rather that people tend to believe what they wish to believe. Suddenly, the voices questioning Wang Chen multiplied dramatically. Wang Chen remained silent until a voice broke the tension. Enough. Jaws, stop embarrassing yourself. It was Marco, the esteemed leader. The crowd turned to see Marco standing before them, his expression grave and solemn. I can assure you, after 2.5 months, Wang Chen is nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary individual. He lacks the ability to wield the dual Haki, and even lifting the lightest blade aboard our ship proves to be a challenge for him. I too was astonished that he could learn the dual Haki merely by observing me, but that is certainly not a justification for questioning his character. Wang Chen has not lied. Do you comprehend what I am saying? No one anticipated Marco would step forth to vouch for Wang Chen. Yet, does this not affirm the truth? For everyone knew Marco was incapable of deceit and held no regard for such dishonesty. As the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates and the right-hand man of the legendary Whitebeard, if he claimed Wang Chen was truthful, then Wang Chen was undoubtedly sincere. It was they who, in their ignorance, dared to challenge another's extraordinary talent. Marco. Jaws lowered his head, the first to utter, I apologize. Why are you apologizing to me? Marco replied sternly, gesturing towards Wang Chen. Apologize to him. Wang Chen, I am sorry, Jaws humbly admitted. Those who had previously doubted Wang Chen exchanged glances. And after a moment's hesitation, they too lowered their heads and respectfully apologized to Wang Chen. Monster boy, we are sorry. To acknowledge one's mistakes and stand firm in the face of adversity speaks volumes about the integrity of the Whitebeard pirates. At the very least, they did not feel ashamed to apologize to him simply because of his status as an intern. Of course, the term boy still stung a bit. Everyone, please. We are all good brothers. I cannot bear this treatment, he implored, waving his hands dismissively. After a brief cough, he bowed to Marco, saying, Thank you, brother Marco, for your guidance. Marco nodded, refraining from further comment. Wang Chen then turned to Jaws and said, By the way, Jaws, I have mastered the dual Haki. What do you think? He pointed to the maid outfit on the ground with a benevolent expression, adding, Of course, this outfit I prepared is a bit small. If you wish to wear it, I can alter it for you right now. You're quite vengeful, aren't you? Jaws retorted. Chapter 17, voluntarily taking on the challenge. Pursuing Blackbeard. Wang Chen was certainly not seeking revenge. One could only say that a man of honor must stand by his word. A bet inscribed in black and white cannot be reneged upon. Thus, when Xiaozi clad in a maid's outfit that was nearly bursting at the seams due to his robust physique, staggered around the ship, becoming the subject of public spectacle. Wang Chen did not so much as smile. Ha 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 ha. Xiaozi exclaimed, "Damn it, my composure has shattered." A day passed. The name Wang Chen once again reverberated aboard the great ship of Whitebeard, the Moby Dick. A monster, indeed a true monster. Merely witnessing his prowess once is sufficient to grasp the application of the dual Haki. Such a person is simply unheard of. How could one not say so? A monstrous Intern, one might jest, but it is laughable that there are those who claim he mastered the dual Haki before flaunting it before us. Have they considered that with his innate talent, such pretense is utterly unnecessary? Truly, if anyone comprehends Wang Chen, aside from Captain Marco, it would be us. It must be noted that this extraordinary lad has spent considerable time among us. We, as seasoned fighters, are acutely aware of the kind of individual he is. Indeed, we can vouch for Wang Chen. He bears no suspicion of deceiving us. He is indeed a monster. Such talent cannot be feigned. The name monster resonates increasingly aboard the Whitebeard pirates. If yesterday's label of monster was an acknowledgement of his strength against the formidable red-haired Shanks, then today, it stands as a testament to his extraordinary talent. After all, there are only misnamed individuals, never misnamed monikers. The monstrous lad truly lives up to his name. A being of monstrous talent. How fortunate we are that he is one of us in the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, the implications would be unfathomable. As a group of crew members boasted, Whitebeard's position was marked by contemplation. Are you certain he only learned the dual Haki after witnessing your demonstration? After a prolonged silence, he inquired, fixing his gaze upon Marco. Marco nodded affirmatively. Whitebeard pressed further, only once. Marco nodded once more in confirmation. This revelation plunged Whitebeard into deep thought again. He had encountered geniuses before. Having lived for decades and traversed the old era, he had seen all manner of talent. Yet, someone like Wang Chen was a first for him. He could not speak for others, but he recalled that his own mastery of Haki had taken him 3 days. 3 days compared to a mere second. This disparity transcended mere units of time. It illustrated the chasm between heaven and earth. Were the individual before him not his son? And were he not certain that Marco would never deceive him, Whitebeard would have laughed heartily and delivered a punch, exclaiming, "What nonsense!" After a lengthy pause, Whitebeard sighed, only to burst into hearty laughter. Nevertheless, this is a splendid development. The existence of such a monster within my crew is indeed fortuitous. They say I am a relic of the old era, incapable of navigating the new age's vessels, yet it appears the Whitebeard pirates are not so antiquated after all. At the very least, we have acquired an extraordinarily gifted newcomer. The future New World may very well have a place for the Whitebeard pirates. His words rang with grandeur. Yet Marco's eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. Father, Whitebeard, you are aging. Even if he was reluctant to admit it. Whitebeard was no longer the indomitable figure he once was. Perhaps it was inaccurate to label him as old. It was rather the injuries sustained in his youth that now bent his back. Marco understood that in the past. His father would never have expressed such sentiments in his presence. For Whitebeard was Whitebeard. He could support the heavens and shoulder all burdens for his sons. Yet now, he began to contemplate the future. The era of the invincible Whitebeard seemed to be drawing to a close. Marco. Whitebeard did not perceive the flicker of sadness in Marco's eyes. Instead, he lowered his gaze, looking at Marco with solemnity. I command you to take charge of this Wang Chen lad from now on. Nurture him, assist him in his growth. Should he require anything, he may ask. I sense that the future of the Whitebeard pirates lies with you and this Wang Chen. Father, Marco responded, do not reveal such expressions. You are not yet departed. I am merely saying this lad is malleable and warrants your attention. Now, summon the Jozu fellow. Kahahaha, Jozu in women's attire. In my lifetime, I have yet to witness Jozu clad in feminine garments. When Jozu, adorned in a maid's outfit, stood before Whitebeard, surrounded by a throng of onlooking brothers. The expression of the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard pirates was one of sheer delight. Wang Chen stood by, unable to suppress his laughter. The sight of a 5-meter-tall giant clad in a black and white maid outfit was simply too striking. Despite his professional training, which usually kept him from laughing at amusing situations, he found himself utterly captivated by Jaw's enchanting expression in women's attire. If he did not burst into laughter to the point of losing control, it would merely indicate Wang's extraordinary self-discipline. Ha ha ha, Captain Jaws, you are simply exquisite. Hey, Jaws, perform a dance for us. Any dance will do. Come on, everyone. Give Jaws a stage. If anyone has a camera, snap a picture. Such a splendid moment deserves to be commemorated. The atmosphere was filled with joyous revelry, reaching a fever pitch. Though Whitebeard had instructed Marco to keep an eye on Wang Chen, He did not overtly display any undue familiarity with him. Instead, he sat there, embodying the role of a paternal figure, enjoying hearty drinks and laughter with his sons. At that moment, Wang Chen took the initiative to step forward and addressed Whitebeard. "Captain, I wish to set sail alongside Captain Ace to pursue Blackbeard. Please grant me your permission." The lively scene fell into a sudden hush. Whitebeard also ceased his laughter, turning his gaze towards Wang Chen. "Oh, pursuing Teach?" Although he was displeased with the red-haired pirate's interference in his affairs, he conceded one point. Blackbeard Teach was no ordinary adversary. Wang Chen's expression was solemn as he spoke. He has endured for many years, and his ambitions must be grand. "I do not fear Ace's strength, rather. I worry that he may fall victim to Teach's machinations. Furthermore, my friend, Captain Sachi, has been betrayed by his own for a mere devil fruit. This grievance cannot go unavenged. Thus, I beseech the captain to allow me to set sail. I shall seek retribution for the Whitebeard pirates against Blackbeard, regardless of the consequences." Chapter 18. The Level of the Seven Warlords. Wild Strawberry. The phrase "regardless of the consequences" refers to Blackbeard Teach. Wang Chen harbored a deep-seated disdain for this treacherous villain, both in this life and the previous one. Moreover, it was high time to depart from the Moby Dick. The resources of the crew were not inexhaustible. Just as he had previously exploited the combatants until they were entirely drained, yielding only worthless white jars, one must adhere to the principles of resource management. Over the course of yesterday and today, Wang Chen had already extracted a wealth of rewards from these officers and captains. Continuing to exploit them would likely prove laborious and yield minimal benefits. For instance, just as he had shared hearty laughter with everyone, it became evident that little could be gleaned from them now, with most jars being blue and scarcely any of higher quality appearing. Thus, it was indeed time to set sail. Pursuing Blackbeard and understanding the enmity between the Whitebeard pirates and Teach was certainly a compelling justification. As soon as he finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Blackbeard Teach was indeed a thorn in everyone's side. Having turned against his own, Teach had undoubtedly committed a grave transgression against the Whitebeard pirates. However, the reason only Ace was venturing out to hunt him down was evident. The expressions of the crew were complex. They wished to voice their thoughts, yet in the presence of their father, they hesitated to touch upon his sorrow, choosing instead to remain silent. Whitebeard pondered, and from a mere 2 or 3 meters away, Wang Chen could distinctly hear his thunderous, labored breaths. Ultimately, Whitebeard spoke. "If you wish to go, then go. Teach owes us a debt of gratitude that indeed requires addressing." He called for Marco. Marco, understanding without further explanation, promptly retrieved a life card from his person and handed it to Wang Chen. "This is the life card Teach left on the ship. Ace possesses one as well. Find Teach, and you shall find Ace," he stated. Wang Chen did not particularly require the life card, as according to the narrative, Ace would ultimately confront Blackbeard on Navarone Island. Finding Navarone would naturally lead to Ace and Blackbeard. The life card was, therefore, somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, Marco had offered it with good intentions, and since it was given, Wang Chen accepted it. "Thank you, brother Marco," he replied. Marco nodded and cautioned, "Be careful. Wang Chen has indeed acquired the qualifications to venture into the sea. Firstly, he possesses the complete mastery of the 3 forms of Haki, the Conqueror's Haki, the Armament Haki, and the Observation Haki. The Conqueror's Haki instills in him a fearless disposition against overwhelming numbers. The Armament Haki grants him the capabilities akin to those of a natural fruit user, while the Observation Haki ensures that he can engage in one-on-one duels with top-tier experts without the risk of being ambushed and swiftly defeated. The mastery of these 3 Haki forms, particularly the Observation and Armament Haki, serves as a fundamental prerequisite for maritime endeavors. With these abilities, Wang Chen does not dare to claim he can dominate the New World, yet he will certainly not be dismissed as mere cannon fodder. Moreover, he possesses the attributes of a sword emperor. Presently, Wang Chen's profile reads as follows. Name, Wang Chen, Strength, 160, Stamina, 85, Speed, 101, Current level, 35. Skills, Basic Mastery LV35, Reversion to Origin LV1, Maximum, 5 Chi Ascending to Origin LV3, Light Sword Mastery, Default, Dragon Palm LV1, Conqueror's Haki LV1. Observation Haki LV1, Armament Haki LV1. With a strength of 160. It is no exaggeration to say that Wang Chen can match a giant warrior in an arm wrestling contest. His stamina of 85 allows him to endure prolonged battles, while his speed of 101 speaks for itself. When augmented by the 5 chi ascending to origin buff, his speed can increase by an impressive 33, 1 increase per level for the first level, 3 for the third level, resulting in a speed surpassing 130. Wang Chen dared not speak of flight. At the very least, under such overwhelming speed, the average of the 7 warlords would undoubtedly struggle to keep pace with his form. Perhaps in terms of stamina, he still possessed certain shortcomings, yet in terms of strength, he had already earned the title of a 7 warlord. Furthermore, he was not akin to the likes of Moria or Crocodile, who could be effortlessly vanquished by the fledgling Luffy, who had yet to fully grasp the concept of Haki. It is worth noting that he possessed a remarkably high foundational proficiency at level 35. While foundational proficiency may appear to be a mere gift in Wang Chen's eyes, it was anything but trivial. The term foundational refers to basic actions such as punches, kicks, and the use of simple weapons like knives and swords. In essence, foundational proficiency enables Wang Chen to master all of these skills with remarkable finesse, even without prior practice in hand-to-hand combat, knife-wielding, swordsmanship, or firearm handling. Simply put, this constitutes an extraordinary advantage. Moreover, as his level ascends, the potency of this advantage becomes increasingly absurd. At present, Wang Chen, with his foundational proficiency at level 35, could already be regarded as a master of boxing, kicking, knife techniques, and swordsmanship. The punches, kicks, knives, and swords referenced here are those intrinsic to the world of One Piece. Thus, should he choose to train in Fishman Karate or learn swordsmanship from Dracula Mihawk, he could grasp these arts at an astonishingly unreasonable speed. Therefore, as he set sail in pursuit of Blackbeard, Wang Chen felt not trepidation, but rather a sense of anticipation and exhilaration. Blackbeard, should I ever lay hands upon you, the consequences shall be most delightful. Wang Chen exuded confidence. However, that said, Marco's counsel was, after all, offered with good intentions, and Wang Chen promptly nodded in gratitude. What was meant to be a splendid banquet abruptly transformed into a farewell gathering, leaving the cadres of the Whitebeard pirate crew exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. Wang Chen smiled and addressed the gathered brothers. Please, do not look so forlorn. I am not leaving for good. By the way, I have acquired a precious treasure. Would you care to see it? As he spoke, he produced a handful of vibrant red fruits. This was none other than the wild strawberry, a familiar item to seasoned players of DNF. In simpler terms, this fruit is primarily used for healing, albeit in minimal amounts. It is a gift bestowed upon players upon creating their accounts. However, in the world of pirates, this item appeared to possess a different significance. Wang Chen discovered that it could not only mend wounds but also heal hidden injuries and restore vitality. Indeed, upon seeing the item in Wang Chen's hand, the cadre members scoffed, preparing to mock him, but the thunderous voice of Whitebeard, trembling with emotion, resonated in their ears. Can you give me that fruit, old man? The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Before they could fully process their shock, Wang Chen replied with a grin, Of course, it was originally intended for you, Captain. Chapter 19. Set sail. Out to sea. The second-generation Ghost Slash. It is well known that the formidable Whitebeard, once the strongest man in the world, was not brought low by time, but rather by the hidden injuries he sustained in his youth. Aging did not diminish his peak, but it did awaken the latent wounds within him. At some point, this elder of the Whitebeard pirates began to suffer, day after day, year after year. The world of One Piece is filled with wondrous things, yet it lacks miraculous healing artifacts. The wild strawberry is not a divine remedy. After all, if Wang Chen were to use it for himself, just this small handful would barely suffice to address a single wound, and that would only be of moderate severity. The health points restored by the wild strawberry are exceedingly minimal. Nevertheless, for Whitebeard, this fruit held miraculous properties, for it could alleviate his hidden injuries. With a handful of wild strawberries consumed, that very night, Whitebeard laughed joyfully. He could not recall the last time he had felt so relaxed and free. The hidden injuries and pain had tormented not only his body, but also his spirit. Wang Chen's offering of wild strawberries liberated his soul and eased his suffering. Old man! Old man! Marco and the others were overjoyed, hardly able to believe their eyes. In the next moment, they surrounded Wang Chen, fervently inquiring if any wild strawberries remained. Wang Chen certainly did not possess it. This solitary wild strawberry emerged serendipitously while opening a purple jar. In the realm of DNF, there exists a multitude of formidable alchemical potions. To speak of the present circumstances, it is likely that merely obtaining a package of the Master HP potion could restore Whitebeard's injuries and elevate him back to his zenith. The terror of a peak Whitebeard is, quite frankly, beyond words. Yet, while aspirations are lush and vibrant, reality remains stark and unyielding. Even the most rudimentary healing item, the wild strawberry, requires a purple-grade rare jar for acquisition. It is thus evident that obtaining the awe-inspiring alchemical potions in the DNF world is utterly unattainable. Upon learning that Wang Chen's wild strawberry was an incidental find and was no longer available, a palpable sense of disappointment washed over everyone. However, Whitebeard remained unfazed. For a man of his caliber, death was never a source of trepidation. The mere alleviation of his suffering brought by illness was, in his eyes, a boon. That evening, Wang Chen generously bestowed the various useful items he had procured from the jars, items he himself may not necessarily utilize, as gifts to the crew aboard the ship. Notable treasures included the renowned blade, Snow Walk, an iPod, and alloy armor from the DNF world. These unique artifacts, a delightful amalgamation of the worlds of One Piece, Earth, and DNF, were joyfully distributed by Wang Chen. After all, the bounty had been appropriated from the Whitebeard pirates, and returning it did not weigh heavily on his conscience. As the gifting came to a close, merriment ensued, bringing delight to all. Some inquired of Wang Chen regarding the origins of such treasures, questioning the existence of the famed Snow Walk, which was said to number only 50 in this world, and how he could so easily part with one. Faced with these inquiries, Wang Chen merely offered a mysterious smile. In that moment, understanding dawned upon the crowd. Overcome with gratitude, they embraced Wang Chen with fervor, deepening their bond with him. And so it was, until the dawn broke. Wang Chen finally completed the delivery of his items and bid a heartfelt farewell to everyone as he prepared to set sail. Monster Boy, do not tarnish the reputation of our Whitebeard pirate crew. If you encounter anyone who dares to provoke you, do not hesitate to show them no mercy. Just give them a good beating. Should any trouble arise, we shall bear the consequences for you. In the vast expanse of the ocean, a solitary boat embarked on its journey. Wang Chen stood upon a single-masted vessel, draped in a coat emblazoned with the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates, gazing toward the Moby Dick. At that moment, all 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirates divisions were assembled at the forefront of the ship. Behind them stood countless elite officers and frontline fighters, all lined along the deck of the Moby Dick, waving and shouting in unison towards Wang Chen. From the captains to the crew, the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates was present at this moment. If someone were to witness this scene, they might well be struck with awe. Who could fathom that such a lavish and even exaggerated farewell party was merely to bid adieu to an intern within the crew? At this instant, the monstrous youth, Wang Chen, was truly basking in the limelight. Far off, Wang Chen waved back toward the Moby Dick. Amidst the crowd, he spotted Marco, the maid-clad Jozu, the grinning Bista, and the broad-smiling Brayman wielding a hefty hammer. At last, he glimpsed beyond the throng to the towering figure of Whitebeard, standing like a colossal mountain, and his smile blossomed even brighter. In that moment, he truly felt a sense of home. Yet, he still refrained from calling Whitebeard old man. Just wait, I shall return soon. Fear not, I shall not bring shame upon you. Life and death are but trifles. If one is unwilling, then let us fight. For I am, indeed, a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Beneath the morning light, the emblem of Whitebeard on Wang Chen's back shone ever more brilliantly. The solitary sailboat glided across the surface of the sea. After drifting for several days, he finally departed the waters of the Whitebeard pirates, intending to seek information regarding the location of Nabarro Island. This voyage was undertaken to find Ace and confront Blackbeard. However, relying on the life card to locate Blackbeard was clearly impractical. The life card could only indicate a general direction. As the old adage goes, a horse dies running toward the mountain. If a horse can perish just by running toward a mountain, how much more so in the vast ocean? To search for someone based solely on the vague direction provided by the life card is akin to wandering aimlessly into the unknown. Wang Chen is well aware that the New World is rife with perilous locales. In certain regions, even formidable figures like Whitebeard find themselves at a disadvantage. The unfortunate fate of the Golden Lion, who faltered in the Battle of Ivor against Gold Roger, was primarily due to a tempest. In the New World, the weather is capricious and anything can transpire. Wang Chen dared not be careless, lest he suffer a dismal fate akin to a ship capsized in a gutter. Directly heading to Nabarro Island was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. After all, Ace and Blackbeard would eventually converge upon that very isle. By positioning himself there, he would be perfectly poised to seize an opportunity. That said, the stroke of luck he encountered just before departure was rather unfortunate. With so many blue and purple jars, he had only managed to procure a singular blade. Upon the sea, Wang Chen reclined on his sailboat, with a magnificent purple-sheathed long knife resting upon his knee. It was none other than the legendary 21 renowned blades that existed in the world, specifically the second-generation demon sword, Datekin, known as the Great Blade of 21 Works. Chapter 20, The Island. Confronting the Inu fruit. The demon sword, Datekin, boasts 3 iterations. The first generation, an unparalleled great blade, belonged to one of the elders, a master swordsman. The second generation, a great blade, currently resides with the craftsman, Fei Che, in Wano country. The third generation is the one wielded by Zaro, categorized as a fine blade, comparable to the famed Snow Walk, which has been systematized by Wang Chen. As per the current intelligence, the second generation Datekin indeed exists in its original form. Legend has it that only 21 such great blades, akin to the second generation Datekin, should exist in the world. However, considering that the second generation Datekin in Wano has not been lost, the presence of another second generation Datekin in Wang Chen's possession is simply remarkable. Well, it can be chalked up to the system's production, so there is no need for excessive concern. One might as well regard this second generation Datekin as part of a series. After all, if Snow Walk can be systematized, why not the demon sword, Datekin? In the future, even if I encounter the genuine second generation Datekin, I shall maintain this perspective. Wang Chen muttered to himself, and soon enough, he felt at ease. Securing the long purple-sheathed blade at his waist as if it were his personal weapon, the voyage across the vast ocean was rather monotonous. After wielding the second-generation ghost cutter to dispatch several oblivious sea creatures, Wang Chen's daily routine had dwindled to merely singing to the seagulls. Naturally, whenever he sang, the seagulls kept their distance. I lack freedom, having lost it, my heart aches, and tears flow. On that day, while savoring fish accompanied by jam, the silhouette of a small island emerged on the horizon. At that moment, Wang Chen found himself invigorated. He struck the water's surface with the scabbard of the second-generation ghost cutter, and immediately, his small sailboat darted towards the coastline like an arrow. It was a relatively unremarkable island, bustling with activity and throngs of passers-by. Notably, on the eastern edge of the island, a makeshift port jutted out, where numerous vessels were anchored, each proudly displaying the menacing skull and crossbones of pirate flags. It seemed that this island served as a vital trading and supply point for pirates navigating the New World's waters. Wang Chen folded the sail emblazoned with the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates and changed out of his coat. Only after making himself presentable did he dock the ship. Upon setting foot on the island, he was greeted by a vibrant scene bustling with activity. For those seeking information, the task was rendered significantly easier. Wang Chen strolled leisurely, taking in the sights, and soon arrived at the central area of the island. Here, the atmosphere was even more vibrant and bustling. Wang Chen even observed performers engaging in street artistry. Shops, stalls, taverns, and exquisite dining establishments were all abundantly present. Wang Chen was not here for mere amusement. To gather intelligence, one naturally gravitated towards the bustling taverns. It was an age-old tradition for pirates to frequent such establishments in the world of One Piece. For instance, when Luffy first encountered Shanks, was it not in a quaint little tavern? Owing to this time-honored custom, pirate taverns are also known in this realm by another name, the House of Information. In such venues, one could reliably seek out valuable news. Welcome. How many guests do we have? Upon entering, a charming waitress clad in a bunny girl outfit greeted him with warmth. Indeed, the attire of the bunny girl was quite ample and remarkably white. Wang Chen cast a brief glance and inquired, I wish to gather some information. Do you have any channels here? The bunny girl, momentarily taken aback, quickly turned and said, Please follow me. Upon entering the back room, she changed into a different outfit and re-emerged. Observing Wang Chen's astonishment, she smiled and introduced herself. I am Tina. How should I address you? Wang Chen, he replied. Tina smiled alluringly. What information do you seek? Wang Chen. With her light purple eyeshadow and crimson lips, she appeared exceptionally enchanting at that moment. Her complexion remained as fair as ever, and her figure as voluptuous. However, the air she exuded was no longer that of a mere waitress. It carried a subtle aura of authority, as if everything within that space was under her dominion. I wish to know how to reach Nabarro Island. Directions? Tina was initially astonished, but her expression quickly darkened. Are you jesting with me? The tavern below served as a hub for pirate intelligence, and Tina, indeed, was the proprietor, trading in secrets from the pirate world. Had Wang Chen inquired about the whereabouts of a particular pirate or the secrets of high-profile individuals, she would have been elated, as such information could fetch a handsome price. But to ask for directions to an obscure island? Such triviality was hardly worth her time. Yet, being the professional she was, her demeanor shifted after a fleeting moment of surprise. She gazed sidelong at Wang Chen and said, "So you wish to go to Nabarro Island? No problem. I certainly know where that little island is. However, my dear, information comes at a cost. Especially in our pirate circles, the price is often steep." She scrutinized Wang Chen, her words laced with charm. "So, do you possess the means?" Wang Chen certainly had funds, although Whitebeard had not provided him with travel money when he departed. The jars he had opened over the past few days had yielded profits. The common white jars yielded between 10,000 to 100,000 berries, while the blue superior jars, when opened, brought in no less than 100,000 berries. As for the purple rare jars, if they too produced currency, it would be an unfortunate stroke of luck, akin to getting grit stuck between one's teeth while drinking cold water. Up to this point, Wang Chen has amassed a considerable fortune, totaling nearly 10 million. He is confident that such an amount suffices for his needs. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly recalled that he possessed a completely useless dog fruit, which needed to be dealt with. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, he reached into his backpack, ostensibly to retrieve the fruit from his system inventory. He then addressed the proprietress of the information shop. "Do you assist in exchanging rare treasures here?" "Oh," Tina responded, intrigued. "What rare treasure do you speak of?" "This one," he replied. Wang Chen extracted the canine fruit, and instantly, the proprietress Tina's eyes widened in astonishment. "A devil fruit," she exclaimed. "Indeed, a zoan type, the canine fruit." Wang Chen nodded and provided an answer. At that moment, the landlady's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Is it indeed of the animal type? Young man, are you selling this fruit?" Wang Chen took out the items with the intention of disposing of them. Such worthless fruits, he could hardly fathom who might desire them. Transforming into a dog. Leaving aside all else, who among the proud and formidable would endure such a fate? Yet, unbeknownst to him, there indeed existed individuals who held a peculiar affection for zoan-type fruits. One such individual was Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Chapter 21, Kaido's Subordinate, the Iron Bull Pirates. The Beast Emperor Kaido's fervent obsession with establishing his own pure beast pirate crew is well known. The proprietress, however, is not affiliated with Kaido but rather with the Don Quixote family, led by Don Quixote Doflamingo, as the uncrowned king of the underworld. The Doflamingo family commands over 80% of the world's underground trading channels. Hence, it is hardly surprising that a mere information agency belongs to the Don Quixote family. The relationship between Doflamingo and Kaido is also well documented. It is not an exaggeration to say that Doflamingo is little more than a lapdog to Kaido. Notably, the Smile Factory under Doflamingo's command operates to serve Kaido. An artificial devil fruit produced by the Smile Factory can fetch a handsome price in Kaido's domain. One might wonder, then, how much could an organic zoan-type devil fruit possibly be worth? Being in the information business, Tina was acutely aware of this reality. Therefore, upon seeing the Inu Nomi in Wang Chen's possession, she was resolute in her belief that this fruit belonged to her, to the Don Quixote family. Thus, without waiting for Wang Chen's response, she continued, "Very well, I shall offer you this amount. Hand over this devil fruit to me." She extended a finger and gave it a gentle shake. Wang Chen immediately nodded. 100 million? That seems reasonable. Although the devil fruit could fetch a better price at auction, I shall sell it to you. Tina couldn't help but burst into laughter at that moment. "Oh." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Across from him, Tina inexplicably produced a pipe from somewhere, filled it with tobacco, and ignited it. She took a deep inhalation, savoring the smoke, before exhaling a thick cloud. In that moment, her demeanor underwent a striking transformation. "Tell me, little brother, what delightful thoughts occupy your mind? You yourself have declared this to be the Inagami fruit, an unremarkable devil fruit. What do you believe it could possibly fetch in the market?" Wang Chen raised his eyebrows once more. Though he was not a native of the pirate world and had only been in this realm for a mere 2 months, he was well aware that a common devil fruit could effortlessly fetch a price of 100 million berries at auction. This was beyond dispute. While the zoan type may be considered inferior, it still constituted a devil fruit. In this world teeming with pirates, countless individuals yearned to consume a devil fruit to gain the formidable power to shape their own destinies. Before him stood a woman engaged in intelligence work, who audaciously claimed that devil fruits held little value. He exhaled a plume of smoke, which struck Wang Chen squarely in the face. Wang Chen abruptly coughed twice, only to observe the proprietress of the Information Bureau narrowing her enchanting, beguiling peach blossom eyes and casting a sidelong glance at him. Spare me the pleasantries. Sell me this devil fruit for 10,000 berries. As a perk of this transaction, I shall disclose to you the whereabouts of Naburo Island. Our intelligence bureau, Tangjike, charges a premium for its services. Acquiring desired information without payment is quite the windfall for you. 10,000 berries. From 100 million to 10,000 in an instant. Wang Chen momentarily believed he had misheard. After scrutinizing the proprietress for a considerable time, he realized she bore no semblance of jest. Consequently, the smile on Wang Chen's face waned. The owner was evidently knowledgeable in her field, so he inquired, what precisely led her to deem the location of an obscure island to be worth 100 million berries? Wang Chen's expression was indifferent. Yet a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Could it be that the boss perceives my youth as a sign of weakness? Ah, how vexing. Faced with Wang Chen's suddenly frosty demeanor, Tina remained unfazed, her laughter growing more boisterous, causing her bosom to quiver. However, one must tread carefully in speech. Should it be deemed that you are causing a ruckus on the territory of our Don Quixote family, your fate will undoubtedly be a source of great concern. Don Quixote? Upon hearing the proprietress mention this name twice, Wang Chen finally recalled the significance of the so-called Don Quixote. Are you a follower of Don Flamingo? Audacious. You insolent wretch. Daring to utter the true name of my family's young master. This warrants punishment. The once charming proprietress, who had been so flirtatious, suddenly changed her countenance. With a swift motion of her sleeve, a gust of wind surged forth. This strike, if Wang Chen were merely an ordinary lad of 16 or 17, could have shattered his jaw, obliterated his teeth, and left him half dead on the spot. Yet, Wang Chen stood resolutely unmoved, and Tina's palm struck nothing but air. Observing Wang Chen's impassive visage, he remarked coolly, I never anticipated that merely inquiring for directions would lead me to encounter a misfortunate offspring of the Flamingo family. This family truly has a way of lingering ominously. Don Quixote da Flamingo, a former world noble and celestial dragon, armed with these two identities. Wang Chen possessed a myriad of justifications for his demise. To his astonishment, fate had conspired against him. Having just set sail on his maiden voyage in this world, he had already crossed paths with this family. It seemed that heaven itself understood his sentiments, until the malignant tumor that was the Flamingo family was eradicated. The wrath of the common folk would remain unappeased. Curse that wretch. Who exactly are you? Her strike effortlessly evaded. Wang Chen's prowess left her feeling unsettled. However, she soon ceased her inquiries. The commotion from her strike had swiftly alerted others within the information house. Bang! The tavern's walls erupted. Shadows flew forth, landing on the tavern's floor, thrashing a few times before lying still. One could surmise they were lifeless. Behind the tavern lay the information house. At that moment, a crowd remained seated in the tavern, indulging in their libations. Suddenly witnessing this scene, they were taken aback. What in the world? Who the hell is causing a ruckus here? Where's the proprietress? She dares to disturb our revelry. Do they still wish to conduct business? The proprietress cowered behind the wall of the information house, trembling in fear. Wang Chen emerged from the shattered wall, surveying the chaos around him to ensure that none had survived his assault. Nodding to himself, he contemplated retreating back to the intelligence room. Suddenly, a rough and intimidating voice resonated. Kid, did you do this? A towering, muscular figure had appeared, blocking Wang Chen's path. Beneath this imposing physique, a vast shadow loomed, casting an ominous presence that instilled dread and caused tremors within those who beheld him. It was Geruno, the captain of the Iron Bull Pirates, a notorious rogue with a bounty of 120 million berries. Within the tavern, someone recognized his silhouette and shouted out loud. What remained unspoken was that this formidable captain was affiliated with the Beast's pirates, meaning his superior was none other than the Emperor, Kaido. Chapter 22, Courageous Bull. Fearless in adversity. Geruno's entrance was akin to that of a grand antagonist, exerting pressure upon all present. The patrons of the tavern, who had been engaged in their revelry, suddenly fell silent upon recognizing him. How could this harbinger of doom be here? Cursed be it. Had I known he would be present, I would have refrained from visiting this establishment. The Beast's pirates are known for their unpredictable temperament and their propensity for violence. Geruno's voice echoed through the tavern, and whispers of trepidation began to circulate among the patrons. Wang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he cast a fleeting glance at the person before him. You are obstructing my path, he stated flatly. His demeanor was as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of ripples. It was as though he had not heard the words exchanged earlier, oblivious to the significance of the name Jiruno in this domain. Oh, the corner of Jiruno's eye twitched with amusement as he broke into a wide grin, on the verge of laughter. Meanwhile, Tina, the trembling proprietor of the information booth hidden behind the wall, lunged forward as if she had seen a savior. Captain Jiruno, please assist me in subduing this audacious brat. The Don Quixote family will surely reward you handsomely. Don Quixote? This tavern belongs to the Don Quixote family. Another shocking revelation echoed through the establishment, leaving the patrons momentarily speechless. Don Quixote Doflamingo was a name known to all who traversed the underworld. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a former noble of the world, a celestial dragon. He conspired with the world government and possessed the power to manipulate his former status to shape public opinion on a global scale. Furthermore, he partnered with one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido, to establish bioweapon factories, trafficking in human lives, including children, for his experiments. Firearms, human trafficking, heavy artillery, artificial devil fruits, and nation-level biological weapons were all within his mercantile reach. It could be said that there was nothing he would shy away from selling. Over 80% of the underground dealings worldwide fell under Doflamingo's command. He was the king of the dark world. In light of this tavern being a part of Doflamingo's empire, the crowd was thrown into a frenzy. This meant the young man before them was causing a ruckus on Doflamingo's turf. He was doomed. The Don Quixote family would eliminate him. No, Jiruno would be the one to finish him off. He was finished. Amidst the cacophony, Jiruno remained unfazed. He glanced at the disheveled Tina and chuckled. Isn't that Tina? Such a lovely face, who has left you in such a state. Come, tell Big Brother, and I'll help you take revenge. Jiruno, I am not jesting. This boy possesses something the beast pirates covet. He has an animal-type devil fruit. Tina's expression darkened as she spoke. Jiruno's previously playful demeanor turned serious at once. Oh? You mean an animal-type devil fruit? Everyone knew of their captain's grand ambitions. After all, Jiruno himself was a user of the bulbul fruit. If he could procure an animal-type devil fruit and present it to his captain, it would surely please Kaido. Yes, an animal-type devil fruit, the dog fruit? Not an ancient or mythical type. Jiruno felt foolish for asking. If it were indeed an ancient or mythical devil fruit, someone with a meager bounty of merely over 100 million berries like him would never have the chance to claim it. He laughed it off. Never mind. The dog fruit will suffice. This time, I'll acknowledge your effort. He recognized that his captain was engaged in business with the Don Quixote family. Since this Tina was also a member of the Don Quixote family, it was only fitting to extend a courtesy to that esteemed figure. The two conversed casually in front of Wang Chen, seemingly unconcerned about any potential resistance or escape from him. Jiruno smiled. Hey, kid, will you surrender the fruit willingly? Or shall I come and take it myself? Just a heads up, if I do come for it, you may feel a bit of pain. A bit of pain? This kid will be torn to shreds. As a pirate in these waters, no one was unaware of Jiruno's ferocity. He was a user of the bulbul fruit, a power that granted him immense strength. Witnesses had seen Jiruno rip his opponents in half, bloodily. And his last opponent had been far more robust than the youth standing before him. Needless to say, the only fate awaiting this boy was death. Becoming yet another soul claimed by Jiruno the Bull, those with a hint of compassion began to mourn for Wang Chen. Tina's gaze bore into Wang Chen, her eyes filled with malice. No one has ever caused a disturbance on the Don Quixote family's territory and lived to tell the tale. Just because you know a little bit of martial arts doesn't mean you are someone of note. Soon enough, you'll realize that in this new world, scoundrels like you are nothing. Kill him, Jiruno. Hearing Tina's command, Jiruno frowned, displeased. Don't order me around, woman. He swaggered up to Wang Chen. What's the matter? Are you stunned? If so, allow me, Jiruno the Bull, to assist you. But he did not finish his thought, for in that moment, he caught sight of the purple hilt protruding from behind Wang Chen. Jiruno's eyes widened in astonishment. The Enma, the legendary sword of Wano, Enma. As an old subordinate of Kaido, Jiruno had certainly encountered it before. He had always believed that Enma had been stolen by a rogue swordsmith named Hitetsu from Wano. He never expected to see the prized sword of his captain right here in a place as insignificant as Biro Island. At that moment, Jiruno was left speechless. In the next instant, overwhelmed with excitement, he burst into laughter. Today is truly my lucky day. Offering an animal-type devil fruit might not garner much reaction from my captain, but presenting the renowned sword of Wano will surely delight him, and I will undoubtedly be rewarded. Realizing this, Jiruno was beside himself with joy. Without hesitation, he activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into a massive gray-silver bull, muscles rippling, horns pointing skyward. With a mighty swipe, he unleashed a frightful force that shattered the air around him. Accompanied by a sonic boom, he lunged forward, aiming to seize the Inma from Wang Chen. Chapter 23. The bull has gone wild. Jiruno the bull is unleashed. Wait, what did he just say about Inma? Is that some remarkable artifact? Whatever it is. If you don't want to end up dead, you better run. The sudden outburst of Jiruno threw the tavern into chaos. The actions of a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million were no trifling matter. With Jiruno's strength, demolishing this tavern would be a mere trifle. No one wished to be collateral damage, perishing in such a place. Hey Jiruno, why the rage? Amidst the confusion, a flippant voice chuckled. The crowd turned to discover a group of pirates, their arms and chests emblazoned with the emblem of the Iron Bull Pirates. Clearly, they were minions of the boisterous Jiruno. What did that brat do to provoke Jiruno's wrath? Or is it excitement? They speculated. Regardless, it was clear, whoever dared to cross Jiruno was doomed. Laughter erupted from the group, revealing their unscrupulous nature. What defines a pirate? Engaging in misdeeds without remorse, yet claiming to be a pirate? True pirates are rare, akin to the likes of Monkey D, Luffy, or Shanks. The crew of the Iron Bull Pirates before them was the epitome of contemptible. Oh, this isn't good. The Iron Bull Pirates are here, should we leave? Murmured some patrons of the tavern, who had initially been eager to witness the spectacle but now felt the tide turning. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the air. Jiruno transformed into a colossal gray-silver bull, striking King Chen with a powerful blow, only to have it caught with one hand. Is this some sort of joke? King Chen questioned, perplexed. He was certain he bore no grudge against Jiruno. The earlier outburst from Tina, a mere informant, seemed beneath a bounty of over 100 million. What madness compelled Jiruno to attack him? The onlookers were rendered speechless, particularly the Iron Bull Pirates who had been mocking moments ago, now aghast. He blocked it. He actually stopped Jiruno's full-force attack? How is that possible? Tina, who had anticipated King Chen's demise, was equally incredulous. How can he be this strong? That was a full-force strike from a pirate with a bounty of 120 million. How did he withstand it? Jiruno's earlier slap had generated a deafening roar, capable of shattering a massive stone pillar. Yet, this young man not only matched Jiruno's speed, but also countered with an equal force. Fool, what nonsense are you spouting? That was not my full power. Jiruno, humiliated and enraged, bellowed. With a swift motion, he flung King Chen aside and retreated, his forehead adorned with rising horns. His enormous frame swelled even further, the tavern floor cracking under the immense pressure. It's over. Jiruno is serious now, the previously jovial Iron Bull crew members sobered. That poor kid has really stirred up a hornet's nest. He is going to be pulverized. Did he provoke us? It seems not. Jiruno's fury stems solely from the fact that this brat possesses a devil fruit he desires. But who cares? To defy Jiruno is to invite death. Laughter erupted among the Iron Bull Pirates, and the tavern patrons sensed that the end was near. This was not an equitable battle. One side was a fearsome pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, while the other was an unknown youth. Having blocked Jiruno's earlier strike, the crowd regarded King Chen with newfound respect, though they dared not hope for more. Little one, you show some promise. But to challenge me, the boisterous Jiruno, is where your journey ends. Jiruno sneered, his terrifying aura suffocating the room. One punch. If you can withstand just one more punch, I, Jiruno, shall spare your life. Be grateful, for few have earned such a promise from me. At that moment, Jiruno was the embodiment of arrogance and dominance. Wang Chen listened to the discussions around him and began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, if it were Kaido's brutish pirate crew, everything would fall into place. The Inu no Mi, or dog fruit, holds little value in the hands of others. After all, ordinary Zoan types possess limited developmental potential. Transforming into a dog is hardly appealing to any ambitious warrior. However, the beast's pirates are different. They are dedicated to assembling a complete menagerie. For them, becoming a dog is not only acceptable, but also a natural fit. Moreover, the figure before him, Jiruno, unmistakably recognized the sword at Wang Chen's waist, the second-generation Ghost Slash. This revelation made it less surprising that he was being targeted without reason. A punch, you say? Wang Chen, who had initially worn an expressionless face, now smiled as he looked at Jiruno. A pirate worth 120 million berries would serve as an excellent means to test his current strength. With this thought in mind, his demeanor shifted, and facing Jiruno, he lowered his stance, positioning his sword at his side in a draw stance. Upon witnessing this posture, Jiruno was momentarily taken aback. It soon dawned on him that this young man intended to draw his sword against him. He erupted into laughter. You want to draw your sword on me? Kid, don't make me laugh. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated in the air. A flash of purple lightning momentarily illuminated the void. It seemed as if something had occurred, yet it also appeared that nothing had happened at all. Jiruno, however, was no longer laughing. Chapter 24, Annihilation of the Crew. Tina's Breakdown. Jiruno's laughter abruptly ceased, not because he found the joke unamusing, but due to an overwhelming shockwave that erupted in the space around them. The crowd was astounded to realize that Wang Chen had somehow teleported behind Jiruno. He stood there, sheathing his sword, while behind him, the air churned violently. Before him stood the immobile figure of the notorious pirate, the bull Jiruno. Anyone could see that something was amiss. Just moments ago, the boisterous bull Jiruno was poised to strike, ready to eliminate the nameless Wang Chen with a single punch. Yet now, he remained frozen, as if possessed. His once manic laughter now frozen on his face. What on earth had transpired? And what of Wang Chen? Wang Chen was clearly positioned 7 or 8 meters in front of Jiruno, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself behind Jiruno. Furthermore, the earlier surge of energy was utterly bewildering. In truth, everything felt profoundly amiss. What instilled the greatest terror was the realization that all of this transpired within a mere second. In one moment, Jiruno the Bull was the undisputed master of the Iron Bull pirate crew, and in the next, he was silenced, with laughter vanishing from his crew. What exactly had transpired? Everyone wore expressions of utter confusion. Jiruno, however, struggled to lower his head and glanced at his own chest. He seemed to want to articulate something, yet it appeared he had lost the strength to speak. In the next instant, a deafening sound erupted, and an overwhelming torrent of blood gushed forth from his broad and sturdy chest, as if it were flowing freely without restraint. Captain, Boss Jiruno. The members of the Iron Bull pirate crew were rendered utterly speechless. When had they ever witnessed such a scene? It is important to note that Jiruno the Bull was invincible. This was not merely a reflection of his strength, as the possessor of the bull fruit. No one among the bounty hunters with rewards of 100 to 200 million could rival his physical defense. The bull fruit granted him an exceptionally tough hide and formidable bodily defenses. Ever since he consumed the bull fruit, their leader had rarely sustained any injuries in battle. So how was it that now he resembled a veritable fountain of blood, gushing uncontrollably? What had just transpired? Boss. A wave of panic washed over the crew as they rushed towards Jiruno. However, at that moment, Jiruno could no longer utter a word. His mouth moved in silent desperation. Yet all it accomplished was the further eruption of blood from his chest. Simultaneously, blood seeped from his 7 orifices, creating a scene that was nothing short of horrifying. It was then that the members of the Iron Bull pirate crew finally noticed an unfamiliar wound on their leader's chest, one that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. The injury entered at his left shoulder and exited from his right lower rib, forming a perfectly straight, smooth line as if sliced cleanly in two. It was evident that this was a knife wound. Blood continued to surge from this gash, an unrelenting torrent that showed no signs of abating. Upon witnessing this, the crew members were left in stunned silence. After a prolonged moment, someone finally exclaimed, "How is this even possible?" "There's nothing impossible about it." Wang Chen straightened his posture, his expression devoid of emotion, as he sheathed the violet long sword behind him. Speed, strength, and armed Haki combined with the formidable blade. The second-generation Ghost Slash rendered him invisible to the onlookers. No one witnessed the magnitude of power he had just unleashed. With a level 3 speed buff, 5G returning to 1, he surged forward in the blink of an eye. The tremendous force of 160 points allowed him to slice through Jiruno's chest without the slightest hesitation. Armed Haki negated the abilities of the Bull fruit, amplifying the inherent might of the renowned Ghost Slash. The sharpness of the second-generation Ghost Slash, bolstered by these 3 elements, reached an unimaginable level. Wang Chen felt that with that single strike, even a deity could be slain. A mere pirate with a bounty of 120 million. Effortlessly severed in 2, there was nothing to boast about. Thud. With a sense of unwillingness, Jiruno's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. In his final moments, his eyes widened. His mouth agape, desperately trying to convey something. Alas, Wang Chen's strike had already cleaved him in half, severing the thread of life. His body and brain had long since disconnected. Even if his lips could still move, what could they achieve? Ultimately, after Wang Chen's strike, the reason Jiruno could still think and move his lips was solely because Wang Chen's blow had been too swift, so rapid that his body didn't even register the event, creating an illusion that he was still alive. In truth, Jiruno could only watch as the blood from his chest gushed forth, the vitality within him rapidly draining away. The stark contrast of black and white before his eyes foretold what was to come. Finally, darkness enveloped him. It cannot be said that he was too weak. Rather, he simply found himself at the wrong place, at the wrong time, before the wrong person, attempting to play a role that was woefully unsuitable. The outcome was tragic, with consequences that were staggering. "Captain!" The members of the Iron Bull Pirates cried out in anguish. Meanwhile, the patrons of the tavern, aside from the Iron Bull crew, were utterly bewildered, their expressions blank. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? The classic philosophical questions echoed in their minds. They had clearly witnessed Jiruno transform, raise his fists, and prepare to teach that audacious young man a lesson. And then he was gone. This was Jiruno, the captain of the Iron Bull Pirates under Kaido, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 120 million. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? What on earth happened in that fleeting moment? The air fell silent. Even Tina, the tavern owner who had glared at Wang Chen with venomous intent, now wore a dazed expression. Amidst the crowd, only Wang Chen remained composed. He sheathed his sword, gripping the hilt with one hand, and approached the grieving members of the Iron Bull Pirates surrounding Jiruno's corpse, delivering a punch to each one. A family ought to be whole, with their captain dead. What purpose did the crew serve in surviving? No. What do you intend to do? I am a subordinate of the Yonko Kaido. Are you not afraid? Spare us. This is none of our concern. We are merely, brothers, let us fight back for Captain Jiruno. It was proven that even without drawing his sword, Wang Chen's fists were lethal weapons. With a level 35 foundation in mastery, he possessed remarkable combat skills without extensive training. Coupled with the application of observation Haki and armed Haki, soon, there was no one alive in the tavern aside from Wang Chen. The illustrious Iron Bull Pirates, renowned under Kaido, met their demise that day. From captain to crew, none survived. And the one responsible for this devastation was merely an intern of formidable strength. Terrifyingly so. While Wang Chen was engaged in his grim task, the patrons had long fled. At that moment, the only remaining occupant in the establishment was Tina, the owner of the Information Bureau. Reflecting on the earlier bravado displayed by this alluring beauty, now cowering in a corner, Wang Chen's face revealed no emotion. He gradually approached the paralyzed information broker, gazing into her eyes, and asked, "Just now, you told me that a small fry like me is worth nothing in this new world. So now, tell me, does a small fry like me count for anything here?" A mocking smile crept across the youth's lips. Tina's breath caught in her throat, and she promptly broke down, pleading for mercy. Chapter 25. The Wrath of Tina. Virgo. Upon exiting the tavern, Wang Chen successfully obtained the coordinates for Nabarro Island, along with a map of the sea. In exchange, he spared Tina's life and took Jiruno's head as a trophy. After all, it represented a bounty of 120 million berries, not to be wasted. However, as he stepped outside, he sensed numerous pairs of eyes watching him intently. His brow furrowed. It dawned on him that he was alone, meaning he had annihilated the Iron Bull Pirates. A stir rippled through the crowd, comprised of patrons who had fled during Wang Chen's confrontation with the Iron Bull Pirates. Seeing him emerge alone, they noted the absence of any members of the Iron Bull crew, not even the captain. A gasp escaped someone, revealing a shocking truth. The Iron Bull Pirates had been wiped out. The crowd erupted in disbelief. One person took down an entire crew? Is this true? Where did this newcomer come from? How incredibly fierce. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 120 million, along with his fully crewed ship, had been obliterated by a single individual. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it. After the astonishment faded, someone remarked, "Impressive. But hasn't he just offended both the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates? Engaging in a brawl in the territory of the Don Quixote family and annihilating a crew under the Beast Pirates. Surely, the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates will not let him off the hook. Indeed, that is the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates. This lad is playing with fire." The bustling voices of the crowd allowed Wang Chen to glean the general gist of the situation. He smiled slightly, unfazed. The Don Quixote family, Kaido of the Beast Pirates? Very well, they are formidable. But what of it? The deed was done. There was no point in regretting it now. Besides, how terrifying could Don Quixote Doflamingo and Kaido truly be? Behind him stood the Whitebeard pirates. Without further ado, one must ponder how Doflamingo dares to engage in battle with the Whitebeard pirates over trivial matters. As for Kaido, it is evident that instigating conflict among the four emperors is far from simple. Moreover, presently, he is but an intern of the Whitebeard pirates, standing alone against Kaido's forces, even managing to eliminate some of his subordinates and obliterating an entire crew under his command. To face one crew alone and not only fail but also suffer complete annihilation is a spectacle of disgrace. It would be remarkable if Kaido did not confine himself to his quarters to vent his frustrations, let alone muster the audacity to use such an incident as a pretext to wage war against the Whitebeard pirates. With a subtle smile, Wang Chen refrained from comment. He surveyed his surroundings, exuding an air of calm confidence. With a light chuckle, he proceeded towards the central marketplace of pirate commerce. Neither the Doflamingo family nor Kaido's crew intimidated him in the slightest. At this moment, acquiring supplies was his paramount concern. Navigating the vast seas necessitated provisions. Previously, half of Wang Chen's sailing supplies had been sourced from Marco, while the other half comprised the assorted items procured from the white and blue canisters. After days of travel, the provisions within his system package had dwindled significantly. With a lengthy voyage ahead to Navarro Island, it was essential for Wang Chen to procure additional daily necessities and foodstuffs to avoid hunger along the way. The bounty on Geruno's head was 120 million berries. While it was improbable for him to collect the reward at the naval base, he could sell this bounty to bounty hunters for a modest price. Although he could not expect the full amount, selling it for 70 or 80 million was feasible. The challenge lay in locating these bounty hunters. It seemed that Zoro had been one before embarking on his journey at sea. Perhaps, while searching for Ace, he might also scout for the Straw Hat Pirates. As Wang Chen walked further away, he quietly contemplated how to effectively manage the legacy left by the notorious pirate Geruno. Surrounding the tavern, as he prepared to depart, someone remarked, "Is that kid finally making a run for it?" "Run?" Another shook his head. "The direction of the island is that way. He is heading in the opposite direction. How could you deduce he intends to flee? In my view, he is merely going shopping." The other responded, "Let us not forget, our Below Island's pirate trade market and city restaurants are quite prosperous. He might simply wish to stroll about and savor some delicacies." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Wait, he has offended the Don Quixote family and the four emperors' pirate crews, yet still possesses the leisure to shop and dine? This lad is far too audacious. They concluded. Well, there is nothing more to say. This kid is doomed. Meanwhile, within the tavern, amidst the aftermath of a fierce battle, the place was riddled with holes and littered with broken dishes, nearly in ruins. In the midst of the debris, Tina cradled a transponder snail, engaged in conversation. "What? Baby, 5 and Buffalo have yet to arrive? No, that kid must die." Mere moments ago, she had been on her knees pleading for Wang Chen's mercy, addressing him as master. Now, however, her eyes glinted with ferocity, her true violent nature unmistakably revealed. Wang Chen possesses indeed formidable strength, capable of effortlessly slaying the fearsome Mangyo Geruno. To dismiss his prowess as inconsequential would be somewhat disingenuous. Nevertheless, this does not serve as a justification for his audacity to stir trouble within the territory of the Don Quixote family. The Don Quixote clan reigns supreme in the shadowy realms. Those who serve the king are, in essence, subjects of the crown. For a dignified subject to be threatened by some unknown scoundrel, risking their very life, would be an affront that cannot go unaddressed. How could the Don Quixote family preserve its honor in such a scenario? Almost immediately upon Wang Chen's departure from the tavern, Tina seized the phone bug, initiating contact with her family's inner circle. The individual on the other end happened to be one of the cadre members. However, he lamented that the distance to Below Island was too great, and the family was currently unable to spare any personnel. This revelation ignited Tina's fury, her indignation palpable. "I nearly lost my life. Do you comprehend that, Virgo?" She roared into the phone bug. "A scoundrel, emerging from nowhere, brandished a blade against my throat, coercing me for information. And you dare to suggest the family will not intervene?" Before Virgo could respond, she continued her tirade. "We are the Don Quixote family. When have we ever tolerated such indignities? If you cannot manage this, I shall directly contact the young master and report to him myself. Now, tell me, will the family truly remain inactive in this matter? Answer me, Virgo." "Enough with the noise, Tina," came a languid voice from the other end of the phone bug. "I did not say we wouldn't address it. I merely stated that the cadre members are currently occupied. Otherwise, why would you be speaking to me? And refrain from uttering my name. Even if you believe you are alone, you are merely evading responsibility. Does the fate of our comrades mean nothing to you? Tina pressed fiercely. Virgo contemplated voicing the truth that it indeed mattered little, but opted instead for a measured response. The family is genuinely busy at present, with operations requiring attention across various regions. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. You, of all people, should understand the nature of intelligence work. As for Biafro and Baby, 5, they cannot be dispatched to Biluo Island, as they have pressing matters of their own. Listen. You desire to eliminate that pirate brat named Wang Chen, to exact your vengeance, correct? Why not enlist the aid of the beast pirates to handle it? The phone bug crackled as Virgo continued. That brat has already slain Geruno of the beast pirates and annihilated the entire Iron Bull crew, has he not? We are currently short-handed, while the beast pirates have an abundance of personnel. Given their vengeful nature, if you merely pass the word along to them, you can easily surmise what will follow. Virgo's suggestion was straightforward, yet it left Tina momentarily speechless. She thought, I had let my anger cloud my judgment. In seeking retribution, I instinctively turned to my family for assistance. After all, he is merely a pirate, albeit one with the strength to slay those worth over 100 million. Yet, in the grand scheme of my family, he is insignificant. There is no need to involve Kaido's crew in pursuing him. While the thought of utilizing Kaido's forces intrigued her, a moment of clarity returned. This was Kaido we were discussing. To leverage the power of an Emperor's crew for a trivial pirate, should they discover her manipulation, the consequences would be dire. Do not fret. The relationship between Doflamingo and Kaido is far more robust than you might assume, Virgo offered, seemingly attuned to her apprehensions, yet he did not elaborate further. In any case, simply convey that brat's whereabouts to Kaido's men, and do emphasize Geruno's severed head as a point of interest. The beast pirates are notorious for their vendettas. They would not allow that brat to escape unscathed. Moreover, did you not mention that he possesses a Zoan-type devil fruit? Look. You have yet another reason for the beast pirates to fixate on him. As for the specifics of how to proceed, I trust you can manage that without my guidance. Also, keep a close watch on the naval bases surrounding Biluo Island. It is possible that Brat will attempt to collect Geruno's head. At that juncture, I can leverage my position to provide you with some assistance. Virgo's tone, though not overly harsh, carried an undercurrent of malice that was unsettling. Tina's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded vigorously at Virgo's conclusion. Excellent idea. You truly are astute, Virgo. I shall make contact immediately. Fool. How many times must I admonish you not to utter my name? Should you require further assistance, reach out to Diamante. Should you call me again? I swear I shall end you. Virgo's voice cut off abruptly, leaving Tina's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Utilizing Kaido's crew, I recall there are no fewer than 3 factions of the beast pirates near Biluo Island. On the eastern coast of Biluo Island, after completing his purchases, Wang Chen ambled towards his small vessel, burdened with bags, with a considerable sum of berries in hand from the jars he had opened. He was in no rush to monetize Geruno's head or the Inu Inu Nomi fruit he possessed. Along his path, he noticed several individuals observing him, some covertly trailing his movements. Wang Chen merely employed his observation Haki for a fleeting moment, then promptly dismissed it. A flock of feeble individuals. After waiting for an extended period, the absence of the Ming family and the reappearance of Kaido's subordinates truly incited a sense of disappointment. Wang Chen smiled, uncertain of what he was truly anticipating. With a flick of his wrist, he stowed his belongings into the system's package, utilizing the cover of the ship's cabin. He promptly set sail, ready to venture into the open sea. He's gone. How tiresome, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, others observed from a distance, noting, this kid is really leaving. After spending the day with Wang Chen on the island, they felt a sense of internal turmoil. Initially, they believed Wang Chen was merely putting on a facade, pretending to be calm. After all, how could anyone offend both the Don Quixote family and the 4 Emperors pirate crew, yet still meander leisurely, indulging in food and shopping? To their astonishment, Wang Chen indeed managed to do just that. Throughout the day, he roamed the streets and dined without a care in the world, neglecting any serious matters. There were whispers of suspicion regarding his intentions to flee, but as the day wore on, it became evident he had no desire to escape. He was merely shopping. Upon completing his purchases, he returned to his ship with dignity, ready to hoist the sails and embark on his journey. This audacious young man displayed no fear whatsoever. If it weren't known that he had offended the Ming family and Kaido's pirate crew, being a nameless individual without any backing, Many would have eagerly flocked to join him as his subordinates, captivated by his audacity. He was simply too bold. After just half a day of acquaintance, they felt compelled to nickname him the Mad Kid. At that moment, as he prepared to raise the flag, someone couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, being excessively reckless is not necessarily a virtue. This remark garnered agreement from others. Indeed, those who flaunt their youthful bravado often mistake themselves for someone of significance, typically facing dire consequences. You can't possibly want to be his subordinate, right? He's offended the wrong people. It's questionable whether he'll survive until next Monday. As the conversation continued, one suddenly froze, for Wang Chen had just raised the flag. They saw the ominous black banner adorned with a grotesque white skull, grinning menacingly. Beneath the skull, two pristine white bones formed a cross, lying in stark contrast to the skull above. Most striking was the crescent-shaped white mustache that curled upwards, resembling both a blade and an eyebrow. Recognizing the insignia, the individual gasped, "This is Whitebeard. He belongs to the Whitebeard pirates." Silence enveloped the air, and after a prolonged moment, someone reacted, shouting frantically, "Quick! Someone inform the boss. We cannot afford to provoke him." It was a member of Tina's intelligence network. With so many tracking Wang Chen, it was inconceivable that the Don Quixote family wouldn't be monitoring him as well. The spies, who had initially harbored intentions of their own, were now paralyzed by fear. "Damn it, Whitebeard. The Don Quixote family is about to face grave misfortune," lamented one agent, grief-stricken. Chapter 27. The Beast Pirates. Drought Jack stirs. The report from the spies ultimately came too late. In the New World, on a distant island, the sound of a transponder snail echoed, followed by someone answering the call. "What? You say the Iron Bull pirates have been wiped out? Ugh. That useless Geruno is a disgrace to our beast pirates. But why are you calling me about such trifles? Anyone daring to challenge our beast pirates should be eliminated." "What do you mean it wasn't a faction? One individual single-handedly annihilated the entire Iron Bull pirates?" The furious Hold'em nearly hurled the transponder snail away. As an artificial devil fruit user with the lion form, his temper was already volatile. The news of a lone individual defeating one of their crews nearly sent him into a rage, contemplating devouring a few people on the spot. "Hold'em, what has transpired?" Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps approached, resonating through the ground. A towering figure, over 8 meters tall, strode forward like a mountain toward the enraged Hold'em. The earth trembled beneath his weight, and the sky seemed to shrink in his presence, enveloped in an aura of violent destruction. Hold'em, who had just been seething with rage, suddenly lost all expression. The next moment, he stood with a demeanor of deference, his head bowed as he spoke tremulously, "Boss Jack. Someone single-handedly eradicated Geruno and his Iron Bull pirates. The men are asking how to proceed." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than one of Kaido's 3 calamities, Drought Jack. Towering and robust, he sported a ponytail and braided hair, adorned with metallic jaws and ivory-like decorations. Draped in a feather-like cloak, his body bristled with spikes, and he bore 2 scythe-like weapons at his waist, their purpose unknown. His formidable presence radiated an invisible pressure that was almost paralyzing. As he regarded Hold'em, his expression was impassive, his narrow, sharp eyes glinting with a hint of ferocity and destruction. No wonder Hold'em had previously flaunted arrogance in Jack's presence. He resembled a mouse in the shadow of a cat. "Geruno? Is he that square-faced fellow who ingested the Iron Bull fruit, but lacks the ability to wield it?" Drought Jack, a perilous figure with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, was notorious for leaving devastation in his wake. It was said that wherever he roamed, the land would wither and decay, earning him the moniker Drought. As he stood there contemplating, he finally recalled this so-called Geruno, dismissing him with a scoff. "Trash. If he's dead, let someone else avenge him. By the way, who was it that killed him?" "A kid named Wang Chen." "One person? He wiped out the entire Iron Bull pirates?" "Yes." At this, Drought Jack's interest was piqued. "Interesting. A lone individual who can take down the Iron Bull pirates. This warrants recruitment." Faced with Jack's sudden inquiry, Hold'em appeared troubled. Sensing his hesitation, Jack huffed, "Forget it. Just ensure he pays for the lives taken from the beast pirates. If this lad can persist against the odds, we shall see what unfolds." He remains utterly indifferent. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is the unassailable principle of the pirate world. If one lacks the strength and is slain, what is there to lament? Death is well-deserved. Nonetheless, as they are members of the beast's pirates, there must be an explanation provided. Revenge is the narrative proffered by Drought Jack. As for recruitment, that was merely a casual remark. The question of whether an obscure individual can withstand the retribution of the beast's pirates remains uncertain. Even if there is genuine intent to recruit, it would require the lad to endure 2 or 3 waves of retaliation first. Otherwise, why recruit such rubbish? The beast pirates are not a crew that allows just anyone to join. In future trivial matters, let the subordinates decide for themselves, without bothering me. By the way, where was Jiruno stationed before? Was it on Biro Island? Biro Island. The coastline in that region is quite extensive. Let 3 pirate crews near Biro Island set sail. Those who dare to challenge the beast's pirates are truly ignorant of their own mortality. After retracting the communication snail, Tina wore a satisfied expression. Indeed, Virgo's suspicions were not misplaced. Upon hearing that someone dared to harm their crew, the beast's pirates were evidently enraged. The individual she contacted was not Drought Jack. However, she knew that the news would inevitably reach the upper echelons of the beast's pirates. Thus, she felt no worry that a certain Wang Chen would escape. In the new world, where could one possibly flee? At this moment, all she needed to do was sit and wait for favorable news. That foolhardy creature dared to offend me. Tina, and still wishes to flee? She murmured to herself, her expression gleeful. The wrinkles on her face, remnants of time, unfurled, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. Just then, a scout returned. Tina recognized this individual as one from the previous batch sent to keep an eye on Wang Chen. Seeing his panicked demeanor, breathless and flustered, Tina remained unfazed, instead chuckling. What's the matter? Has the lad escaped? It's quite normal to flee. But at this juncture, what good does fleeing do? With a dismissive wave of her hand, she continued, Enough, this is no longer your concern. You may leave. Kaido's men have already taken action. From this point forth, that lad is doomed. No, it's not that, big sister. The newcomer finally caught his breath, but his words sent a chill coursing through Tina, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. That lad is a member of the Whitebeard pirates. We cannot touch him. Words failed to describe the expression on Tina's face at that moment. It was as if she had just stepped into a dye shop, turning a brilliant green and a striking blue. After a pause, she stepped forward, her eyes ablaze with fury. Grabbing the newcomer by the collar, she demanded, What Whitebeard? Say that again. That lad named Wang Chen. He is indeed part of the Whitebeard pirates. We saw him hoist their flag. There can be no mistake. As soon as the words left his lips, the information room fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 28. Tina's panic, identity exposed. At this moment, Tina's mind was in turmoil. On one hand, she knew her subordinates would not deceive her. On the other hand, she desperately wished to be deceived. For the name Whitebeard was utterly terrifying, so fearsome that even her own young master would leap to his feet, devoid of any inclination to resist. That lad is actually a member of the Whitebeard pirates? How could this be? I know the monsters of the Whitebeard pirates. How could one possess such a youthful visage? Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Her expression shifted abruptly as she spun around, rushing into the archives, rummaging through the files in a frenzy. No one knew what she was searching for, nor did anyone dare to assist her. After a lengthy search, she finally unearthed a thick stack of Navy bounty notices. A hefty pile, numbering in the thousands. She began sifting through the notices one by one, as if searching for something specific. One by one, she flipped through them. Soon, the information room was filled with flying paper. The informants exchanged glances, yet dared not utter a word. Not this one, not this one, nor this one. At that moment, Tina appeared to be in a trance. She rapidly perused the notices, each one soaring upward and then falling back down. Someone stole a glance and immediately noticed that they all pertained to members of the Whitebeard pirates. The ground was strewn with them. Thousands of bounty notices. Even if she flipped through one per second, it would take a considerable time. Yet, no one dared to interrupt the increasingly frantic Tina. Everyone silently observed their boss as she desperately searched through the pile of notices. A quarter of an hour passed swiftly. The thick stack of notices was finally nearing its end. A smile crept across Tina's face. For until that moment, she had yet to discover the notice she sought. Just as she thought she might have been deceived by her subordinates and felt a surge of joy, a particular bounty notice at the very bottom caught her eye, abruptly shattering her delusions. It was an exceedingly simple notice. Compared to others, which boasted bounties in the millions or even tens of millions, this one bore a mere 10,000 berries. A laughable sum in the New World. What manner of pathetic pirate would be valued at only 10,000 berries? It was a disgrace to the pirate name. Yet, it was precisely this notice that caused Tina's expression to shift dramatically, and she could no longer harbor even a sliver of hope. For the name inscribed on this bounty notice was Wang Chen. The name was correct, the characters were correct. Furthermore, the photograph on the notice depicted Wang Chen from 2.5 months prior, diligently scrubbing the deck of the Moby Dick with a mop, bent over in effort. In turn, the notice read, "Ordinary person." The line below the personal description continued. This was the entirety of Wang Chen's introduction on the bounty notice. The first 3 words read, "Intern." The last 3 words, "Ordinary person." And then, nothing more. Tina's scalp tingled, and her entire being froze in shock. Although the photo on the bounty notice only showed Wang Chen in profile, it was that very profile that allowed her to recognize him. This was indeed the Wang Chen. Could it be true that he is a member of the Whitebeard pirates? Although it is impossible to connect an intern mopping the floor with the reality of slaying Jiruno, it serves as sufficient proof of identity at this moment. She dared not harbor any illusions. Her face was ashen, yet in a sudden moment of madness, she threw the wanted poster violently to the ground and exclaimed, "Foolish Navy. Incompetent Navy. How dare you label a being capable of slaying 120 million pirates as an intern or ordinary person? Is your intern that terrifying? Can your intern wield such strength to slay Jiruno with a single strike? Worthless. Imbecile. Garbage. The world government will inevitably crumble because of you parasites." She rolled on the ground in a frenzy, her demeanor as disgraceful as it could be. She could hardly believe that the Navy's usually meticulous wanted posters could be so absurd. Damn intern. Damn ordinary person. Your intern can slay a 120 million pirate with one blow. Your ordinary person can single-handedly annihilate an entire pirate crew under one of the 4 emperors? Do you expect me to believe that? Brain-dead Navy, perish. As she flailed about, the room fell silent, everyone too afraid to speak. After a long while, seemingly having vented her frustration, Tina regained a modicum of composure. Without hesitation, she picked up the transponder snail and called the Dressrosa faction. "I wish to see the young master." As soon as the call connected, she stated her intention directly. The person on the other end was clearly taken aback. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Tina, do you realize what you were saying?" The one who killed Jiruno was confirmed to be a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Unperturbed by the inquiry, Tina continued with a steady tone. This time, the voice on the other end was utterly stunned. "W. Whitebeard? What did you say? Repeat that." Tina was not surprised by the expected reaction. This was the power of the name of the 4 emperors. The Don Quixote family had reached their present scale precisely because they had allied with Kaido, another of the 4 emperors. Now, facing yet another emperor, it would indeed be strange if they remained unfazed. "I wish to see the young master," Tina stated plainly once more. This time, the voice on the other end understood her meaning. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "All right, the family permits your withdrawal. I will send Buffalo and Baby 5 to Biro Island to pick you up. However, you must understand that you have brought trouble to the family. So all your achievements on Biro Island over the years will be deducted, balancing your merits and demerits. You are aware of the family's discipline. Take care. If there is a next time, I will personally send you to Sugar's doll factory. I trust you understand what that means. However, the matter concerning Biro Island is not yet resolved. You just mentioned that you informed Kaido's faction about annihilating the Iron Bull pirates? Well done. Now, I need you to relay the information about this intern and his connection to the Whitebeard pirates to Kaido's people. Believe me, the Beast Pirates will not be pleased if you conceal this matter. Simultaneously, the Beast Pirates will be more than willing to assist us in this regard. After all, in the New World, only the 4 emperors can contend with one another. Chapter 29, The Way Back to Paradise. The decision made by Dressrosa was astute, and Tina's choice was resolute. It can only be said that if the Don Quixote family were caught between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast Pirates, what awaited them would not be the protection of either side, but rather imminent destruction. The only ones capable of facing the 4 emperors are the 4 emperors themselves. This is an ironclad rule. Any schemes or machinations are futile in the face of this principle. 2 days later, on the outskirts of a lush, verdant island, Wang Chen lowered the flag and sails, approaching slowly. After drifting for 2 days, this was the first island he would land upon, and it would also be the last. According to the sea chart provided by Tina, Banero Island lies in the first half of the Grand Line. This means that if he intends to wait at Banero Island for Ace, he must first return from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. The New World is located in the latter half of the Grand Line. As a member of the 4 emperors, Wang Chen was naturally situated in the New World at present. Thus, to return to the first half of the Grand Line, he had 2 options. He could either sail around the Grand Line, reaching both its starting and ending points, traverse Reverse Mountain, and re-enter the Grand Line. Or he could head back to the starting point of the New World, which lies on the Red Line where the Holy Land Mariewa is located. Scale the Red Line. Cross the Holy Land Mariewa, and then return to the first half of the Grand Line. Both of these options are undoubtedly absurd. The Red Line is not without reason for separating the entire world. Fortunately, aside from these two unreliable methods, Wang Chen had a simpler way to cross the Calm Belt. The Calm Belt lies on either side of the Grand Line. By traversing these two areas, one can enter the four seas of the world. The sea adjacent to the first half of the Grand Line is the East Sea and South Sea, while the New World is bordered by the West Sea and North Sea. This means that if Wang Chen can navigate through the Calm Belt, he can escape the New World and re-enter either the West Sea or North Sea. At that point, like those new pirates from the West Sea and North Sea, he could naturally enter the Grand Line through the waterways of Reverse Mountain. There would be no need for any effort. Simply by following the waterways of Reverse Mountain, he would inevitably return to the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise. This method is undoubtedly the simplest and most convenient. Although there are still dangers involved, it is certainly far more reliable than the previous two options. Wang Chen was uncertain how he managed to return to the first half of the Grand Line, but he surmised it must have been through a similar method. Crossing the doldrums is no trivial matter. At present, he needed to make thorough preparations before embarking on his journey. The small island before him served as his final supply point. Once he completed his resupply here, he would traverse the doldrums, exit the New World, and return to Paradise. The island was not insignificant. As Wang Chen gradually approached the island, lowering his sails and flags, he was astonished to discover that this tropical isle was unexpectedly vast. While Bailuo Island was already considered sizable, this one was at least 2 or 3 times larger. Moreover, it was not just large, the island was surprisingly prosperous. The bustling port was filled with a throng of people, sailors bustling about. Upon docking, if he were not aware that this was a port, he might have mistaken it for a grand marketplace. The island was warm, and the people were welcoming. It was evident that this was a vibrant and hospitable place. After disembarking and exploring the surroundings, ideas began to form in Wang Chen's mind. This sizable island must be under the influence of one of the 4 emperors. However, it appeared he might find an opportunity to part with the Inu fruit and the head of Geruno. The fruit was manageable, but if he did not sell Geruno's head soon, he feared it would spoil before he knew it. Given the unpredictable climate of the New World, even fresh fruit does not last long, let alone a human head. Thus, after wandering the island for a short while, Wang Chen decided to inquire with the locals about any places that might be willing to accept the head he carried. Is it true? The 4 Emperors' pirate crew has issued a bounty for a mere boy? As he walked down the street, before he could even pose his question, Wang Chen overheard a peculiar discussion. This is the beast pirates we're talking about. Isn't it a bit excessive to issue a bounty for just one person? One person remarked. Excessive? Another chimed in with a scoff. If you knew what this kid did, you wouldn't think it excessive at all. What did this kid do? The onlookers were captivated, eager to hear more. The speaker was a stout man who, taking his time, first created suspense. Once he received a drink from the crowd, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "What this boy did might just shock you. Are you familiar with the Iron Bull pirates? The crew led by the ferocious Geruno? They've visited our island before. Geruno the Ferocious. The one with the square face, right? I recall he once raided our island and was exceedingly brutal. Indeed." The stout man nodded approvingly. That very ferocious pirate, Geruno. Guess what happened to him? What happened? He is dead. The stout man raised his eyebrows, a smug smile spreading across his face. And it's true, this boy is the one who killed him. Before the crowd could fully process the news, he continued, moreover, the Iron Bull pirates are no more. From the captains to the crew, they were all slaughtered. And the one responsible was none other than the boy on our bounty notice. Now tell me, does the beast pirates' issuance of this bounty seem justified? Whether it was justified or not, the crowd was indeed taken aback. You mean to say this person single-handedly killed Geruno and wiped out his entire crew? All by himself? Someone asked, astonished. The stout man laughed even louder. What else would you expect? A bounty from the 4 emperors isn't something just anyone can earn. Amidst a chorus of gasps, the crowd grew excited. One person taking down an entire crew? What kind of powerhouse could accomplish such a feat? They marveled at the tale, applauding in disbelief. The stout man appeared quite pleased with the reaction. Just as he was about to elaborate further, a voice interrupted. Could I take a look at that bounty notice you mentioned? Sure, take it. The stout man, unconcerned, handed it over without even glancing at the newcomer. Yet, the next moment, he froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stood up abruptly. pointing at the person before him, his body quaking. "Why you?" Having just received the notice and glimpsed the illustration, Wang Chen recognized that the image indeed resembled him. He promptly returned the notice and grinned at the stout man, saying, "Thanks, uncle. But I must mention, I look much more handsome in person than in this picture." Chapter 30. The Demon Slaying Order Specifications, an absolutely terrifying ensemble. Wang Chen believed he had uttered a remarkably amusing joke. Unfortunately, the surrounding crowd, including the plump fellow, remained utterly unamused. They stared at him, as if struck by lightning, their expressions resembling those who had encountered a specter. In that fleeting moment, the air around them fell into an eerie silence. It was only when Wang Chen shook his head and inquired, "Are there any shops or establishments nearby?" that the crowd jolted back to reality. Almost instantly, they scattered in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Run! The beastly pirates have come to our island." A throng of people rushed forth, resentful that they had not been blessed with longer legs. The portly individual, burdened by his weight, struggled to keep pace, tripping over his own feet and tumbling to the ground. He gazed at Wang Chen, his face a mask of terror, stammering, "Don't come any closer." "Wang Chen, I merely inquired for directions. There is no need for such an exaggerated reaction," he stated. Immediately, the portly fellow was taken aback. "Directions? Surely, you were not asking for the path to the Yellow Springs?" Shaking his head, Wang Chen was rendered utterly speechless. Continuing along the street, he eventually managed to locate an auction house. Gazing in the direction where Wang Chen had vanished, the stout man appeared utterly bewildered. "Is he truly leaving just like that? It seems you genuinely came to ask for directions. However, being pursued by the beast pirate crew, you dare not flee. Yet you still have the audacity to meander about our White Wave Island? What on earth is amiss?" The stout man found himself perplexed. Thus, he gritted his teeth and stealthily followed. He witnessed Wang Chen indeed find an auction house and push open the door to enter. Upon his emergence, he carried an assortment of bags, indicating he had truly gone shopping. The stout man pondered, "Am I the one who has lost my sanity, or is it him?" Unable to suppress his curiosity, he summoned his courage and approached Wang Chen to converse. "Young man, I wish to ask you, are you not afraid?" "You are." Wang Chen gazed at him, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh, you are that rotund fellow from earlier." "Afraid? What is there to fear? Should I be fearful of anything?" The chubby man once again produced the wanted poster he had handed to Wang Chen earlier, pointing at it with fervor and declaring, "This is a death warrant from the Four Emperors pirate crew. Are you not the least bit frightened?" The Four Emperors pirate crew, indeed. Wang Chen nodded. And upon hearing this, he indeed felt a twinge of fear. After all, it was the Four Emperors pirate crew. The plump man shook his head, suddenly finding the conversation tedious, and turned to leave. Heaven's calamity may be survivable, but self-inflicted misfortune is inescapable. Initially, he had regarded Wang Chen as a benign figure, not resembling a ruthless villain, and had intended to offer him counsel to flee the sea while he still could. However, it now appeared that such advice was futile. This foolhardy youth dared to jest in the face of the Four Emperors' formidable reputation, displaying a gross ignorance of his perilous situation. The plump man feared that if he continued to advise him, he might end up in jeopardy himself. Thus, he departed. The surrounding crowd, however, closed in eagerly. What was the discussion about, fat brother? Was he the one from the bounty notice? Is it true that the Four Emperors pirate crew will arrive on our island? I heard that the beast pirates have deployed 3 crews to scour the nearby seas for him. Is that true? 3 crews? Goodness. Does that imply a force equivalent to 1/3 of the legendary Navy's Demon Extermination Order? It must be noted that each captain under the Four Emperors possesses at least the strength of a Navy Rear Admiral. The legendary Demon Extermination Order entails 5 Rear Admirals, 10 captains, nearly 10,000 sailors, and 10 top-tier warships. The scale of the beast pirates is already nearing half of that of the Demon Extermination Order. This lad truly possesses such terrifying influence that it warrants the mobilization of the beast pirates at this level. Within the crowd, a knowledgeable individual began to enlighten those around him. Instantly, the already agitated crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, drawing the curious glances of others. The plump man remained silent. But in his heart, he mused, 3 crews? You underestimate this young man's power. They had dispatched 6 pirate crews to capture him, bringing both captains and crew members along. At this moment, news had likely reached the 6 crews of the beast pirates, who were probably en route to White Wave Island. The notion of 1/3 of the Demon Extermination Order was laughable. It was more akin to over half of that force, verging on the full scale of an official Navy Demon Extermination Order. Yet this fool remained blissfully unaware, leisurely going about his business. If he were to flee now, he might still have a slim chance of breaking through the encirclement of that fearsome pirate crew. But now, well, it was futile to say anything. This young man was doomed. Having spent years traversing the seas, the plump man had more connections than the average individual and could receive information more readily. In truth, his intelligence was accurate. To pursue Wang Chen, the beast pirates had indeed mobilized 6 crews, activating all their resources in the vicinity of Upside Down Mountain. This also underscored the success of the schemes devised by the Don Quixote family. When they informed Jack the Drought that one of his subordinate crews had been annihilated, Jack's initial response was to dispatch 3 crews to seal off the coastal waters surrounding Biro Island and trap Wang Chen. In fact, Jack deemed 3 crews to be excessive. He only deployed them to prevent Wang Chen from escaping. 2 crews for ambush and 1 for direct engagement. However, when the Dressrosa faction revealed Wang Chen's status as an intern of the Whitebeard pirates to Jack the Drought, this notorious pirate erupted in fury, commanding his subordinates to exert every effort to capture him, with no regard for life or death. The provocation of an ordinary person was one thing, challenging the Whitebeard pirates. Another of the 4 emperors was an entirely different matter. Jack could easily disregard provocations from mere mortals. After all, not every insignificant character could command their attention. But the Whitebeard pirates, being one of the 4 emperors, demanded respect. Should they fail to retaliate, it could lead the world to believe that the beast pirates feared the Whitebeard pirates, inciting the wrath of Kaido, who could bear such consequences. Moreover, it was merely an intern. An intern dared to behave insolently before the esteemed Jack? Who gave him such audacity? Given Jack's volatile temperament, one could only imagine his fury upon receiving this news. Soon enough, however, the beast pirates issued orders for all nearby crews to set sail at full speed, aiming to capture the intern from the Whitebeard pirates and spread public proclamations about the bounty. Everyone was aware that Captain Jack was closely monitoring the situation, leaving no room for negligence. Thus, the plump man understood better than anyone that the young man before him had no hope of escape. After all, they were the 4 Emperor's pirate crew, and they were a crew driven to madness. Faced with this enraged beast, even a deity would struggle to intervene. Yet this young man dared to treat the matter so lightly? Well, it was clear, this young man was doomed. Even the pirate king, Gold, Roger, could not save him, he thought to himself. Chapter 31. A fleet of demon extermination order level, the battlefield of the 4 emperors. Wang Chen was still unaware of the formidable power that was approaching him. However, it mattered little. Having slain a captain of the 100 Beasts pirate crew, it would indeed be peculiar if he were not to face retaliation. In truth, he eagerly anticipated this battle. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary. The red-haired one hardly counted. That had been a mere ambush, a strike executed when unprepared. Wang Chen does not believe that having struck a 4 Emperor's dummy makes him a genuine 4 Emperor-level powerhouse. Although it is claimed that he is now a bona fide warlord of the sea, he himself remains uncertain about the true extent of his standing among them. Moonlight Moria is a warlord, as is Hawkeye's Mihawk, yet the distinction between Moria and Mihawk is profound. Hence, he must find an opponent to validate his abilities. The formidable pirates under the Beast Pirates banner serve as excellent challengers. At present, my physical attributes are nearing perfection. With an impressive strength score of 160 points, I have reached the pinnacle of what I can augment. Moving forward, any further upgrades can only enhance my speed and stamina. This is a limitation imposed by the system, as well as by the constraints of my own body. After all, reality is not a game. In gaming, numerical values are mere data, where increments or decrements hold little consequence. Yet in reality, every single point of increase manifests in my physical form. Should I exceed the limits of my corporeal endurance, would I not risk an explosive demise? Thus, the cap of 160 points in strength represents both the constraints of my physique and the system's safeguard over me. To allocate additional attribute points towards strength would necessitate a significant elevation in my level and a harmonious balance among my 3 primary attributes. Therefore, for the foreseeable future, 160 points in strength shall remain my maximum threshold. Wang Chen pondered silently. Although it was said that a power level of 160 was indeed extraordinary, he recalled how the Dragon Palm, unleashed with a mere 100 points of strength, had caused the red-haired pirate to brace himself. He could scarcely believe that with his current might of 160, if he were to execute the same surprise attack on the red-haired pirate, the resulting chaos would be unimaginable. Furthermore, he still possessed 4 remaining contracts of mastery. The night before departing from the Moby Dick, he had opened several jars, And while the most valuable item in his possession was undoubtedly the second-generation ghostly blade, he had also acquired some other treasures, including experience points and an additional mastery contract scroll. Since the experience points were insufficient to elevate his level, he chose to save them instead. These 4 mastery contracts were his trump cards against the beast pirates' impending assault. As previously mentioned, the specific purpose of these contracts was clear. They granted him 4 opportunities to leap 10 levels and acquire various powerful skills associated with his class, the Sword Emperor. The 35-level skill, Dragon Palm, could unleash formidable combat prowess, leaving the red-haired pirate at a loss. What could the 40 and 45-level skills possibly amount to? Fear of the beast pirates? Such a notion was unfounded. Having resolved to set sail, Wang Chen was determined not to retreat. He was untroubled even by the thought of a fleet of demon-slaying ships or the imminent arrival of the drought-bringing Jack. If the situation became dire, he could always flee. After all, the Sword Emperor excelled in both offense and speed. If he couldn't fight, could he not run? With a level 3-5 Chi Chao Yuan and a speed of 101, he was confident in his ability to evade any pursuer. With that resolute belief, he carried his numerous purchases back home. Behind him, the crowd grew increasingly dense, some curious to witness the audacity of the young man who dared to offend the beast pirates. When news spread that the boy on the wanted poster was present on their island, the entirety of White Wave Island was set abuzz. Upon reaching the port and returning to the dock, Wang Chen found the area teeming with people, a veritable tide of humanity. Was this the boy from the wanted notice? Could he possibly escape? It seemed implausible. Reports indicated that the Great Eagle Pirates fleet had already arrived in the vicinity of White Wave Island. Just then, a silhouette of sails emerged on the horizon, gradually becoming clearer under the blazing midday sun. Soon, the imposing figure of a massive pirate ship came into view, towering like a skyscraper, commanding the sea with its presence. The flag of the Great Eagle Pirates fluttered in the wind. They had arrived. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. But that was not the end of it. Following the Great Eagle Pirates flag, more pirate ships emerged from the opposite side of the sea. Great Eagle, Gray Bear, Hyena, Gluttonous Wolf, Mad Rat, White Camel, 6 flags, 6 colossal vessels. As if choreographed, they arrived one after another, exerting their dominance over the ocean. The residents of the port were rendered speechless. What began as mere curiosity had escalated to an exaggerated spectacle. Was this truly just a mere child? Did he warrant such a grand display? Or was it possible that the beast pirates sought more than just a fugitive, perhaps coveting White Wave Island itself? But White Wave Island was under the protection of the Big Mom Pirates. Did the beast pirates intend to provoke a war with the Big Mom Pirates? The islanders' minds raced with turmoil. Meanwhile, the 6 massive pirate ships began to maneuver, positioning themselves in a line, effectively blocking all routes leading from White Wave Island to the open sea. There would be no escape. At this juncture, if Wang Chen wished to flee, he could only traverse the island and attempt to escape from the rear. Yet, while he could run, his ship could not. And in the vast ocean, without a vessel, where could one go? It was a certain death trap. To any observer, Wang Chen appeared utterly devoid of hope. The rotund gentleman who had spoken with Wang Chen earlier now mingled within the crowd. Witnessing the unfolding events, he could not contain his scorn, sneering. Why did he wait until now to flee? Just as he finished his derisive remark, he was struck dumb. For at that moment, he saw Wang Chen, under the banner of the beast pirates, raise his own flag high. Not only that, but he donned the white-bearded coat he had not worn since setting sail. The black flag of Whitebeard billowed in the wind. Beneath the flag, Wang Chen, clad in the insignia of Whitebeard, stood resolute. This scene left not only the chubby man in shock, but also the entire populace of White Wave Island. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in disbelief. He is Whitebeard. Chapter 32. Tear him apart. All became clear. Everything was understood. If there had been any lingering doubt as to why the beast pirates were making such a commotion, it vanished upon witnessing the rise of the Whitebeard Pirates flag. This young man was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The implication dawned on them. This was not merely a hunt for a fugitive, but a conflict among the 4 emperors. Did this mean that White Wave Island was about to become a battlefield for the 4 emperors? The realization struck the bewildered islanders like a thunderclap. While White Wave Island was nominally under the protection of the Big Mom Pirates, the presence of several 4 emperor crews gathering on the island was unprecedented. Would either the Beast Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates fear retaliation from the Big Mom Pirates? If a clash occurred and White Wave Island were to be devastated, would the Big Mom Pirates truly engage in battle over such a matter? The mere thought seemed absurd. Thus, the inhabitants of White Wave Island found themselves utterly confounded. Who could have anticipated that a mere spectacle would lead to such turmoil? Their composure shattered. Some began shouting for the mayor to contact the Big Mom pirates for assistance in defending White Wave Island. Unsurprisingly, they were met with a barrage of incredulous glares. Did they not think the situation chaotic enough? With 2 Emperor crews poised for conflict, they still wished to involve the Big Mom pirates? Were they out of their minds? The previously loquacious rotund man, upon noticing the insignia behind Wang Chen, felt his legs turn to jelly. For quite some time, he trembled, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, clad in a white-bearded coat, turned to glance at the dock, letting out a soft chuckle. He then used his blade as a lever to strike the surface of the sea. Instantly, a thunderous sound erupted, and colossal waves surged forth. The terrifying force propelled his small vessel forward like an arrow, racing swiftly toward the harbor's exit. At this moment, he stood resolute against the formidable blockade of Kaido's 6 pirate crews, refusing to retreat. Instead, he advanced. Simultaneously, Moses, Igo, your intelligence must be accurate, right? That white-bearded intern named Wang Chen is truly on this island? The Great Eagle Igo, a user of the Eagle fruit and captain of the Great Eagle pirate crew, was conversing with Doug, the captain of the Mutt Dog pirate crew under Kaido. Before Igo could respond, the expression on the phone bug in front of them morphed into that of another man, scruffy and buzzing with irritation. Hey, Doug, you're making a racket. Just do what Igo tells you and stop with the nonsense. Bear, how dare you speak to me like that? Doug, the captain of the Mutt Dog, erupted in fury. What do you mean I must do whatever Igo says? He is not my boss. My only superior is Disaster Jack. If it weren't for Jack ordering me to cooperate with you fools, do you think I'd willingly engage with you idiots? Doug, has it become lively already? Bear, Mutt Dog, what are you two up to? Igo, come out and say something, or these 2 fools will start fighting again. Bear Belly, Great Eagle Igo, Mutt Dog Doug, Greedy Wolf, Mad Mouselet, White Camel Johnny, under Disaster Jack. The 6 commanders of the Beastmen Legion gathered at that moment. Let us keep the chatter to a minimum. The intelligence confirms that the white-bearded pirate is indeed here. There is no mistake. If you have objections, Doug, the phone bug is right there. You can contact Jack. Or shall I explain the situation to Jack on your behalf? A deep and resonant male voice echoed, plunging the room into silence. A tall, slender man with gray hair, clutching a phone bug, stood on the deck of a large ship, gazing out at the sea. The enormous eagle flag atop his head made it clear that he was Igo, captain of the Great Eagle pirate crew under Kaido. Seeing no one speak, his eagle-like eyes glinted sharply as he snorted. I know what you're all thinking. Why should 6 of us attend to a mere intern? You consider it unnecessary and a waste of time, don't you? But I wish to impress upon you that this task has been personally assigned to me by Jack. Since it's Jack's order, we must see it through. If you wish to place blame, direct it at that useless Jiruno, a captain of the 4 emperors, defeated by an intern. Even if he survives, should I encounter him, I will certainly make him regret it. He has brought shame upon our beast pirate crew. His voice was as frigid as a 1,000-year-old glacier. With this proclamation, others began to voice their agreement. Indeed, that useless Jiruno, if he returns alive, I'll have to take care of him myself. No wonder Jack is furious. If this were the captain of the Whitebeard crew, one could accept it. But it's merely an intern. How absurd. So, what do you all plan to do? I suggest we capture that boy, but refrain from killing him at first. Bring him to Whitebeard's territory and let him be humiliated before everyone, tortured and tormented, provoking the Whitebeard pirates into a frenzy, perhaps even leading to a rescue attempt. Finally, we'll strike him down, thereby delivering a crushing humiliation to that old man Whitebeard. What do you think? Sounds good. Upon hearing this, Doug on the Mutt Dog perked up, excitement radiating from him. Let me do it. This is my forte. Rest assured, I want to kill him. However, do you all truly believe that boy is still on this island and has fled? As he spoke, Doug's expression suddenly froze. He had clearly spotted a white line racing toward them from 500 meters away. Setting down the phone bug, Doug rose from his wolfskin recliner and peered out at the azure sea, finally discerning that it was indeed a small boat. The flag flying above it bore a white skeletal cross, atop which sat a skull, a distinctive white mustache prominently displayed. Is this not the flag of the Whitebeard pirates? This boy, instead of us searching for him, has boldly come our way? Doug stood there, momentarily dazed, before bursting into laughter. What an audacious little brat. A daring little fellow. Men, set sail. Charge forward. Today, I shall personally tear this boy to shreds. The ferocious mutt dog Doug bared his teeth, revealing a menacing visage. Chapter 33. A single palm splits the ship. Charge. Men. Anyone daring to show their teeth before Doug shall find their mouth shattered. Wang Chen's audacity ignited the wild nature of the hyena ship, Doug. On the deck of the hyena ship, he laughed boisterously against the sunlight. Meanwhile, the movement of the hyena ship immediately alerted the other 5 pirate crews. The Great Eagle, Igo, was the first to notice. Frowning, he picked up the transponder snail and called out to Doug. Hello, Doug. What is happening with the hyena ship? Doug? Doug. At that moment, Doug was too busy laughing uproariously on the deck to respond. Igo, upon hanging up the transponder snail, wore a dark expression. Nearby, someone laughed heartily. Isn't this rather delightful, Igo? After all, we both regard that mere Intern as no threat. If that is the case, why not let Doug the fool go and test the waters first? With us providing cover, Doug can't possibly falter. What is truly concerning is if that Intern can't withstand the ordeal and ends up being toyed with by Doug. Ha! It was the voice of the grizzly bear. Bailey. Having the closest relationship with the Great Eagle, he was currently aboard Igo's ship. Igo, though displeased, snorted but acknowledged Bailey's viewpoint without further comment. The pirates on the other 5 ships were also in a frenzy, laughing and shouting. Doug is charging ahead. That brat threw himself into the fray. What a brazen lad. It's no wonder Doug has suddenly lost his temper. Are we certain that it's the kid that Captain Jack wanted? Just a mere Intern. Instead of hiding on the island waiting for our hunt, dares to confront us alone. Who gave him such audacity? I wager it'll take Doug merely a second to reduce him to rubble. A second? Not even a second needed. Ha ha ha, daring to oppose the beast pirates. This is the consequence. The uproarious sounds echoed across the sea. Moreover, not only them, but the islanders at White Wave Island's port were equally in shock. As if they had encountered a ghost. It's going to collide, though it's a small boat against a large ship. I still say that the kid charged forward himself. Even if it's the Whitebeard pirates, this is utter madness. Is he seeking death? With the 6 generals of the beast pirates arriving, the sea was sealed. No one believed that Wang Chen had even a sliver of hope in such a situation. That being said, in the logic of ordinary people, even when facing despair, one ought to struggle for survival. After all, despite the dire straits, life is one's own. Why then is this lad not attempting to seek even the slightest chance of survival, but instead charging headlong into the encirclement of the beast pirates' 6 generals? Is it that he feels he hasn't met his demise quickly enough? Some were perplexed, while others felt relief. Initially, they feared a clash between the 2 emperors would turn White Wave Island into a battlefield of the 4 emperors. However, Wang Chen's sudden departure from the port allowed White Wave Island to avert this risk. Yet, contemplating the next moment, Wang Chen's small boat was bound to be smashed to pieces. Still, some couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy, hoping he wouldn't overreach. Suddenly, on the azure sea, 2 white streaks shot forth, rapidly approaching. One large and one small, like arrows, just as they were about to collide. The anticipated scene of shipwreck and carnage did not materialize. Instead, Wang Chen, intending to converse with the members of the beast pirates before the battle, found himself facing a gigantic sea wolf ship that was charging at him with reckless abandon. Instinctively narrowing his eyes, he reduced his boat's speed and leapt from the cabin, grabbing the edge of the ship, and then struck the sea with a powerful hand. Boom! The colossal waves surged skyward like pillars. Harnessing this recoil, Wang Chen, along with his small boat, soared into the air. The hyena ship, which had approached like a blade, missed its target entirely. Countless onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening and mouths agape, before erupting into an exclamation from the depths of their hearts. What the hell? A tremendous cheer erupted between the sea and sky. At that moment, both pirates and islanders alike could scarcely believe their eyes. This was possible. Everyone had assumed it would end in destruction. Yet it was evaded in such a manner. How audacious. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, in the air, Wang Chen pressed down on his ship. And once again a mighty force acted upon it, causing the small vessel to descend and crash back into the sea, sending up a multitude of frothy waves. Wang Chen stood amidst the crashing waves, his dark hair billowing and his coat fluttering, exuding an undeniable charm. The world around him was enveloped in silence. At this moment, everyone remained ensnared in a state of shock. Before the beast pirate ship, the hyena, Wang Chen had already taken his position on his vessel, gazing up at the hyena, which lay merely 30 meters away. His brow furrowed deeply as he declared, "Are you the subordinates of Kaido? What is the meaning of this unprovoked assault? Have you descended to such depths that the beast pirates have lost all semblance of decorum?" Decorum? A figure named Doug, irritated by the evasion of his attack. Poked his head up from the deck and laughed heartily. "Kid, you're that intern who annihilated the Iron Bull pirates, aren't you? A mere intern daring to boast before me and speak of decorum. Do you intend to make me die of laughter?" To be fair, Wang Chen was not one to be swayed by appearances. The notions of beauty and attractiveness held little significance for him. However, it must be said that the individual before him, the hyena, was strikingly unattractive. Perhaps it was his natural disposition, or perhaps the consequence of consuming the smile fruit. Regardless, his visage was, to put it mildly, quite peculiar. Initially, Wang Chen had hoped to engage in meaningful dialogue, to ascertain who possessed such formidable influence to rally a pirate crew of this magnitude against him. However, it was now evident that such an effort was futile. This grotesque creature before him must perish. "Have you ever been touched by light?" Wang Chen spoke thus. The hyena Doug was taken aback, for he found the words somewhat familiar. After pondering for a considerable time, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Kid, are you imitating the speech of the Yellow Ape?" Wang Chen did not respond. As he looked at him, a formidable aura began to emanate from his body, with the enhancement of the level 3-5 chi returning to origin buff, and the Conqueror's Haki converging in his palm. In the next moment, he moved with the speed of lightning, leaping from the blood sword guard of the ship directly above the Howling Hound. Then, with a single strike, he unleashed the Dragon's Claw. The powerful force surged forth. With an impressive 160 points of strength backing him, he exerted 60% of his power. Though it was merely 60%, it was comparable to the strike he had delivered against red-haired Shanks on that day. 8 purple-blue dragons roared forth, dancing in the midday sun, resembling radiant celestial dragons, their scales and claws distinct, shimmering brilliantly. Before Doug could react, he felt the ship beneath him tremble violently. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to shout run, a thunderous explosion resounded, and the massive vessel splintered like a broken chopstick, breaking apart in midair. Boom. The celestial dragons continued their rampage. The hull of the Howling Hound was crumbling inch by inch as torrents of seawater poured in. Doug could hear his crew wailing and his helmsmen screaming. In an instant, he realized that his ship, the Howling Hound, was beyond salvation. With a single strike, the ship was severed. Doug of the Howling Hound howled skyward, descending into madness. Chapter 34. Can enemies also drop containers? Undoubtedly, the Howling Hound was a grand vessel. Yet, with its keel shattered, size was of no consequence. It is essential to understand that the keel is a vital component supporting the ship's structure. Much like the human spine, can one remain upright if the vertebrae are broken? Wang Chen's recent strike was aimed directly at the keel of their ship, with a force equivalent to 60% of his full strength. It was comparable to the blow he had dealt to the red-haired foe on a previous occasion. The sheer power of this strike is readily apparent. A single blow capable of shattering a ship with ease. This is the consequence of your treachery, attacking me while I was unprepared. As he floated in midair, Wang Chen uttered these words. Meanwhile, the ferocious dog, the hyena, had succumbed to madness. The hyena, his ship, was not merely a vessel but the embodiment of his aspirations. For a pirate, a ship represents a second life. To witness it obliterated by a single strike was enough to drive him to the brink of insanity. Yet, Dog the hyena had not entirely lost his last shred of reason. As a wielder of a devil fruit power, he was acutely aware of the inherent weaknesses that accompanied such abilities. With the hyena ship on the verge of sinking into the depths of the sea, engaging Wang Chen in combat would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. Without a moment's hesitation and fully cognizant of the unfavorable predicament he found himself in, Dog the hyena refrained from posturing as a hero. After casting a venomous glare at Wang Chen, he swiftly seized a massive plank from the ship's wreckage, using it as a makeshift vessel, and made a hasty retreat. One must admit, though he was loath to acknowledge it, he was indeed frightened. It was not only he who was taken aback. The entire surrounding world seemed to stand in stunned silence. The strike from Wang Chen arrived with astonishing speed, as did everything that transpired in that fleeting moment. Thus, when all present witnessed the explosion of the hyena and the frantic escape of Hyena Duck, they could scarcely believe their own eyes. It took them over 10 seconds to regain their senses, after which a collective roar erupted. What the hell? This is madness. To have obliterated such a massive pirate ship with a single blow, what manner of beast is this? And did a dragon not just appear? What of those 8 luminous dragons? Is this truly the caliber of an emperor-level battle? How utterly terrifying. The island's inhabitants were on the brink of insanity. Among the crowd, only the stout man wore a troubled expression. Was this truly the strength capable of evading the beast pirate's pursuit? How laughable it was that he had previously mocked them. In retrospect, the fool was undeniably himself. Meanwhile, the devastation of the hyena continued upon the sea. On the giant eagle, Doug, fleeing like a dog, had successfully returned. "I was careless," he muttered, attempting to explain himself. Without even glancing at him, Eagle Igo, his expression grave, picked up the transponder snail and addressed the group. "Everyone. We have a predicament." The ferocious and violent strike that had shattered the hyena also shattered the confidence of Igo and his crew. Initially, they had held Wang Chen in disdain. After all, the intelligence provided by the Don Quixote family labeled him merely an intern, though an intern of the Whitebeard pirates. An intern was still just an intern. How formidable could he possibly be? Little did they anticipate that in a mere encounter, Doug's ship would be utterly destroyed. They had not even comprehended how he had executed such a feat if this did not teach them the value of respect. Then Igo and his comrades had indeed wasted their years. "I never imagined this intern would possess such strength," a voice replied, rife with bitterness. "Indeed. Who could have foreseen it? If this was the standard of an intern from the Whitebeard pirates, how astonishingly powerful must the official crew members, officers, and division commanders be? Let me and the Mad Rat take him on. One person cannot handle him." This was the voice of Wolf, captain of the Greedy Wolf. Previously, he had scoffed at Wang Chen's insignificance, deriding the unfortunate Geruno. Now, however, he had wised up, advocating for a combined effort to confront Wang Chen, signaling a newfound seriousness in his demeanor. The Mad Rat, echoed, "It seems Geruno's demise was not without reason. This kid is absurdly strong." What had started as light-hearted banter now turned heavy with tension. The crew of the Beast Pirates displayed a remarkable authenticity. At this moment, Eagle Igo spoke into the transponder snail, suddenly declaring, "Everyone, come here." "What?" I said, "Everyone come here." Igo's calm demeanor belied the absurdity of his words. Even when hunting rabbits, one must use their full strength. Since Boss Jack has tasked us 6 with this mission, we shall heed his orders without error. "No, Igo. Have you lost your mind? 2 against 1 is already excessive. Now you want 6 to take on 1? This is not how Boss Jack intended for us to fulfill our mission. 6 against 1 would be utterly disgraceful." Although the Beast Pirates were known for their ruthless nature, they still held a sense of dignity as formidable beings. To engage in such dishonorable tactics was beneath them. Now, Igo was suggesting they band together against merely an intern from the Whitebeard pirates? 6 captains facing a single intern. Such news would surely incite ridicule. "This is an order," Igo asserted firmly. His tone was stern, prepared to elaborate further. Suddenly, a commotion erupted around them, followed by a voice. "Are you their leader?" Igo was jolted into awareness and quickly turned to see a small boy standing atop the mast of the giant eagle, gazing in his direction with an impish grin. Who but Wang Chen could it be? "Everyone, converge. That boy is here," Igo declared into his transponder snail, disregarding the startled reactions from the others on the other end of the line. He set down the device, his gaze sharp as he approached Wang Chen. Venturing alone into the lion's den. "You possess quite the audacity," he remarked. Moderate. Third in the New World," Wang Chen replied. Wang Chen remained non-committal. "Therefore, you have yet to respond to my inquiry. Are you truly their leader? Are these individuals before me all sent by you?" As Wang Chen spoke, the lethargic gray bear, Bailey, who had been lounging, had already stood up. The hyena, Doug, licked his lips and positioned himself beside the giant eagle, Igo. On this vessel alone, there were 3 formidable generals from the 100 Beasts pirate crew. Yet, at that moment, Wang Chen's expression remained unperturbed. The giant eagle, Igo, with a sinister glint in his eyes, coldly scoffed. "You still have no idea the magnitude of the calamity you've brought upon yourself, do you? A mere Whitebeard pirate crew dares to slay our 100 Beasts members. What insane delusion makes you think we would not retaliate?" The mention of the Whitebeard pirate crew elicited a chuckle from Wang Chen. It seemed there was little left to discuss. Even considering the nearly half of the Navy's demon-slaying edicts, which appeared exaggerated in Wang Chen's eyes, it was clear there was a deeper reason behind such mobilization for the death of a single captain from the 100 Beasts. However, at this juncture, it mattered not. Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, bearing the name of Whitebeard, Wang Chen yearned to see that name resonate across the seas once more. How dare someone stand before him and belittle the Whitebeard pirate crew? With a fierce gaze, Wang Chen summoned a powerful aura around him, enveloping himself in a formidable layer of armament Haki. Just then, a voice echoed, "Ding," detected the presence of fallen jars in the vicinity. "Would you like to collect them?" Instantly, Wang Chen halted in astonishment. What was happening? Enemies could drop jars too? Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen was momentarily baffled. Jars, if one had to describe them, possessed a certain vexing characteristic, randomness. The Whitebeard pirate crew was undeniably strong, indeed formidable. One would expect that every pirate aboard the Moby Dick would be a renowned powerhouse. Yet, even this illustrious group could not guarantee Wang Chen a daily drop of jars. Moreover, when jars did drop, their quality was often inconsistent. At times, Wang Chen would find a white-quality jar, only to open it and discover a Durex strawberry-flavored XL condom. The randomness was absurd, bordering on the unbelievable. What astonished him even further was the revelation that enemies could also drop jars. What did this mean? Was every item subject to randomness, even from foes? Gugugu. This doggone system truly makes anything possible. In an instant, however, Wang Chen regained his composure. If he was to engage in battle, he would also seize the jars. And what jars they were. Entirely purple. Stealing a glance at Igo and the others, Wang Chen noted that this trio was not only yielding jars, but exclusively purple ones. It was astonishing. Purple quality jars were a rare find. During his time aboard the Moby Dick, he had only managed to acquire a mere 5 purple jars from Marco. He never anticipated witnessing a trio from the lesser-known 100 Beast pirate crew each delivering a miraculous spree of purple jars. Ah, everyone, there is no need for such excitement. I admit, I have indeed wronged your 100 Beast crew. However, as fellow emperors of the sea, there are certainly some underhanded tactics on your part as well. Why don't we sit down and discuss? The allure of the jars prompted a sudden shift in Wang Chen's demeanor. He had to tread carefully. The jars had a proximity requirement for collection. Of course, he could rush forward to snatch them up, but what if, in the heat of battle, the jars vanished? 3 purple jars could very well yield some valuable skills. Noticing Wang Chen's sudden change in attitude, the 3 men paused momentarily, only to quickly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, kid. So now you're afraid? Doug, the hyena, was the first to speak. I thought you were so formidable, yet here you are, trembling. Among them. Doug harbored the greatest animosity towards Wang Chen. His beloved ship, the hyena, had been obliterated with a single blow. When charging at Wang Chen, he had boasted of tearing him apart, only to find himself utterly humiliated when Wang Chen remained unscathed, while he lost both ship and dignity. How could he not harbor resentment? Beside him, the burly gray bear, Bailey, resembling a giant, lumbering bear, chimed in with a growl. You little brat. At least you have a modicum of self-awareness. Knowing fear is a good start. Now, kneel and bow before us a few times. Afterward, we shall take you to meet Boss Jack. Your fate will depend solely on his whims. Jack? Wang Chen's eyes flickered. Drought Jack? Bold indeed. How dare you directly utter our leader's name? Howled the hyena, Doug. At that moment, Wang Chen seized the opportunity of conversing with them to close the distance to within a meter of the trio. At such proximity, it would be impossible for the mighty eagle, Igo, and his companions to remain entirely unresponsive. Nevertheless, to be frank, given the current circumstances on their side, what difference would it make if Wang Chen drew even closer? Did they truly believe that merely bearing the insignia of a white-bearded figure rendered them invincible? The white-bearded one is a formidable foe, but could a mere Intern compare? Wang Chen disregarded the peculiar expressions of the 3 individuals, silently reciting, "Pick up, open." With 3 crisp chimes, the jar was successfully retrieved. Again, 3 resounding chimes echoed as the jar was opened. Then, a voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the jar and acquired the skill card Naval 6 Styles, Moonwalk. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the jar and obtained wild strawberries. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the jar and received the level card observation Haki. Note, using the level card will enhance the skill level by 1. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The jar, classified as a rare purple of the 4th tier, was indeed of superior quality. However, even a jar of such esteemed rarity does not guarantee the emergence of valuable items. For instance, during his 20 consecutive draws from the purple jar aboard the Moby Dick, the only noteworthy rewards were a dual-colored prowess skill card and a single dog fruit, which, as anyone knowledgeable would understand, holds little value. This worthless trinket has yet to reveal any practical use in his eyes. Such was the dismal outcome of his 20 draws from the purple jar. Wang Chen, in his humble anticipation, never dared to hope for any miraculous outcomes from a mere 3 single draws. Yet, to his astonishment, a miracle unfolded before him. The first revelation was the skill card for the Navy's 6th form, Moonwalk, a non-offensive technique that proved to be more advantageous than many attack-based skills. Let us not forget that he was about to traverse the doldrums. What other skill could rival the Moonwalk in such a windless expanse? It seemed tailor-made for his needs. As for the wild strawberries, their significance is beyond words. The night prior to his departure, he had gifted Captain Whitebeard a handful of these delightful fruits, and the sheer joy on the captain's face was a sight to behold. Subsequently, Marco and the others even pressed him for the source of the wild strawberries and whether any more were available. If he could send the wild strawberries he currently possessed back to the Moby Dick, the crew, including Captain Whitebeard, would surely be overwhelmed with joy. In comparison, the final card for upgrading his observation Haki seemed merely an afterthought. He activated the Navy's 6th form, Moonwalk skill card. Wang Chen hesitated not, immediately conjuring the thought within his mind. In an instant, a surge of both unfamiliar yet familiar power coursed through him, and he instantaneously mastered the skill of Moonwalk. Subsequently, utilizing the observation Haki level card, he witnessed his observation Haki level ascend from level 1 to level 2 in a heartbeat. Indeed, Haki is stratified by levels. Mastery is distinct from mere knowledge. To ascend further, one must persist in training. The enhancement of the 3 types of Haki begins with observation Haki. Speaking of which, in this new world, the most formidable wielder of observation Haki is undoubtedly Conqueror of the Big Mom Pirates. According to the system's calculations, what level of observation Haki does Conqueror possess? With a small boost before battle, Wang Chen brimmed with confidence. Yet, all of this transpired in a mere moment. Upon opening his eyes, he found the incessant chatter of the dog-headed Doug still present. From all directions, the cacophony of numerous pirates filled the air. These were the 3 commanders of the Beast's pirates, having arrived alongside the likes of the giant Eagle Igo, the Gray Bear Bailey, and the dog-headed Doug. For massive pirate ships now encircled the giant Eagle ship, trapping Wang Chen in their midst. At this juncture, he found himself besieged, seemingly facing certain doom. Chapter 36. Conqueror's Haki. The sea falls silent. The other 3 commanders of the Beast's pirates had arrived. Aside from the dog-headed ship that Wang Chen had obliterated, all 5 ships were now assembled. The giant Eagle was ensnared at the center of the formation. The surrounding pirates erupted in cheers. Though it was perplexing as to why thousands would celebrate attacking a single individual, the pirates of the Beast pirates were evidently exhilarated, as if vanquishing Wang Chen were a monumental achievement. Surrounded from all sides, his predicament truly warranted the description of a hopeless situation. Whoosh, whoosh, shadows flew across the sky, and 3 figures descended. These were the remaining 3 members, aside from the giant Eagle Igo, the Gray Bear Bailey, and the dog-headed Doug. The gluttonous wolf was a lanky, burly man with long hair. The frenzied rat appeared somewhat disheveled, his beady eyes glinting with a cunning light, suggesting he was no one to be trifled with. White Camel Johnny resembled a white camel. Perhaps due to having consumed a smile fruit, he appeared in a llama man form. To put it mildly, he was a white camel. To put it bluntly, he resembled a comical and awkward alpaca. Each of the 6 commanders possessed their own unique characteristics. At this moment, all had gathered due to Wang Chen's presence. Observing Wang Chen standing closely with the giant Eagle Igo, the frenzied rat burst into laughter, saying, "Igo, Bailey, what are you doing engaging in a romantic conversation with this kid?" His tone dripped with mockery. The giant Eagle Igo responded with indifference. "This fellow insists on having a discussion with us. We are, indeed, in the midst of conversing." "Conversing?" The frenzied rat laughed heartily. "What nonsense. Because of this brat, we have squandered a considerable amount of time, and now Doug's ship has been sunk. If we do not capture this child, how shall we explain ourselves to Captain Jack? Let us dispense with the pleasantries and act directly. Either we 3 will engage, or you 3 shall. No dilly-dallying. Seize this boy, regardless of the consequences." Upon hearing this, the surrounding pirates stirred in excitement. Indeed, after mingling in the New World for so long, it was their first encounter with a brazen individual like Wang Chen. Killing their comrades of the Beast pirates and swaggering about without fleeing was one thing. Now, as they pursued him, this audacious boy still dared to charge towards their encirclement. Did he truly look down upon the Beast pirates? This arrogant brat had finally been cornered. "Captain, let us kill him." After all, Captain Jack did not specify that he needed to be captured alive. Why not execute him on the spot to show that old man Whitebeard a thing or two? Do we need all 3 captains to act? Perhaps you should maintain your distance while we use guns to wear him down first? I fear that this boy may not withstand our assault and end up a pincushion. Haha. The Beast pirates, under full complement, consisted of at least 1 captain leading hundreds or even nearly 1,000 crew members. The dire situation they faced was not without reason. Each of the 6 formidable pirates possessed strength rivaling that of naval vice-admirals. Coupled with the thousands of pirates at their disposal, this was not merely a minor skirmish. To be frank, Wang Chen dared not underestimate them. Setting aside the 6 mighty pirates, the nearly 6,000 rabble were no trifling matter. Though they were a motley crew, managing 6,000 swine was no simple task. Contemplating his next move, Wang Chen took a few steps back, realizing that strength would be the deciding factor. Jack the Drought. Is it? Very well, to pursue me is a grudge I shall remember. As for you lot, he surveyed the multitude, his voice resonating like thunder across the sea. What qualifications do you rabble have to shout before me? Silence yourselves, or I shall silence you. The pirates momentarily stood in stunned silence. Then chaos erupted. You insolent brat, what did you say? Who gave you the audacity to speak so boldly? With a modicum of strength, you forget your place. Captain, kill him. There is no need for torture. Such a wretch does not deserve to witness the dawn of the new world. The pirates seethed with indignation. Wang Chen, however, scoffed lightly, a chuckle escaping his lips. In the next moment, he slowly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, an unparalleled aura began to rise from his being, swiftly expanding to envelop the entire realm. Conqueror's Haki, activate. 5 pirate ships leaned against Wang Chen's side. Had they maintained their previous formation, perhaps his Conqueror's Haki would not have reached them. Yet, by some misfortune, they had drawn closer, perhaps believing that their numbers would exert pressure on Wang Chen, or perhaps thinking that this act would severely humiliate him. A member of the Whitebeard pirates. However, unbeknownst to them, they played right into Wang Chen's hands. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki surged forth, enveloping them all. 1, 2, 3. The pirates caught in the grip of Haki had yet to comprehend what was occurring when a heavy pressure struck them, plunging their consciousness into darkness as they collapsed one by one. Just a moment ago, the pirates were clamoring, the entire sea boiling with their raucous noise. In the next instant, the clamor vanished, leaving the waters of White Wave Island in eerie silence. Conqueror's Haki. The giant eagle, Igo, was drenched in cold sweat, now fully aware of the monstrous entity he had provoked. The other 5 stood wide-eyed, their breaths caught in their throats, though they withstood the Haki's onslaught without fainting. The pressure was undeniably palpable, particularly for the fierce hound, Dog. At that moment, he felt utterly overwhelmed, sweat pouring from him like a torrent. The reason was simple. Compared to the others, his resistance to Conqueror's Haki was far weaker. Igo could at least muster words. Dog was barely holding on, expending all his effort to remain conscious. A weak spirit and wavering will magnified the lethality of Conqueror's Haki. It was evident that willpower had little to do with strength. The 6 beasts had yet to make a move, and already, one of their own lay incapacitated, at the harbor of White Wave Island. The islanders continued to gaze out to sea. Witnessing Wang Chen shatter a ship with a single strike, they were filled with dread. Yet soon, they were overwhelmed by the approach of 5 pirate vessels, nearly gasping for breath under the weight of it all. They could not see what transpired aboard the giant eagle, but they could hear the pirates' unrestrained laughter echoing from the ships. In an instant, a realization struck them. This time, the young member of the Whitebeard pirates was likely doomed. A collective sigh escaped their lips, just as the sounds from the sea abruptly ceased. Among the knowledgeable onlookers, one instinctively thought, could it be that the pirates are all dead? But upon reflection, they dismissed the notion. Who could possess such power to slay thousands of pirates in an instant? A dreadful thought crept into their minds. Moments later, they heard the knowledgeable one scream in shock. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Chapter 37, 1 against 6, Invincible. The king's qualifications, the overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's Haki. Due to Wang Chen's single strike, the mighty eagle, Iger, no longer dared to underestimate him. However, to their astonishment, they still underestimated Wang Chen. Conqueror's Haki? This young man, astonishingly, possesses such extraordinary talent. Could he truly be an intern? Such thoughts resurfaced in Iger's mind. In truth, he had questioned this several times internally. With such strength and such qualifications, to label him an intern was utterly absurd. Yet, the Dressrosa faction would not deceive themselves. Nor would they dare to. The intelligence confirmed he was indeed an intern. This only added to the absurdity. Enough of the trivialities. Now, it is our turn. A single strike to shake the heavens and the earth. Wang Chen maintained the activation of his Conqueror's Haki and turned his gaze towards the surroundings. At that moment, his expression appeared exceptionally wild, even somewhat defiant. In the next instant, before the giant eagle Igo could respond, he let out a fierce exhale, unsheathed his sword, and with a flash of steel, aimed a lethal strike at the neck of the hyena duck. In the realm of combat, the principle of taking down the leader first and striking the weakest link was evident. Under normal circumstances, facing 6 formidable foes, Wang Chen would undoubtedly choose to flee without hesitation. After all, these were 6 pirates of Vice Admiral caliber. Was it not akin to courting death to confront them single-handedly? However, the essence of a pirate, unrefined by systematic training and tempering, often reveals a flawed will and character. This provided Wang Chen with a critical opportunity. The true prowess of Conqueror's Haki lies in its ability to render those unable to withstand it completely defenseless. Coincidentally, Doug the hyena exemplified such a vulnerability. He preyed upon the weak while cowering before the strong. This was the nature of the hyena. It would be remarkable if someone with such traits possessed an unblemished spirit. Furthermore, not only Doug, but the other 5 animal-type devil fruit users displayed equally dismal reactions in the face of Conqueror's Haki. One could observe Gray Bear belly trembling, Greedy Wolf shivering, White Camel Johnny spitting incessantly as if attempting to alleviate his anxiety, and Frenzied Rat exhibiting a pallid complexion, his eyes darkened, suggesting he was barely holding on. Among them, only the giant eagle Igo demonstrated a semblance of composure. Yet, despite his relatively better performance, he too was not entirely unscathed. His entire physique quivered in an erratic manner, revealing the strain he was under. In such a state, if he were to engage Wang Chen in battle, it would be a feat of incredible mental fortitude for him to even harness 70% of his strength, let alone a full display of power. This was the formidable nature of Conqueror's Haki. Wang Chen, who initially had no chance of victory, managed to turn the tides of the confrontation with this singular move. As his blade descended, Doug the hyena's eyes widened in terror, yet he found himself utterly paralyzed. Just as the deadly strike was about to sever his neck, a pair of massive claws suddenly intervened with a resounding clang, thwarting Wang Chen's lethal blow. It was Igo the giant eagle who, in the nick of time, saved Doug from certain demise. You think you can kill in my presence? You have at least 100 years to wait, Igo declared, his expression dark and foreboding. Wang Chen laughed heartily. Is that so? Come again. A colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, reminiscent of the moon's arc. This strike was executed using the swordsmanship of Vista, a technique he had surreptitiously absorbed while observing Vista's training aboard the ship over the past 2.5 months. Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was undoubtedly a master swordsman in his own right. Although not as fearsome as Hawkeye, Vista's prowess was certainly deserving of the title of swordsman. At this moment, Wang Chen executed a strike akin to that of a master swordsman, unleashing a blade of energy that could only be wielded by a swordsman of legendary caliber, directing it forcefully toward the face of the colossal eagle, Igo. The giant eagle, Igo, had already harnessed the powers of his devil fruit, transforming himself into a magnificent giant eagle. Wang Chen's sword strike was swift and fierce, yet the giant eagle, Igo, had already taken to the skies, evading the blow with its aerial grace. Meanwhile, the greedy wolf, and his companions roared, barely breaking free from the influence of the Conqueror's Haki, transforming into beastmen as they lunged towards Wang Chen. Alas, it was too slow. Under the observation of the observation Haki, the movements of the greedy wolf, and his comrades were laid bare, as if seen through a crystal-clear lens. Without the need for a glance back, Wang Chen could already sense the impending attack from the greedy wolf. He slightly twisted his body and effortlessly evaded the strike. Then, with the grace of a master swordsman, he wielded his sword, and with a flick of his wrist, a massive wave of white sword energy surged forth. Roar. Under the dominion of the Conqueror's Haki, it was evident that the strength of the greedy wolf, and his companions had been significantly diminished compared to the mighty eagle, Igo. At this moment, Wolf may not even possess 50% of his usual power. Faced with Wang Chen's sword, he attempted to evade, but failed, receiving a direct strike to his chest before being propelled backward at great speed. Bang! The tremendous force collided with the ship's railing, nearly sending Wolf tumbling into the sea. As he flew, he carved a deep trench across the deck, scattering wood splinters and creating chaos all around. The gray bear, Bailey, wanted to rush in to assist. However, despite his considerable strength, he could not land a blow on Wang Chen. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck by Wang Chen's palm on his chest and was sent flying like a rag doll, letting out a yelp. Be careful. This guy is incredibly strong. Bailey spat on the ground, warning his companions. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's hands were enveloped in armament Haki. One hand wielded a sword, while the other formed a fist. His purple long sword, the 2nd-generation Ghost Slash, also shrouded in robust armament Haki. Just moments ago, he had sent the greedy wolf, flying with a single slash and repelled the gray bear, Bailey, with a single palm strike. Facing 6 pirate captains of the Navy, he unleashed his full power without the slightest hint of negligence. Spit. The white camel, Joni, began to spew saliva. Surprisingly, The force of his spit was quite formidable. Wherever it landed, it left behind a pit, imbued with a strong corrosive quality. Faced with Joni's saliva assault, Wang Chen felt utterly disgusted. It wasn't a matter of whether the saliva was powerful, it was simply revolting. This was not a matter of cleanliness. Any normal person would struggle to endure such a sight. Thus, he deftly dodged Joni's attacks while simultaneously launching his own strikes. Fortunately, under the enhancement of the level 3 buff, 5 chi towards origin, his speed was astonishing. He darted across the deck like lightning, unleashing slashes aimed at the vital points of several pirates. Damn it, Wolf grimaced. A gash had been inflicted upon his chest by Wang Chen. Although the wound was shallow, the fact that a single strike could breach his defenses spoke volumes about the young man's strength. Where on earth did this monster come from? How can he be so fearsome? He cursed inwardly. Yet, he dared not hesitate, swiftly gathering himself before charging back into the fray. Against 6 opponents, bolstered by the Conqueror's Haki, Wang Chen achieved the impossible. However, such a feat did not come easily. Once the skill of Conqueror's Haki entered cooldown, he would be forced to confront 6 fully powered pirate captains anew. For him, that would spell disaster. Fortunately, amidst the tempestuous clash, Wang Chen heard a familiar chime. Ding. Detected the presence of fallen jars nearby. Would you like to pick them up? Instinctively, he turned his head. Indeed, he saw that the greedy wolf, and his 2 companions, who had yet to be plundered, were now surrounded by jars. And they were all purple. Could these be elite monsters? Without hesitation, Wang Chen immediately abandoned the other adversaries and lunged towards the greedy wolf and his companions. Chapter 38 ends here. Approaching, collecting, and opening the jars, Wang Chen executed his actions with remarkable swiftness, displaying not the slightest hesitation. It was proven that even in a state of enmity, as long as the jars were presented, they would not vanish unless deliberately ignored. 3 jars yielded 3 skill points. Unadorned, yet precisely what Wang Chen desired. The acquisition of skills for the Sword Emperor required skill points. However, Wang Chen found himself in an awkward predicament, as he had exhausted his skill points despite possessing a Master S contract. Certainly, he could reclaim skill points by reallocating those assigned to the buff skill. 5 chi towards Yuan, to other skills he wished to enhance. Yet, this would significantly diminish his speed. The question of whether a decrease in velocity was advantageous or detrimental remained uncertain. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him this time. 3 purple jars directly granted him 3 skill points. With this newfound abundance, Wang Chen felt liberated, his heart soaring with exhilaration. Come on, exert yourself. Your feeble strength is hardly sufficient to scratch an itch for me. Despite being pressured to the point of submission by Wang Chen's blade, the greedy wolf, Greed, still boasted with an air of disdain, his expression betraying a hint of his unfortunate predicament. Wang Chen's original intention was to seize the purple jar from him. However, the greedy wolf, upon witnessing Wang Chen charging at him with fierce determination, mistakenly assumed that his adversary intended to unleash his full power to slay him. In a moment of panic, he resorted to his ultimate move, the wolf's kiss, attempting to bite Wang Chen to death. Yet, Wang Chen countered with a swift strike, cleaving his mouth and nearly splitting the corners of his lips apart. With the might of armed Haki and extraordinary strength, each of Wang Chen's blows possessed the force to carve through mountains. One decisive slash met the greedy wolf's attack, and with a fluid motion, he unleashed a flurry of 18 rotational sword strikes upon Wolf's form. Thus, at this juncture, even with the formidable physique of the greedy wolf, his body was riddled with wounds, a sight most tragic. Nevertheless, as he remained obstinate, Wang Chen chose to indulge his tenacity. Above him, the colossal eagle Igo once again transformed and swooped down, while behind him, the gray bearberry wielded its massive paw, launching another assault upon his vulnerable back. Wang Chen paid no heed, disregarding everything, his figure darting like lightning towards the voracious wolf. In his hand, the long sword was poised, piercing straight towards the heart of the ravenous beast. Damn! Another strike missed its mark. The great eagle, Igo, was consumed by frustration. Not only did he possess the 3 forms of Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki, but this young man was also a master swordsman. From whence did such a formidable creature emerge, exhibiting such extraordinary strength? The prowess of his Conqueror's Haki was self-evident, while his Armament Haki was apparent to the naked eye. As for his Observation Haki, Igo and his companions were not fools. Without it, how could this young man evade their onslaught and still target his allies? He barely acknowledged their attacks, effortlessly dodging them. To say nothing of the fact that such mastery of observation Haki was truly remarkable. In the distance, the voracious wolf. Wolf let out a wretched cry. It appeared he had suffered greatly in his confrontation with Wang Chen. At this moment, the great eagle was on the brink of destruction. The ferocity of Wang Chen's assault is but a prelude to the terror unleashed by the colossal eagle, Igo, and his companions. Each strike wielding the catastrophic force capable of demolishing 3 towering edifices. Coupled with Wang Chen's suppression, the 6 warriors unleashed their full might. Their armed Haki and the monstrous strength derived from their devil fruits rendering them utterly formidable. In mere moments of engagement, the giant eagle ship lay ravaged, teetering on the brink of destruction. It is a testament to its resilience that it had not yet succumbed to collapse. One can only surmise that had the battle continued, the vessel would be vanquished without Wang Chen needing to intervene. Amidst the smoke-filled battlefield, a piercing scream echoed. This time, it was the hound, Doug, whose arm had been obliterated by Wang Chen's sword aura, revealing a gruesome, bloody joint. While Wang Chen clashed with the other 5, Doug had attempted to bide his time for a surprise attack, but alas, his stealth was futile. The consequence of his failure was swift and brutal. Wang Chen severed his right arm, rendering him devoid of combat capability. Soon, a similar fate befell the gluttonous wolf, followed by the frenzied rat, Rate. In a mere 3 to 4 minutes of intense confrontation, the defeat of Wolf and his allies was alarmingly swift. Doug lay with his arm severed. Wolf had lost his left eye, Rate suffered a fractured leg, and White Camel, Joni, was pierced through the jaw, blood gushing uncontrollably. Among them, only Igo and the bear, Belly, fared relatively better. Igo, with his ability to fly, had managed to evade critical injuries, sustaining only a broken right shoulder. As for Belly, his robust physique allowed him to endure the onslaught. Though bloodied and battered, his injuries were merely superficial. Despair etched across the faces of Igo and his comrades. 6 men, bested by one, and suffering such grievous wounds. Even if they were to survive this encounter with Wang Chen, their prospects in the new world would be bleak. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the oppressive aura that had enveloped the battlefield abruptly dissipated. Wang Chen could no longer maintain the external manifestation of his Conqueror's Haki and was compelled to retract his formidable presence. Momentarily taken aback, Igo and the others quickly transformed their astonishment into elation. The Conqueror's Haki had vanished. This boy could no longer sustain it. Following their initial jubilation, Doug's expression morphed into one of malevolence. Through the recent exchanges, he had discerned that Wang Chen's prowess was not as overwhelming as it seemed. It was the suppression of his Conqueror's Haki that had prevented them from unleashing their full potential, thereby allowing this boy to dominate the fray. With the Haki now absent, it was evident to even the most naive that the tide would turn against Wang Chen. In that moment, the 6 beasts revealed wicked grins, their anticipation palpable. Wang Chen, wielding a blade with one hand, gasped for breath. It was evident that, despite the overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's Haki, facing 6 opponents simultaneously was no trivial battle for him. It seems this is where it ends for you today, he remarked. Indeed, this is where your journey concludes. The hyena dog and his companions guffawed as they witnessed the tide turning in their favor. Particularly, the hyena dog cast a glance at Wang Chen, his eyes filled with an intense hatred that seemed almost palpable. That damned brat. If I do not tear you apart today, my heart's resentment shall remain unquenched. His expression was vicious, teeth clenched, yet it was clear that he had misinterpreted Wang Chen's words. Here, who is it that has reached their end? Wang Chen. He chuckled softly. Then, with a subtle smile and an unruffled demeanor, he retrieved a master contract from his system package and, before the eyes of all present, crushed it in his hand. Immediately, 3 new skill icons on the Sword Emperor's skill tree illuminated on the system panel. Chapter 39, The Mightiest Sword. Floral Dance of 1,000 Souls. Wang Chen currently occupies the esteemed rank of level 35. However, the effect of the master contract allows him to ascend an additional 10 levels, enabling the precocious acquisition of more advanced skills. At this moment, 3 skill icons within the Sword Emperor skill tree have been illuminated, 2 skills at level 40 and 1 at level 45. The level 40 skills consist of the Palm Technique, Annihilating Palm, and the Sword Technique, Returning Heavenly Resonance. The singular level 45 grand skill is the Dance of 1,000 Souls skill. 3 skills, 3 skill points, neither more nor less, perfectly balanced. In theory, Wang Chen ought to judiciously allocate the newly acquired 3 skill points among the 3 new Sword Emperor skills. Yet, he diverged from this path. Instead, he chose to learn the skill, Dance of 1,000 Souls skill, while enhancing the buff skill, 5 Chi towards origin, raising it to level 5. He silently chanted within his mind. Soon, the level 45 grand skill, Dance of 1,000 Souls skill, was illuminated. The previously level 3 buff skill, 5 Chi towards origin, shattered its former limitations and was instantly elevated to level 5. This enhancement was temporary, not a reflection of his inherent strength. However, as 5 Chi towards origin reached level 5, a surge of formidable new power surged within him. He could sense an increase in his speed. But that was not the crux of the matter. When the skill icon for Dance of 1,000 Souls skill was illuminated, Wang Chen experienced a moment of profound clarity. He then turned to the mighty eagle, Igo, and inquired, "If I were to depart now, would you continue to pursue me with your ship?" It was clear that victory in combat was unattainable. Although, bolstered by the power of the master contract, his abilities had undergone a qualitative leap, allowing him to contend against 6 foes. With the Conqueror's Haki now in cooldown, he found himself devoid of means to restrain the mighty eagle and his companions. Moreover, surrounding them were countless pirates on the brink of awakening. Wang Chen found himself utterly alone, devoid of any formidable allies. In such a dire predicament, no matter how formidable the Sword Emperor's newfound skills might be, how many foes could he truly vanquish? Furthermore, he bore a significant flaw. Name: Wang Chen. Strength: 160 stamina, 85 speed, 101 current level, 35. This was Wang Chen's personal profile, aside from his skills, reflecting his current level. With a remarkable strength of 160, his stamina, however, was a mere 85, indicating a pronounced specialization in one area. Earlier, during the intense skirmish, he had managed to suppress the formidable eagle Igo and his 6 companions, yet this exertion had drained a considerable amount of his stamina, placing him on the brink of exhaustion. In other words, even if he harbored the desire to continue fighting, he would soon find himself unable to do so. This could hardly be deemed as fleeing. Rather, it was a strategic withdrawal. The beast pirates had displayed a lack of martial ethics, employing a swarm tactic to ambush a mere Intern, which was utterly shameless. Thus, opting for a strategic retreat was hardly a source of shame for him. However, the manner of his retreat was also an art in itself. To flee in a disgraceful manner would tarnish his reputation as Wang Chen. Moreover, at sea, the contest was one of speed. At present, he possessed only a small vessel. If Eagle Igo and his comrades were intent on pursuing him, how could his modest craft possibly compete with the grand ships of the beast pirates? Therefore, when he posed this question, he had already reached a resolution in his heart. Indeed, he soon witnessed the ferocious hound dog Doug step forward, his voice dripping with menace as he delivered the most ruthless response. "You wish to escape? Ha! Let me inform you today, you shall not evade us. How dare you inquire if we shall continue our pursuit? Of course, we shall pursue relentlessly, until death do us part. Even if you were to flee to Whitebeard's territory, it would be in vain. We shall pursue you to the very end." Wang Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. Suddenly, a smile spread across his face as he asked, "If there were no ship, would you still pursue me relentlessly until death?" "What?" The hyena, Doug, was taken aback. In an instant, Wang Chen flickered and leaped into the sea. His body plummeted rapidly, crashing toward the surface. Just before impact, he was gathering strength. When his descent reached halfway down the hull of the giant eagle, he suddenly opened his eyes. His body spun in a whirl, rotating around him. At the same time, he drew his sword. The sound of the blade rang out like a dragon's roar. The second-generation ghost cutter gleamed like moonlight, creating ripples of clarity. Illusory cherry blossoms rained down around him, dancing gracefully. In this beautiful moment, a terrifying sword energy erupted as he unleashed his strike. In the next instant, the brilliant sword light shone like a miniature sun, illuminating the heavens and the earth. The Sword Emperor unleashed his strongest strike, Dance of Blossoms, killing 1,000 souls. Boom! The vast sword energy erupted on the spot. Though he was called the Sword Emperor, he possessed dual mastery over swordplay. Much like the buff skill in Wang Chen's skill bar, which could only increase by 1 level, known as Return to Origin, it enhanced the Sword Emperor's swordsmanship. Before level 45, the Sword Emperor's palm technique surpassed his swordplay. Thus, at level 35, Wang Chen learned only one skill, the Dragon Palm. After reaching level 45, swordsmanship surpassed palm techniques, for at that level, the Sword Emperor acquired an additional skill called Dance of Blossoms, killing 1,000 souls. This skill was singular, yet it could unleash 5-fold power. The Dragon Palm could inflict 4 times Wang Chen's damage due to the Energy Dragon, which could carry up to 0.5 times his strength. With all 8 Energy Dragons hitting, it resulted in 4 times the might. However, the Energy Dragon spread out when unleashed. To fully harness this fourfold power required Wang Chen to focus his energy and control it. The Dance of Blossoms, killing 1,000 souls, was different. It was one strike. Solely one strike, with concentrated power, delivering razor-sharp damage. Being struck by a palm and being cut by a blade, can they yield the same effect? With the same force of 1 kilogram, a palm strike merely causes pain, but a sword strike of 1 kilogram will draw blood and could be fatal. Thus, while the dragon palm boasts a fourfold power, the Dance of Blossoms, killing 1,000 souls, offers fivefold. This merely reflects the force coefficient. In terms of true lethality, the dragon palm pales in comparison to the Dance of Blossoms. More importantly, the second-generation Ghost Cutter had found its purpose. Previously, using the Ghost Cutter to strike was merely employing basic sword techniques. His immense strength allowed him to deliver sword strikes of a master swordsman. Yet, did he truly understand how to wield a sword? Now, everything had changed. Sword Emperor Wang Chen was worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. For in this moment, he mastered the Sword Emperor's strongest strike, the Dance of Blossoms, killing 1,000 souls. Boom! The searing sword energy erupted forth in an instant. Centered around Wang Chen, it radiated in a 360-degree arc, cutting through the air like a white ring. Towering waves surged violently. The ocean roared in madness. The sword's brilliance was so intense that it felt as if a milky white miniature sun had descended upon the sea. The dazzling, blinding sword light pierced through the eyes. A series of thunderous roars echoed as calamity descended upon the 5 ships encircling him. The first to suffer misfortune was the giant eagle, being the closest to Wang Chen. It bore the brunt of the assault. The sturdy hull, under the impact of the sword light, offered little resistance and was swiftly cleaved in two. The crew of the giant eagle, led by Igo, barely had time to react before the sword light struck again. In almost the next second, the gray bear, thieving wolf, rampant rat, and white camel ships were simultaneously attacked. In their pursuit of Wang Chen, the 4 beast pirate ships had formed an impenetrable barrier. Their intention was to instill psychological pressure, making Wang Chen feel trapped, without the will to resist, and compel him to kneel before them. However, whether the psychological pressure had any effect was uncertain. At that moment, this impenetrable barrier became their own fatal curse. Facing Wang Chen's sweeping sword light, the 4 beast pirate ships had nowhere to evade. When the blinding sword light reappeared at sea level, the 5 massive ships, including the giant eagle, had completely lost their shape. The ships shattered and seawater surged in. When Igo and his crew finally realized that Wang Chen had obliterated their 5 ships with a single sword strike, a look of horror instantly swept across their faces. How could this be possible? The 6 crew members of the giant eagle turned pale, their voices raised in panic. They never anticipated such a scene. They never envisioned that the seemingly exhausted Whitebeard pirate crews in turn could possess such power. Doug, the hyena, stood frozen in fear. Just a moment ago, he had been taunting Wang Chen, uttering threats. Now, he could only breathe a sigh of relief that Wang Chen's strike was aimed at their ship and not at him. If that sword had come for him, he would have surely perished. He screamed internally, his eyes wide with dread. On the other hand, after cleaving through 5 ships, Wang Chen was nearly depleted of strength. Yet, the terrifying power of that strike left no room for weakness. Do you like the gift I've bestowed upon you, beast pirates? This strike is merely a warning. To you, Jack the Drought, I shall remember this grudge. Within a year, I will personally visit Wano country. So prepare yourself and await my arrival. A thunderous voice echoed across the sea. Wang Chen laughed heartily, exuding an air of arrogance. The 6 members of the giant eagle Igo should have responded in some manner, yet they remained silent. Wang Chen effortlessly unfurled the sail of his small boat and sailed away, calm and composed. Meanwhile, Igo and his companions watched him depart with somber expressions, powerless to act. As Wang Chen had previously stated, without a vessel, how could they continue their pursuit? It would be one matter if they were not devil fruit users. But they indeed were. Now, with their ship gone in the vast ocean, what means did they have to chase after Wang Chen? With their heads? Moreover, Wang Chen's earlier sword strike had truly terrified them. One sword severing 5 ships. Not even a notorious pirate with a bounty surpassing theirs by 100 million could achieve such a feat. The disparity in strength was stark. In such a predicament, pursuing him could hardly be considered a chase. It would be akin to seeking one's own demise. The beast pirates were ruthless, but they were not foolish. Thus, even Dog the Hound, who harbored the deepest animosity towards Wang Chen, dared not utter a word. This time, the beast pirates had suffered a defeat. They acknowledged their inferiority in strength. However, if that young man from the Whitebeard pirates believed this matter could simply be settled, He was gravely mistaken. They may be weaker, but behind them stood the entirety of the Beast Pirates. The individuals within the Beast Pirates were merely pawns in a grander game. Above the pawns lay true fighters, the Flying Six, the prominent figures, and even their supreme commander, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Did this young man truly think that merely breaking their combined blockade would allow him to rest easy? Just wait, while we may be unable to deal with you. There is still Captain Jack. This time, we concede, but in the future, you will face far more than just us. Gazing in the direction where Wang Chen arrogantly departed, Igo gritted his teeth, vowing that Jack would come for him. Meanwhile, in the direction of White Wave Island. Upon witnessing the blinding white light erupt amidst the encirclement of 5 ships, the islanders were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was there an explosion of the sun? Some foolishly inquired. Before they could process the situation, the astonishing destruction commenced, to the horror-stricken eyes of the islanders. The 5 vessels of the Beast Pirates erupted in a series of explosions. First, the giant eagle, then the gray bear, followed by the greedy wolf and the white camel. One by one, these once unattainable ships were obliterated beneath that blinding light. The islanders were left in stunned silence. They could not comprehend what had transpired, nor could they believe their own eyes. In fact, at that moment, they began to doubt whether their vision was faulty. After all, how could the formidable Beast Pirates be reduced to fragments without reason? They witnessed the white shockwave, an unparalleled sword aura ravaging the sea. Enormous waves surged across the surface. And in that fleeting moment, the islanders of White Wave Island felt as if they had glimpsed divinity. What was that? Why had the ships of the Beast Pirates exploded? My heavens! What on earth was happening? Boom! A colossal wave struck, causing those standing at the harbor to stagger. It was the residual force of Wang Chen's sword, sending forth a tremendous swell. Fortunately, White Wave Island was a large island, situated far from the battlefield. Otherwise, this single wave could have spelled disaster for the islanders eager for excitement. Nevertheless, the islanders found themselves in a state of disarray. When they finally lifted their gazes to the horizon, they discovered that the 5 pirate ships of the Beast Pirates, including the giant eagle, had been inundated by the sea and were slowly sinking beneath the waves. The allied forces of the Beast Pirates were truly vanquished. The sudden turn of events left the islanders utterly perplexed and bewildered. They overheard a voice from the heavens, shouting about the Beast Pirates and the Drought Jack. The speaker sounded youthful yet brash. It was at that moment they saw a white line breaking through the waves nearby the sinking ships. It was a small vessel, soaring across the ocean's surface. Despite its incredible speed, some keen-eyed individuals managed to discern the Whitebeard flag fluttering above. In that instant, all the islanders were rendered speechless. After a long pause, one individual reacted, his face a mask of shock, and he cried out, "It's that Wang Chen from the Whitebeard Pirates. He has triumphed. The 6 commanders of the Beast Pirates have been defeated by an intern from the Whitebeard Pirates." How could this be possible? A multitude of voices erupted in astonishment. In the following moment, someone shouted, "Quick! Spread the word. I have a feeling that this incident will send shockwaves throughout the New World. Wang Chen of the Whitebeard Pirates has emerged as a monster." Chapter 41. World News Front Page. The Rise of the Sword Emperor. In the New World. On a certain island. Slow down, slow down. What happened with Igo and the others? Did you find that young man from the Whitebeard Pirates? These useless fools. 6 pirate crews, totaling 6,000 to 7,000 men, took 2 days to find a mere boy? This is a disgrace to our Beast Pirates. What do you mean you found him, but didn't bring him back? I specifically ordered you to bring him back alive. Damn Igo. How dare he take matters into his own hands and kill the lad from the Whitebeard Pirates? How am I supposed to explain this to Captain Jack? Huh? He is not dead? He escaped. What on earth is happening? You better clarify this for me. Hold'em, having received a phone call, was engulfed in rage. The voice on the other end trembled, speaking hesitantly. This led to Hold'em's fury escalating until he finally extracted the information. As it turned out, the 6 pirate crews led by Giant Eagle Igo had not only failed to capture the intern from the Whitebeard Pirates, but had also been overturned by him single-handedly. Upon hearing that Wang Chen had single-handedly severed 5 ships, or rather 6, considering that Dog the Hound's ship was crushed by a single blow, Hold'em was left in a state of shock. I can't have heard this correctly, can I? 6 notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Accompanied by their crews totaling 6,000 to 7,000, each pirate crew fully manned with members numbering in the thousands. It is no exaggeration to say this was akin to a Navy extermination order. And now, this terrifying assembly not only failed to capture a mere boy but allowed him to destroy their ships? Are you joking with me? Hold'em. Hold'em found himself engulfed in existential doubt. On the other end of the line, the informant was whispering urgently, as if awakening from a dream. Hold'em realized that this was not a figment of his imagination nor a jest from the informant across from him. This event was undeniably, inescapably real. How was this possible? He muttered to himself, clutching the phone as if it were a lifeline. At that moment, a wild voice broke through the haze. What impossible? It was the slumbering Jack, now wide awake. What impossible? Jack inquired, casting a glance at Hold'em. Hold'em was momentarily speechless, his complexion darkening. Yet he understood that he must respond. Boss Jack, there's news about that kid from the Whitebeard pirates. Oh? Jack's interest peaked immediately. Initially, he had been indifferent to Wang Chen's situation. After all, Junro the Bull was just another fool. His demise would hardly be a loss. There were countless pirates under the Beast Pirates, and fools like Junro were easily replaceable. His death was of little consequence. Merely an opportunity to assert the Beast Pirates' authority by sending nearby pirate crews to the scene for retribution. He had initially dispatched 3 crews for this task, reasoning that the lengthy coastline of Biro Island necessitated ample manpower to prevent the perpetrator's escape. Throughout, he had never considered Wang Chen a threat. That was until intelligence arrived from Dressrosa regarding Wang Chen's true identity. The moment Jack heard the name Whitebeard Pirates, his fury ignited. He would not deign to respond to the taunts of mere ants, but if it were the Whitebeard Pirates, that was an entirely different matter. The 4 emperors would not take provocations lightly, for failing to retaliate would be seen as a sign of weakness. Jack, proud and unyielding, resolved to mobilize his forces to capture the Intern. Such an affront to the Beast Pirates would come at a steep price. Feeling he had shown sufficient respect to the name Whitebeard Pirates, he dispatched all available crews under his command. What initially required only 3 pirate crews had now escalated to 6. Jack was not concerned about the Intern escalating the situation, rather. He recognized the vastness of the seas near the upside-down mountain and understood that searching for an individual required a substantial number of hands. He huffed, rubbed his nose, and addressed Hold'em. So, did you capture that kid? Hold'em's complexion worsened. That fool, merely a remnant of the old era, dares oppose the Beast Pirates. One day, I will take Whitebeard's head. Jack continued, oblivious to Hold'em's distress. He had tacitly assumed that the likes of Eagle Igo had succeeded in their mission. However, as he spoke, he sensed something amiss. Why do you look so pale? His brows furrowed menacingly as he scrutinized Hold'em. Sweat poured from Hold'em, who stammered in response, Boss, the operation, it was unsuccessful. Eagle Igo and the others, they failed. A heavy silence descended between Hold'em and Jack, the air itself seeming to still. Moments later, a tremendous roar erupted from a nearby island, followed by a billowing cloud of smoke. Jack howled in fury, while Hold'em cried out, Jack, please no? The news spread rapidly. As the affected party, the Beast Pirates should have concealed such a humiliating fact. Unfortunately, there were numerous witnesses present at the battlefield. The presence of the islanders from White Wave Island ensured that this news festered, making headlines the following day in the world's newspapers. Front page, outrageous. A newcomer from the Whitebeard Pirates. Shocking. At merely 16 years of age, he dared to confront the ship of an emperor. One sword shatters 6 ships. An Intern? No, a grand swordsman. An inundation of news flooded the media. Suddenly, the entire ocean was ablaze with speculation. Is this true? An Intern versus 6,000, and he even toppled 6 major crews of the Beast Pirates? Even if he is an Intern from the Whitebeard Pirates, that's outrageous. Are the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates on the brink of war? The Beast Pirates have embarrassed themselves this time. But honestly, is this Wang Chen truly just an Intern aboard Whitebeard's ship? How can a mere Intern possess the prowess of a grand swordsman? The world news wouldn't exaggerate, would they? The greatest swordsman in the world is Mihawk. But has he ever achieved such a feat? And this is the ship of Kaido from the Beast Pirates. Since when did an Intern possess the combat abilities of a warlord? The president of World News Agency is a devil fruit user named Morgans. As the possessor of the bird fruit, model, Albatross, he commands an immense flock of news-delivering birds, utilizing them to distribute his publications across the globe, excluding the Comm Belt. A seasoned journalist, Morgans possesses an uncanny ability to captivate public attention. The moment reports of the White Wave Island battle reached him, he swiftly gathered, organized, and published the story, recognizing its explosive potential. For starters, it involved 2 of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates. Any incident concerning these colossal crews, no matter how minor, is inherently significant. Moreover, Wang Chen's feat of annihilating 6 enemy ships with a single sword strike was nothing short of earth-shattering. In the world of journalism, even the absence of substance can be spun into sensationalism. And Wang Chen's status as a mere apprentice only amplified the story's shock value and allure. Who would believe that a rookie of the Whitebeard pirates wielded power comparable to a warlord of the sea? Beyond that, the sheer audacity of this unproven recruit, charging headlong into the beast pirates' coordinated assault instead of retreating, was enough to inspire awe and admiration. In short, these elements convinced Morgans he had stumbled upon a monumental scoop. Naturally, as a journalist, he seized the opportunity without hesitation. From obscurity to worldwide fame, Wang Chen achieved it all in a single morning. As a ruler of the underworld, Morgans undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. But that hardly mattered now. He profited from the headlines. Wang Chen reaped the glory. As newsbirds soared over the seas of the New World, Wang Chen's name echoed across the world. Wait, you're joking, right? That kid single-handedly took down 6 of Kaido's subordinate crews? On the Red Force, Ben Beckman, who had just purchased a newspaper from a newsbird, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Wang Chen, how could he possibly not be recognized? To say nothing of the rest. And in turn daring enough to lay a hand on his own captain was someone he had never even heard of. Thus, when he unexpectedly came across the young man's name in the newspaper, he was utterly bewildered. Initially, he thought it to be mere coincidence. However, upon seeing a photograph of Wang Chen, captured candidly while he was scrubbing the deck, his doubts vanished. This was indeed the same youth who had slapped his captain aboard the Moby Dick. To his astonishment, this young man had truly transformed. In an instant, Ben Beckman found himself in a state of chaos. How could this lad's growth be so terrifying? Back then, he had only managed to catch his captain off guard through a sneak attack. Yet now, he could confront 6 pirate ships of the beast pirates and topple one with a single sword stroke? Was this boy a monster? At that moment, Shanks approached with a warm wave. Hey, Ben, why are you staring blankly? Didn't we agree that today is your day? What is this? Today's newspaper? Let me see. Without waiting for Ben Beckman's response, he snatched the newspaper from his hands. A mere glance widened Shanks' eyes in astonishment. That kid, he's gotten stronger again. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, a subordinate presented a newspaper to Doflamingo after he concluded a clandestine meeting in the underworld. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. As the Joker of the underground world, he was certainly familiar with the world news. However, his subordinate would not offer him a newspaper without reason. He took it, scanned the contents, and remarked, a clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates? Certainly worthy of attention. But what does this have to do with us? Our dealings with the Beast pirates are merely transactional. Their troubles do not involve us. As he spoke, he noticed an odd expression on his subordinate's face. What is this? Have I overlooked something? Sir, the subordinate replied, the Wang Chen mentioned in the article is the same one who destroyed our information point on Biro Island. One of our intelligence officers, Tina, seems to have some grievances with him. He dared not be too blunt. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed in realization. A grudge with a Yonko pirate crew? Tina, you say? I remember her. Where is she now? She is currently in our Dressrosa headquarters, permitted by Lord Torbol. The subordinate quickly added, she knows how to escape. Not too foolish, Doflamingo mused. Assign her some tasks and keep her from wandering around for the next few days. As for that intern from the Whitebeard pirates, his lips curled into a benevolent smile. Interesting. If the newspaper is not exaggerating, this lad possesses at least the strength of a warlord. Such power, and yet he is merely an intern? Nonetheless, that does not grant him the right to be arrogant. While we cannot provoke Whitebeard, the Don Quixote family deserves some respect. Wang Chen, you say? Very well, I shall remember your name. Should the opportunity arise, I shall be sure to entertain you properly. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being called a monster of the Whitebeard pirates. To stir up the new world so soon after setting sail is indeed deserving of such a title. Of course, he is one of our own. Those beasts of the beast pirates deserve a beating, and Wang Chen has done splendidly. Speaking of which, Captain Marco was worried just a few days ago. But he forgets that the boy is a monster. He has only been at sea for a short while and is already on the front page of the world news. How could we possibly need to worry about him? Indeed. But enough of that. Today is a day of celebration. Everyone, let the feast begin. It must be noted that the atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates is always so refreshing. While others reacted with surprise or horror upon hearing news of Wang Chen, they joyfully celebrated, as if witnessing their own child achieving great success, genuinely happy for him. In summary, while the world news spread Wang Chen's name far and wide, it also placed him at the center of attention. Yet, Wang Chen remained oblivious to all of this. At that moment, he was navigating the calm waters of the doldrums. According to the timeline, he should cross the doldrums and enter the North Sea in 3 days. However, on this day, he encountered someone in the doldrums. A tall, slender figure with a curly hairstyle, wearing a green eye mask on his forehead, moving alone across the sea. One of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Admiral Aokiji. Chapter 43. Encounters in the doldrums. Meeting Aokiji for the first time. The journey through the doldrums was long and tedious. Exhausted from the recent battle, Wang Chen was hesitant to enter the doldrums directly. Instead, he sought out an uninhabited island nearby to rest for half a day, recovering his strength before daring to sail into the doldrums. It must be said that a siege of the caliber akin to a Navy extermination order was indeed formidable. Even though Wang Chen performed at his best, a multitude of factors ultimately led to his retreat. Yes, retreat. Though he had managed to topple the ship of the giant Eagle Igo with a single strike before fleeing, he still lacked the strength to face the 6 generals of the beast pirates and eliminate them. This was largely due to his speed. Were it not for his speed far exceeding that of the giant Eagle Igo and the others, along with his agility as a lone individual, they would have had no chance of escaping him on the open sea. Otherwise, the battle's outcome might have been quite different. Overall, from the battle, he discerned both his strengths and weaknesses. The path of the strong is indeed a long and arduous journey. At present, he could be considered strong. Yet the title of invincible was still far from his grasp. He needed to become stronger. This time, he intended to find Ace, bring him back directly, and then spend some time aboard the Moby Dick, reaping the rewards. Wang Chen pondered within himself. The progression of the Sword Emperor was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The leap from level 35 to level 40 represented a significant threshold, while ascending from level 40 to level 45 demanded an even greater accumulation of experience. Without opening a multitude of treasure chests, he doubted he could amass sufficient character experience. Moreover, without leveling up, he would not acquire any attribute points. Thus, his already inadequate stamina attribute would remain stagnant. A mere stamina rating of 85 was woefully insufficient, leaving him unable to endure even a fierce skirmish against the 6 formidable warriors of the giant Eagle Igor. Should he aspire to ascend to the global stage, would he not be ridiculed as the 5-second man? Stamina signifies endurance. As a man, Wang Chen understood deeply that one must not only be fierce but also resilient. Therefore, addressing this deficiency in stamina was imperative. Yet, urgency was unwarranted at present. He found himself in the doldrums, still quite distant from the first half of the Grand Line, and it was far too premature to consider returning to the Moby Dick for any gains. Now, on the second day in the doldrums, Wang Chen sat upon a massive plank, using his 2nd-generation Ghost Slayer as a paddle, slowly drifting forward. His small sailboat had met its demise on the very first day he entered the doldrums, having been seized by a colossal sea king that bit it in 2. Although Wang Chen ultimately vanquished the gigantic sea creature with a single strike, it was too late. He could only salvage a plank from the creature's maw, thus avoiding the embarrassing fate of wandering the ocean on foot. It is worth noting that he was fortunate not to have consumed a devil fruit. The doldrums were dreaded for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, this region was devoid of wind, rendering any wind-powered vessel utterly immobile. Secondly, it served as a lair for the colossal sea kings, monstrous beings capable of obliterating the world. Their terrifying size rivaled that of a small island, and a mere shift of their massive bodies could annihilate everything in their vicinity. These gigantic sea kings were confined to the doldrums. Otherwise, the existence of the world government would be a matter of debate. Navigating through the doldrums was akin to wandering recklessly at the doorstep of these titanic sea kings. The level of danger was comparable to an ordinary person, bare-chested, flaunting their delectable appeal before a ravenous lion. In such circumstances, had Wang Chen been a devil fruit user, even with the strength to rival the 7 warlords, he would surely meet his demise. The ocean was the sworn enemy of those who wielded devil fruit powers, and in such an environment, capsizing was nearly a foregone conclusion. The fate of a devil fruit user stranded at sea without a vessel was all too evident. At present, Wang Chen finds himself devoid of a vessel. He has encountered the colossal sea kings on 3 separate occasions. The first encounter resulted in the loss of his ship. During the second, the wooden planks beneath him were reduced by half. And in the third, yet again, the planks were halved. Moreover, he has sustained some injuries, neither severe nor trivial. Had he not brought ample supplies and a system package for storage upon his departure, surviving on this windless expanse of ocean would have posed a considerable challenge. The doldrums are far more perilous than he had anticipated. Fortunately, 2 days have elapsed, and he has managed to endure. According to the navigational charts and his current speed, he will emerge from the doldrums and enter the North Sea within half a day's time. Indeed, between the West Sea and the North Sea. He has opted for the latter. The New World's shipping routes lie adjacent to both the West Sea and the North Sea. By traversing the doldrums on either side, he can access these two maritime domains. Initially, Wang Chen intended to journey to the West Sea. However, the allure of the North Sea, home to Germa 66, captivated him. Germa 66 possesses a species of giant snail capable of traversing the Red Line, prompting him to consider whether he could enlist their aid for a leg of his journey. After all, returning from Reverse Mountain to the Paradise requires considerable travel. The assistance of Germa 66's giant snail would undoubtedly save him significant time. As for the possibility of the war specialists of Germa 66 extending their support, one can only chuckle. Sailing under the emblem of Whitebeard carries its weight. While there may be those in the New World who dare to disregard Whitebeard's reputation, this certainly does not apply to the forces of the Four Seas. Especially to Germa 66, known for their intimidation of the weak while shying away from the strong. Ugh, this ghastly raw sea king sashimi is truly unpalatable. Wang Chen spat out the large piece of fish, his expression one of boredom. The doldrums are indeed dreary, flat, and motionless. Even the sea surface is devoid of variation. Were it not for the occasional appearance of enormous figures, akin to islands, surging forth from the depths, this windless zone would resemble a realm of the dead. Today has proven equally monotonous, and Wang Chen contemplated employing moonwalk to expedite his journey through this tedious stretch. However, considering the immense energy consumption of moonwalk and his own limitations as a 5-second man, he decided against it. After kicking over the sizable chunk of sea king meat tethered to the plank, he resolved to retrieve some cooked food and desserts from his provisions to celebrate his imminent departure from this ghostly place and entry into the North Sea. At that moment, a sudden notification from the system broke the silence. Ding! A canister has been detected nearby. Would you like to collect it? The unexpected alert startled Wang Chen. In this vast doldrum, devoid of any presence, such a notification could only be the work of a specter. He had never heard of sea kings dropping canisters. Startled, he rose to his feet, only to see a man not far from him, casually resting on a bicycle, his feet gliding over the icy surface. Sporting a nonchalant and indifferent expression, and smiling at him. Ah, look who I've stumbled upon. Chapter 44, The Golden Canister. The sound of thunderfruit. Wang Chen had never encountered Aokiji in reality. However, the bicycle, the vast ocean, the instant noodle hairstyle, and the familiar naval uniform draped over him made his identity unmistakable. The crew of the 4 emperors encountering an admiral at sea. What would transpire next was almost predictable. Wang Chen, however, remained entirely unperturbed, utilizing his knife as a makeshift paddle. He gradually maneuvered his small raft closer, all the while flashing a radiant smile at the green pheasant. Hello, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. My name is Wang Chen. I traversed the calm belt with the intention of reaching the North Sea. And you, sir, are you on vacation? The green pheasant, pedaling his bicycle and freely gliding over the ocean, was indeed enjoying a leisurely tour. However, at that moment, his expression was somewhat peculiar. He surmised Wang Chen's various reactions upon seeing him, yet the current scenario was beyond his expectations. He promptly responded, Monster Boy Wang Chen. I certainly recognize you as a crew member under the Whitebeard. But is this truly your reaction upon seeing me? Sir, you actually know who I am? How is that even possible? Wang Chen feigned ignorance, asserting that he was merely an intern, not a crew member. The older man remarked that his reaction was unexpected. What should my reaction be, then? Are you quite renowned, sir? Qingji scrutinized him for several moments. After a brief pause, he shrugged with indifference, stating, Forget it. I shan't concern myself with your thoughts. As a pirate, it is my duty as an admiral of the Navy to apprehend you. He then declared, Prepare for my move. Ice block, 2-pronged spear. With a flourish of his coat, 2 towering water columns erupted from the sea at his sides. As they approached within a foot of Qingji, they instantaneously transformed into ice pillars. Under Qingji's command, these ice formations launched like projectiles towards Wang Chen's abdomen and legs. Should this strike connect, Wang Chen would undoubtedly face grave injury, if not death, incapacitating him entirely. Fortunately, Wang Chen's reflexes were astoundingly swift. Almost instantaneously upon Qingji's attack, he activated his observation Haki. In the following moment, he vanished, soaring skyward with the swiftness of lightning, evading the icy assault before descending rapidly. The entire maneuver took less than a second. His rapid movement left the wooden planks beneath him undisturbed. As he descended, he appeared as light as a feather, devoid of any weight. had it not been for the ice spear that detonated the area behind him, sending forth a torrent of splashing waves and encasing the surroundings in frost. No observer would have discerned the extraordinary extent of his prior movement. "Hey, sir, this is rather excessive. I was merely feeling bored out here on the sea, and upon seeing someone, I thought to extend a greeting. If you are displeased, you could simply allow me to depart. This unprovoked aggression is hardly justifiable." Wang Chen stood there reprimanding, venting his dissatisfaction. After a moment of rambling, he seemed to suddenly realize something, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Wait a moment. Uncle, what did you say your position in the Navy was?" "A general." Aokiji tilted his head, gazing at him. Perhaps he was taken aback by the audacity of this youth to feign madness in his presence. Or perhaps it was simply his nature, inherently disinclined to engage in deep contemplation. After a brief moment of consideration, he surprisingly accepted Wang Chen's assertion, stating, "You don't recognize me? I am Aokiji, a Marine Admiral." Wang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this for real? To casually encounter someone in the vast ocean? And it turns out to be a general from the Navy headquarters? Sir, I am but a young man with limited education. Please do not deceive me." Qingji's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet he replied, "I am not deceiving you. Thus, you now comprehend your current predicament, do you not? A pirate encountering a Navy general, what other fate could there be?" However, Wang Chen responded with a puzzled predicament. "What predicament, Uncle Qingji? Although I am a pirate and you are a Navy officer, as a pirate, I am merely an intern who has committed no wrongdoing. Are you truly going to apprehend me solely due to my pirate status? Is this what you call Navy justice?" Qingji raised an eyebrow in surprise. Truth be told, it was the first time a pirate had spoken of justice in his presence. A pirate discussing justice? Had it been his colleague, Akane Sakazuki, standing before Wang Chen? One could easily imagine the scornful expression on Akainu's face as he uttered a derisive remark followed by a devastating magma-infused punch. Yet, Qingji was different. To encounter Wang Chen, a newly emerged Yonko supernova, during his leisurely maritime travels was indeed a surprise. In accordance with his duties as a Navy general, he should have immediately taken this individual into custody without a second thought. However, instinctively, he sensed that this youth did not belong to the category of the most heinous pirates. Moreover, as he had stated, he had not committed any grave offenses. His only notable achievement at sea was the defeat of 6 ships belonging to the Beast Pirates, inflicting injuries upon numerous crew members. But what did the casualties of the Beast Pirates have to do with Qingji? In his sense of justice, there was no obligation to protect the Beast Pirates. Rather, it could be said that it was better for the scum of the Beast Pirates to perish. What Wang Chen undertook not only did not contravene the principles of justice he upheld, but rather aligned perfectly with his inclinations. Thus, at this moment, he refrained from taking further action, his gaze instead adorned with a subtle smile. "Pirates are conversing with me about justice? Child, are you jesting? How could that be?" With a playful smile adorning his face, Wang Chen maneuvered his boat closer. "Whether it be the 4 emperors or the Navy, in my perspective, they both serve as guardians of order. The Navy's role in the vast ocean is akin to that of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. Without our Whitebeard pirates, one can only imagine the chaos that would ensue in the New World. Surely, Uncle Aokiji, you can deduce this as well, can you not? Thus, I contend that the Navy and the 4 emperors share commonalities, despite our differing stances and factions. I believe this should not be a justification for hostility and confrontation upon our meetings. The principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences is a timeless adage applicable in any realm. Would you not agree, Uncle Aokiji?" As he spoke, he drew within 7 or 8 meters of Aokiji. At such proximity, Aokiji could distinctly sense the aura emanating from the young man, prompting him to instinctively narrow his eyes. This youth possesses a certain intrigue, does he not? Wang Chen erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Why so serious? I have been sailing through this dreary, windless zone for several days, and it is a rare opportunity to encounter another person. Just a few words, a brief chat, what is the harm in that? Speaking of which, I happen to possess a fine bottle of wine. Since fate has brought us together, Uncle Qingji, shall we indulge?" At that moment, he had already approached Qingji within a meter's distance. In this proximity, should Qingji wish to take any action against him, escape would be impossible. It must be said, this fellow was remarkably audacious. Perhaps the allure of the jar had momentarily dulled his sense of danger. It was precisely during this interval that Wang Chen silently intoned, "Retrieve. Activate." Suddenly, a crisp chime resonated, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a legendary jar." Ding. "Congratulations, host. The jar has been successfully opened, and you have obtained the item, Devil Fruit, Thunder Fruit. Would the host like to consume it? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. The Thunder Fruit. Chapter 45, The Bearer of the Thunder Fruit. A tremendous enhancement. Wang Chen had always yearned for a devil fruit. It was not that he was in dire need of the powers bestowed by such a fruit, even without its abilities. He could rely on his sword Emperor panel to become a formidable force in the Grand Line. Nevertheless, the powers of a devil fruit could indeed enhance his strength significantly in a short span of time and, to a certain extent, compensate for his shortcomings. Where does Wang Chen's shortcoming lie? In stamina, and once again, stamina. It is crucial to emphasize this point thrice. Whether it is the Sword Emperor's swordsmanship or palm techniques, all of these require substantial physical strength as a foundation. Take, for instance, when Wang Chen, in a display of prowess, executed the dragon's palm against the crimson-haired Shanks. It was exhilarating, indeed, but what were the consequences that followed? Wang Chen found himself utterly drained in that moment. In contrast, the red-haired figure, having received a strike, appeared entirely unscathed. Had this incident occurred on a genuine battlefield? There is no doubt that Wang Chen would have met his demise in an instant. The same principle applies when he utilized the formidable flower dance of 1,000 souls to sever 5 vessels with a single sword. His stamina significantly constrained his potential. However, the introduction of a devil fruit would drastically alter the scenario. If it were a Zoan-type devil fruit, his physical shortcomings would be instantly compensated. What is the primary attribute of a Zoan-type devil fruit? It is endurance and resilience. This was exemplified by Rob Lucci of CP9, who possessed the cat fruit in its leopard form, as well as by the numerous beasts of the beast pirates. The Zoan-type devil fruits follow this very trajectory. Regrettably, Wang Chen did not possess any of those potent ancient or mythical Zoan types. All he had was an exceedingly ordinary, even grotesque, dog fruit. Wang Chen could hardly believe that he had consumed this fruit and subsequently transformed into the form of a dog. The imagery was exquisite, so breathtaking that merely contemplating it rendered him momentarily breathless. Thus, choosing an animal-type fruit was unequivocally unfeasible. The alternatives remained two. One was a superhuman type, the other a natural type. Clearly, in comparison to the natural type, the superhuman type possessed greater developmental potential. If one could cultivate it to the awakened state akin to that of Kaido and Don Quixote da Flamingo, its might would rival that of some formidable natural type abilities. Nevertheless, despite the discussions, Wang Chen still yearned for the natural type. Although the superhuman type indeed harbored more potential, it lacked a certain charm. When juxtaposed with the natural type fruit users, who could unleash cataclysmic powers, freezing the earth or transforming it into magma, the superhuman type users paled in comparison, lacking that same allure. As Wang Chen often remarked in his previous life, strength may be transient, but charm is everlasting. Had there been a mythical creature like the phoenix from Marco or a fish fruit in the azure dragon form like Kaido, Wang Chen would have undoubtedly chosen one of those. Alas, the system would not afford him such an opportunity. At this moment, Kazan was indeed adorned with a golden canister, the second golden can Wang Chen had encountered since his transmigration. It was the radiance of that golden hue that compelled him, disregarding Kazan's status as an admiral, to approach him with fervor. The risk he took, it turned out, was not in vain. The golden legendary canister did not disappoint. Without warning, it revealed a natural-type devil fruit, the Thunder Fruit. Indeed, the golden legend proved itself worthy of its name. Unsurprisingly, the owner of the Thunder Fruit was none other than Enel, the god of Sky Island. After his defeat by Luffy, Enel did not perish. Instead, he set sail aboard a spacecraft, seeking to establish his divine kingdom upon the moon. Thus, within the realm of the living, the Thunder Fruit belonged to another. This meant that Wang Chen's fruit, like the famed sword Snowwalk and the notorious blade Naidaimonet, was a crude and mindless replication by the system. It would be inaccurate to assert that it was identical to Enel's Thunder Fruit, but one could say the two were indistinguishable. Should Wang Chen consume the Thunder Fruit or not? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. One must not dwell on the fact that the Thunder Fruit is countered by the Rubber Fruit. After all, did Akaina not triumph over Kazan and Punk Hazard? Elemental weaknesses exist only to a certain degree. Moreover, who decreed that the Thunder Fruit was limited to merely discharging electricity? No matter how formidable the current, it cannot traverse the insulative properties of rubber. But what if it were an electromagnetic cannon? Rubber may be an insulator, but it is not an invincible defense. Electricity may not pass through, yet if the electrical energy were converted into kinetic energy, could the electromagnetic force not penetrate rubber? Could such an assault be deemed defensible? Wang Chen firmly believed that had he been the one to wield the Thunder Fruit on the Sky Island that day, the Pirate King, Luffy, would have faced no fate but death. The Thunder Fruit was undeniably potent. The issue lay solely with its user. Thus, when Wang Chen extracted the Thunder Fruit from Aokiji, he realized that this fruit before him could very well be the greatest fortune of his life. The golden legendary jar was a rare treasure, one that could not be sought after. After the likes of Whitebeard and Aokiji, he wondered if a third golden legendary jar would ever materialize. He was uncertain. The randomness of such legendary jars made it impossible to predict whether another powerful natural fruit like the Thunder Fruit could be obtained. Hence, without a moment's hesitation, he responded to the system's inquiry, silently commanding within his heart, "Use." The Thunder Fruit vanished from the system's inventory, and in its place, an arc of electricity flickered in Wang Chen's eyes. In an instant, he acquired a newfound power, the Devil Fruit, the Thunder Fruit. Upon reopening the panel, he beheld the following. Name: Wang Chen. Thunder Fruit. User strength: 160 stamina, 100 speed, 105 current level, 35 skills. Basic proficiency LV 35. Return to origin LV 1. Maximum 5 chi. Returning to origin EV 3. Light Sword Mastery. Default. Dragon Palm LV 1. Conqueror's Haki LV 1. Observation Haki LV 2. Armament Haki LV 1. Navy 6 styles. Moonwalk LV 1. Next to his name, a new title appeared, Thunderfruit User. Moreover, among his personal attributes, apart from strength, which had reached its peak and could not be enhanced further, the other two attributes had seen considerable boosts. Indeed, the Devil Fruit could enhance one's physical prowess. The speed attribute surged from 101 to 105, an increase of 4 points. Stamina, even more astonishingly, escalated from 85 to 100, a remarkable rise of 15 points, effectively allowing Wang Chen to level up 3 times instantaneously, dedicating all attribute points to stamina. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of validation in his gamble. The mere sacrifice of his swimming ability had resulted in a monumental breakthrough on his character panel. Undoubtedly, this had directly compensated for Wang Chen's significant shortcomings and personal attributes, facilitating a leap in his individual strength. If it were not for Aokiji's presence, Wang Chen would have likely leaped in exhilaration, exclaiming those 4 words. Woohoo, take off. Chapter 46, A Conversation with the Admiral. Bounty, 100 million. As the moment passed swiftly, the entire process from discovering the jar to opening it, and then utilizing the Thunder Fruit to gain its powers, transpired in an instant for Wang Chen. Due to their proximity, Aokiji felt the palpable change in Wang Chen during this fleeting moment. Initially, he had intended to speak, but upon witnessing this scene, his eyes narrowed in surprise. You? Having reaped substantial benefits, Wang Chen was in high spirits. Upon hearing Aokiji's astonishment, he burst into hearty laughter. Oh, it's nothing at all. I merely found myself inspired by you, Uncle Aokiji. With that, he quickly composed himself, concealing his aura. It must be said, the system's output was indeed formidable. Under normal circumstances, with such an exaggerated pace of breakthrough, one might struggle to maintain their composure, potentially shattering the ice beneath their feet or falling into the sea. Yet, Wang Chen remained unfazed. Upon centering himself, he seamlessly masked the overwhelming surge brought by the Thunder Fruit. He then casually sat down, retrieving a small flask of liquor from his pack, and beckoned Aokiji. Come, Uncle Aokiji, since our paths have crossed, let us share a drink, shall we? One could not help but admire Wang Chen's demeanor, rivaling the likes of Shanks and Whitebeard. He exhibited a boldness not everyone possessed to approach an admiral so closely. Moreover, his actions suggested a desire to share a table with Admiral Aokiji, engaging in camaraderie. Given their divergent allegiances and the vast chasm in their statuses, Wang Chen's actions could be deemed audaciously reckless. What an interesting young man, Aokiji remarked. However, let us forego the drinking. You've been in the comm belt these past few days, and likely remain unaware of the events unfolding outside. Allow me to summarize briefly. Firstly, your battle outside White Wave Island has been widely disseminated by those with ill intentions, making headlines in the world news and spreading throughout the New World. The front page features you prominently. This means your identity, origins, and capabilities are now well known. Although you continue to assert that you are merely an intern of the Whitebeard pirates, after the skirmish at White Wave Island, no one will regard you as such anymore. Moreover, it is said that your accomplishments at White Wave Island have greatly embarrassed the Beast Pirates. The calamity known as Jack has publicly declared a bounty on your head. Did you not mention wanting to stir trouble with the Beast Pirates in Wano over the past year? I advise you against it. Jack and the entire Beast Pirates are currently in a furious state. I've heard that even Kaido, far away in Wano, has learned of your name. In such circumstances, I believe it would be wiser for you to lay low. Lastly, the Navy has revised your bounty. Previously, some fool set it at 10,000. The headquarters has now amended it, establishing your bounty at 100 million. From 10,000 to 100 million, a 10,000-fold increase, which is certainly a source of pride for you. Furthermore, this is only the preliminary figure. If you cause more trouble, your bounty may rise even higher. For instance, my assignment to return to the New World is due to the impending conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. I believe you understand who is at the center of this, do you not? Aokiji cast a cold glance at Wang Chen, the intern with a bounty of 100 million berries. Wang Chen blinked, momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. After a lengthy pause, he exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? No wonder Uncle Green Pheasant claimed to know me. It turns out I've been placed on the Navy's bounty list. Is the World News Agency the one that has seagulls selling newspapers? I made the front page? If that is the case, my current notoriety must be quite remarkable. However, Uncle Green Pheasant, I must say, the Navy headquarters seems rather stingy, doesn't it? With my level of fame, you're offering a mere 100 million berries? Surely you could increase that a bit." Wang Chen chuckled. "However, regarding the Beast pirates, I shall not bear the blame. They initiated the provocation against me, and I merely retaliated in self-defense. Legally speaking, this is termed a defensive counterstrike. Even if we were to contest this in your judicial island, I would still be in the right. As for your advice to exercise some self-awareness and avoid provoking the Beast pirates in Wano country, I can only say that our principle in the Whitebeard pirates is to repay kindness and seek vengeance. If we speak of Wano, then we shall indeed go. No counsel will sway me on this matter. For Wang Chen, a promise is a promise. If words hold no weight, then what is the essence of manhood? The Beast pirates may be formidable, but there is still a year left, is there not? I have already grown this strong. Who can predict what I will become in a year? Regardless, I have made my declaration. I will set foot in Wano. I shall not rest until I create a tempest." Aokiji regarded him with a detached gaze. After a lengthy silence, seemingly convinced of Wang Chen's determination, he nodded and removed his gloves, stating, "I had thought you were different from the typical pirate. Yet, it appears that a pirate is still merely a pirate, willing to plunge the entire sea into chaos for personal gain." At that moment, Aokiji's eyes glimmered with icy resolve, the chilling aura emanating from him seemingly capable of freezing the entire ocean. "In that case, I must fulfill my duty as an admiral." With a chilling breath, an overwhelming cold surged from Aokiji's hand, striking without hesitation, leaving no time for reaction. As the frigid aura enveloped him, Wang Chen stood up. But due to the proximity and the swiftness of the cold, even his level 2 observation Haki could not allow him to evade Aokiji's assault. This was the first time he encountered an attack he could not dodge. The speed of his invincible physique as a sword master could not keep pace. One must commend the Admirals. Their terrifying prowess far exceeds that of ordinary pirate elites. Fortunately for Wang Chen, he was no longer the same as before. While his physical speed might falter, he still possessed the powers of the Thunder Fruit. Upon realizing he could not evade Aokiji's icy onslaught, Wang Chen instinctively activated the Thunder Fruit's abilities, transforming into lightning and vanishing from the icy surface. When he reappeared, he was already 30 meters away from Aokiji. Standing on a small boat, protesting, "Hey, Uncle, can you give a guy a moment to react before you strike?" Aokiji squinted, recognizing the Devil Fruit ability. "You concealed your strength during the Battle of White Wave Island." Chapter 47, The Calm Belt Battle. Rager's Journey. Aokiji displayed a rare look of astonishment. During the Battle of White Wave Island, Wang Chen had fought valiantly against 6,000 foes. Although he did not eliminate them all, he demonstrated his formidable and terrifying power to the world. For a mere 16 or 17-year-old, such strength was extraordinary. Yet now, this young man was implying he had not even unleashed his full potential against an alliance of nearly half the Navy's demon-slaying unit? This lad, could he be a monster? At such a tender age, he already understood the value of restraint. It seemed that for the sake of future tranquility on the seas, he could not be allowed to leave today. With a thunderous roar, Aokiji launched himself into the air, his body slicing through the atmosphere like an arrow. His hands, shrouded in the frigid air, crystallized into thick layers of ice. With the combination of his Haki and ice fruit abilities, Aokiji's fist became harder than an iceberg. His fists, resembling dragons, pierced towards Wang Chen's chest. Should this blow connect, Wang Chen would be obliterated in an instant. Even if he survived, he would be gravely injured. "Don't go too far, Uncle." With a resounding crash, Wang Chen retaliated with a punch of his own. The newly acquired Thunder Fruit granted him lightning-fast reflexes and immense physical endurance. The troubles that had once plagued him were now inconsequential. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chen enveloped his fists in Haki, while crackling bolts of lightning danced between his knuckles. He met Aokiji's iron fist with equal ferocity, refusing to yield. The heavens echoed with a cataclysmic roar as their fists collided. Unsurprisingly, the small boat beneath Wang Chen shattered into splinters upon impact, leaving him with no refuge in the vast ocean. Crack, crack, crack. The azure surface of the sea began to freeze, the terrifying chill emanating from Aokiji's fist wreaking havoc. Their clash unleashed a wave of icy energy, causing ice to form across the sea's surface. Simultaneously, as the lightning energy dissipated from Wang Chen's fists, golden sparks danced in the frigid air. Boom! The ocean erupted. Ice shards scattered. In mere moments, the once tranquil calm belt was transformed into a scene of chaos. Showing no signs of distress from the failed punch, Aokiji pulled his left hand inward and uttered a single word: freeze. Instantly, an ice knife manifested in his hand, which he flung towards Wang Chen, aiming for his heart. Hey, uncle, that's a bit excessive. Suspended in midair, Wang Chen had nowhere to evade. Fortunately, the Thunder Fruit granted him unparalleled exhilaration. Almost instantaneously, as the ice knife hurtled towards his heart, Wang Chen elementalized his torso, allowing the ice blade to pass harmlessly through him. While he evaded the physical attack, the chilling attributes of Aokiji's ice fruit lingered. Almost immediately, Wang Chen felt a subtle stiffness creeping into his body, a remnant of the cold left behind by the ice knife that had passed through him. No longer could he afford to be careless. With a sharp gaze, he drew the second-generation kite, declaring, in return, "You shall taste my blade." Boom. The terrifying sword energy cleaved through the waves, aiming for Aokiji's neck. Aokiji remained unmoved. Just as the white blade was about to strike him, half of his body rapidly crystallized into ice. Clang! A sound akin to metal clashing resounded from his chest. Aokiji's eyes flickered as he glanced at Wang Chen. Nice sword. Too bad your strength is lacking. A single slash failed to breach his defenses. One could not help but admire the Admirals. They possessed no discernible weaknesses, embodying the ideal of a hexagonal warrior, perfect to the extent that merely standing there instilled despair in their enemies. Ice block. Ice Aokiji. Aokiji raised his hand, an astonishing chill gathering wildly around his right arm. In an instant, his arm crystallized into a white ice bird. With a swift motion, the ice bird sprang to life, clawing and flapping as it lunged toward Wang Chen. The piercing cry echoed through the void. As the ice bird soared from Aokiji's arm, it expanded in size, freezing the sea beneath it inch by inch. By the time it neared Wang Chen, its form had grown to nearly 100 meters, resembling a small iceberg poised to shatter him into fragments. In a fleeting moment, Wang Chen realized that this attack was unavoidable. He could only confront it head-on. Cursing under his breath, he hastily retrieved a master contract from his inventory. Then, like lightning, he rapidly allocated points to the Sword Emperor's skill tree. In an instant, he was once again the warrior he had been during the Battle of White Wave Island. The 5th level of the 5 Chi towards Origin skill dramatically increased his speed and reaction time. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped his blades with both hands, his eyes wide with intensity, and faced the ferocious assault of the colossal ice bird. He unleashed a devastating strike, the dance of flowers and thousand souls. Boom! The terrifying blade energy surged upwards. Under Aokiji's astonished gaze, the massive ice bird was cleaved in two. Crack! Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! The ice shattered. A powerful shockwave swept outward in all directions. Shards of ice flew like daggers, hurtling across the vast expanse. The once clear sky darkened ominously, heavy clouds rolling in like ink, as if poised to descend. Simultaneously, astonishing lightning flickered within the darkened clouds, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder and the howling wind. It felt as though a cataclysmic storm was imminent, a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. Meanwhile, on the tranquil sea of the calm belt, a vessel marked with the number 66 was sailing. Though referred to as a ship, it was, in fact, a massive snail. The design and the prominent 66 symbol indicated it belonged to Germa 66, the rulers of the North Sea. This enormous vessel glided through the calm belt, seemingly en route from the North Sea to the New World. On the deck, Vinsmoke Reiju, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, lounged under an umbrella, relaxing on the grass while enjoying afternoon tea. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the sky. What on earth is that? Chapter 48. The sky changes. Thunder roars across the void. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. In Rage's line of sight, The sun that had hung in the sky vanished in an instant, replaced by thick clouds as heavy as lead. As she stood up, the once azure sky transformed into a canvas stained with ink. An astonishing chill swept across the sea, causing Reiju to instinctively shudder. Then, as if she sensed something was amiss, her shocked expression intensified, her eyes widening further, as the calm belt entered winter. The calm belt, renowned for its eternal summer. Experiencing winter was as absurd as snowfall at the equator. Yet, the surrounding cold was palpable and undeniable. With no inclination left for afternoon tea, Reiju leaned over the ship's railing, shouting for the crew below, "Quick, find out what is happening." "Yes, Your Highness." The crew, comprised of the elite members of the Vinsmoke family, erupted into chaos. Having sailed the seas for a long time, they were well aware of the unpredictable climate of the New World. If the current weather were typical of the New World, they would not be surprised, after all. The New World is infamous for its erratic weather, where one moment the sun shines brightly and the next, hail may fall. However, the calm belt exhibiting such phenomena? That was entirely abnormal. In just a few minutes, beneath Germa's colossal snail warship, small speedboats were dispatched like fish, racing in all directions. Meanwhile, Reiju's expression remained grave as she gazed at the sky, murmuring to herself, "What is happening?" With mastery over martial arts, swordsmanship, and the powers of the devil fruit, even the Navy's closely guarded secret, the Six Styles, seemed to be within his grasp. What else could he possibly lack? On the Azure Sea, Aokiji utilized his ice fruit abilities to freeze the ocean, standing upon the ice as he gazed intently at Wang Chen, a serious expression on his face. The battle with this rookie from the Whitebeard pirates had persisted for some time. Initially, he had thought it would be an easy victory, but as the fight progressed, Aokiji grew increasingly alarmed. Firstly, there was the rather troublesome devil fruit ability, rivaling even that of Kazara's light fruit. Secondly, Wang Chen's own formidable martial skills were astonishing. The various physical techniques he employed appeared to Aokiji as mere trifles, effortlessly executed. Wang Chen could contort his body into countless angles to evade Aokiji's attacks while simultaneously unleashing a tempestuous barrage of close-quarters assaults. The combination of martial arts and devil fruit abilities was nothing short of monstrous. His speed was terrifying, comparable to Kizaru, and his power equally formidable. Among all of this, what shocked Aokiji most was Wang Chen's swordsmanship. Initially, it seemed manageable. His grand sword play was effective against lesser foes but barely scratched the ice layer on Aokiji's skin. However, the subsequent strike shattered Aokiji's expectations. How could one sword, after breaking through Aokiji's ice-clad attack, still possess the strength to retaliate against him? Such a ferocious strike was something Aokiji had never witnessed, nor dared to imagine. In contrast, Aokiji's mastery of the Navy's ancestral superhuman techniques, the Six Styles, seemed trivial in comparison. The youth, labeled a mere rookie by everyone, was genuinely terrifying. "Uncle, you are truly starting to annoy me." Wang Chen glared at Aokiji, his eyes filled with intensity. Despite maintaining a seemingly casual demeanor throughout, he had approached every interaction with Aokiji with utmost caution. He had not anticipated that even with all his efforts and vigilance, he still could not gain the upper hand in this battle. It was evident that an admiral was indeed on another level, a monstrous force that instilled a sense of despair, having executed his most powerful move. The dance of flowers and thousand souls. Wang Chen knew he could muster just one more strike with the last of his stamina. Thus, his next blow would be a final, all-or-nothing effort, a matter of life or death. Wang Chen had been persistently seeking an opportunity for victory, thus he remained exceedingly cautious. Unfortunately, with the combat prowess of Aokiji, he would never be afforded such an opportunity. At this juncture, Aokiji had already gleaned much about Wang Chen. His speed was remarkable, exceedingly swift. His own velocity, combined with the powers of the devil fruit, rendered him akin to a streak of light traversing the air, without the application of observation Haki. He would scarcely be able to perceive Wang Chen's movements. Furthermore, his swordsmanship was formidable, truly terrifying. One strike was sufficient to cleave through Wang Chen's attack, and he still had the strength to counterattack. Regrettably for Wang Chen, this young man bore a critical weakness, his stamina. Despite the battle having reached this point, Aokiji remained unscathed, even showing no signs of fatigue, while his opponent was already panting heavily. Moreover, the sword strike that had previously countered Wang Chen's ferocious attack had not been repeated. Initially, Aokiji had assumed that Wang Chen was merely biding his time, waiting for an opportune moment to catch him off guard. However, it now appeared that fatigue had set in, rendering him reluctant to unleash another attack. Thus, in the face of Wang Chen, Aokiji displayed a demeanor of ease, if circumstances allowed. He would not hesitate to engage in battle with this young man for 3 days and 3 nights, even into the early hours. After all, he felt no strain whatsoever. In stark contrast, Wang Chen appeared somewhat lacking in vigor. Aokiji's gaze glinted with a hint of mockery as he observed Wang Chen, smiling as he remarked, "You might choose to press forward with a swift attack to resolve this matter. Yet, you seem rather fatigued at this moment. Your movements no longer exhibit the same agility as before." The terror of the ice fruit lay not solely in its chilling capability, but also in its ability to shape the battlefield, continuously establishing a combat domain favorable to Aokiji. Wang Chen was aware of this fact. The surface of the sea had become extensively frozen, with icy tendrils releasing a pervasive chill. While this chill posed little threat to Wang Chen, he gradually sensed a decline in his own speed. His once extraordinary physical velocity, augmented by the powers of the thunder fruit, had allowed him to move with lightning swiftness, so much so that even Aokiji struggled to keep pace. However, at this moment, flaws were beginning to manifest in his movements, revealing a burgeoning sluggishness. The situation on the battlefield was inherently disadvantageous to him. He need not ponder the consequences of prolonging the fight. They were evident. With no alternative, he could only make a desperate gamble. Taking a deep breath, he felt the frigid air course through his lungs, and a glimmer of determination ignited within his eyes. In the next instant, he acted without hesitation. With a powerful thrust against the ice, he soared into the sky. Before his body could descend, he employed the moonwalk technique, ascending ever higher until he vanished amongst the clouds. "Aokiji, prepare yourself, for this shall be my strongest attack. You wish to capture me, do you not? If you can withstand this strike, I, Wang Chen, shall surrender without protest. Come, receive my move, Celestial Thunderfall." A thunderous roar erupted, resonating through the clouds. In the following moment, the serene sky was shattered by the sound of thunderous lightning. Chapter 49. The appearance of the celestial Kirin. A cataclysmic scene. A series of resounding thunderclaps echoed across the heavens. One could witness, at the very moment Wang Chen ascended into the clouds, a tempestuous upheaval within the thunderclouds. The weather in this maritime expanse had already become extraordinary due to their fierce battle. Dark rain clouds congregated ominously, heavy and leaden, poised to unleash their fury at the slightest provocation. As Wang Chen entered the clouds, he acutely perceived the incessant fluctuations of positive and negative ions within. The principles of thunder generation were not lost on him, a product of 9 years of compulsory education in the sciences. Moreover, possessing the thunder fruit endowed him with an innate affinity for electricity. Although he had never attempted this before, in that fleeting moment, he comprehended the method of gathering thunderclouds to summon lightning. Unable to match Aokiji in direct confrontation, he saw no issue in harnessing external forces. The true strength of a Logia-type fruit lies in its ability to thrive within its native environment. If the current surroundings favored him, his battlefield would exponentially amplify his capabilities. Much like Aokiji in Antarctica or Akainu at a volcanic rim, the thunderclouds coalescing from their clash represented both his fortune and opportunity. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he closed his eyes momentarily, and when he opened them again, they shone with a brilliant golden light. Boundless electricity emanated from his entire being. In an instant, he transformed from a mere human into a being akin to Pikachu. He radiated like a colossal electric generator, unleashing torrents of lightning toward the ubiquitous thunderclouds. Celestial Thunderfall. With a resounding crash, the world seemed to tremble. As the wielder of the thunder fruit, Wang Chen expended every ounce of his stamina, releasing a formidable surge of electrical energy. However, at this moment, he was drawing upon his own power to invoke the thunderclouds above. The thunderclouds loomed above like a vast reservoir of electricity, which would ordinarily remain dormant. Even if it were to discharge, it would not strike Aokiji. Yet now, under Wang Chen's control, the energy within the clouds surged forth. Like water trapped within a sponge, it remained contained until pressure was applied. A mere squeeze could leave one utterly drenched. At this moment, Wang Chen finds himself in such a predicament. Countless storm clouds have been stirred, unleashing currents of electricity that converge around Wang Chen's form. In an instant, an ocean of thunder emerges. Wang Chen should have been terrified, yet at this moment, he was in his element, his entire spirit surging with exhilaration. In the next instant, the lightning coalesced naturally into a colossal thunder Kirin. Its body, forged as if from molten gold, towered 100 zhang high. Amid the roiling thunderclouds, its scales gleamed distinctly, and its horns exuded majesty. Standing atop the clouds, the thunder Kirin resembled a deity gazing down upon the mortal realm, leaving the Germa soldiers below utterly dumbstruck. In truth, Wang Chen's location was easy to find. The sheer magnitude of the battle-esque commotion drew countless small vessels emerging from beneath the giant snail, swiftly pinpointing their target. Then, Upon spotting Admiral Aokiji standing upon the frozen sea, they froze in shock. Witnessing Wang Chen clashing fiercely with Aokiji, they were equally stunned. Before they could react, Wang Chen had already soared into the heavens, transforming into the Thunder Kirin. Is that a god? The god of thunder. Countless men stood upon their fragile boats. Surrounded by the churning, boiling ocean, waves surged violently, tossing their vessels, yet in this moment, they remained oblivious. Their eyes were fixed solely upon the towering, resplendent figure in the sky. The massive golden creature loomed there, and as they beheld it, they felt as though they were in the presence of divinity. Not only those on the nearby boats but also Reiju, aboard the Germa 66 flagship far away, witnessed the spectacle. The thundercloud's expanse was simply too vast, rendering Wang Chen's Thunder Kirin form impossible to conceal. Standing at the ship's prow, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family gazed upward, her entire body trembling with awe, her eyes wide with disbelief. What is that? What is that? She screamed inwardly. Then, the lightning descended. Countless golden bolts crashed from the heavens, engulfing the world in blinding radiance. Reiju instinctively shut her eyes, sensing only a world awash in gold. When she reopened them, the terrifying phenomenon had vanished. The golden Thunder Kirin, once perched like a deity among the clouds, was gone. The sky had cleared as if nothing had transpired. Yet Reiju knew what she had witnessed was no illusion. I think I saw a god. Princess Wve detected a massive Sea King, a subordinate reported hesitantly. Reiju blinked. A Sea King? Now, of all times? And no, Your Highness, the man stammered, sweating profusely. It's a dead Sea King. It was caught in the lightning storm just now. Reiju fell silent for a long moment. Finally, the subordinate ventured, Princess, should we retrieve the carcass? The remains of a massive Sea King held value, especially for the scientists of Germa 66, who could extract use from even the dead. Reiju parted her lips to respond. Boom. A figure plummeted from the sky, crashing onto their deck. Who goes there? Enemy attack. Alert. Still reeling from the earlier shock, the Germa 66 crew reacted like startled birds, their weapons drawn at the slightest disturbance. In an instant, the entire ship mobilized, swarming toward the source of the noise. There, they found a man face first in the grassy deck, his posterior pointed skyward. As the crowd encircled him, weapons raised, he finally wrenched his head free from the turf, blinking in confusion at the armed men surrounding him. Where am I? Who are you people? Why are you all pointing guns at me? Chapter 50. The Name of the Thunder God. A borrowed ship. Having fallen from the heavens and landed unceremoniously on Germa 66's flagship, Wang Chen was now in a state of utter exhaustion. Summoning a 100-mile thunderstorm single-handedly had pushed him beyond his limits. Though the Garo Garo Nomi granted him dominion over lightning, his physical endurance paled in comparison to legends like Silver's Rayleigh. Had he possessed Rayleigh's monstrous stamina, Wang Chen mused, he might have sustained a prolonged battle against Aokiji rather than expending everything in a single cataclysmic strike. I'm still too weak. Challenging an admiral as a warlord was reckless at best. That he had escaped unscathed was nothing short of miraculous. So covered and disheveled, he sat dazed, while the Vinsmoke soldiers around him gaped in bewilderment. A person? He fell from the sky just now. Since when do people fall from the weight? Doesn't he look familiar? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Then, abruptly, someone pointed at Wang Chen's back and shrieked in horror. He is from the Whitebeard pirates. The garment adorning Wang Chen is none other than the Whitebeard coat bestowed upon him by Marco just before his departure. Despite the fierce battles he has endured, which have ravaged much of the cloak, one can still discern the remnants of the emblematic Whitebeard insignia upon his back. For those who traverse the vast oceans, the mark of the four emperors is unmistakably familiar. Thus, upon the revelation of Wang Chen's identity, the members of Germa 66 erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Is that not the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates? What brings the Whitebeard pirates to our Germa 66 vessel? Quickly, holster your weapons. We must not allow any misunderstandings to arise. The names of men and trees, particularly that of the four emperors, wield considerable influence upon the seas. Recognizing Wang Chen as a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates, the previously tense members of Germa 66 promptly sheathed their weapons to avoid any misinterpretation. At this juncture, the esteemed princess of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju, approached Wang Chen. Observing him closely, her brows furrowed slightly. Are you of the Whitebeard family? The mention of the Whitebeard family momentarily stunned Wang Chen, yet as he beheld the woman before him, a realization struck him. You are Vinsmoke's eldest daughter, Vinsmoke Reiju? With her pink, shoulder-length hair cascading over her right eye and her left eyebrow adorned with a counterclockwise swirl, her pale blue eyes shimmered beneath a subtle pink lip hue. Clad in a pink combat suit, she wore earmuffs, a blue scarf, and a cape shaped like butterfly wings, complemented by white and pink knee-high boots. Her legs bore tattoos of the number 6, exhibiting a slender physique and elongated limbs. Regardless of prior encounters, the distinctive circular eyebrows emblematic of the Vinsmoke lineage, combined with her striking pink attire, would have made it impossible for Wang Chen not to recognize her. Immediately, Reiju's frown deepened. Have we met before? No, but I am familiar with you. Wang Chen dusted off his garments and rose to his feet, casting a glance at the shattered emblem of the white-bearded figure. He felt a twinge of displeasure. Ah, Uncle Aokiji, how could you do this? This was the only piece of clothing I had intact. Now, if I wish to don another attire, I must make a trip back to the Moby Dick. Originally, Leijio had intended to articulate something, but she found herself momentarily speechless. She was already aware of Aokiji's presence. After all, he was a vice admiral. As the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, how could she be oblivious to the existence of Admiral Aokiji? Furthermore, her subordinates, who had just ventured out for reconnaissance, had already informed her via Den Mushi about the identities of the two protagonists involved in the recent maritime battle. Wang Chen and the others were unfamiliar with each other, merely acquainted through the name Thunder God. It was precisely for this reason that when Wang Chen mentioned the existence of Qingji, she reacted with such sensitivity. What is your relationship with Qingji? She stammered, gazing at Wang Chen in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, Leijio suddenly felt her lips tremble and, with a quivering voice, she addressed Wang Chen. Could it be? You are the Thunder God. Thunder God? Wang Chen appeared utterly bewildered. What is that? He inquired. I am Wang Chen, hailing from the Whitebeard pirates, and I am a swordsman. He corrected himself while introducing his name, subtly gesturing towards the renowned blade, the second-generation Onigiri, in his hand. But you just said, What did I say? You just mentioned that you were with Aokiji. Indeed, Uncle Aokiji damaged my clothing, hence I currently find myself without attire. Is there an issue with that? Wang Chen remarked. What does the matter of a piece of clothing have to do with the Thunder God? If we are to speak of nicknames, you ought to address me as Sword Emperor. After all, I have proclaimed myself a swordsman. As a swordsman, how could a moniker be unrelated to the word sword? As he spoke, he gestured towards his renowned blade, the second-generation Guichou. The crowd around him fell silent, a stillness enveloping them for an indeterminate duration. You are the Thunder God, Leijio shouted, pointing at Wang Chen. In that instant, the onlookers could no longer contain their astonishment. A wave of commotion spread throughout the venue. The Thunder God. It is indeed he. To have engaged in battle with a marine admiral and survived, yet still be concerned about his attire. What audacity this displays. Goodness, we just had our guns aimed at him. Should we kneel and apologize, seeking forgiveness from the esteemed Thunder God? Or perhaps we should refrain from kneeling. As they pondered, a group of individuals suddenly found their knees giving way, and they collectively knelt before Wang Chen. Thunder God, please forgive us. They all sat on the ground, leaving Wang Chen utterly bewildered. However, he soon grasped the situation at hand. Paying no heed to the anxious Vinsmoke soldiers, he turned to Leijio and said, From the Vinsmoke family, correct? Just so happens my ship is in disrepair. I shall borrow yours to return to the North Sea. Return to the North Sea? Leijio hesitated for a moment, then instinctively replied, But we have just come from the North Sea. Look, your perspective is indeed limited, Wang Chen mused. Wang Chen pointed at her with his index finger, passionately criticizing, having just arrived, is it impossible to return? As the saying goes, fate brings people together from 1,000 miles away. Can you not feel anything at this moment, in this situation? Suddenly, Leijio's face flushed, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Chen continued, Indeed, it is about helping a friend while out in the world. Currently, my friend is asking you for assistance. So I ask you, will you help or not? Chapter 51, The Gaze of the Navy, 500 million Great Pirates. When Wang Chen encountered the Vinsmoke family, the sea was tumultuous and chaotic. A terrifying chill had frozen much of the ocean's surface. Everywhere, there were charred remnants and ice chunks shattered into pieces, drifting aimlessly upon the waves. Amidst this apocalyptic battlefield, a figure stood resolutely. Clad in a white vest, he appeared disheveled, his accompanying bicycle nowhere in sight. The green-eye mask designed for his convenience had also been lost to the chaos. He was left with only a pair of white casual trousers and a white vest. Yet even in this state, he bore a strikingly disheveled appearance. His attire was tattered, revealing scorched skin beneath, and his once curly hair now resembled an explosion. At this moment, it was difficult to associate him with the highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters. One of the three admirals, Admiral Aokiji. What a peculiar boy he is, he mused, sitting on a protruding ice surface. Aokiji gazed blankly at the sky for an indeterminate time before finally exhaling deeply. In the end, I never imagined that boy would escape. Undeniably, his last move was formidable, so powerful that it nearly claimed my life. Yet, I managed to endure. Although it devastated much of the ocean, causing countless sea kings to suffer, I should have captured him on the spot. I never anticipated that he would be so cunning. Slipping away before the battle concluded, his final move was both a desperate gamble and a feigned attack. Aokiji recalled his shock at the time, never expecting such a shameless act to mar an otherwise noble and solemn battle. The world news reported correctly. The Whitebeard pirates have indeed produced a monster. With a sigh, Aokiji finally rose to his feet, or rather, it was only at this moment that he could stand as if nothing had happened. The reason was simple. During his clash with Wang Chen's powerful move, he had been momentarily incapacitated. The chilling powers of the ice fruit had the effect of slowing down his adversaries. Wang Chen's electrical abilities undoubtedly possessed the capacity to paralyze his adversaries. The attack known as the Fallen Thunder Lin is an extraordinarily terrifying move. The fact that Aokiji could withstand such a lethal strike without succumbing is a testament to his formidable strength. However, experiencing an overwhelming surge of electric current leading to a state of paralysis and impaired movement is inevitably unavoidable. In summary, when confronted by that Intern from the Whitebeard pirates, he did not hold back. Yet, even against his full force, that young lad managed to escape. The thought of such a fearsome child being regarded as merely an intern within the Navy, and even having a bounty of only 100 million berries reluctantly placed upon him, left him gnashing his teeth in frustration. It was high time to wield the authority vested in him as a Marine Admiral. With that thought, he retrieved a transponder snail from an indeterminate location on his person. Upon extraction, the creature trembled slightly, indicating that, much like its master, it had endured the ravages of lightning. Nevertheless, its vitality was robust, or perhaps Aokiji had taken measures to ensure its safety, for it merely quivered gently instead of succumbing to the overwhelming electric charge. Blurb, blurb. Hello, Aokiji. The transponder snail quivered as it operated. After a considerable pause, a voice emerged from the other end. Is your transponder snail malfunctioning? It keeps trembling. Let us set that aside for now. Aokiji, abandoning his usual languid demeanor, interrupted Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who was about to express something. I wish to inquire about our Navy's current perspective on the newly emerged Intern from the Whitebeard pirates. The Intern from the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku seemed momentarily taken aback by Aokiji's inquiry, before recalling something. Are you referring to the boy named Wang Chen? Boy? Aokiji retorted, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Did you specifically call to discuss this matter? The bounty for that lad was adjusted just a few days ago, wasn't it? A bounty of 100 million berries is quite fitting for someone of his age. What has piqued your interest in him? Or do you, usually so disinclined to take action, intend to personally apprehend him this time? Sengoku teased, well aware of the personalities of the three admirals, one of whom was averse to trouble, another overly zealous in his sense of justice, and the last, Aokiji, who preferred to remain uninvolved. However, Aokiji, maintaining his indifference, replied, I encountered that boy. Oh? Sengoku's tone shifted as he raised an eyebrow, the teasing fading. So, did you capture him? The lad must be quite unfortunate to have crossed paths with you so soon after making a name for himself. No, he escaped. Aokiji interjected before Sengoku could finish. A profound silence enveloped the transponder snail. Anticipating Sengoku's reaction, Aokiji remained quiet, holding the transponder snail and patiently awaiting a response. After an indeterminate period, Sengoku's voice emerged. Now, Grave, you say you allowed him to flee? When did this occur? Just now. You went easy on him. Quite the opposite. I was earnest. His gaze, devoid of warmth, swept around as he spoke with an uncommon seriousness that resonated through the transponder snail to Sengoku. You truly ought to witness this battlefield. Were it not situated in the calm belt, countless newspapers would be clamoring to report on this confrontation. Had this transpired at Marineford, our headquarters would likely be in ruins by now. The moment Aokiji finished speaking, Sengoku's expression turned grim, and he fell silent. After what seemed an eternity, Sengoku finally declared, I shall instruct that his bounty be elevated to 300 million. Can you confirm that the boy's current strength has reached Admiral level? Sengoku's voice conveyed the weight of the inquiry. Aokiji shook his head. Not quite. Otherwise, he would not merely have fled. he would have fought before retreating. On the other end, Sengoku exhaled in relief. Yet, before he could voice anything, Aokiji interjected once more, 500 million. What? I said, elevate his bounty to 500 million. 500 million? Are you certain? The Straw Hat crew, who just attacked Eni's lobby and brought immense disgrace upon the Navy and the world government, only has a maximum bounty of 300 million. Sengoku responded incredulously. Very well, 500 million. He conceded. With that, Aokiji nodded and ended the call. Just before the transponder snail was disconnected, Sengoku's final words reached Aokiji's ears. I will inform Akainu about this matter. Akainu. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Aokiji's eyes as he contemplated the implications. Chapter 52. In truth, I am an intern meanwhile, aboard the Germa 66 ship. Wang Chen remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. At this juncture, he was beseeching Germa 66 for assistance. Why won't you agree? He implored. Take me to the North Sea, and I shall escort you home. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Why do you refuse? But we just came from the North Sea. I've heard that excuse before. Provide another. We have a mission. What mission? Delivering desserts to Whole Cake Island to congratulate Captain Charlotte Lin of the Big Mom Pirates. On the vast deck, Wang Chen and Reiju were engaged in a friendly negotiation. However, it was primarily Wang Chen who sought to negotiate, while Reiju was resolutely disinterested. Are you joking? I just sailed from the North Sea, and now you expect me to turn around and return? Is this a jest? Should anyone else have dared to make such a request in her presence, they would have swiftly faced her wrath. Yet, standing before her was Wang Chen, an individual capable of standing toe-to-toe with a Marine Admiral and affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates. His extraordinary prowess and illustrious background rendered Reiju hesitant to defy him, compelling her to offer gentle persuasion. Delivering desserts to Big Mom was the most weighty justification she could muster. Glancing at Wang Chen, she anticipated that he might, to some extent, show deference to Big Mom. However, much to her surprise, Wang Chen pondered for a moment before stating, hand me the transponder snail. What? The transponder snail. Wang Chen gestured for you to call the person for the elderly lady, then hand the phone to me. As for what comes next, I shall take charge. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the responsibility. Lei Ji was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she inquired, are you joking? I replied. Do I appear to be jesting? Wang Chen gazed at her, posing a counter-question. Lei Jio remained at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, confronted by Wang Chen's increasingly grave expression, she finally succumbed. With a sense of grievance and uncertainty, she rummaged through her belongings and produced a telephone book. Dialing someone from the Ant Pirate crew. Bururu, Bururu. Hello? A stranger's voice echoed on the line. Wang Chen promptly picked up the communicator, saying, it's me. On the other end, Lei Jio fell into silence, rendered speechless. Are you out of your mind? Is this how you make a phone call? Suddenly, a strange voice, tinged with irritation, resonated from the communicator. You better understand that the person you are conversing with is Lord Pakmas of the anti-pirate crew. If you dare to jest with me, be prepared to face the consequences. Pakmas? Wang Chen pondered for a moment, then let out a long oh. Realizing it was indeed that formidable figure, the lion-haired tribe member, Pakmas, who sported sunglasses, but upon their removal, revealed merely a pair of beady eyes. Pakmas declared, to be frank, if the individual currently calling me had the audacity to stand before me, I, Pakmas, swear by my ancestors, I would rend this fool into shreds to vent my pent-up wrath. The little lion, incensed, began to express his frustrations with eloquence and grace. Wang Chen's voice suddenly took on a serious tone. I am Wang Chen of the Whitebeard pirates. The little lion roared in fury, resembling a living, breathing beast of prey. After a moment, it finally registered. Wait, the Whitebeard pirates? Did you just say you belong to that pirate crew? The Whitebeard pirates. Wang Chen spoke with a solemn tone, explaining the situation. I encountered the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family at sea, and I require her assistance with a matter. Coincidentally, she mentioned needing to deliver goods to the world government, which may hinder her availability. Therefore, I wanted to inform you that the desserts intended for the world government from the Vinsmoke family will be postponed, as Vinsmoke Reiju must first assist me. Do you have any objections to this? Before Pakmas could respond, Wang Chen continued, speaking as if answering his own question. As long as there are no objections. That is splendid. Thank you, Pakmas. Next time, let us share a drink together. With that, he abruptly ended the call without waiting for Pakmas to reply. Turning to the bewildered Reiju, he flashed a charming smile, saying, all right, the issue is resolved. You may accompany me back to the North Sea. Reiju retorted. All right? It is decidedly not all right. Are you a fool? Provoking Big Mom will not work to your advantage. Noticing Reiju's stunned expression and sensing her inner turmoil, Wang Chen reassuringly patted her shoulder, saying, Do not worry. If any trouble arises, let them direct it at me. I am Wang Chen of the Whitebeard Pirates, and I will not change my name or my lineage. If Pakmis is displeased, let him come aboard the Moby Dick. I shall ensure he does not walk away unscathed. Reiju sighed. I feel so exhausted. I long to return home and seek my mother. Despite her myriad grievances, she understood that at this juncture, her words would bear no weight. With a stoic expression, she inquired, May I know your intentions for traveling to the North Sea? It was not merely the North Sea he sought. Rather, he aimed to traverse through it to return to the first half of the Grand Line, to the Paradise. Wang Chen replied, Of course, with your assistance now, I believe I can bypass some tasks, directly traverse the Red Earth continent, and then return to Paradise. Paradise? You intend to return to Paradise? Upon hearing Wang Chen's response, Lei Jio was utterly bewildered. What business do you have in Paradise? The first half of the Grand Line is essentially a playground for novice pirates. For someone of your stature to venture into such a place, do you not find it rather unfair? It is primarily to seek someone. Wang Chen chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. You know Ace, right? He is the 2nd Division captain of our Whitebeard Pirates. I have come specifically to find him. Fire Fist Ace? Lei Jio glanced at Wang Chen and nodded. Understanding his reluctance to divulge more, she opted not to press him further. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, By the way, you mentioned your name is Wang Chen and that you belong to the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet, I have never heard of you before. With your level of prowess, you should at least rank as a division captain. However, among the 16 division captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, why is there no mention of you, unlike Fire Fist Ace? Upon hearing the name, she instantly recognized who it was. But Wang Chen? Is there truly such a figure within the Whitebeard Pirates? The incredulity was nearly etched upon her face. Wang Chen, with a wry smile, replied, Division captain? I am not one. I lack the qualifications. Then are you the captain of a combat team? No. A member? Not that either. An ordinary crew member? Far from it. Then who are you? I am merely an intern. Wang Chen responded thusly. Immediately, Lei Jio exclaimed, Are you serious? Are you not jesting with me? Chapter 53. The Issuance of the Bounty. Shock and confusion. In a certain place in the New World, a crisp sound echoed as a pristine porcelain plate shattered into fragments. This was the 13th plate that Bakmis had smashed. Ever since he received a perplexing phone call, he had been plunged into a state of madness. The temperament of the little lion was already rather volatile, and this provocation sent him spiraling into a frenzy. As he continued to shatter plates, he cursed vehemently. The vulgarity of his outburst was so intolerable that Baron Egg couldn't bear to listen any longer. After a while, he finally couldn't hold back and remarked, Is it true that it's a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? Why not have someone investigate and find out? They've already gone to check. Upon hearing this, Bakmis managed to temper himself somewhat, yet he retorted, Even if it is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, what of it? We are also one of the 4 emperors. Does that mean the Whitebeard Pirates are superior to our Big Mom Pirates? That reckless little creature dares to intercept Mama's desserts. He must not know the meaning of death. Let me be clear, Baron Egg, even if that kid truly belongs to the Whitebeard Pirates, we cannot let him off. This time, you must stand by my side. The little lion spoke with conviction, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Baron Egg raised his coffee cup in a gesture of assurance. Fear not, we are partners. Moreover, anyone who dares to intercept the desserts sent to Mama by the Vinsmoke family certainly cannot be spared. As they conversed, a subordinate approached. Before Baron Egg could finish his sentence, he turned to the newcomer and inquired, Have you found the bounty notice? Is that kid named Wang Chen indeed a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? We have found it. The subordinate's expression was hesitant, as if he bore some unspeakable burden. Yet he continued, That kid is indeed a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but his identity is somewhat special. Special? Baron Egg responded with intrigue. Meanwhile, the impatient little lion Bakmis exclaimed, So he really is from the Whitebeard Pirates? This cannot stand. Even if he is, we must have an explanation. Otherwise, when Mama inquires, we will have no way to answer. Calm down, Baron Egg interjected, halting Bakmis's incessant chatter. He turned to the subordinate and asked, You mentioned that this kid's identity is special. What do you mean by that? He is an intern. The moment the words left his lips, silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Bakmis finally seemed to grasp the situation, erupting in fury. What an arrogant little brat. How dare he speak to me? Bachmus, in such a manner. I assumed he was someone of great significance, yet he is merely an intern. He attempted to voice his thoughts, but Baron Egg restrained him. At that moment, Baron Egg recalled why the name Wang Chen sounded familiar. He looked at his subordinate and commanded, "Show me the bounty notice." Is this Wang Chen the same one who recently humiliated the beast pirates at White Wave Island? I remember his bounty was supposedly 100 million. Upon hearing this, Bachmus also registered the significance of the information. Initially enraged by being disrespected by what he thought was a mere nobody, his mood shifted upon this revelation. Behind his sunglasses, his small eyes were now filled with contemplation. Now that you mention it, I recall. If it truly is that audacious intern, then perhaps this situation is more understandable. Who in their right mind would provoke the beast pirates? Even though we are one of the 4 emperors, we usually keep our distance from them, avoiding confrontation whenever possible. To take on 6,000 foes and overturn 6 large pirate ships under Kaido's command, that alone is enough to illustrate the audacity of that intern. Reflecting on the matter and considering his earlier grievances, it became somewhat more acceptable. Just then, his subordinate returned with the bounty notice. Indeed, both men recognized that the one who had called them was likely the individual depicted in the notice. Instantly, Bachmus's expression darkened. That damn brat has already provoked Kaido's men. Now he dares to challenge our Charlotte family. Does he truly believe that being backed by Whitebeard grants him immunity? Wait, Bachmus bellowed in anger. But Baron Egg seemed to have discovered something, pointing at a specific part of the bounty notice with a grave expression. Why has the bounty suddenly escalated to 500 million? I remember this intern's bounty was supposed to be 100 million. As he spoke, he glanced at his subordinate. Bachmus turned his head as well, his small eyes widening in disbelief. 500 million? My own bounty is only 330 million. How does a mere intern warrant such a sum? In a flash, he moved to stand before the one presenting the bounty notice, lifting it with one hand and demanding, "Speak. Did you alter the bounty notice to embarrass me on purpose? Otherwise, how could an insignificant intern, even if he is with Whitebeard, be worth 500 million? The subordinate was nearly terrified. My lord, this is a misunderstanding. I swear. I have no idea how this happened, but this is indeed the latest bounty notice released by the Navy. Could a subordinate alter a bounty notice? The answer was obviously no. Setting aside the fact that such a notion was ludicrous, what purpose would it serve? This bounty notice was a proclamation issued by the Navy to the entire world, distributed across the seas. Even if one could modify a single notice, could one possibly alter all of them? Thus, the idea of tampering with a bounty notice was utterly impossible. So, the question arose, what had this kid done to cause the Navy to increase his bounty so dramatically in a matter of days? From 100 million to 500 million, this was not merely a matter of raised figures. Unless the Navy's strategic commander had suddenly lost his mind. Something significant must have occurred that they were unaware of. What could it possibly be? Baron Egg pondered deeply. Suddenly, he addressed Bachmus. It seems we cannot dismiss this kid lightly. A pirate with a 500 million bounty surpasses both of our bounties. This matter must be reported to Mama. Let her or the stars decide. Chapter 54. The Notorious Intern. 500 million? What on earth happened? Has the Navy gone mad? Just a few days ago, it was only 100 million. I thought I had grabbed the wrong bounty notice. I recall that the Straw Hat Crew's assault on Judicial Island, which brought great shame to the Navy and world government, only resulted in a maximum bounty of 300 million. What has this lad from the Whitebeard pirates done to escalate his bounty from 100 million to 500 million? Has he truly brought down Marine headquarters at Marineford? Countless questions reverberate throughout the New World. Many ponder what audacious actions could prompt the Marines to act as if they have lost their senses, issuing such a staggering bounty for a mere 16 or 17-year-old pirate intern. Although the Marines wanted posters may not disseminate information as swiftly as the world news, they are nonetheless printed for global circulation. While perhaps not as immediate as the world news, once one obtains the Marines' wanted notice, it eventually becomes apparent that Wang Chen's bounty has surged from its original 100 million to an astonishing 500 million. What does a bounty of 500 million imply? The infamous Bachmus, one of the 4 emperors, has a bounty of merely 330 million. Baron Egg's bounty stands at 429 million. Even the legendary Don Quixote da Flamingo, the kingpin of the underground world and de facto ruler of the Dressrosa Kingdom, commands a bounty of just 340 million berries. These individuals are renowned figures within the New World, established powerhouses in their own right. Yet here is a mere boy of 16 or 17, Reportedly, just an intern, whose bounty surpasses theirs. Is that even conceivable? It is no exaggeration to assert that all who discern this fact are left astounded and skeptical. However, the Marines' wanted poster is explicit and unequivocal. Regardless of others' disbelief or skepticism, Wang Chen's name, his worth, and his bounty are clearly inscribed there, immutable and unalterable. The terror of it all, 500 million for a pirate. You claim to be an intern, yet why does your bounty amount to this? Reiju stammered, pointing at the figure on the Marines' wanted notice. This was the third day since they departed the Calm Belt, entering the North Sea. According to Reiju's calculations, they were nearing the red line, which separates the worlds. Once they crossed it, they would return to the first half of the Grand Line, to paradise. At that moment, Wang Chen was basking in the sun atop the castle of the Germa 60 SIX's colossal snail ship. Indeed, the snail ship was quite remarkable. It could navigate the windless Calm Belt with ease while carrying an entire castle on its back, truly an essential for any homebound journey. As Wang Chen reveled in the warmth of the sun, he opened his eyes upon hearing Reiju's words and glanced down. That single glance elicited a gasp of surprise. And in an instant, he leapt down beside Reiju. 500 million? What is going on? I distinctly recall my bounty being 100 million. Where did this 500 million come from? Reiju's mouth twitched. You ask me? I was hoping you could enlighten me. Seizing the wanted poster from Reiju's hands, Wang Chen scrutinized it closely, confirming that the figure depicted was indeed himself. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly chuckled. That green pheasant is quite the petty individual, isn't he? Although I did not emerge victorious in the battle at the Calm Belt, it is undeniable that I caused him considerable trouble. Not to mention his trusty bike, which he relied on to traverse the seas, was reduced to charred remains by my thunderstorm lightning strike. Furthermore, I am certain that under such a devastating move capable of obliterating a small nation, the green pheasant must have sustained some injuries himself. Therefore, I surmise that this bounty is likely a form of retribution from him, bullying a mere junior and failing to capture me. If I were in his shoes, I would certainly take some measures in response. However, is a bounty of 500 million not excessive? I am merely an intern. If my bounty is set at 500 million, then what should the valuation be for the official crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, the division commanders, or even our captain? At this rate, you might as well sell the world government to gather the total bounty for our entire crew. Wang Chen curled his lips in disdain, a mocking smile gracing his features as he casually tossed aside the wanted poster in his hand. Opposite him, Lei Jiu bore a bewildered expression. Are you suggesting that the Navy has elevated your bounty due to your confrontation with Aokiji? You actually managed to injure Aokiji in the Calm Belt. The battle in the Calm Belt was witnessed firsthand by Lei Jiu. Yet, even so, she dared not consider increasing Wang Chen's bounty in that light. The reason was simple. The Navy must have raised his bounty due to suffering a significant loss. After all, not long ago, the judicial island was overrun by a group of novice pirates, rendering the entire Navy and the world government the object of ridicule. And the mastermind was only given a bounty of 300 million. 500 million? One must ask how many judicial islands exist in the world. Lei Jiu refrained from entertaining such thoughts, as she believed that a Navy admiral was invincible. The notion of an invincible Navy admiral being severely injured by a mere rookie pirate felt utterly absurd. Yet now, she found herself compelled to question whether this ludicrous international jest held any truth. After all, if the Navy had not suffered a grievous defeat at the hands of this fledgling pirate, what justification could there be for a sudden and substantial increase in his bounty? The implications were alarming. The more she pondered, the more terrifying the thought became. In that moment, her legs felt weak beneath her. Wang Chen cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, "What are you pondering? I've already mentioned that I am merely an intern. How could I possibly possess the capability to inflict such severe injuries upon a naval admiral? However, this wanted notice is a fabrication." Wang Chen spoke, and Lei Jiu immediately fell silent. In truth, whether it was true or not, did she not already know? At this moment, she had come to realize that the name Wang Chen was that of the intern who had recently made headlines in the world news, rising to fame. A mere intern, having set sail for less than 2 weeks, had already offended the beast pirates and clashed with a Navy admiral. Not long ago, through a din mushi, he had also managed to provoke the Big Mom pirates. In a single stroke, he had antagonized 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. This was no longer a matter of being merely an intern. Even seasoned officers of the 4 Emperors could not boast such audacity. Stealing a glance at Wang Chen, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family found herself questioning her very existence. Little did she know that not only had he offended the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, but from the very beginning, Wang Chen had also dealt a blow to Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates. In other words, aside from Whitebeard, he had already crossed paths with all three of the remaining emperors. It was perhaps fortunate that Lei Ji was unaware of this, for if she had known, her mental state would surely have crumbled. How impressive, my intern. Now, when will we arrive at Banero Island? Wang Chen inquired. Banero Island? Reggie pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps in 2 days. 2 days hence. Wang Chen and his companions failed to reach Banero Island as scheduled. Instead, they encountered a fleet of the Navy before the Red Earth continent. Chapter 55, The North Sea Supernova. The encirclement by the Don Quixote family. The ocean is capricious. According to Reiju's estimations, they should have traversed the Red Earth continent and entered the first segment of the Grand Line within 2 days, arriving at their intended destination, Banero Island. Alas, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. 2 days passed, and they found themselves at the brink of the Red Earth continent, only to encounter trouble. The Navy? Have they come to apprehend me? Gazing into the distance, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He could not afford to dwell on it. After all, he was now a notorious pirate worth 500 million. This sum was earned through a fierce confrontation with a Navy admiral. Who could predict how Aokiji might perceive him? What if he felt humiliated by being bested by this mere intern and, using his authority as an admiral, issued a bounty on him worldwide? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, upon noticing the flags flying from the Navy ships, he was struck again. G5? Wait. Isn't the commander of this unit the infamous G5 squad? Legendary for their lawless conduct, they resembled pirates more than they did the Navy. If memory serves, in 2 years, White Hunter Smoker and his assistant Tashiji would be assigned to this unit. Yet, that detail was of little consequence. What mattered was that Wang Chen distinctly recalled the commander of the G5 unit was none other than Virgo, an undercover agent sent by the Don Quixote family into the Navy. So, has Virgo arrived? It is not the Navy seeking to trouble me, but rather the Don Quixote family? His brow furrowed. He gazed intently. Indeed. He noticed that surrounding this group of G5 Navy personnel were countless colorful pirate flags fluttering upon the waves. Examining the banners, none bore any notable names. However, this only reinforced the theory that the Don Quixote family had come looking for trouble. After all, who in their right mind would collaborate with pirates if they were legitimate Navy? Only a family like the Don Quixote, with connections in both the pirate and Navy worlds, could wield such influence. Thus, it was confirmed. Doflamingo had come to create chaos. Huh, the Night Jackal? The Joker of the Dark World? Should I say you are courting death, or simply seeking your demise? In Wang Chen's eyes flickered a glimmer of mockery. To be frank, he did not perceive any unresolved grievances between himself and the Don Quixote family. This was his conviction. However, it appeared that others held a differing opinion. Yet, passively enduring such blows was not in Wang Chen's nature. At that moment, he resolved to command Lei Jiu to advance at full speed, proactively confronting this naval and pirate coalition. Is that not the flag of the Heart Pirates? Lei Jiu exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, Wang Chen was taken aback. The Heart Pirates? The North Sea Supernova? Are you referring to Trafalgar Law? He regarded Lei Jiu with a peculiar expression. Lei Jiu beamed. Indeed. That little fellow is quite popular in our North Sea. Oh, suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Wang Chen began to laugh. Standing at the pinnacle of the castle, he gazed far and wide. Sure enough, among the myriad of pirate and naval flags, he could vaguely discern a flag emblazoned with a grinning face, resembling a cheerful little sun, encircled in the midst. Having encountered it in a previous life, Wang Chen immediately recognized it as the flag of Trafalgar Law's Heart Pirates. So, it turns out the Don Quixote family is purging traitors. What a false alarm. Wang Chen laughed heartily. As if recalling something, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he turned to Lei Jiu, instructing, notify the crew to advance at full speed. Lei Jiu was taken aback. Wang Chen straightforwardly declared to her, I have set my sights on this supernova from Beihai and intend to take him under my wing as a subordinate. Moreover, I harbor a grudge against the Don Quixote family. Hence I am determined to partake in this spectacle. Lei Jiu inquired, you also bear animosity towards the Don Quixote family? Pray tell, in this world, aside from the Whitebeard pirates, which faction do you not have enmity with? Internally rolling her eyes, Lei Jiu refrained from pressing further. While instructing her subordinates, she posed another question. Did you just mention the Don Quixote family? Are you referring to the one associated with Doflamingo? Is there, Perchance, another Don Quixote family in existence? Wang Chen gazed at her, laughing heartily as he elucidated. Trafalgar Law was originally a member of the Don Quixote family. However, due to certain circumstances, he defected from the family, taking with him an item of great significance to them. The Dark World's celestial demon has long sought to reclaim him. Given the current situation, it appears we are about to partake in quite the spectacle. So, what is there left to discuss? Full speed ahead. Charge. Today, before crossing the Red Earth continent, we shall create a scene. As Wang Chen commanded the crew of the Germa 66 to accelerate towards the battlefield, the scene unfolded before them. Law, surrender. This time, you shall not escape, shouted Diamante, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family and leader of the Block Army, from a pirate ship flying a makeshift pirate flag, directing his words towards the location of the Heart Pirates. Wang Chen was indeed correct. This was undoubtedly the Don Quixote family's endeavor to capture a traitor. Since his escape from the family 11 years prior, this marked the first instance in which Dressrosa had received news of Trafalgar Law and had the opportunity to intercept him. In truth, fame can be both a blessing and a curse. As the adage goes, a man fears notoriety as a pig fears becoming fat. The fate of a fattened pig is grim, often leading to slaughter. Similarly, Trafalgar Law's rise to prominence has drawn the attention of Don Quixote da Flamingo, affording him the chance to target Law. At present, they found themselves on the red line. The next destination would be Reverse Mountain. Once traversed, Law would enjoy the freedom of the vast sea, where fish leap and birds soar. Upon reaching the Grand Line, even if Doflamingo sought to pursue him, opportunities would be scarce. There is no doubt that this moment represents a pivotal point between life and death for him. Success would lead to boundless horizons and unbridled freedom. Failure, however, is a fate best left unspoken. Surrounded by countless pirates and navy forces, Trafalgar Law remained unperturbed. As he had set sail not long ago, his Heart Pirates comprised merely himself, his ship companion Bepo, and two combatants, Penguin and Shachi. With only 4 members, Law felt no apprehension. Should they prove unable to engage, he could simply retreat. Fortuitously, his Nomi abilities were ideally suited for escape. The Don Quixote family had gone to great lengths to capture him, exerting tremendous effort. Not only had Diamante, the leader of the Square Army, personally arrived, but 3 other high-ranking family officers were also present. Among them were Baby 5, a wielder of the weapon fruit, Buffalo, a user of the spin fruit, and Gladius, who possessed the blast fruit abilities. Furthermore, to thwart any possibility of his escape, they had summoned numerous pirate crews from the North Sea to form a blockade. Casting a glance behind him, he noticed a naval warship emblazoned with G5. Law harbored suspicions that the man he despised, Virgo, was lurking nearby. In essence, the family had mobilized 2 top-tier commanders, Virgo being the inaugural leader of the Heart Pirates, alongside 3 senior officers and countless subordinates to capture him. Faced with such a formidable force, a defiant smile crept across Law's lips. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts on the cowardice of their Dark Lord, an uproar erupted from the periphery of the sea. It is the Germa 66 fleet. Germa 66, why would they appear here? Chapter 56, The 500 Million Bounty Pirate. The Thunder God approaches. The North Sea's combat experts, Germa 66, also known as the Army of Evil. Their reputation was not only renowned worldwide but instilled terror within the North Sea, enough to silence even the most boisterous child. The insignia of Germa 66 is unmistakable. Aside from the iconic 66 symbol, their specialized warship, the Snail House, struck dread into the hearts of all who traverse the North Sea. Being pirates from the North Sea, those summoned by the Don Quixote family were undoubtedly familiar with this legendary war organization. There was no denying it. The fleet of Germa 66 was simply too immense. The Thousand Sunny, captained by Wang Lufei and his crew, may not be small by any means, yet in the presence of the colossal Germa 66 vessel, it appears akin to a mere child's toy. If the Thousand Sunny is dwarfed in comparison, one can only imagine the plight of the ragtag fleet before the imposing Germa 66, which they must regard with a sense of awe. As Wang Chen piloted the mighty Germa 66 into view, countless spectators craned their necks, their expressions a mixture of terror and disbelief at the sight of this formidable ship. At the forefront of the fleet, Germa 66 soldiers bellowed, "Germa 66 is on a mission. Clear the way for us." Although they demanded that the crowd step aside, the grand vessel showed no intention of halting. The massive warship, resembling a menacing snail bearing a fortress upon its back, charged forward with a wicked grin. Initially, The onlookers were paralyzed by fear, questioning the appearance of Germa 66 in this location, but before they could fully process their dread, it swiftly morphed into a cacophony of screams. "It's coming! Help! Jump overboard! I refuse to perish here!" The cries echoed, a symphony of panic and despair. Some quick-witted individuals abandoned their ships, leaping into the sea, narrowly escaping catastrophe. Those who lingered too long, or who naively believed they could survive this onslaught, met a grim fate, crushed beneath the weight of the relentless vessel. The chaos unfolded too rapidly for comprehension. As the haunting cries reverberated across the ocean, a chorus of curses erupted from all directions. Damn it, what did those bastards from Germa 66 intend to do? This task was entrusted to us by the Don Quixote family. We must not provoke them. Germa 66 will pay for this insolence. As previously noted, Germa 66 is the sovereign of the North Sea. Before the emergence of the Don Quixote family, countless pirates had thrived under their looming shadow. Now, with a sense of newfound confidence stemming from their perceived alliance, some began to foolishly inflate their egos, clamoring for Diamante to take charge or to retaliate against Germa 66 with fervor, while others shouted reckless plans to assault the colossal ship. Diamante, however, paid no heed to the raucous rabble. Positioned at the forefront of his group, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the unexpected arrival of Germa 66. Just then, the shadow of the immense warship enveloped him and the three other family officers. With a scowl, Diamante turned to behold the towering Germa 66 and smirked coldly. "I see you are not afraid despite the odds. Is this your source of confidence, Roranoa? Since when did you ally yourself with Germa 66? He cast a glance at Trafalgar Law, who, unbeknownst to him, was equally bewildered. Germa 66? Why are they here? Were they summoned by Doflamingo? Law pondered, his brow furrowing at Diamante's words. What do you mean? Aren't they your Don Quixote family members? Diamante raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Nearby, the ship's mascot, the Whitebeard Beepo, squeaked, Law, shall we fight them? Tension radiated from the fighters, Shachi and Penguin. Law subtly shook his head, reassuring them, stay calm. Stick to the plan. I will find an opportunity to teleport you out. Once you are out, do not hesitate. Head straight for Reverse Mountain. There is a backup ship waiting for you at the rendezvous point. Prepare it and await my arrival. Rest assured, these few are no match for me. Law exuded confidence. As long as he did not wish to engage in a futile battle, countless avenues for escape lay before him. Not even Diamante, nor Doflamingo himself, could ensnare him. Moreover, Doflamingo was likely to underestimate the situation. The tactic of overwhelming numbers held no significance for one possessing the Opop no Mi ability. Tightening his grip on his sword, Law had resolved to make a formidable entrance. Suddenly, a voice from the intruding ship called out, Hey, the one wearing the white-spotted round hat. Would you be interested in becoming my crewmate? Countless gazes froze in surprise. The mention of a white-spotted round hat pointed directly at Law. He, too, was momentarily taken aback, only to feel his expression darken. Narrowing his eyes, he raised his head to the pinnacle of the Rygene ship and declared, Who dares to masquerade here? Are you too cowardly to reveal your true form? Ah, quite the temper indeed. Wang Chen let out a sound of surprise, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile beneath the radiant sunlight. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from the castle, his figure emerging from the shadows to stand before the crowd. What a youthful lad. Was it him who just spoke? Not to mention anything else. Trafalgar Law is certainly a supernova of our North Sea. Although the reasons for his offense against the Don Quixote family remain unclear, a supernova is still a supernova. He dares to attempt to recruit the fierce warriors of our North Sea. Who does this young man think he is? Despite his youth, his audacity is remarkable. Countless voices buzzed with speculation, clearly failing to recognize Wang Chen. Meanwhile, Diamante observed Wang Chen with keen interest. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but upon first laying his eyes on Wang Chen, he felt an uncanny familiarity. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized Wang Chen from head to toe. When he finally noticed the purple second-generation ghost slash at Wang Chen's waist, his gaze sharpened. Suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, You are that Wang Chen? Chapter 57, A Million Volts. One strike to vanquish the weak. Most people are not overly sensitive to the name Wang Chen. After all, since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the seas have been rife with astonishing newcomers emerging daily. Although Wang Chen's reputation was formidable, it was but a fleeting moment in time. As days passed, few could recall his name. Moreover, the North Sea remained distant from the New World, where the rampant news did not necessarily echo in its waters. However, The situation was markedly different for the Don Quixote family. Notably, the Don Quixote family was among the first to engage with Wang Chen. Through their informant, Tina, Wang Chen had offended the beast pirates and was soon being hunted down. It was during the skirmish at White Wave Island that he rose to prominence, becoming a monstrous figure in the eyes of the world. At that juncture, it must be noted that the family did not regard Wang Chen with much concern. After all, he was merely a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates. The world's strongest, who regarded all his crew as sons, would certainly not let Wang Chen go unscathed. Furthermore, he was just a newcomer. Despite possessing some strength, he bore no significant grudge or conflict with the Don Quixote family. Why would they expend considerable effort to deal with him simply because he disrupted one of their information hubs? Not to mention, the animosity between the two had already been shifted onto the beast pirates by Tory Pole. Thus, the Don Quixote family had even less reason to confront him. Such should have been the case. However, unexpectedly, within just a few days, this young man had quintupled his original bounty of 100 million, transforming into a terrifying figure with a 500 million bounty. To be fair, when their young master, Don Quixote Doflamingo, learned of this news, he was utterly astonished. Doflamingo's own bounty was merely 340 million berries. Amir in turn had surpassed him by an astounding 1.6 billion. It was simply outrageous. Consequently, the family's grievances with Wang Chen were resurrected. It was at this moment that the cadre and members of the entire family became aware of Wang Chen's existence and were instructed to avoid conflict with him unless absolutely necessary. The earlier informant, Tina, had been relegated to menial tasks in Sugar Doll factory. Diamante was already cognizant of the family's apprehension regarding Wang Chen. Yet, he could never have anticipated that he would one day encounter this young man, and under such circumstances. This was simply astonishing. Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief as he cried out. His outburst immediately drew the attention of Baby, 5, and the others nearby. Diamante, why are you shouting? Who is this Wang Chen? Do you know this kid? Baby, 5 asked, her expression one of naive confusion, furrowing her brow, seemingly displeased by his loudness. Meanwhile, Buffalo was utterly bewildered. Wang Chen, are you saying this kid is that Wang Chen? Diamante, are you sure you're not mistaken? Buffalo shouted, equally astonished. On the other hand, Gladius, upon hearing the name, raised his head slightly. Is this the young man the master has been thinking about? Doesn't he seem particularly special? As they discussed Wang Chen, the pirates of the North Sea, as well as the G5 Navy forces, reacted in unison. Is this the pirate who was personally assigned a 500 million bounty by Admiral Kazan? I heard he was an intern on Whitebeard's ship. Is that true? They murmured. Who cares, brothers? This is 500 million, 500 million. Not only did Admiral Kazan personally name him, but even Admiral Sakazuki is said to have taken an interest in personally hunting down this kid. Imagine the rewards we would receive if we brought him back to headquarters. A group of naval ruffians began to shout excitedly. Clearly, the Navy participating in this mission was not composed of the most honorable individuals. Just the fact that they were collaborating with pirates was enough to accuse them of treason. Yet, these naval miscreants took pride in their actions. Realizing the incredible opportunity presented by Wang Chen, they called out to the nearby pirate ships. Hey, pirates over there, have you heard? This kid is the world criminal that our naval headquarters Admiral Aquino has specifically ordered to capture. Capture him, and there's a bounty of 500 million, 500 million. So, what do you say? Want to cooperate with us? Forget about the North Sea supernovas. With this 500 million, we can do anything. Why should we continue to serve the Don Quixote family? Initially, one person shouted, but soon it turned into a chorus of ruffians clamoring together. Let us all go. If we catch this kid, we'll live a life of luxury. 500 million bounty, what can't we have? Fortune favors the bold, and the timid will starve. If you're a real man, come charge with me. Kill. I'm claiming that 500 million. The pirates, who had previously been in a state of confusion, were utterly bewildered by these shouts. What the hell? Are you Navy, or are we? Why are you spouting such lines about kidnapping and murder like you're more familiar than us? Navy? Pirates? Who the hell is the real villain here? The pirates had yet to respond when suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the air, and Wang Chen's figure materialized on a G5 ship. Did you just say Akainu? Wang Chen tilted his head, addressing the first G5 ruffian who had been shouting. Akainu has taken notice of me? The ruffian looked utterly dazed. Just a moment ago, he had been loudly proclaiming his desire to capture Wang Chen for glory and riches, but now, faced with the very man himself, he was frozen in shock. Then, the notion of riches had turned into the prospect of a coffin. Not going to respond. I see. Sigh. My dear Uncle Aokiji really knows how to stir up trouble for me. Wang Chen sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he turned his gaze back to the ruffian, his eyes narrowing dangerously. What was it you said you were going to do to me? The ruffian's body went rigid, drenched in cold sweat. Wang Chen extended a finger toward him, smiling. In the next moment, a surge of terrifying electricity erupted from his fingertip, piercing through the ruffian's chest as he slowly crumpled to the ground. A group of insignificant foes truly lacked any awareness. Withdrawing his finger and surveying the area, Wang Chen's expression turned cold. Since they were so eager for death, he would not spare them. In an instant, he vanished from sight, stepping lightly into the clouds. Moments later, dark clouds began to gather ominously above the vast sky. With a resounding crash, torrents of lightning fell like rain. 1 billion volts. Grand discharge. Chapter 58, Recruiting Crew. Law's Obsession. Boom. A thunderclap echoed across the once clear skies now shrouded in dark clouds. Fluffy white clouds morphed into ominous storms, unleashing flashes of lightning and torrential downpours. A resounding clap of thunder echoed, and countless bolts of lightning erupted from the clouds. The pirates below were caught completely off guard, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos before the lightning struck them. Their expressions morphed into sheer terror as they instinctively attempted to evade the impending doom. Yet, while their minds registered the danger, their bodies remained unresponsive. One by one, the pirates were struck by the descending lightning, their faces reflecting shock and horror, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In that moment, many pirates crumpled, falling to the earth in a state of utter helplessness. They bore the marks of their encounter. Some with charred faces, others blackened from head to toe, and a few sporting frizzy hair as if electrified. Among the pirates and the navy, only a select few with robust constitutions could withstand the onslaught of lightning. The rest, without exception, fell to the ground. Some merely fainted, while others succumbed instantly. In the heart of the storm stood the officers of the Don Quixote family, warriors, and a portion of the G5 Navy, who were relatively unharmed. Whereas the surrounding North Sea pirates faced near total annihilation, with casualties exceeding 1,000. The thought of dispatching nearly 1,000 foes in a single stroke was unfathomable to Wang Chen prior to consuming the thunder fruit. Before that moment, he relied solely on his own strength. However, taking on such a multitude would have necessitated a tedious process of delivering one blow after another, each punch or sword strike capable of taking down only a single opponent. Now, with a mere display of electric power, he had effortlessly vanquished all the weaker foes. Furthermore, the energy harnessed was drawn from nature itself, as the clouds above provided the necessary force. Thus, the lethal electricity that claimed the lives of over 1,000 pirates did not deplete his own energy reserves. It was merely a manifestation of the Thunderfruit's potential, efficiently activating the latent energy within the clouds, resulting in the demise of the lesser adversaries. The exhilaration of wielding the powers of a natural-type fruit was unmistakable. With a swift motion, Wang Chen descended from the sky. Just before landing, he executed a moonwalk, skillfully countering the impact of gravity, and landed gracefully on the deck. The world around him fell silent. Those who perished and those who fainted could not utter a word. And the G5 Navy, alongside the members of the Don Quixote family, stood in stunned disbelief, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the display. Rogue and his companions were somewhat more composed, as they recalled the even more extravagant display of power Wang Chen had unleashed during his battle with Aokiji, which had left a scorched expanse for miles around. The relentless storm of thunder and lightning had been fearsome to behold. In contrast, his recent display of power, while impressive, paled in comparison to that earlier cataclysm. Why is everyone so silent? Wang Chen inquired, arching an eyebrow as he surveyed the surroundings. It was at this moment that Law came to his senses, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Speak. Nearly 1,000 people are either dead or unconscious. How could anyone possibly respond? As if sensing Law's unspoken thoughts, Wang Chen turned his gaze towards him. Hey, you from the North Sea? You still haven't answered me. Will you become my crew member? Law fell silent. At that moment, he recognized Wang Chen's identity, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, an intern of the Whitebeard pirates. Both titles were daunting, particularly after witnessing the extraordinary display of power just moments ago. He understood that he was no match for this man. After a brief pause, he finally replied, "Becoming your crew member means joining the Whitebeard pirates, right? Why? Is there something wrong with joining the Whitebeard pirates? Or do you wish to establish your own crew?" Wang Chen smiled as he suddenly appeared before Law, now standing on their vessel. The terrifying speed at which he moved made Law's eyelids flutter in shock. I'm sorry, but our little crew is doing just fine. We're not looking to join another pirate crew at the moment. Law deliberated for an extended time before firmly stating his decision. Fearing Wang Chen's potential wrath at his refusal, he tightened his grip on his blade, taking a cautious step back. With his right hand concealed behind his back, he discreetly formed the rune gesture, ready to confront this formidable 500 million bounty pirate if necessary. Wang Chen tilted his head, pondering for a moment before saying, "Are you really not considering it? I could assist you in eliminating the Don Quixote family and taking down Doflamingo." What? Law found himself momentarily dumbfounded. His face flushed with indignation as he reacted vehemently, "That's impossible. What kind of madness are you spouting? The Don Quixote family, Doflamingo. Even if you are a member of the Whitebeard pirates, there is no way you could stand against such monsters." Wang Chen regarded him with a tilted head and a smile. "Shall we wager? If I annihilate the Don Quixote family and dispatch that celestial fiend, you shall serve as my crew member. What do you say?" Roja gritted his teeth, seemingly suppressing his fury. Don Quixote Doflamingo represented the embodiment of his lifelong obsession and nightmare. Each time he awoke from slumber, he was haunted by the visage of Mr. Corazon as he departed, along with the despair and helplessness he had felt in that moment. It could be said that this man was the very target he had devoted his entire life to vanquishing. Now, there stood someone before him, laughing nonchalantly, professing the intent to eliminate that very man, as if the individual were not a celestial fiend, nor the infamous Doflamingo himself. How could Roja possibly endure such insolence? "You are excessively arrogant." As his emotions surged violently, Roja felt a slight tremor coursing through his body. Wang Chen chuckled. "Arrogant? Perhaps a little. But I can prove it." "Prove? How?" He glanced at the nearby members of the Don Quixote family, his eyes gleaming with menace. Chapter 59. Battle against the Don Quixote family. "Arrogant." Luo did not respond. Hearing Wang Chen's voice, Diamante bellowed in rage. As a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family and the leader of the square troops, he had never been so openly disdained before. 500 million? Is that bounty truly impressive? In the New World, strength is what counts. If a mere bounty could determine one's power, then I, Diamante, with only a bounty of 99 million berries, would be nothing but a small fry, wouldn't I? Me, Diamante. As a small fry? How utterly ridiculous. With that, Diamante erupted into laughter, pointing at Wang Chen and chastising him loudly. "You ignorant fool. Do you really think our Don Quixote family is afraid of you? We're merely showing Whitebeard some respect. Since you are so ungrateful, let it be known that today, the North Sea will be your grave." Star debris. Diamante flicked his sleeve, unleashing a flurry of paper shards that soared into the air, initially appearing soft and fragile, but in an instant transformed into razor-sharp iron balls. A cacophony ensued as the iron rain fell from the heavens. "Be careful. Quick, take cover." Diamante's target was Wang Chen. But at that moment, Wang Chen was aboard the Heart pirate ship. Thus, it was the crew of the Heart pirates who bore the brunt of the attack. Kia. The anguished cry of Bepo, the polar bear, pierced the air. Shachi and Pekin, two combatants, clung to one another, trembling in fear. Luo had activated his domain, ready to use room to teleport everyone to safety, but then he saw Wang Chen smile, raising his hand. In an instant, a powerful gust surged upwards, shattering the rain of iron shards. "Watch closely," he turned and smiled at Luo. Then, activating the powers of the thunder fruit, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from sight. "Diamante, do you think you are worthy to send me to an unmarked grave?" Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Wang Chen effortlessly deflect his attack, only to find him standing before him in the blink of an eye. "You little brat." Diamante's expression hardened, teeth clenched. Just as he was about to retort, Wang Chen's right fist, imbued with armament Haki, struck him directly in the chest. Clang! The blow landed with a resounding crash, echoing as if Wang Chen had struck iron rather than flesh. A flicker of derision crossed Diamante's eyes. "You naive child. I possess the ability of the flap fruit. This coat may appear to be clothing, but it is forged from steel. No matter how hard your punch is, can it surpass steel? Today, allow me, Lord Diamante, to teach you about steel." As Wang Chen closed the distance, a mocking smile crept upon his lips. "Do you not know that I am a user of the thunder fruit? Wearing a suit of iron before me, what were you thinking?" Diamante's eyes widened in alarm, instinctively feeling a shiver run down his spine. However, it was too late for him to react. In the next moment, billion volts, thunder burst. Unlike his previous electrical attacks, This was a true manifestation of Wang Chen's power. A violent surge of lightning erupted from his body, coursing down his right arm and striking Diamante squarely in the chest. Diamante felt a sudden numbness, which swiftly morphed into excruciating pain. The intensity of the agony swept through him like a tidal wave. As darkness closed in, he felt his consciousness slipping away, threatening to plunge him into oblivion. Fortunately, he was Diamante. As the leader of the square fighting troops, his combat experience was formidable. In the face of life and death, he instinctively poured his armament Haki into his body. With this temporary shield, he managed to withstand the overwhelming devastation wrought by Wang Chen's attack. Quickly, he twisted his body to evade the direct impact of the lightning, and without hesitation, he shed his crimson cloak, flinging it toward Wang Chen's face like a piece of fabric. Torero cloak. With a powerful flourish, the cloak whipped through the air, conjuring fierce winds. Undoubtedly, this cloak was also forged from steel. As a user of the flap-flap fruit, Diamante could transform any object he touched into a lightweight, airy form. A cloak made of steel, which should have weighed heavily, became as light as ordinary clothing under his power, allowing him to wear it with ease. Thus, Diamante's physical defenses were terrifyingly strong. For an ordinary person, not only would they struggle to injure him, they might not even be able to penetrate the surface of his gossamer cloak, which was as light as a feather yet as hard as steel. Alas, he was up against Wang Chen. The Thunder Fruit's abilities were particularly effective against those who relied on iron for defense. As Diamante's cloak came flying toward him, Wang Chen drew his sword to parry the attack. The clang of metal rang out as the second-generation blade clashed with Diamante's cloak, producing a chilling sound. Yet in the next instant, the lightning within Wang Chen surged down his arm, coursing through the blade and targeting Diamante directly. Diamante, seeing his cloak as a potential liability, instinctively released it. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's blade, glowing with electric arcs, cleaved through the cloak and headed straight for Diamante's head. "You are far too arrogant." Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. Baby 5, the weapon human, had transformed her hands into guns and was firing frantically at Wang Chen's head. At the same time, Buffalo, a user of the spin fruit, soared into the air, creating a tempest to assault Wang Chen. Gladius, too, had approached, attempting to seize Wang Chen's waist. His body swelled, resembling a ticking bomb, indicating that he had activated his exploding fruit ability. If he could capture Wang Chen, he would make him soar into the skies in an instant. Did they think they could overwhelm him with numbers? Wang Chen smiled, yet he did not insist on delivering a fatal blow to Diamante. In a swift motion, he vanished from his original position, evading the onslaught of the Don Quixote family as cadre. When he reappeared, he stood atop the mast of the Don Quixote family's grand ship, gazing down from his elevated perch. How fortuitous. This spares me the trouble of seeking each of you individually. Thus, allow me to send you all on your way. Thunder Attributes, 3-headed, 6-armed. Chapter 60, The Despairing Cadres of Don Quixote. The Arrival of Virgo. Crack, crack. Countless golden bolts of lightning erupted from Wang Chen's body. Under his command, they coalesced around him. In a brief moment, a manifestation of the Thunder King took form. The forefront displayed Wang Chen's true self, a youthful visage, yet adorned with the aura of armed Haki and the potency of lightning, exuding an air of divinity akin to that of a thunder deity. On either side of him stood 2 formidable manifestations conjured from his lightning energy, their upper bodies revealed. They were resplendent with golden hues and menacing fangs. Both figures, bare-chested and showcasing their muscular physiques, resembled dragons in their explosive musculature. Their fierce countenances and wild forms epitomized the majesty of these manifestations. As they were forged from lightning energy, arcs of electricity danced along their surfaces, emphasizing their formidable presence. Wang Chen clenched his fists, and in an instant, 2 lightning spears materialized in his hands. As he executed this motion, the avatars on both sides reacted simultaneously. In a heartbeat, Wang Chen, wielding the dual spears, resembled the very descent of Zeus. The avatars on either side held a thunderous demon-slaying staff in one hand and a lightning dagger in the other. A divine aura of authority enveloped the arena. Without affording the members of the Don Quixote family a moment to respond, he transformed into a flash of lightning, disregarding the overwhelming odds, and launched a fierce attack against the cadre of the Mingu family. With a hurled strike, the lightning spear pierced the air, descending before Diamante. Having previously suffered a significant defeat at Wang Chen's hands, Diamante understood the gravity of the situation. To be candid, had it not been for the intervention of Baby 5 and others, he might have already been eliminated by Wang Chen. Even now, He felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. Upon witnessing the lightning spear hurtling toward him, he dared not be complacent. He swiftly drew his sword and slashed at the spear. Half Moon Funeral. It must be noted that Diamante was indeed a swordsman, though the potency of his fruit ability often overshadowed this fact. Faced with Wang Chen, he realized that his fruit ability was of little use and had become a burden. It prompted him to remember his extraordinary swordsmanship. Boom. The formidable sword energy shattered Wang Chen's lightning spear, cleaving through the deck beneath, splitting the colossal ship of the Don Quixote family in two. Diamante's strike was undeniably terrifying. Wang Chen, however, did not hesitate. In response to Diamante's attack, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Thunderous Dragon Palm. Having consumed the thunder fruit, the power of lightning had become an intrinsic part of Wang Chen. Thus, he could audaciously modify his abilities. Originally, the Dragon Palm would manifest as 8 violet-blue energy dragons. Yet, as he infused the power of the thunder fruit into this technique, the violet-blue energy dragons transformed into radiant thunder dragons, crackling with golden light, roaring as they surged forth from Wang Chen's palm, aiming directly at Diamante's sword. Boom. The collision generated a shockwave that swept across the battlefield like a tempest. Diamante's swords might dissipated instantly, while the 8 thunder dragons controlled by Wang Chen remained suspended in the air, undiminished. The force of the dragon palm was manageable. At its peak, it resembled a cataclysm, shattering mountains and parting seas. However, when sustained, these 8 energy dragons could persist in the arena, allowing Wang Chen to command them in combat. Bang, bang, bang. Baby 5 continued her relentless gunfire. Bullets rained down, frantically targeting Wang Chen's vital points. The lightning avatar on the left parried and deflected her shots, while on the right, Gladius, a user of the bomb fruit, unleashed a barrage of small black projectiles. Each projectile expanded violently upon nearing Wang Chen, resulting in explosive detonations. The lightning avatar on the right continuously hurled thunderbolts to detonate these black projectiles, alleviating some pressure from Wang Chen. Meanwhile, Buffalo's efforts were negligible. As his companions engaged in fierce clashes with Wang Chen, he attempted to strike from above. Unfortunately, under Wang Chen's observation and Haki, his movements appeared sluggish, akin to a languid dog. His short legs failed to reach Wang Chen, and instead, he was sent flying by a kick to his abdomen, crashing to the ground. Buffalo. Witnessing Buffalo plunge into the sea, his fate uncertain, Baby 5's eyes blazed with fury as she intensified her gunfire at Wang Chen. As a user of a devil fruit, she could not leap into the ocean to rescue him. The other 2 companions, also fruit users, were in no position to save him. It would be tantamount to sending themselves to their demise. To be concerned for others in such dire circumstances was, quite frankly, an affront to her. Wang Chen cast a glance, immediately emitting a sinister laugh reminiscent of a villain. In terms of one-on-one combat, these individuals were destined to be annihilated upon his mere gaze. It was only by uniting at this moment that they earned the right to engage him. However, this merely constituted a right. Should Wang Chen so desire, he could effortlessly shatter this fragile equilibrium and overpower them in an instant. Unfortunately, at that moment, he heard a familiar notification sound. Ding. A container has been detected to have fallen nearby. Would you like to pick it up? Instantly, Wang Chen felt that he could afford a few more minutes to toy with these pests. Blue containers, purple containers, white containers. His form flickered through space as he pummeled the members of the Don Quixote family, while simultaneously collecting the containers that fell from them. It must be acknowledged that Diamante, as a high-ranking official of the Ming family, possessed some worth. Rare-grade purple containers were quite uncommon aboard the Moby Dick, yet one astonishingly dropped from him, leaving Wang Chen pleasantly surprised. Nevertheless, that was all there was to it, as the quality of the containers dropped further from Diamante and his companions. Wang Chen could no longer restrain himself and delivered a powerful strike to Baby 5's right thigh, rendering her combat ineffective. Alas, a sheep that cannot be sheared is no longer a good sheep. Wang Chen had no choice but to eliminate them. Just as he was about to act, a voice suddenly resonated from above. Hey, Diamante, long time no see. Have you really become this useless? I thought I could relax in the back, but it seems I must intervene personally. Upon hearing the voice, Trafalgar Law, who stood at the edge of the battlefield, felt his eyes bulge with rage and shouted, Virgo? Chapter 61. In a court. Fighting alongside Law. The newcomer was a man clad in a checkered coat, wearing sunglasses, with lightning-shaped sideburns adorning his face. In one hand, he wielded a bamboo weapon, while the other hand bore a plump individual, Buffalo, who had previously been kicked into the water by Wang Chen and was now unconscious. Appearing gravely injured, with a graceful step, the newcomer hovered in midair. Virgo. Diamante's expression darkened. He wanted to assert that this was his own affair and that Virgo should not interfere. However, his fruit abilities were significantly countered, leaving him utterly helpless against Wang Chen. Reluctantly, he bowed his head. Virgo, have you been watching from the sidelines all along? You should have come sooner. Can't you see we're on the verge of asphyxiation? Baby, Five lamented, cradling her injured arm while groaning in pain. Gladiolus said nothing, yet his expression reflected a sense of relief. The 500 million intern was indeed too formidable. The four of them had nearly suffocated under the onslaught. Had Virgo arrived any later, Gladiolus had no doubt they might have perished. The newcomers truly were monstrous. Oh, Virgo. The undercover agent of the Don Quixote family, a disgrace among the Navy? So you've finally shown up. Upon Virgo's arrival, Wang Chen was far from surprised. Not only did he display no astonishment, but he also mocked Virgo. Immediately, Virgo's brow furrowed. You little brat. Oh, by the way, you have some dumplings left on your face. Aren't you going to clean it off? Before he could finish speaking, Wang Chen pointed at his face and burst into laughter. Virgo's expression froze momentarily. He thought to himself, no wonder the dumplings he just bought were missing a skewer. He promptly removed the sticky remnants from his face and casually turned to Wang Chen. Kid, it has indeed been a while. He was unaware of how Wang Chen recognized him, but he had indeed had prior knowledge of Wang Chen. The first time he encountered this name was when an intelligence officer from his family inquired about how to handle a tavern they owned that had been wrecked. Virgo had offered his advice, which subsequently led to significant trouble for Wang Chen, successfully drawing the attention of the beast pirates to him. It could be said that if it weren't for Virgo's earlier suggestion, the ensuing series of events would not have transpired. Thus, when Virgo remarked that it had been a long time, he genuinely did not anticipate that the kid from the Whitebeard pirates, whose fate he had whimsically determined, could grow to such an extent in merely 2 weeks. Being singled out by Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Akainu was no small feat, and his strength had indeed escalated remarkably. One could only marvel at the young man's monstrous prowess, having emerged from the Whitebeard pirates. Mr. Virgo? Virgo smirked coldly. Just as he was about to discuss his connection with Wang Chen, he noticed a G5 soldier looking up at him, asking, Did that person just say you are an undercover agent of the Don Quixote family? Is that slander? Why aren't you refuting it? To be fair, the G5 base comprised a group of scoundrels, yet even they had their limits. The name of the Navy was their bottom line. They acknowledged their corruption and misconduct. Even while openly exploiting public resources for personal gain, they still considered themselves good Navy personnel. For instance, they could accept the employment of the Don Quixote family for a mission in the North Sea. However, to be labeled as members of the Don Quixote family was utterly unacceptable. Pirates were pirates, and the Navy was the Navy. Even the most disgraceful Navy personnel were still Navy. Yet now, someone was claiming their base commander, Vice Admiral Virgo, was an undercover agent of the Don Quixote family? This was intolerable. Under Wang Chen's relentless assault, the G5 Navy forces had suffered significant casualties. At this moment, only a few remained standing, looking quite disheveled. The soldier gazed at Virgo, his eyes alight with expectation, seemingly hoping that Virgo would respond with a hearty laugh. Dismissing the accusation as mere pirate slander, the others also looked at Virgo, their eyes filled with hope. Unfortunately, they were destined for disappointment. Virgo tilted his head and glanced downward. Oh? You pathetic wretches are still alive? I almost forgot about you. The faces of the G5 Navy soldiers immediately paled. However, before they could react, Virgo's indifferent gaze turned into action. Finger gun, 10-finger barrage. Swish, swish, swish. Virgo spread his fingers wide, directing them downward. The next moment, a series of popping sounds echoed. Those G5 Navy members who had narrowly escaped death under Wang Chen's powerful electrical assault did not perish at his hands, but were instead ruthlessly turned into Swiss cheese by their own commander. Ah, truly, Virgo lives up to his reputation for being merciless, Diamante mocked from the sidelines. Wang Chen shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Luo, with a grim expression, had unexpectedly appeared beside him. In this battle, I shall fight alongside you, he declared. As he spoke, he began to manifest his own domain, brandishing the ghost-crying long blade, ready to make his move. Wang Chen is broken into laughter. Oh, what a spectacle! Faced with adversaries, it seems the fire within has indeed been ignited, has it not? As for Diamante and the others, that is one matter, but if I were to assist you in eliminating Virgo, would you then consent to become my crew member? After all, In a certain sense, it was Mr. Corazon who met his demise at the hands of Virgo, was it not? Luo, initially filled with animosity, was momentarily taken aback by these words. How could you? He exclaimed, abruptly turning to Wang Chen, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Wang Chen patted his shoulder and laughed. Now you understand why I am so determined to have you as my crew member, don't you? I know you far better than you might imagine. Romulan, Mr. Corazon, indeed, harbored the deepest secrets within his heart. One glance at the Jolly Roger of the Red Heart Pirates reveals it to be the final smile of Mr. Corazon. Because of Virgo, because of Don Quixote da Flamingo, Mr. Corazon met his demise. Avenge Mr. Corazon. That has been his greatest obsession throughout his growth. The revelation of his most profound secret by Wang Chen must have left Romulan utterly astounded. Yet, he also realized that this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. In silence, he murmured to Wang Chen, perhaps. Then he drew his sword. If you can truly assist me in eliminating Virgo, perhaps I might indeed become your crew member. What a prideful fellow he is. Wang Chen laughed heartily. However, there is no need for your intervention. Just a moment ago, I was still unsatisfied. A mere Virgo. Watch as I dispatch him. With a fierce gaze, Wang Chen's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was enveloped in countless arcs of lightning, charging towards Virgo. 1,000,000,000 volts. Thunder Fist. Chapter 62. Enhancement of Armament Haki. Kidney Strike. The power of lightning gathered in his palm as Wang Chen unleashed a fist into the air. The electricity merged with his fist's momentum, resulting in a tremendous roar akin to that of an engine as the air exploded upon impact. The fist cut through the air with astonishing speed, heading straight for Virgo's chest. This punch, even against Diamante, that ironclad man, would require no additional force. The sheer electrical power enveloping his fist would be sufficient to incapacitate him. Unfortunately, Wang Chen was now facing Virgo, with a raised eyebrow. Virgo immediately filled his right arm with armament Haki. In response to Wang Chen's unavoidable, lightning-fast punch, Virgo chose the most formidable and masculine approach. He met fist with fist, overpowering violence with violence. Boom! The invincible pair of iron fists shattered Wang Chen's thunderous assault. The rampant electricity dissipated in a single strike, scattering like lightning in all directions. But this was not the end. As their fists collided, a resounding thud echoed. Their fists clashed in the most primal manner possible. Wang Chen's fist was enveloped in the formidable armor of Haki, mirrored by Virgo's own. The two fists, as dark as the depths of night, collided with one another, resulting in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, followed by a wave of shock that surged outward in every direction. A notification echoed, ding. A container has been detected falling nearby. Would you like to collect it? Upon clashing with Virgo, Wang Chen experienced a slight disadvantage. Feeling the overwhelming force transmitted through his right arm, he felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and instinctively retreated. It was at this precise moment that the system's voice resounded once more. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, answering without a moment's hesitation. In a flash, as he picked up the jar that had fallen from Virgo, his form transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly retreating. This Virgo, indeed, was a vice admiral of the Navy. Even as an undercover vice admiral, his prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary vice admiral. Just by observing his physical condition, Wang Chen perceived him to be a powerhouse akin to Carp, lacking the abilities of a devil fruit and eschewing flamboyant swordsmanship. He relied solely on his remarkable physical attributes and mastery of the six forms, unleashing a terrifying strength comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. He was truly ordinary yet solid, formidable yet steady. Such a person, seemingly unremarkable, was in truth as imposing as Mount Tai, capable of leaving others breathless. To speak frankly, Virgo epitomized the legendary hexagonal warrior, every attribute maximized, every skill top tier, rendering it nearly impossible to conceive of any weaknesses. However, having already engaged, Wang Chen chose not to dwell on it. After considering the jars within his system inventory, he decisively commanded the system to open all of them, including the newly acquired jar. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened a jar and received 100,000 berries. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened a jar and acquired the skill mastery of fist techniques, now fused with your foundational professional skills. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened a jar and obtained a level card for armament Haki. Note: using this level card increases your skill level by 1. A jumble of jars lay before him, some obtained from the Don Quixote family cadres and others from the G5 Navy. Among them were jars of various qualities, ordinary, fine, and even rare. Wang Chen had not harbored high hopes for what he might find. Yet, to his astonishment, one of the jars yielded a level card for armament Haki. Instinctively, Wang Chen glanced at Virgo. Undoubtedly, he had succumbed to that previous punch. In terms of mastery over armament Haki, Virgo was likely among the elite across the seas. Much like Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates, who had cultivated his observation Haki to a remarkably high level, enabling him to glimpse into the future. Virgo's expertise in armament Haki was equally unparalleled. He could envelop himself entirely in armament Haki, transforming into a veritable embodiment of power. There was no doubt that Virgo's mastery of armament Haki was of the highest caliber. Wang Chen speculated that, as one of the distinguished masters of armament Haki, his level card was likely obtained from Virgo. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the card. Ding! Level card activated successfully. Armament Haki level increased by 1. Current level, LV. 2. Is this all you've got, little brat? With a single punch, Virgo sent Wang Chen sprawling. Although Wang Chen remained unscathed, Virgo raised an eyebrow. His tone laced with mockery as he challenged, if you possess any abilities, now would be the time to reveal them. Otherwise, I fear you may not have the chance soon. As a Vice Admiral, Virgo undoubtedly stood out among his peers. The rank of Vice Admiral, much like the 7 warlords of the sea, is fraught with variance. There are those like Bastille, who can be dispatched by Sabo in a mere instant. And then there are formidable figures like Garp, who could contend with the Pirate King Gold, Roger, and even imprison the notorious Shiki the Golden Lion within a Pell Down. It can be said that the reason why admirals are considered admirals is due to their undeniable strength. The same cannot be asserted for vice admirals, as their prowess varies significantly. Virgo is, without question, among the powerful, relying solely on his innate strength. Wang Chen cast a glance at Virgo and couldn't help but smile. With the elevation of his armament Haki level, he could distinctly sense a substantial increase in the quantity of armament Haki within him. Although there remained a gap when compared to Virgo, the thought burgeoned in his mind. Without a doubt, Virgo possessed an exceptionally high level of armament Haki. If he were to drop a jar, might it continuously yield armament Haki enhancement cards? The notion was audacious. Wang Chen licked his lips and regarded Virgo with an irreverent gaze. That scoundrel. As a formidable warrior, Virgo's perceptive abilities were undoubtedly acute. In an instant, he noticed the shift in Wang Chen's expression and was instantly enraged. Die. Swish. The Marine 6 styles, Moonwalk. The Marine 6 styles, Shave. Combining Shave with Moonwalk allowed Virgo to soar through the air like a hawk over the sea, maneuvering with both grace and lightning speed as he charged directly at Wang Chen. Well, isn't he in a hurry? Wang Chen felt a profound sense of injustice. He had not done anything to you, merely sought to utilize you to enhance his armed Haki. Yet here you are, in a fit of rage, truly. The members of the Don Quixote family exhibit deplorable character. As he uttered words of disdain about others, Wang Chen spat towards the approaching figure of Virgo. Fully confident in his own speed, he believed that even with such a movement, he could effortlessly evade Virgo's strike. However, he was utterly unprepared for the extraordinary swiftness of Virgo. Just as he managed to shift his body, Virgo's fist was already upon him, landing squarely against his right ribcage. The impact was bone-shattering. Chapter 63, The Attack Comes with Effects. As Virgo charged forward, Wang Chen had already begun his maneuver. Yet, to his astonishment, this individual had accelerated his moonwalk with shaving, resulting in an astonishingly rapid action. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen instinctively transformed his body into an elemental state. Unfortunately, Virgo was an expert in armed Haki. Even in his elemental form, he was still ensnared by Virgo's prowess, and a punch struck him in the lower abdomen, nearly dislodging his right kidney. Damn! Wang Chen cursed inwardly, stifling the pain as he retaliated with a punch of his own. The force was enough to shatter boulders. Yet it struck nothing but air, producing a tremendous sonic boom. Virgo had already positioned himself 20 meters away, raising an eyebrow, mockingly regarding Wang Chen and exclaiming, "To battle me while distracted. I must commend your audacity." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wang Chen felt the agony radiating from his lower abdomen and inhaled sharply. Indeed, overconfidence can lead to calamity. He uttered a phrase that left Virgo baffled, his demeanor turning serious. Having clashed with the red-haired individual and faced off against Aokiji, he understood that such experiences did not grant him the luxury of complacency when contending with a Vice Admiral-level adversary. While Virgo may not be Aokiji's equal, he was far from being a mere fish in the sea. Underestimating an opponent of such caliber would surely lead to one's own downfall. Without hesitation, Wang Chen retrieved 2 master contracts from his system package and activated one, having previously utilized one during his battle against the giant Eagle Igo and another against Aokiji. Only 2 remained. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to lament their scarcity. His current level of 5 chi returning to origin, merely at level 3, was insufficient for the situation at hand. To prolong the engagement with Virgo, he required enhanced speed and swifter reflexes. Thus, he activated the master contract, enabling him to learn higher-level skills by advancing 10 levels. He allocated 2 skill points to the buff skill 5 chi returning to origin and 1 point to the flower dance 1000 soul skill. Given the circumstances, Wang Chen had no intention of concluding the battle with the latter. As the level of his buff skills surged dramatically, he felt an exhilarating lightness enveloping his body. Grinning, he declared to Virgo, "Be cautious." His speed surged instantly, transforming his form into a streak of lightning as he unleashed a kick aimed at Virgo's groin. Secret technique, egg strike. With a resounding clash of feet, Virgo and Wang Chen collided. He dismissed the underhanded nature of Wang Chen's attack, instead growing wary of the sudden increase in his speed. Is it merely my imagination? Has this brat's speed truly accelerated? Furthermore, there was a discernible difference in Wang Chen's armed Haki compared to before. Was this lad concealing his true abilities? Virgo, clearly skeptical of the notion of a last-minute breakthrough, dismissed the idea that reality resembled the tropes of youthful tales where one could simply shout and grow stronger. Strength is strength. Weakness is weakness. Power is quantified. 1 point is 1 point. 2 points are 2 points. If one cannot prevail, regardless of how loudly one shouts. In his mind, Wang Chen had merely been hiding his talents. After receiving a punch from him, he had become enraged and unleashed his full potential. At that moment, Virgo scoffed coldly. A child is still a child. Even with some strength, you remain a mere child. To earn the attention of Admiral Akainu, you must possess something unique. However, this is where it ends. Now that you are aware of my identity, I shall ensure you do not leave here alive. Finger gun. 10-finger barrage? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying force of his finger strikes shot towards Wang Chen with the velocity of bullets. Wang Chen slightly tilted his body, evading 9 shots. But the last one grazed his cheek, causing a spray of blood. In retaliation, he drew the formidable second-generation blade, Ghost Sever, and struck towards Virgo's neck, only to have his blow intercepted by the bamboo staff in Virgo's grasp. At that moment, Wang Chen's strike was merely a standard cut. Had he unleashed his full power, that single stroke could have decapitated Virgo. A cunning grin spread across Wang Chen's lips as he executed a sudden spin, his long leg lashing out like a whip, delivering a kick to Virgo's abdomen. Meanwhile, Virgo maintained one hand in the firing position while swiftly retracting the other to grip the bamboo staff, blocking Wang Chen's blade. His feet were firmly planted on the enormous deck, leveraging the solid grip to withstand the tremendous force behind Wang Chen's strike. He had not anticipated the unexpected kick to his midsection. In that critical moment, Virgo remained composed. With a low grunt, he declared, "Iron block," activating the Navy's 6 forms. Instantly, he stood as immovable as iron, a towering figure. Wang Chen delivered a powerful kick, one that should have been capable of severing the flesh and blood body of Virgo in 2. However, it felt as though he had struck a solid block of iron, resonating with a clang. Instantly, he withdrew, only to advance again, stepping lightly like a moonlit dancer. With a swift motion, he unleashed the second-generation ghostly blade, sending forth an immense wave of milky white sword energy, accompanied by a flurry of cherry blossoms. This formidable attack cleaved through the deck beneath Wang Chen's feet, while simultaneously sending forth tumultuous waves towards Virgo. This was a diluted application of the 1000 Souls Dance of Flowers. In its most potent form, even a powerhouse like Aokiji would feel threatened by it, and a moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Regrettably, with Wang Chen's stamina, he could only unleash 2 such strikes, after which either his foe would perish, or he himself would meet his end. Much like the application of the Dragon Dance Palm, after familiarizing himself with the 1000 Souls Dance of Flowers, Wang Chen gradually discerned the nuances of controlling the force of his output, thereby avoiding excessive exertion that could render him powerless in battle. It was often said that a sword emperor relied solely on the powers of a devil fruit in combat, which seemed rather unjust. Hadn't he noticed that the members of Germa 66, aside from their moniker God of Thunder, had long ceased to acknowledge their other titles. In this world of renown, Wang Chen had no desire to be addressed as God of Thunder. Thus, it was imperative to showcase his unique swordsmanship. Consequently, he resolved to test the waters with a weakened version of the Thousand Souls Dance of Flowers. Remarkably, the results were quite commendable. Particularly, the cherry blossom effect accompanying his strike was visually stunning, elevating the aesthetic appeal to unprecedented heights. Chapter 64. The game ends here. The Sword Emperor was inherently a profession steeped in beauty. Striking with the finesse of a cheat, his output was a masterpiece. Thus, when the observers witnessed Wang Chen's sword producing cherry blossoms, they were left utterly astonished. What was that? Cherry blossoms. What manner of strike could yield such a phenomenon? Even Lei Jiao and her companions were left bewildered. While the new world boasted numerous formidable warriors, especially those wielding swords, none had ever been heard of who could produce cherry blossoms with their strikes. A strike was simply a strike, a sword drawn. An enemy's head would fall. Thus, the purpose of the strike was achieved. To create cherry blossoms with a slash, was that truly a strike? How absurdly flamboyant. Virgo scoffed in disdain. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his ghostly bamboo, intending to parry Wang Chen's attack with his weapon. Yet, to his astonishment, the anticipated clash did not occur. Instead, the tip of Virgo's ghostly bamboo was truncated, the sword energy slicing through it and grazing his arm. The sound that followed was the unmistakable sound of sword energy gliding across his skin, leaving a shallow cut that drew blood. Drip, drip, blood fell. Virgo found himself momentarily dazed. The ghostly bamboo, fortified with armament Haki, had failed to block that strike? What sort of infernal attack was this? How could it be so sharp? Flamboyant, indeed. Wang Chen opened his mouth and smiled at him, cautioning, "Be careful, Admiral Virgo. That punch of yours truly hurt me. Now, I shall begin to take this seriously." With a flourish, he unleashed a series of 3 swift slashes. Instantly, the air was filled with a flurry of cherry blossoms. On the grand ship of Germa 66, Reiju stood in the castle, clad in battle attire. Initially intending to assist, she was now utterly captivated by the scene before her. Is this swordsmanship? It is simply breathtaking. It is said that Germa 66 excels in warfare, yet the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family possesses a tender heart. Much like any other girl, if not compelled by circumstance, which girl would prefer to don combat gear and engage in violence all day long? Witnessing the mesmerizing display of cherry blossoms, Reiju felt her heart melt at that moment. It was exquisite. She was familiar with several swordmasters from the New World, yet she had never heard of anyone capable of executing such ethereal strikes, transforming the act of killing into a form of art. To perish beneath such a slash might even be considered a form of happiness, she mused. However, as she regained her composure, she found her thoughts absurd. How ridiculous. Swordsmanship is still swordsmanship. No matter how beautiful, it is meant for killing. Did you not see that Admiral Virgo was injured by that sword energy? It was crucial to note that Virgo was a vice admiral of the Navy, possessing formidable strength and mastery of Haki. Even with Haki's protection, he was still wounded by that strike. One could only imagine the consequences if such a blade were to strike a person directly. Thus, it was not merely Wang Chen's devil fruit ability that allowed him to battle Aokiji, it was also his remarkable swordsmanship. Gazing in the direction of Wang Chen, Reiju was entranced. It appeared he had yet to exert himself fully. Could it be that this young man is a monster? She murmured to herself. At that moment, Law was equally astonished. To be frank, he currently lacked confidence in defeating Virgo. While he was not particularly afraid of the encirclement led by Diamante and others, his confidence stemmed solely from his ability to utilize his devil fruit to escape. Facing such an opponent head-on was something he might be capable of in a few years. But as a newcomer pirate about to enter the Grand Line, confronting a former Don Quixote captain and a current vice admiral was far too daunting. Having witnessed Wang Chen struggle earlier, Law had been shaking his head in disbelief, thinking that although Wang Chen possessed some skill, he was far too arrogant to be Virgo's match. However, in the blink of an eye, he unveiled such exquisite swordsmanship. Is this truly swordsmanship? It feels more splendid than a performance from a circus at sea. "Hey, Law, this guy is so cool," murmured Beepo, the polar bear. "Indeed, he is quite handsome," Law acknowledged. Wang Chen was already strikingly good-looking, appealing to women of all ages. Now, with the cherry blossom effect enhancing his presence, the youth wielded his sword amidst a dance of petals, radiating brilliance. Such a breathtaking sight. Who could resist being enchanted? As Beepo spoke, Shachi and Penguin nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, he is incredibly cool." However, Law remained undistracted, his gaze fixated on the fierce duel between Wang Chen and Virgo. For others, it might merely be a captivating battle between powerful foes, but for him, it represented vengeance. If Virgo were to be slain, it would avenge Mr. Corazon's death at last. After all, had it not been for Virgo, the Navy spy, Law could have delivered Mr. Corazon's distress signal to the genuine Navy officers. With their assistance, Mr. Corazon might have survived. It was Virgo who intercepted Mr. Corazon's plea for help, discovered his secret, and ultimately left him gravely injured, leading to his execution by Don Quixote da Flamingo. In essence, Virgo bore significant responsibility for Mr. Corazon's demise. Consequently, Law had been consumed with thoughts of how to avenge Mr. Corazon. He had never anticipated that the moment for retribution would arrive today, but he secretly hoped it would. As Wang Chen displayed his magnificent swordsmanship, weaving around Virgo, the latter's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Utilizing the 6 forms of the Navy, Saru, Jeppo, Shirgan, Tekkai, Kamii, and Rankyaku, Virgo exhibited extraordinary prowess, appearing more superhuman than many who had consumed devil fruits. The air crackled with the intensity of their clash, and the already battered ship of the Don Quixote family became a chaotic battleground, ravaged beyond recognition. The ocean roiled violently beneath them, erupting in waves. When they found no solid ground left beneath their feet, they began to leap through the air, colliding and separating, striking one another with relentless ferocity. The sea grew increasingly tumultuous, forcing all to retreat from the battlefield. "This guy is a monster." Diamante gritted his teeth, referring to Wang Chen. As a cadre of the family, he understood the terrifying strength of Virgo. "Should we retreat for now? We can consult with the young master before making a decision regarding Law," suggested Buffalo, awakening from his stupor as he observed the horrifying spectacle. Then, suddenly, Wang Chen declared, "Enough. Let the game come to an end." With that, he sheathed his sword. Chapter 65. A sword that parts the sea. With the sword sheathed, Wang Chen suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. The reason for his gravity was clear. There was no wool left to be sheared from Virgo. After 10 minutes of combat, Virgo had dropped a total of 5 containers, 1 purple, 1 blue, and 3 white. The purple one, as expected, was the container that Wang Chen had previously opened, yielding a card for the mastery of armament Haki. The blue container also produced a card for armament Haki mastery. It must be said that the randomness associated with these containers is quite remarkable. The quality of the container merely establishes a minimum guarantee for the output. What is actually produced ultimately depends on luck. The 3 white containers also yielded commendable items, a rather unremarkable swift blade. Its worth comparable to that of Snow's weapon. A skill card for leg muscle training, which could be integrated with the foundational mastery of the Sword Emperor, and a skill card for waist power techniques, which could also be amalgamated with the basic proficiency. Though these items are fundamentally basic, they nonetheless enrich Wang Chen's knowledge to a certain extent, making them valuable in their own right. However, apart from these, Virgo ceased to produce any further items. This implies that this phase boss, whom Monkey D. Luffy would encounter 2 years hence, would only elevate his armament Haki mastery to level 3, without any other unexpected rewards. As Wang Chen produced his final jar, he found himself entangled in a struggle for a full 5 minutes, ultimately realizing that this truly was his last creation. When he could no longer extract any wool from the sheep, impatience overtook him. With a sharp sound, he sheathed his sword and stood defiantly on a splintered plank, facing the vast ocean. "Child, do not boast. If you possess any skills, now is the time to reveal them," Virgo declared, his expression grave, as if confronting a formidable foe. At this juncture, he bore numerous injuries. His wrist, elbow, waist, abdomen, thigh, and ankle were all marked by varying degrees of abrasions and lacerations. Though these were mere trifles and did not threaten his core, they rendered him a bloody figure, resembling a small bloodied creature. It was evident that he had suffered significantly in his previous clash with Wang Chen. Conversely, aside from an initial blow to the kidney that caused him to spit blood, Wang Chen had since overwhelmed him with his almost grotesque speed, making it exceedingly difficult for Virgo to land a punch, a fact that was infuriating. At this point, Virgo was ablaze with genuine fury. Compared to Law, his desire to eliminate Wang Chen had intensified. This young member of the Whitebeard pirates posed a substantial threat, not only because he was now aware of his identity but also due to his immense potential. At such a tender age, he had already demonstrated such prowess. Given another year or two, what might he become? The Don Quixote family could not afford to provoke the formidable Whitebeard pirates. Yet they could not allow their members to act as they pleased, especially if it jeopardized the family's stability. Even if the family's safety were at risk, action had to be taken. Thus, Virgo was genuinely intent on murder. Meanwhile, Wang Chen remained composed, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. One sword. I shall strike with but a single sword. If you survive this blow, I shall turn and leave. Life and death are at fate's discretion. Are you prepared? With that, he began to gather his strength. With only 2 contracts remaining, he could not afford to waste them, even if this meant sacrificing one of his life-saving cards against Virgo. He was determined to leave a mark. Before Virgo could respond, Diamante, observing from a distance, scoffed derisively. Arrogant. Just one sword? Who do you think you are? The world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk? This is Virgo we're speaking of. Regardless of his current rank, he was once the esteemed leader of our Don Quixote family. Even the mightiest of the 7 warlords must tread carefully before him. A Marine admiral attempting to confront him directly would likely find themselves outmatched. You, a mere intern of the Whitebeard pirates, believe you can resolve this with a single strike? Pray tell, who granted you such audacity? Diamante's scornful laughter echoed. Yet Virgo could not join in the mirth. He sensed the rising aura emanating from Wang Chen. This force was an enigmatic yet palpable presence. While many might dismiss it as illusory, Virgo felt the intensity of Wang Chen's energy soaring, ascending like a rocket into the heavens. Wang Chen was gathering his strength. It is said that practice makes perfect. Having executed the technique Blossom Dance, 1,000 Souls Kill several times, he began to develop his own insights regarding its execution. At this moment, he was experimenting with how to unleash a complete Blossom Dance, 1,000 Souls Kill with minimal expenditure of energy. His attempts were manifesting in a palpable shift in his momentum. Gripping his longsword, Wang Chen leaned slightly forward. In that instant, he resembled a tiger, his gaze sharp as lightning, as if he were poised to pounce like a fierce beast leaping from its lair, ready to tear apart everything before him. The sensation of impending destruction was strikingly vivid. Just as Wang Chen was about to draw his sword, Virgo's expression changed dramatically. In an instant, he abandoned any semblance of hope. Armament Haki, hardening, iron block, maximum expansion, activate. A torrent of armament Haki surged from Virgo's body, enveloping him entirely and transforming him into a magnificent figure, his physique glistening with a metallic sheen. Yet, this was not the end. Realizing the terror of Wang Chen's impending strike, he invoked the secret technique Iron Block, specifically devised within the Navy's 6 styles to bolster physical defenses. This further reinforced his already formidable body, enhanced by the armament Haki. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Virgo resembled an unassailable mountain, indestructible, akin to a diamond in its resilience. Blossom Dance, 1,000 Souls Kill. Wang Chen resolutely unsheathed his sword. In an instant, the blade's radiance illuminated the vast expanse of the sea. At that very moment, an abundance of cherry blossoms erupted from the scabbard, swirling in every direction like a blooming sakura tree, creating a scene of such exquisite beauty that one might almost forget it was a mere flash of sword light. The sword's brilliance surged forth and, in an instant, cleaved the ocean asunder. Towering waves, hundreds of meters high, roared into existence, splitting the sea and revealing the terrified marine creatures beneath. With a single stroke, he sliced through the waves, propelling himself towards Virgo with blinding speed. Virgo had nowhere to evade. Relying solely on his instinct, he slightly turned his body but ultimately braced himself to take the blow head-on with his formidable, adamantine physique. Boom. A multitude of shockwaves erupted. The entire ocean seemed to have been struck by a nuclear explosion. How beautiful, was the last thought that flickered through Virgo's mind before everything plunged into darkness. Chapter 66, Virgo's Defeat. Invite law aboard. As the sword's radiance flared, countless onlookers squinted their eyes. The brilliance was so dazzling that they mistook it for the sun itself. When the sword light cleaved the sea, even from a distance, they could sense its unmatched sharpness, sending chills down their spines. The fate that awaited Virgo was beyond their imagination. Through their narrowed eyes, they distinctly observed the sword within Virgo being consumed by the terrifying sword light. Even among admirals and the red-haired pirate's captain, none dared to believe he would emerge unscathed from such a celestial strike. It was only when the sword light faded and the ocean returned to tranquility that the spectators emerged from their shock, descending into profound self-doubt. Did I just witness the sea being severed in half? Can sword energy truly part the ocean? Is this truly the strike of a swordmaster? Swordmaster? No. Even the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, could not possibly match this level of terror. This individual is nothing short of extraordinary. The only ones still standing at a distance to observe were the warriors of the Don Quixote family and the pirates summoned by their command. A collective of individuals, some dazed, some awestruck, some trembling, and others horrified, gazed upon Wang Chen as if he were a deity. Is this the strike of a 500 million berry pirate? Law stood there, dumbfounded, taking in the scene. His thoughts faltered as he struggled to articulate his astonishment. Clearly overwhelmed by Wang Chen's swordplay, his jaw nearly dislocated from sheer disbelief. He had intended to assist Wang Chen in avenging his fallen comrade, Corazon, and had quietly activated his powers, preparing to intervene at a critical moment. Who could have anticipated this? Forget it, he thought. For now, he merely wished to pose one question. Is this person even human? Why is it that while we all wield swords, your strike wields such exaggerated power? Gripping his sword, the onigiri, tightly, Law found himself questioning his own confidence. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and glanced at the chaotic seascape, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Has Virgo perished? He had witnessed enough to deduce that Virgo faced this terrifying strike with his own flesh and blood. This meant that Virgo had likely met his end right then and there. As this realization dawned on him, Law's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Though he felt a tinge of regret for not exacting revenge himself, witnessing the demise of the one responsible for Corazon's death was a source of solace in itself. However, the battleground was in disarray, making it impossible to locate Virgo's body. Adhering to the principle of seeing the living and the dead, Law did not hesitate and activated his powers, heading towards the center of the battlefield. Room, command stick. Manipulating his body and the scattered debris of the battlefield, Law hastened towards the fray. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, having unleashed his strike, withdrew swiftly, returning to the Germa 60SXS ship, the Reju. This battle, without a doubt, was his victory. Virgo had failed to withstand his blow, or rather, had absorbed it incompletely. Across the vast ocean, Virgo's figure had vanished from sight. In combat against a formidable opponent, establishing victory was paramount. Moreover, the exertion of his spectacular strike, the blossom dance of thousand souls, had already drained much of his stamina. There were still journeys to embark upon. Wang Chen had no intention of exhausting all his strength in such a place. He lazily yawned and turned to Leggio, saying, "All right, the commotion has concluded. It is time for us to depart. Gather your belongings and prepare the ship." At that moment, Leggio was still in shock from his single sword strike, looking utterly bewildered. Upon hearing his words, she gasped in surprise. After a considerable pause, she finally reacted. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "Oh, very well. So this is your swordsmanship, my lord. It is indeed quite astonishing. However," she added, "but my lord, did you not say you wished to subdue that little rascal Luo? He is still over there. Should we not wait for him?" Glancing towards the battlefield, Wang Chen remained silent. He observed Luo unleashing his domain, frantically searching the surface of the sea for Virgo's figure. After searching for a good 2 to 3 minutes, not only did he fail to locate Virgo or any trace of his body, but he also realized that the members of the Don Quixote family, who should have been quietly spectating, had vanished as well. In a state of urgency, he exclaimed, "Where is everyone? Where have they gone?" Of course, they had fled. With the strongest cadre defeated, who would choose to remain and await death? As he flitted about like a headless chicken, Wang Chen could only shake his head in disbelief. After a while, Leggio conveyed a message to him. "Stop searching. That flying fatso already carried the Don Quixote family away 3 minutes ago." "What?" Turning around, Luo looked utterly perplexed. After a moment's reflection, he shifted his form and made his way to the Leggio vessel. "You say Virgo and the others have fled? Why did you not stop them, since you were aware?" he asked Wang Chen, still in a daze. "Why should I intervene?" Wang Chen replied. Wang Chen gazed at him and replied with a question. To speak candidly, he had indeed observed the unusual movements of Don Quixote and his companions at that moment. It appeared that they had noticed Virgil's impending defeat, and just as he was on the verge of plummeting into the sea, they swiftly rescued him. Then, with the aid of the flying buffalo, they fled with a speed surpassing that of dogs. Wang Chen indeed witnessed the event. However, what significance does it hold? He is not the one who harbors a deep-seated enmity towards the Don Quixote family, although he had promised to assist Luo in seeking vengeance. Such an agreement is contingent upon one crucial condition, that Luo is his crew member. Yet, the pressing question remains, is Luo truly his crew member? Confronted with Wang Chen's unwavering assertion, Luo's expression darkened as he retorted, "Did you not claim you would aid me in avenging my grievances and allow me to become your crew member? So tell me, are you indeed my crew member?" Wang Chen regarded him with a smile. Luo fell silent immediately. Observing Luo's taciturn demeanor, Wang Chen chuckled. It appears you understand yourself. Since you are not one of my crew, may I inquire why I should exert myself so fervently to assist you without cause? At this moment, Luo's expression had turned exceedingly grim, yet he still stubbornly held his ground, unwilling to concede. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This fellow truly was a stubborn Sundara. However, he decided not to dismiss the conversation entirely and consoled. All right, I did strike Virgo with a single blow. Even if he survives, he surely won't be in good shape. As for the Don Quixote cadre, do you not yearn for the day when you can set foot in Dressrosa and avenge Mr. Corazon with your own hands? He fixed his gaze upon Law, inquiring earnestly. Law's expression wavered, revealing a flicker of intrigue. Wang Chen continued. Do not think that I intentionally allowed those individuals to escape. The previous battle took a significant toll on me as well. If I were to pursue them further, I fear I might attract the attention of Doflamingo himself, resulting in an undesirable outcome. As for the Don Quixote family, it is far simpler. Do you recall my proposal? Should you choose to become my crew member, I vow that one day, I shall personally set foot in Dressrosa, defeat Doflamingo, and obliterate the Don Quixote family in your name. With that, Wang Chen fixed his gaze intently on Law, seemingly awaiting his response. Law's eyes clouded with uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, I'll think about it. In truth, Law's heart was stirred, yet a certain resolve within him ultimately led to his refusal of Wang Chen's offer. Is Wang Chen formidable? Indeed, he is. Without delving into his identity or background, merely considering the prowess he displayed in his recent engagement with Virgo, it is sufficient to convince Luo of his capability to assist in avenging him. Nevertheless, he still wishes to test his own limits. It is not that he harbors any disdain for becoming a member of Wang Chen's crew or joining the Whitebeard pirates. Rather, the stubbornness he has nurtured over the years compels him to resist relinquishing his convictions so readily. In response to Luo's persistence, Wang Chen merely waved him off, permitting him to depart. Is Trafalgar Luo of significant value? Undoubtedly, he is immensely valuable, setting aside his innate strength and future potential. The mere fact that he possesses the surgery fruit renders him a coveted asset for any faction in the world. Those in the know understand the implications. The ultimate manifestation of the surgery fruit enables the practitioner to perform an ageless operation at the cost of their own life. Those who undergo the ageless operation attain a state of perpetual existence, which one might consider a form of immortality. It is plausible that the celestial dragon, Amsama, residing in the depths of Mariehua, has lived for 8 centuries due to this very procedure. Perpetual existence and undying life, who would not desire such an extravagant form of life? Don Quixote Doflamingo harbors an intense disdain for traitors. Even his own brother, Don Quixote Rocinante, was ruthlessly slain by him upon the revelation of his betrayal. Yet, when it comes to Luo, the typically ruthless Doflamingo displays an unusual demeanor. He not only refrains from demanding Luo's immediate execution but opts for the more arduous and complex task of capturing him alive and even persuading him to surrender. The rationale is quite simple. He, too, aspires to attain the gift of immortality akin to that of Amsama. The fact that Doflamingo, known for his brutality, is willing to act against his nature underscores the immense allure that Luo, as the possessor of the surgery fruit, embodies. Of course, Wang Chen's desire to recruit Luo is not solely predicated upon this. The notion of an ageless operation? Please, how old is he? A mere 16 or 17-year-old youth, barely having lived 1/5 of his life, seeking out an immortality procedure. How absurd. The true reason for Wang Chen's regard for Luo lies in his character and temperament. In the future, Wang Chen is undoubtedly destined to recruit a group of companions. Rather than seeking out individuals of great strength but poor character, he would much prefer to find like-minded individuals with whom he can engage in meaningful dialogue. Luo is undoubtedly one such person. Moreover, he genuinely requires a ship-s doctor. Just imagine if Luo were to perform surgery on their captain. What a predicament that would be. Let us not forget the formidable Whitebeard at his peak, capable of challenging the Pirate King and effortlessly cleaving Marineford in half. If their captain were to regain his former glory, even if only briefly, what would those 5 elderly admirals of the Navy amount to? What of Akainu and Blackbeard? Should they dare to challenge the Whitebeard pirates? One punch from him would suffice to eliminate them on the spot. The mere thought of such a scenario is exhilarating. Alas, the conditions Wang Chen proposed do not seem to sway Luo, the doctor destined to make a name for himself across the seas. However, Wang Chen remains undeterred. The seeds of goodwill have already been sown, and relationships take time to cultivate. At this moment, Luo's refusal is inconsequential. One day, he will come to understand. I recall that shortly after the battle at Eni's lobby, The Sabaody archipelago witnessed the emergence of 11 supernovas from the worst generation. With the battle at Eni's lobby now concluded, the Straw Hat Boys' bounty has soared to an impressive 300 million. This implies that the events of the Sabaody archipelago are soon to unfold. With this thought in mind, a smile graces Wang Chen's lips. This is merely the beginning. Soon, we shall meet again, Luo. Luo, why don't you accept that young man's offer to join the Whitebeard pirates? Wouldn't it be beneficial? The small, dilapidated ship sails past Reverse Mountain, entering the Grand Line. Two crew members, Haki and Pei Jean, erupt in cheers, while the ship's pet, the polar bear Beepo, finally finds the time to turn to Luo with a question. Throughout the journey, Luo's spirits have been subdued, lacking the enthusiasm for conversation. It is only now, perhaps influenced by the crew's excitement, that a faint smile appears on his face. Upon hearing Beepo's inquiry, he pauses for a moment before replying with a soft chuckle. It's not that it wouldn't be a good opportunity, I simply wish to try things on my own first. Try things on your own? Yes. After all this effort to reach this point, I am reluctant to be recruited, even by one of the four emperors. To be honest, I feel a tinge of unwillingness. Luo smirks, glancing at his crew. I have just embarked on this journey, and I have yet to witness the wonders of this sea. How could I simply reach the end? Moreover, I still have you all, don't I? If I join the Whitebeard pirates, what will happen to you? They certainly wouldn't want you novices. Are we to disband the Heart Pirates just like that? At this, Haki and Pei Jean express their discontent. Captain, what are you saying? What do you mean by novices? Aren't you also just starting out, having come from the North Blue? Haki protests passionately. Luo glances at him. I have a bounty of 200 million. What about you? Haki retorts, but a bounty doesn't define everything, Captain. Haki falls silent. Pei Jean, however, picks up the conversation. We're quite useful too, Captain. Why would the Whitebeard pirates want us? Even if we can't be official crew members of a Yonko. Surely an internship wouldn't be out of the question? Luo gives him a sidelong glance, recalling how close he came to slaying Virgo, who had a bounty of 500 million. And you? Pei Jean, who has a bounty of only 500 berry, dares not interject, shrinking back in trepidation. See what I mean? Luo sighs. Haki clicks his tongue. Captain, if you keep talking like that, it becomes meaningless. How many interns in this world can compare to someone like Mr. Wang Chen? I refuse to believe that all interns in the Whitebeard pirates possess his caliber. Luo casts him a look, chuckling softly. At that moment, Haki falls silent. After a while, Pei Jean sighs, say, how did Mr. Wang Chen become so strong? He is even younger than us, yet his strength surpasses ours by several folds. Is he a monster? Haki agrees. Indeed, especially his swordsmanship, it's simply breathtaking. Both beautiful and powerful. It makes me want to become his apprentice on the spot. Speaking of which, Captain, why do you refuse? If we could become Mr. Wang Chen's crew, perhaps we could even learn swordsmanship from him. After all, elegant and practical swordsmanship is the best way to impress the ladies. However, what could Mr. Wang Chen possibly see in you, Captain? You're so aloof and tedious, always isolating yourself in your room, muttering to medical texts and corpses like a weirdo. What aspect have you caught Mr. Wang Chen's that made him want to invite you as his crew? Pei Jean chuckles. Luo, feeling embarrassed and angry, retorts, hey, who are you calling a weirdo? I'm your captain. Do you dare to doubt me? In his mind, he recalls Wang Chen's words before leaving. Why did I choose you? Perhaps it's because of the smile on your flag. The warmth of Corazone's kindness once healed him, and he hopes that he too can treat this world with such tenderness. To treat this world with tenderness, a flicker of an inexplicable smile crosses Luo's face. The crew of a Yonko pirate should not utter such naive sentiments. Do they not realize that in this chaotic era, no one possesses the luxury of choice? To treat this world with tenderness? I wish to do so. But will this world reciprocate? Ultimately, such thoughts feel juvenile. Yet, this individual seems to know a great deal about me and Corazon. If the opportunity arises, I must inquire further. After all, I am Trafalgar Luo, a supernova with a bounty of 200 million, and I will not be underestimated by anyone. Chapter 68, Arrival at the Paradise. A step behind. Since arriving in this world, Wang Chen has always wanted to accomplish something. However, after meeting Luo, he gradually began to formulate some ideas. Recruiting Luo does not imply that he wishes to sever ties with the Whitebeard pirates to establish his own faction. Rather, it signifies that he is consciously aiming to assemble his own crew to facilitate his future endeavors. What does he aspire to do? His ambitions are manifold. Yet they require time for Wang Chen to clarify his thoughts and subsequently put them into practice. For the time being, he has only two objectives: to grow stronger, to grow stronger, to grow stronger, and then to rescue Ace. The defeat at Banero Island marks a pivotal moment in Ace's life trajectory and simultaneously serves as the catalyst for the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates. As a member of the Whitebeard pirates, Wang Chen will not permit such an event to transpire. Hence, he must prevent the battle at Banero Island. Whether or not to eliminate Blackbeard is secondary. Ace simply cannot come to harm. The war snail crawled across the Red Earth continent, and soon, Wang Chen fulfilled his desire by traversing the Red Earth, arriving at the first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise. Paradise is a haven for the strong, yet a graveyard for novice pirates. Each year, countless aspiring pirates emerge from the four seas, brimming with enthusiasm and indomitable spirit as they venture into the Grand Line, yearning to carve out their own legacies in the New World. However, over 80% of them ultimately never catch a glimpse of the New World. In the first half of the Grand Line, they vanish without a trace. Some perish directly within this treacherous expanse, while others, upon witnessing the terrifying world of the powerful, come to understand their own limitations and return home to cultivate sweet potatoes, or, more simply, remain stranded on some small island, becoming part of the local populace. Reality is, after all, harsh. Not everyone is destined to be a protagonist. Wang Chen did not linger, swiftly navigating towards the location of Banero Island. Guided by the nautical charts aboard the ship Reju, it became evident that the initial segment of the Grand Line was indeed a haven for the formidable. Throughout their journey, Wang Chen and his companions encountered scarcely any worthy adversaries. All pirate vessels, including naval warships, would catch a glimpse of the imposing and intimidating Germa 66 warship from a distance, promptly retreating to evade confrontation. The sensation of an elite presence gracing a novice realm was, to be frank, quite delightful. Owing to this, Wang Chen's expedition was remarkably smooth, and within just a day, they arrived at their destination. What lay before him was a small island imbued with an aura of destruction, a desolate landscape of charred earth. Wang Chen stood there in a daze. After scrutinizing the nautical chart for an extended period, he finally confirmed that he had not erred. The small island before him was indeed his intended destination, Banero Island. At that moment, his eyes narrowed. Had I arrived too late? Banero Island was once a vibrant locale, teeming with life. However, the fierce battle between Ace and Blackbeard ultimately led to its destruction, rendering it lifeless. Now, as he beheld the ravaged landscape, imbued with an aura of desolation, it was evident that not a single soul remained, neither human nor specter. What had transpired here? Was there any need to articulate it? To his dismay, despite his hurried efforts, he had ultimately arrived a step too late. Had I miscalculated the time, or was my journey obstructed along the way? Wang Chen's expression darkened as he muttered to himself, questioning his own thoughts. However, such matters had become inconsequential. What truly mattered was that the Battle of Banero Island had concluded, and Ace had suffered defeat. Consequently, he would be confined to Impel Down, awaiting execution by the world government. Naturally, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard and who regarded Ace as his own son, could not stand idly by as events unfolded. Thus, the war atop Marineford erupted, irrevocably altering the balance of the seas. This was something Wang Chen could not allow to transpire. He turned to Reju and inquired, "Does Germa 66 have any intelligence sources in the first half of the Grand Line? There are certain matters I need to verify." Observing his grave demeanor, Reju sensed the gravity of the situation. Anxiously, she replied, Yes, my lord. What would you like to inquire about? I shall summon the relevant individuals at once." Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need to keep addressing me as adult. Throughout our journey, I have regarded you as a friend. And given that I am younger than you, feel free to call me by my name. Let's not be overly formal. Then shall I call you Brother Wang Chen?" Little brother, Wang Chen, replied Leijio. She had initially intended to take advantage of the situation, but upon receiving a stern look from him, she immediately faltered. To be frank, social status does not always correlate with age. After witnessing Wang Chen's fierce battle against Aokiji, the entire Leijio ship, from Leijio herself to the members of the Vinsmoke family, no one dared to show Wang Chen any disrespect. Following his confrontation with the Don Quixote family, Wang Chen's stature elevated immensely. He was no longer merely identified as a member of the Whitebeard pirates, but was genuinely regarded as a formidable figure, akin to a quasi-admiral. Thus, when Wang Chen made his demands, no one, from Leijio to her subordinates, expressed any dissent. Even regarding the notion of their esteemed princess obeying a mere boy of 16 or 17, there was not a whisper of objection. Leijio offered a sheepish smile to Wang Chen before swiftly departing. Wait a moment. I will bring them to you shortly. When she returned, a group followed closely behind her. They were indeed the spies from the Vinsmoke family's intelligence division stationed at the Paradise. Perhaps taken aback by the unexpected sight of their own young lady, the head of the intelligence division initially appeared anxious. However, upon realizing that it was not Lei Jiu seeking him out, but rather someone else with business, confusion washed over his face. Thus, the thought crossed his mind, is the young lady conveying a message for someone? Who possesses such influence to direct the princess of the Vinsmoke family? Are they courting danger? With this sentiment in mind, he was led before Wang Chen. He merely glanced up, meeting Wang Chen's gaze. In that instant, his expression turned blank, quickly transforming into one of astonishment. Why, you are the boy from the Whitebeard pirates that the Navy is after. Oh? Wang Chen tilted his head slightly and inquired. Do you know me? How could one possibly be unaware? Just recently, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy publicly declared that you are the harbinger of catastrophe in this era. The paramount threat amidst the turmoil of the seas over the next 3 decades. He has openly urged any naval forces to launch an immediate assault upon discovering your presence, disregarding the consequences of life and death. Such a proclamation is tantamount to issuing a death warrant. How could I possibly fail to recognize you? Wang Chen felt a severe headache. What on earth is happening? Has that dog Aokiji lost his mind? Just 2 days ago, he specifically called for my head within the Navy, and now he openly declares that we cannot coexist. Have I kidnapped his child or stolen his wife? Why does he harbor such immense resentment towards me? A torrent of foul language lodged in Wang Chen's throat, leaving him unable to express his frustration. However, this was clearly not the moment for such outbursts. He then inquired, tell me, what exactly transpired on Banero Island? Chapter 69, 12 Hours. Wang Chen's frantic decision. From the account of the information broker from the Vinsmoke family, Wang Chen realized that he had indeed arrived too late. The Battle of Banero Island occurred a day prior. Just a day ago, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Port D. Ace, encountered Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, on Banero Island. Their negotiations broke down, leading to a fierce confrontation. The aftermath of their clash resulted in Banero Island being reduced to ruins. This meant that while Wang Chen was being obstructed by Diamante and others at the Red Soil continent, the battle on Banero Island had just concluded. Upon hearing this, the expression on Wang Chen's face could no longer be described merely as unpleasant. He was acutely aware of the unfolding narrative. He knew that a significant battle was destined to take place between Ace and Blackbeard on the unknown shores of Banero Island, one that would reshape the future landscape of the seas. His plan was meticulously crafted. He intended to lie in wait on Banero Island until Ace arrived, so they could join forces to eliminate Blackbeard. Given the combined strength of himself and Ace, even with the peculiar nature of the dark fruit, he believed that together they could easily overpower Blackbeard. The plan was simple yet destined to succeed. Unfortunately, fate had other ideas. Despite his meticulous planning and confidence in the trajectory of future events, he miscalculated the element of time. He thought he would arrive in time, only to find he was too late. In his frantic rush, he ultimately only managed to witness the devastation of Banero Island. The anticipated clash occurred even sooner than he had predicted. Despite his swift efforts to arrive, he was still a step behind. Thus, was the outcome that was meant to unfold already set in stone? Was the fate of the Whitebeard pirates doomed to fragmentation, relegated to the annals of a bygone era? Wang Chen could not help but question himself. In an instant, he found himself engulfed in doubt. His younger brother, by his side, had noticed something amiss in Wang Chen the moment he beheld the devastated Banero Island. The expression on Wang Chen's face was utterly terrifying. The once handsome and refined visage of the youth was now overshadowed by ominous clouds, as if a tempest were poised to unleash its fury upon the world. At that moment, Lei Jiu should have distanced herself, yet she did not, despite the knowledge that Wang Chen was in a foul mood. Teetering on the brink of an explosion, she approached him, wishing to offer solace. Suddenly, Wang Chen lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. A predetermined outcome? No, I shall not permit it. Having uttered these words, he abruptly turned to the intelligence chief, inquiring, how long has the Navy been gone? What? The unexpected turn of events left the intelligence chief momentarily stunned. Wang Chen's gaze was sharp, like a blade unsheathed. Glaring intently at the chief as he enunciated each word, I ask you, from the moment they took Ace to when they departed by ship, how long has the naval vessel responsible for escorting Ace to Impel Down been gone? How do you know it was an escort to Impel Down? The intelligence chief was taken aback for a moment, but then, as if realization struck him, his eyes widened. Wait, are you suggesting indeed I intend to hijack the ship? A sinister glint flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as his lips twisted into a ferocious grin. Taking someone from our Whitebeard pirates won't be so easy, he sneered. Now tell me, which direction did those Marines transporting Ace head, and how long ago? Don't even think of deceiving me, since you know who I am. You should understand the consequences of wasting my time. Cross me, and I swear the Vinsmoke family will never know peace again. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged from him, the unmistakable pressure of Conqueror's Haki, steadily bearing down on the intelligence officer. While Conqueror's Haki held little sway in battles between masters, against lesser beings, it was nothing short of devastating. And this Vinsmoke operative was undeniably among the weak. At the very least, in terms of personal strength, he was insignificant. Under the crushing weight of Wang Chen's Haki, the man's body trembled uncontrollably, his knees buckling as a chill crept down his spine. Gazing up at Wang Chen, he resembled a mouse cowering before a lion, sheer terror gripping his heart and stripping him of any resistance. He could only answer truthfully. Why yes, my lord. I wouldn't dare lie. There were 2 Marines, Vice Admirals Mamanga and Bastille. They arrived roughly 12 hours ago. According to our intel, they boarded 2 naval warships near Banero Island, took Fire Fist Ace, and left without delay. Given the speed of their vessels, they VE likely traveled far by now. If their destination is indeed impelled down, the prison for the world's most dangerous criminals, they should arrive within half a day. The man hesitated before adding cautiously. Forgive my bluntness, but intercepting their ships at this point seems unrealistic. Not that I doubt your strength, but with less than 12 hours remaining, Ace will likely be delivered to impel down. Rather than chasing them across the sea, it might be wiser to gather forces and storm the prison directly. Locating 2 specific ships in the vast ocean within such a short time is nearly impossible. His words, though harsh, carried a kernel of truth. Impel down lay within the calm belt of the first half of the Grand Line. The journey from Banero Island took less than a day. With Mamanga and Bastille already 12 hours into their voyage, Wang Chen had only half a day left to act. If he failed to find them within that window, Ace would inevitably be thrown into level 6 of the prison. Rescuing him would then require an all-out assault on Impel Down itself, a far more efficient strategy than a desperate, aimless pursuit across the open sea. Wang Chen fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, the individual before him made a compelling argument. To locate 2 specific vessels within a vast ocean in just 12 hours. What a farce. However, a flicker of insight crossed Wang Chen's gaze, and an idea began to form in his mind. He immediately inquired, are there only 2 rear admirals present for escort? Excellent. Now, please inform me of the direction in which those 2 rear admirals had departed. Chapter 70, Pursuing the Naval Warship. Lei Zhou's heart stirred. Seemingly aware of Wang Chen's intentions, the intelligence chief turned his gaze towards Lei Zhou, his eyes filled with inquiry. He could discern that his esteemed lady and the young rogue, deemed by the Navy as a harbinger of calamity in this era of great turmoil, appeared to share a favorable rapport. As friends, they were akin to family. The intelligence chief, clearly reluctant to jeopardize a friend's safety, hoped that Lei Zhou might persuade this young man against such reckless pursuits. You are a pirate. As a pirate, it is one thing to be pursued relentlessly by naval warships, but to audaciously seek to counterattack them? Is that not a touch too insane? Rear admirals are not to be underestimated, even if you have been labeled as the greatest threat to the chaos of the seas for the next 30 years. That does not afford you the means to confront the Navy head-on. Vashu, the slayer of sharks, wields a mighty blade capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas. He is indeed a formidable rear admiral. Meanwhile, Rear Admiral Weasel is renowned far and wide, his swordsmanship unparalleled, able to effortlessly slay colossal sea kings with a single strike. Among the ranks of rear admirals, they are among the elite. To stand against either of them would be a daunting challenge, let alone daring to pursue them and reclaim the captured Fire Fist Ace from their grasp. Young one, have you become a bit too arrogant from recent successes? Lei Zhou, having received the intelligence chief's silent cue, hesitated. Wang Chen, perhaps you should reconsider? Her concern was palpable. Compared to the intelligence chief, she understood Wang Chen's capabilities more intimately. Yet, strength aside, facing 2 rear admirals is no trifling matter. If it were merely one, it might be manageable, but 2 superlative rear admirals, accompanied by a legion of elite marines, present an overwhelming challenge. The naval warship they command is the pinnacle of the world government's technological advancements. Ordinary pirate ships pale in comparison to the might of naval artillery. Moreover, the Navy possesses sea prism stones, which are particularly effective against those with devil fruit abilities like Wang Chen. Given the multitude of advantages the Navy holds, even Lei Zhou, the esteemed princess of Germa 66, would typically hesitate to confront them directly. While Wang Chen's strength is undeniable, this vast ocean does not solely heed raw power. The possibility of capsizing in troubled waters exists. Take, for instance, the legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki, whose formidable reputation resonated even in the Northern Sea. Yet, what was his ultimate fate? He was ultimately imprisoned and impelled down. In comparison to Gold Lion Shiki, Lei Jiu believes that Wang Chen falls significantly short. If even the illustrious Gold Lion Shiki was deemed insufficient in the eyes of the Navy, it would be prudent for her brother Wang Chen to adopt a more discreet approach. The thought of recklessly assaulting a naval warship with merely flesh and blood seems utterly insane. Moreover, he is alone in this endeavor. Should a confrontation arise, he would have no allies to rely upon. There is little to ponder over. Wang Chen's gaze flickered, yet he spoke with resolve. What Lei Jiu was unaware of was that the Navy had numerous trump cards, and he, Wang Chen, possessed his own as well, regardless of the circumstances. Two mere Navy vice admirals did not instill doubt in his confidence. He then inquired once more the intelligence chief, who, this time, did not hesitate and raised his head to inform Wang Chen of the direction in which the two vice admirals had departed. Well then, parting ways is inevitable after sending you off 1,000 miles. Since Sister Lei Jiu has consistently addressed me as her younger brother, I shall gladly accept her as my elder sister. With a smile directed at Lei Jiu, Wang Chen continued, though this may be a kidnapping, I must express my gratitude to Sister Lei Jiu for accompanying me thus far. This little trinket is a serendipitous find of mine. I shall present it as a token of appreciation. With that, he produced an iPod and handed it to her. Indeed, it was an iPod. Given that the canister could yield items from Wang Chen's previous life, including elements from the realms of DNF and One Piece, the appearance of an iPod was not particularly astonishing. This iPod was a product of one of the blue canisters he had opened, and since it served solely for music, he could conceive of no other application apart from gifting it. At this moment of farewell, and considering Lei Jiu's significant assistance, offering her an iPod seemed entirely reasonable. I shall not delay you further. You still have desserts to deliver to the nations, correct? With your family's connections to the Vinsmoke clan and the Big Mom pirates, I doubt they would hold it against you if the desserts arrived a tad early or late. So, I shall take my leave now, Sister Lei Jiu, until fate brings us together again. Having spoken, he did not wait for her response, but waved cheerfully before transforming into a streak of lightning and soaring into the sky. Lei Jiu stood there, holding the iPod Wang Chen had gifted her, utterly dazed. She had never anticipated receiving a present from him, let alone such heartfelt words. Sister? Did he truly address me as sister? Surely, I must be hearing things, she mused internally. To be candid, she had always felt trepidation towards Wang Chen. After witnessing his fierce battle with Aokiji, it was impossible for her to regard him as merely a 16 or 17-year-old boy. A strong person deserves respect. Her courage to jest in his presence stemmed from the time they spent together, leading her to perceive him as not a brash child who relied solely on his prowess. To label him as a child seemed quite inappropriate. He embodied a maturity that transcended his years, exuding an air of understanding and wisdom. Unlike typical adolescence, he displayed no remnants of childish arrogance, instead radiating a comforting warmth that made those around him feel secure. He frequently joked with her, speaking in a casual manner that belied his age. Despite being just a teenager, his words bore the gravity of maturity, making her feel as though he were the elder brother and she, the innocent girl who knew little of the world. This sentiment was indeed peculiar, prompting her to impulsively wish to call him younger brother Wang Chen. Initially, it was intended as jest. She expected him to react with annoyance. However, to her surprise, before departing, he had acknowledged her as an elder sister and even gifted her a token. Younger brother? Lei Jiu's eyes glazed over as she stood there for a while, lost in thought. Eventually, as if arriving at a resolute decision, she bit her lip and retrieved a din-din mushy from her chest, resolutely pressing the dial. Father, I have a matter I would like your assistance with. Chapter 71, The Heart Network, The Interception by the Beast Pirates. Wang Chen remained oblivious to the unusual behavior exhibited by Lei Jiu. The reason he could address her as sister was that, as the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, she was markedly different from her three other ruthless brothers. The Vinsmoke family was a lineage of genetically modified individuals possessing bloodline factors. Due to this genetic alteration, the princes and princesses of the Vinsmoke clan were endowed with superhuman abilities from birth, leading to their emotional detachment and brutal nature, treating others as lesser beings. Sanji, shielded by his mother, had escaped the modifications, allowing him to possess genuine human emotions. Conversely, Lei Jiu had undergone genetic enhancement, granting her extraordinary physical prowess from a young age. However, Unlike her three brothers, she was gentle and kind-hearted, although she often projected an aloof demeanor in public. She harbored a deep-seated humanity. Sanji's successful escape from Germa 66 was aided by her kindness. This fundamental difference allowed Wang Chen to acknowledge Lei Jiao as an individual rather than a mere tool. Yet, this mattered little now. The Vinsmoke family in Germa 66 would never openly defy the Navy due to him. Therefore, the journey ahead would be a solitary one. As he pursued the direction in which the Vice Admirals had departed, Wang Chen contemplated how he might locate two specific ships upon the vast ocean. It is widely recognized that the ocean is the cradle of life. Consequently, in any world, the ocean's expanse invariably surpasses that of land. This is especially true in the world of pirates, where the red line bisects the globe. Yet its combined area with the seas and the Grand Line still pales in comparison. The sea, vast and boundless, posed an insurmountable challenge for locating two specific vessels. Even with knowledge of their course, it remained a task beyond human capability. The phrase finding a needle in a haystack was not mere hyperbole at this moment. Wang Chen truly felt as though he were searching for a needle. As previously stated by the intelligence chief of the Vinsmoke clan, in the vast ocean, aimlessly pursuing Navy vessels, who do you think you are? The sea god? Wang Chen is certainly not the god of the sea, yet he is no fool. The audacity to make such a decision stems from his reliance on certain advantages. The vast ocean is indeed boundless. Attempting to locate a naval vessel within such an expanse is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, utterly implausible. However, let us not forget that there exists a phenomenon known as the Heart Network. Enel once utilized this very network to eavesdrop on the entirety of Sky Island. Why should I not employ the Heart Network to ascertain the whereabouts of Vice Admiral Weasel and his compatriots? In essence, the Heart Network is a confluence of observation Haki and the powers of the Rumble fruit. Both are wielders of the Rumble fruit abilities, and both possess mastery over observation Haki. My level of observation Haki is notably superior, standing at level 2. If Enel could achieve such feats, what reason do I have to believe I cannot? To put it simply, this capability is akin to a radar system. Mastering the Heart Network transforms me into a human radar of sorts. Given that Weasel and his companions have undoubtedly set their course for Impel Down, one can draw a straight line between Banero Island and Impel Down. While there may be slight deviations, the general trajectory will undoubtedly reflect their navigational path. With this approximate route in mind and possessing an exceptional radar for detection, why should I think it impossible to locate Weasel and Bastille within a mere 12 hours? The metaphor of searching for a needle in a haystack? Nonsense. Knowledge alters fate. As a prodigy who slipped through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education, how could Wang Chen be unaware of what the Heart Network truly represents? It is, after all, akin to radio waves, something with which he is quite familiar. As a modern individual, the presence of Wi-Fi is a daily encounter. Once one is engaged with Wi-Fi, understanding the technology of radio wave transmission becomes second nature. While Enel may have toiled extensively to unearth this ability, Wang Chen faces no such tribulations. Thus, he proceeded to apply himself. And after less than half an hour of exploration, he successfully mastered this capability. Indeed, it is rather unreasonable. However, upon reflection, it is not surprising. The powers of the Rumble fruit belong to him, as does the mastery of observation Haki. Both elements reside within him, forming an integral part of his being. Therefore, merging these two components to innovate something new is hardly a daunting task. In fact, for Wang Chen, it is an endeavor devoid of difficulty. The mastery of the Heart Network, however, remains unlisted in his skill panel. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, finding the reasoning quite justifiable. After all, it represents a unique ability, a fusion of the Devil Fruit and the observation Haki, rather than a mere skill. Consequently, since it does not qualify as a skill, it cannot be cataloged within the skill panel or possess a level. Is this the world reflected by radio waves? How truly marvelous. Utilizing the power of his mind network, Wang Chen was meticulously scanning the entirety of Banero Island. It has been confirmed that Banero Island has indeed been utterly devastated. As Wang Chen circumnavigated the island, he was taken aback to discover that not a single creature inhabited its expanse. This underscored the sheer terror of the confrontation between Ace and Blackbeard. The vast area, exceeding 200 miles, was enveloped in an immense power that allowed him to perceive everything within his line of sight, ensuring nothing was overlooked. It was high time to embark on a mission to rescue Ace. Having tested the capabilities of his mind network, Wang Chen felt a burgeoning confidence. At this juncture, his certainty in intercepting the naval warship and saving Ace was immeasurable. A smirk graced his lips, and in an instant, he transformed into a flash of lightning, racing toward the direction indicated by the head of the Vinsmoke family's intelligence network. Just as he flickered with electric energy, on the verge of taking flight, a sudden thunderous boom erupted. Instantly, a colossal black cannonball, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, hurtled towards him. The resounding explosion was deafening. The massive marine wood beneath him was obliterated in an instant. Had he not reacted swiftly at the moment the cannon fired, he would undoubtedly have sustained injuries. From the shadowy side of the island, a pirate ship had emerged, its imposing structure towering with a grand mast flying a massive pirate flag. The flag, black with white imagery, depicted 4 intercrossed bones, showcasing a fearsome skull adorned with mammoth ivory, a symbol unmistakably belonging to one of the 4 emperors, the Beast's Pirates. Once again, the Beast's Pirates sought to instigate trouble. Chapter 72. Hold'em enters the fray. A powerful assault. Damn it. Wang Chen seethed upon gazing at the Beast's Pirates flag. While he was not averse to facing challenges, the timing of their interference was infuriating. A true warrior fears no confrontation. And even if the Beast Pirates had refrained from provoking him, he would inevitably seek them out in the future. Yet now, at this moment, they chose to confront him? Ace had already been defeated, and he was racing against time to save him, having honed his mind network for nearly half an hour. He had less than 11.5 hours remaining for a successful rescue. And now, they dared to encircle him? With a roar. The nearly furious Wang Chen acted without hesitation, launching himself like a bolt of lightning toward the region of the Beast Pirates vessel. Die. Boom. 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 The sound of cannon fire erupted as flames ignited on the Beast Pirates ship. The massive artillery, capable of demolishing a small pirate vessel with a single shot, posed a dire threat. The fate of any human struck by such firepower was all too grim to contemplate. Wang Chen dodged left and right, his figure steadily closing in on the pirate ship. After all, flesh and blood could hardly compare to the might of steel cannons. As he charged forward in a furious rage, aboard the Beast Pirates vessel, look at that brat scrambling like a frightened dog, holding his sides with laughter. Hold'em pointed at Wang Chen, who was leaping across the water to evade the cannon fire. He turned to his crew, grinning. Hold'em, one of the top officers under Jack the Drought, a true warrior of the Beast Pirates. Truth be told, Hold'em had suffered greatly because of Wang Chen. The battle at Whitewave Island had tarnished the Beast Pirates' reputation. Yet, before the true culprits, Giant Eagle Igo and his men could face Jack's wrath, Hold'em, who happened to be on the same island as Jack at the time, was the first to endure a brutal beating, an undeserved calamity. At that moment, Hold'em seethed with hatred. Of course, he dared not direct his rage at Jack. So, his fury found a new target, Wang Chen. Hold'em had set sail in pursuit of Wang Chen 10 days prior. With Jack's fury burning, he couldn't afford to sit idle. Or perhaps, he simply feared lingering near the unpredictable Jack, lest he provoke another beating. Either way, he took to the seas aboard his own ship. Finding one man in the vast ocean was no easy task, if it were that simple. Admiral Akaina Sakazuki wouldn't he have merely issued internal orders, he'd have sailed out himself to claim Wang Chen's head. After all, Akaina now harbored deep hatred and wariness toward Wang Chen. But where their essay will, their essay way. Hold'em was clever. From intelligence gathered in Dressrosa, he deduced one thing. When Wang Chen raided the Don Quixote family's intelligence outposts, he had taken a navigational chart leading to Bonero Island. Hold'em didn't know where Bonero Island was, but he knew that lying in wait there would eventually bring him face to face with the Whitebeard pirate's brat, the one who had humiliated the Beast Pirates and earned him a beating from Jack. So, the moment Jack expelled him from the island, Hold'em set sail without delay, racing to Bonero. Perhaps he had arrived mere hours before Wang Chen. Or perhaps fate had intervened, bringing him just as Wang Chen was preparing to leave. Regardless, their paths now crossed. Thanks to an old marine bounty poster of Wang Chen's early days, Hold'em recognized him instantly when he spotted a lone figure on the lifeless island. What followed needed no explanation. A surprise cannon barrage satisfied Hold'em's sadistic amusement, allowing him to vent his pin-up fury. Now, watching Wang Chen's frantic dodging, Hold'em and his half-lion companion, Nekajiro, laughed until they nearly choked. His crew, not daring to lag behind, joined in the mockery. Boss, you're right. Look at this fool. How the hell did he even defeat Giant Eagle Igo and the others? Don't mention those 6 idiots. They already betrayed the Beast Pirates. Once Jack's men catch them, they beg for death. Yeah, those morons got our boss beaten half to death by Jack. They deserve to be skinned alive. One underling cackled, until his laughter died abruptly. He realized the others had fallen silent. Hold'em now loomed beside him, eyes blazing with malice. Who said I was beaten half to death? The underling paled, frozen in terror. Before he could stammer a defense, a flash of fire. Hold'em's blade cleaved him in two. The man gasped, then collapsed lifeless. Sheathing his sword, Hold'em snorted. Fool. The crew stood in terrified silence. An awkward tension settled over the deck until a shout broke it. Boss. The cannons aren't working. He is charging straight for us. Hold'em turned, unfazed. Truth be told, he believed the tales of White Wave Island were exaggerated, just Igo's excuse to escape blame. A mere rookie, defeating 6 veterans and sinking their ships with a single slash? Was this Wang Chen? Or the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk? Glancing at the outdated bounty poster, Hold'em sneered. To him, Wang Chen was just another rookie, worth a measly 10,000 berries. Why fear him? Drawing his blade, he roared to his crew. Whoever brings me that Brad's head gets 1,000 berries. Chapter 73. Wang Chen's wrath. Hold'em's laughter boomed across the deck. His men joined in, howling with greed. 1,000,000 berries for a 10,000 berry brat? Boss, you're too generous. Was Wang Chen truly worth merely 10,000 berries? Certainly not. This fact was well known not only to Hold'em but also to his cadre of subordinates. Yet, as the saying goes, what of it? The beast pirates were no strangers to bounties in the hundreds of millions. Each notable figure within their ranks boasted a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Had they not just mentioned that the notorious Great Eagle Igo and others, all with bounties surpassing 100 million, were currently being hunted by the beast pirates? If 6 notorious pirates with bounties over 100 million could be pursued, what chance did Intern hold? To be candid, Hold'em had not paid much heed to the specific bounty on Wang Chen's head. After all, it was merely the price set by the world government. Whether it was high or low, what difference did it make? Offending the beast pirates meant one thing: death. Boss, allow me to handle this. This little brat seems to possess some skill. Severing his head would surely cause the old-timers of the Whitebeard pirates some grief, one of the subordinates declared. Stepping forward amidst the laughter, addressing Hold'em. This individual was Hold'em's right-hand man, and also a user of an animal-type devil fruit. Hold'em crossed his arms, non-committal. Casting a glance at the man before nodding in agreement. Ensure this kid doesn't team me to swift end. Haha, don't worry, boss. With a hearty laugh, the subordinate dashed forward. Meanwhile, during this exchange, Wang Chen had already approached Hold'em's grand vessel. As a dark figure lunged toward him from the ship, he did not even glance back. Instead, he swiftly lifted his leg and delivered a kick. Bang! The lightning-fast kick landed squarely on the assailant's chest. Before the subordinate could comprehend what had transpired, he felt an immense force strike him in the chest, and then nothing. Boom! A shockwave erupted. The returning subordinate, having been propelled like a shadow, crashed through the ship's deck with a resounding thud, creating a massive dent in the hull and sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The group of subordinates was left utterly bewildered. One would expect that to be Hold'em's right-hand man. He would possess some degree of prowess. Yet, what had just unfolded? The speed was akin to lightning, an astonishing display. This was a lightning-fast entrance and exit. A moment of silence enveloped the scene for about 3 or 4 seconds before a voice resonated from Hold'em's ship. Which rascal just fired a cannon at me? Step forward. Upon glancing up, a figure stood atop the ship's mast. It was none other than Wang Chen. What is this Wang Baduzi? Though no one truly understands its meaning, it is undeniably an insult. In that moment, the bewildered crowd regained their composure, lifting their gazes towards Wang Chen, and began to arrogantly berate him. Hey, brat, are you addressing us? How dare you insult us with such audacity? Come down here, and let me take you down with a single blow. Otherwise, you'll soon see what happens next. Hold'em, a towering figure, stood there, glancing between Wang Chen and his first mate, who lay in a gaping pit, unaware of his fate. Instinctively, he narrowed his eyes. What a brazen young man. He certainly possesses some skill. He continued to observe Wang Chen. Wang Chen was also observing him. From his elevated position, he glanced down and immediately spotted the most conspicuous figure among the crowd, Hold'em. Taken aback, he exclaimed, "You are Hold'em. Oh, you recognize me?" His eyes narrowed slightly, and Hold'em's interest was piqued. Wang Chen smiled and replied, "Of course. You're the right-hand man of Drought Jack. That belt-like accessory at your waist is your devil fruit ability, Lion's Head Bite, right? You're familiar with the bite as well?" Hold'em was even more astonished. Wang Chen sneered. "Your presence here indicates that Drought Jack is also around. Come out, stop hiding. If I don't annihilate you today, I swear I'll take your surname. Drought Jack? Do you think you're worthy of making Jack himself take action?" Hold'em laughed heartily. as if he had heard a great joke. But his expression quickly darkened. Who do you think you're talking to, kid? Old man? Who's your old man? You're courting death. Just wait. I'll make you regret your words. With a crack, Wang Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, launching a powerful punch. Drought Jack was conveniently absent, and Wang Chen was pressed for time. He would first deal with Hold'em before seeking out Jack for retribution. Take this. 1,000,000,000 volts of Thunder Fist. As the punch came hurtling towards him, Hold'em was stunned. You little brat, you're a natural devil fruit user? He then coldly smiled. I see. No wonder that useless crew of the great Eagle Igor lost to you. But do you know who I am? I am Hold'em, a formidable lieutenant under Drought Jack. Your mere lightning fruit ability is nothing against me. With a clang, Hold'em raised his knife, a star-shaped mechanism that, while not comparable to Wang Chen's second-generation Ghost Cutter, had a unique feature. It could ignite flames. With the assistance of the lion's head bite at his waist, the mechanism flared up with roaring flames as he swung it toward Wang Chen's fist. As Hold'em struck, his subordinates below sneered. So that it? A natural devil fruit user? No wonder he is so arrogant. But who does he think he is facing? Our boss is Hold'em. In the first half of the Grand Line, natural fruit abilities are indeed invincible. But in the New World, who cares about a natural fruit user? They watched as Hold'em's strike was poised to teach Wang Chen a lesson. Boom. As the blade descended, Wang Chen sensed that Hold'em's knife was imbued with armament Haki. Rather than clash directly, he unleashed the electric power in his fist. In the next moment, the air crackled with lightning. What the hell? Everyone, dodge. Damn. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? The voltage is terrifying. 5 seconds later, the entire crew, save for Hold'em, lay incapacitated on the deck, convulsing as if afflicted by seizures, uttering incoherent sounds. Alone, gripping his knife, Hold'em's expression turned grave. It seems I underestimated you. Underestimate my mother. How dare you waste my time? Die. With a mighty roar, Wang Chen thrust his fist forward. Chapter 74. An all-out strike. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Wang Chen transformed into a furious force. Truth be told, he had no desire to waste time battling Hold'em. Perhaps on another occasion, he would have relished the challenge. But now is not the time for games. Witnessing Hold'em withstand his electrifying assault and still talk back, Wang Chen wasted no time and charged forward with his fist raised. You arrogant brat. Hold'em's expression darkened. He had initially thought a compliment would earn him some respect, a mutual admiration among pirates, even if adversarial. Who would have guessed this kid would be so ungrateful, immediately hurling insults at him? What is the meaning of this? Aren't you the one who got me beaten up by Jack? As his thoughts spiraled, Wang Chen's fist reached him. Hold'em instinctively reacted, so fast. In a reflexive motion, he swung his knife at Wang Chen's rapidly approaching form, only to miss entirely. Bang! A solid punch landed on Hold'em's left ribcage, briefly paralyzing him. Wang Chen's figure vanished in an instant. You damn little, feeling the pain radiate from his left side, Hold'em's vision turned red with fury. He swung again, but once more. He struck nothing but air. Bang! Another firm punch impacted Hold'em's right ribcage, leaving 2 charred imprints on his bare chest. Wang Chen's fists felt like defibrillators. Except that while medical devices deliver a few volts, Wang Chen's punches started at 100,000 volts. The agonizing pain seared through Hold'em's mind like needles. Yet, he was no ordinary individual. Despite the overwhelming current and excruciating sensation he endured, the agony intensified his ferocity, and his golden feline eyes glowed with rage. With a roar of anguish and fury, Hold'em unleashed, take this. Lion's fire. A massive fireball erupted from his waist. If it had been something else, perhaps a white liquid, Wang Chen would have fled. But as Hold'em's lion's fire surged forth, its might was formidable. The colossal fireball created a pressure wave, roaring through the air like cannon fire, racing straight toward Wang Chen. Wang Chen could evade it, yet doing so would disrupt his invincible offensive rhythm. A sacrifice he was reluctant to make. Thus, he threw himself into disarray, providing Hold'em the opportunity to launch a counterattack, or perhaps, wasting more of his own precious time. At this moment, time was of the utmost value to Wang Chen. Therefore, he had no intention of evading Hold'em's lethal strike. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he made a swift decision. He directly unleashed the full force of his blood energy, intertwining it with the power of lightning within him, and struck out towards Hold'em's deadly lion's fire with an open palm. Thunder Dragon Palm. Roar. 8 clawing purple-blue energy dragons, entwined with immense lightning, erupted with a furious roar. As the lightning and energy dragons were unleashed, they converged in midair, intertwining and merging, soon assimilated into 8 ferocious lightning dragons, tearing towards Hold'em's fiery assault. Boom. The collision between the lightning dragons and the colossal fireball produced a terrifying sound akin to mountains collapsing and the earth shattering. The shockwaves generated surged forth in all directions. In mere moments, the vessel beneath them was torn apart, splintering into charred wooden fragments that scattered everywhere. The pirate crew, electrified and convulsing on the ground, found themselves in dire straits. Having already been incapacitated by Wang Chen's electric onslaught, they were left powerless. As the apocalyptic shockwave approached, they could not muster the strength to rise and flee, their eyes wide with despair as they helplessly slid into the abyss of death. Those nearest to Wang Chen met the worst fate. The terrifying shockwave swept through, and these unfortunate souls were either torn to shreds on the spot or transformed into indistinguishable charred remnants under the overwhelming electric current. Those a little farther away fared slightly better, but still found themselves capsized by severed parts of the ship, plummeting into the sea like tumbling gourds. Help! Damn it! Is this really the power of an intern from the Whitebeard pirates? I can't believe this. Whoever dares to call him an intern, I swear I'll end them. Such monstrous strength could not possibly belong to an intern. Someone, please, come save me. I can't swim. Glub glub. The battlefield was chaotic. Yet, in the heart of the fray, the victor and the vanquished became evident. Boom. 8 clawing lightning dragons lunged forth from the flames. Undoubtedly, Hold'em's lion's fire was obliterated. Yet, Wang Chen, employing the thunder dragon palm infused with the power of his fruit, still had strength to spare. He continued to advance, clawing towards Hold'em. How is this possible? Hold'em's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly crying out in shock. The lion's fire was his ultimate technique, not to mention a mere intern. Even a warrior of equal rank would not dare to face it head-on. Yet now, what did he see? His ultimate attack was being countered, and the opponent still possessed the power to charge at him? What manner of monster is this? In an instant, with life and death hanging in the balance, Hold'em felt compelled to act. However, the speed of the lightning dragons was astonishingly swift. His mind barely had time to register the thought before the dragons were upon him. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth, crossing his arms in front of him, while curling his body in a defensive posture, hoping to withstand Wang Chen's strike. The enraged lightning dragons consumed him in an instant. The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream echoed across the sea. Chapter 75, Slaying Hold'em. Hold'em's anguished cries reverberated through the air, startling countless seagulls and birds. As a trusted subordinate of Jack the Drought, Hold'em was undoubtedly a tough man. Yet, at this moment, his screams resembled those of a slaughtered pig, making it unfathomable to imagine the pain he was enduring. With a palm strike delivered, Wang Chen slowly retracted his hand, casting a detached glance at Hold'em, who lay sprawled like a defeated dog, occasionally twitching. He understood that the outcome was clear. To be frank, ever since he realized that his weakness lay in stamina, he had seldom unleashed all his power so liberally since setting sail. A terrifying palm infused with 160 points of strength was enough to challenge even the likes of red-haired Shanks. It is no exaggeration to say that the combination of immense strength and high-voltage electricity could melt a steel plate into molten iron, exploding outward in all directions. The fact that Hold'em could endure such a strike and still be alive spoke volumes about his formidable constitution. One cannot help but acknowledge that Kaido's desire to form his own beastly army is not without merit, at least in terms of physique and endurance. It seems that no power in the New World could rival it. Hold'em struggled fiercely, seemingly attempting to sit up. However, the overwhelming power of Wang Chen's thunder palm had rendered him paralyzed. Not to mention, the power of electricity continued to rampage within him, surging across his body. The excruciating sensation of paralysis severed the connection between his limbs and his brain. Even though he desperately wanted to move, his numbed limbs simply would not obey. Moreover, he could barely speak. It seemed he wanted to utter harsh words to Wang Chen, or perhaps, realizing the dire situation, plead for mercy. Yet, in the end, all that escaped his lips were incoherent mutterings, unable to form a coherent sentence. At that moment, Wang Chen shook his head. I know what you wish to convey. Are you implying that I should not be complacent, that your beast pirates still have many powerful warriors, and that one day, Jack the Drought will come personally seeking me? Hold'em continued to struggle, his expression twisted, refusing to respond to Wang Chen. Wang Chen scoffed. Do you truly believe that I fled to the first half of the Grand Line out of fear of your beast pirates? The beast pirates? Having lingered in Wano for so long, it seems you have indeed become rather foolish. Do you genuinely think that your beast pirates are invincible in the New World? That no one would dare to provoke you? How laughable. Did the 6 individuals from White Wave Island not convey my words to your Governor Kaido upon their return to Wano? What words, you ask? As the numbness within him gradually subsided, Hold'em began to articulate a few simple syllables. Indeed, he had not heard any messages from the likes of the giant eagle Igo and his companions. After all, following the incident at Whitewave Island, Igo and his group had chosen to defect out of fear. They were not fools. They understood the immense humiliation inflicted upon the beast pirates. Even Hold'em, who had committed no offense, had been mercilessly beaten due to misplaced anger. Igo and his companions were acutely aware that upon returning to Wano, their fate would be sealed. Death awaited them without exception. Given that death was inevitable, why not take a chance? Thus, a group of them defected. Now, they are being relentlessly hunted by the entire beast pirates, and naturally, they could no longer deliver any messages to the drought-causing Jack. Wang Chen was, of course, unaware of this fact. Observing Hold'em, he could not discern whether the man was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. Nevertheless, he let out a light chuckle and responded to Hold'em's inquiry. What do you mean? Naturally, within a year, I shall confront the beast pirates, vanquish Kaido and Jack, and simultaneously obliterate your crew. Hold'em's eyes widened in disbelief, bloodshot veins appearing almost instantly. He wanted to retort, questioning the sanity of such a statement. Yet, as the words hovered on the edge of his tongue, he felt an invisible force constricting his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. Indeed, what sort of madness was this? Even with a decade at his disposal, could he truly rival Jack or Kaido? However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Why was it impossible? Just look at the youth before him. So young, yet already possessing such formidable strength, perhaps, given a few more years, he could indeed evolve into a monster akin to Kaido. At this realization, Hold'em's lips suddenly felt parched. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet, pride as a member of the Yonko's crew compelled him to dismiss Wang Chen's audacious proclamations as mere lunacy, even prompting him to mock. Haha, are you attempting to amuse me? I concede, I cannot best you. But that does not grant you the audacity to spout such nonsense before me. To slay Jack and Kaido, to annihilate our beast pirates? I must ask, who bestowed upon you the courage to utter such insane words? He clenched his teeth, gripping his weapon tightly, striving to present himself as a formidable man. Even with 5 or 10 years, what difference would it make? A mere brat like you could be pulverized by a single blow from either Jack or Kaido. Do you truly think you could become their equal? Ask yourself, do you deserve such a fate? As he raged with an outward display of bravado, Wang Chen shook his head, too disinterested to engage further. He simply stated, whether I am worthy or not is irrelevant. What I do know is that you will never witness that day. What? Hold'em was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if realizing something, panic flickered in his eyes. You don't mean to say you want me to deliver a message to Jack and Kaido, do you? Just a message. Anyone will suffice, Wang Chen replied nonchalantly. Wang Chen scoffed disdainfully, retorting conversely, it is you who has squandered my precious time. Do you truly believe you can continue to live? Hold'em's face was a portrait of terror. He attempted to speak, but in that very instant, Wang Chen had already unsheathed the long knife from his waist. In the next moment, without a second thought, he sprang forward, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning as he aimed a lethal strike at Hold'em's head. Death. Clang. At that moment, Hold'em had just begun to regain his composure, barely able to move. However, at the brink of death, he could only instinctively raise his long knife in a feeble attempt to block Wang Chen's onslaught, hoping to buy himself a sliver of survival. Alas, he was too slow. As his arm lifted, Wang Chen's blade had already grazed his neck. Hold'em's eyes widened in horror. In the next heartbeat, he beheld the gruesome sight of his own severed head. Then, darkness engulfed him. The formidable member of the beast pirates, the right-hand man of the drought Jack, the notorious pirate Hold'em, met his demise in that instant. Chapter 76, Annihilation of the Hold'em Pirate Crew. Assault on the warship. Paralyzed by the overwhelming electric current, Hold'em's reactions had long been delayed. He had foolishly believed he could match Wang Chen's speed. But that was merely an illusion conjured by his mind. In a duel between masters, even a fraction of a second could spell the difference between victory and defeat. How much more so for Hold'em, half paralyzed by the powerful electric shock. With a single strike, Hold'em was beheaded, his life extinguished on the spot. The shocking scene left the crew of the Hold'em pirate crew in a state of disbelief. Their captain was dead. How could this be possible? Am I dreaming? How could Captain Hold'em be defeated? The crew, faces filled with confusion, found it almost impossible to accept. This was Hold'em, their stalwart champion in the Beast Pirates, a trusted lieutenant of Drought Jack, and he had perished just like that? It was utterly surreal. Moreover, the battle had lasted barely half an hour. When did their champion become so feeble? The crew of pirates trembled in fear, teetering on the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Wang Chen cast a glance in their direction. The very moment the stunned crew realized their captain's defeat, panic ensued. What does that mean? Why is he looking at us? Someone inquired. Before anyone could respond, Wang Chen's expression turned indifferent, his entire being crackling with arcs of electricity as he unleashed a torrent of lightning into the vast ocean. A cataclysmic discharge. Fierce bolts of lightning cascaded onto the sea. In that moment, Wang Chen resembled a vengeful god, unleashing his fury upon the surrounding waters. Crackle. It is well known that seawater is an excellent conductor of electricity. The Hodrum pirate crew was already suffering losses. Those still afloat were merely fortunate. However, when the Reaper calls for you at midnight, who dares linger until dawn? Having dared to attack Wang Chen, their fates were sealed. Under the relentless barrage of lightning, those pirates still bobbing on the surface were electrified like fish ensnared in a net. In a mere 3 to 5 seconds, some began to lose consciousness, their eyes rolling back as they floated lifelessly in the water. Gurgle, gurgle. The scent of blood drew sharks closer to the area. As the electric storm raged for over a minute, after a minute had passed, aside from a few fortunate pirates clinging to shattered planks, there were no survivors in the vicinity. The Hodrum pirate crew had been obliterated. Or rather, aside from a few pirates that Wang Chen had intentionally spared, there were no living souls left in the Hodrum pirate crew. Casting a sidelong glance at the trembling pirates clinging to the debris, Wang Chen, like a dark overlord, coldly addressed them. Did you hear my words just now? Why, yes, we heard, the pirates stammered, trembling uncontrollably. Then, as if realizing something, they shook their heads vehemently, denying, and no, we didn't hear anything. We won't tell the lords of Wano. Please, spare us. Wang Chen spoke coldly. Do you think I fear your beast pirates? Relay this message to your captain. Within a year, I shall personally set foot in Wano. A man must honor his word. The group of pirates exchanged glances, taken aback. Wang Chen raised his voice once more, demanding, do you understand? The group of pirates, their faces etched with despair, felt as though they were on the brink of death. Wang Chen let out a scoff, arcs of electricity crackling around him as he unleashed several bolts of lightning. The few pirates who had miraculously survived were caught off guard once more, subjected to the torment of electric shocks. Their bodies convulsed violently, reminiscent of a seizure. It seemed they wished to protest, claiming he was lacking in martial ethics. Wang Chen, however, paid no further attention to the trivial foes before him. His entanglement with Hold'em had already consumed ample time. After dispatching Hold'em and obliterating his pirate crew, nearly half an hour had elapsed. The time remaining for him was, indeed, scant. Hence, at this moment, with everything concluded and Hold'em's pirate crew vanquished, Wang Chen could hardly be bothered to linger. He swiftly executed the moonwalk technique, transforming into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. With each moonwalk, Wang Chen soared through the skies with relentless vigor. It is worth noting that after mastering the moonwalk and the powers of the rumble fruit, the concept of a ship had become utterly superfluous for him. The combination of moonwalk and the rumble fruit rendered him capable of traversing both sky and earth, transcending all limitations. Even the ocean, an absolute taboo for those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit, no longer constrained him. At that moment, as he employed the moonwalk and transformed into a flash of lightning, Wang Chen seemed to surpass even Kizaru in swiftness. Were it not for the exhausting nature of this mode of travel, he would have long abandoned Reiju's vessel and journeyed alone prior to reaching the Red Line. The capabilities of the Mind Link were indeed wondrous. However, the cacophony generated by this ability could be quite bothersome. Fortunately, the area I scanned was the vast ocean, where there were hardly any living souls. If one were to eavesdrop over an entire sky island like Enel, the incessant clamor would surely drive one to madness. There is a reason Enel is bald, after all. As he attuned himself to the surroundings, Wang Chen mused to himself. Under full exertion, he could traverse thousands of miles in an hour. Having just engaged in a fierce battle, he had expended considerable energy. Thus, he refrained from overexerting himself, opting instead to fly across the ocean at a speed exceeding that of ordinary naval warships by twofold. Pursuing a warship on foot was already sufficiently audacious. Wang Chen was reluctant to lose his combat effectiveness simply because he had soared too high while searching for the naval warship. An hour passed, then two. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before him, monotonous and dreary. Wang Chen initially brimmed with confidence. However, as time elapsed and his physical strength waned, a sense of confusion began to envelop him. Was it possible that the likes of the Weasel had not traversed this path? Or had that intelligence chief from the Vinsmoke family deliberately misled him with false coordinates? With less than an hour remaining in the critical 12-hour golden rescue window, Could he truly reach Ace before the Navy's warships arrived at Impel Down? What would happen if he failed to rescue Ace? Would the outbreak of the Marineford War ultimately prove unavoidable? Was the Whitebeard pirates destined from the outset to disintegrate and fade into obscurity? Damn Blackbeard. One day I shall exact my vengeance upon you. As time slipped away, Wang Chen's emotions grew increasingly volatile, just as despair threatened to consume him. Believing his rescue plan had met with failure, two massive Navy warships, each measuring no less than 60 to 70 meters in length, emerged like the dawn's light before daybreak within his heart's perception. In that fleeting moment, Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with hope. Had he found them? In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, terrifying thunderbolts tearing through the heavens, lifting his form and vanishing between the sea and sky. Ace, I am coming to save you. Chapter 77. Hey, can you hear me, Ace? I am coming to rescue you. In the first half of the Grand Line, near the Doldrum Sea, under a clear blue sky, two colossal Navy warships cruised across the expansive ocean. Ah, what splendid weather! A Navy sailor stretched languidly on the deck, glancing at the seabirds soaring around the warship, and smiled at his companion nearby. Indeed, the escort mission is nearing completion. The generals are pleased, and so are we. His companion replied. Right? The sailor chuckled, then lowered his voice conspiratorially, casting a mysterious glance towards his comrade. By the way, do you know the identity of the person locked up in the hold? Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist Ace. Who doesn't he know that? His companion scoffed, rolling his eyes. While escorting prisoners to Impel Down, how could the soldiers aboard the ship be unaware of whom they were transporting? His companion thought the sailor's question rather foolish. But the sailor grinned. Of course, everyone knows Fire Fist Ace. I meant, do you know his hidden identity? Hidden identity? The companion looked puzzled. Was it possible that this 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates had a second identity? Could he be an undercover agent for the Navy? What are you thinking? The sailor laughed heartily, then scanned the surroundings with furtive eyes, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice again. Listen closely. You must keep this a secret. Fire Fist Ace is actually the son of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. What? The companion's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly leaping from his spot. Fortunately, the sailor caught his arm, urgently whispering, keep your voice down. It's a secret. No, wait, the companion exclaimed, looking at the sailor in bewilderment. Don't spout such nonsense. If this outrageous news leaks, it could cost lives. Nonsense? I heard it directly from the conversation between Vice Admiral Weasel and Vice Admiral Bastille. The Vice Admiral himself spoke of it. How could it be false? Is that true? You must tell me everything. Meanwhile, within the hold of the Weasel's ship, a dimly lit cell housed a simple sea stone prison. At this moment, Vice Admiral Weasel, with a stern countenance, stood with his back to the cell door, addressing the lone occupant. My name is Pordasti, Ace, not Gold, Ace. Don't change my name at will, you Navy scoundrel. The shadowy figure of Ace emerged slowly within the confines of the cell. Suit yourself. Vice Admiral Weasel scoffed. Whether you are Portgas or Gol, your surname matters little to me. However, let me remind you, in half an hour, we will arrive at Impel Down. I expect you to be in good health and spirits when you are delivered there. Do you understand? With that, he cast a glance at a food tray before Ace. The tray had been brought in 12 hours prior, and after 12 hours, it remained untouched. It appeared the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates had resolved to starve himself. Humph, Ace sneered. Navy lapdog, spare me your false kindness. You know full well why you have captured me. I know it too. So I advise you to abandon that hope. Even if I perish, I will never implicate my father or the Whitebeard Pirates. Dream on if you think you can leverage my capture against the Whitebeard Pirates. He spat defiantly at Vice Admiral Weasel. Veins throbbed on Weasel's forehead as he instinctively narrowed his eyes. Truth be told, had it not been for Carp, Ace would have certainly faced a brutal beating. Ultimately, Vice Admiral Weasel merely huffed, turning away. Do as you wish. Your body is your own. Starving to death is your concern. Furthermore, I advise you not to attempt to exploit your connection with Carp. Carp has always been a Navy man, a hero and pride of our forces. If I discover that Carp has acted against the Navy's justice because of you, I swear I will personally sever your head. Understand? Bah, Ace scoffed dismissively. Yet Vice Admiral Weasel paid him no heed. The moment his words fell, he was already departing. Damn it. Once Weasel had left, the unruly Ace's expression darkened, his countenance grim. As he had predicted, the Navy intended to exploit his capture for their own ends. And he was acutely aware that once imprisoned and Impel Down, his life would surely be forfeit. His father and the crew would undoubtedly come to his rescue. But to be honest, he did not want them to. He could envision his execution day, with the Navy laying a trap around him. Was the Whitebeard pirates powerful? Certainly. Yet to think they could rescue him from the Navy's grasp was utterly impossible. His demise was inevitable. The brothers of the Whitebeard pirates and his father. He could not allow them to suffer because of him. Thus, Ace found himself in profound anguish. He understood his fate and the events that would soon unfold. But he felt powerless to intervene. What angered him most was that all of this stemmed from his own recklessness, from his failure to evade capture. Had he not stubbornly insisted on venturing out alone to hunt down Teach, none of this would have come to pass. At this moment, to express regret is futile. He can only hope that his father will perceive the situation clearly and cast aside his incompetent and willful son. Indeed, individuals like me should never have been born into this world. With his hands shackled by Haki, Ace lifted his head slightly, leaning against the cold, unyielding wall. Letting out a derisive chuckle, because of me, my mother perished upon giving birth. And because of me, Sabo could not fulfill his dreams of sailing and now rests at the bottom of the sea. Now, because of me, the Whitebeard pirates are on the brink of annihilation. What, then, is the purpose of my existence in this world? Is it merely to bring suffering to others? He gazed upward, his dull eyes seemingly penetrating through the frigid prison walls to glimpse a broader sky. Perhaps that would suffice. If I were to die, I could find liberation and no longer drag others down with me. I wonder how that kid Luffy is faring. I long to see him again. As he pondered, a voice suddenly pierced through the cold iron bars. Hey, Ace. Can you hear me? I'm here to rescue you. The muffled voice was somewhat familiar, echoing from afar yet close enough to leave Ace momentarily stunned. After a while, he recalled where he had heard that voice before. He sprang to his feet, eyes wide, his expression akin to encountering a ghost. Is that the intern from our ship? What is he doing here? Chapter 78. Major, are you out of your mind? The colossal shout not only reached Ace's ears but resonated throughout the crew of the Mouse and Bastille ships. What is that noise? Are they calling for Ace? Is it the Whitebeard pirates? Quick, go on high alert. Everyone, take your positions and arm yourselves. A formidable enemy approaches. The mention of the Whitebeard pirates sent the Navy soldiers into a flurry. In an instant, all naval personnel abandoned their tasks, brandishing weapons and forming ranks on the deck. Their expressions tense with anticipation. The shrill alarm echoed above the warship. Major Mouse had just emerged from below deck when he heard the alarm, his brow furrowing in concern. What is happening? Sir, the Whitebeard pirates are attacking. A soldier saluted and reported. Glancing at the Marine, Major Mouse remained silent, snorting dismissively. The Whitebeard pirates are attacking? Why not say that Whitebeard himself has come to seize his precious son? This is the first half of the Grand Line. Paradise, do you understand? The Whitebeard pirates reside in the New World. There is a vast distance between the New World and Paradise. Even if Whitebeard, from the New World, somehow learned that we captured his beloved son, do you think he can fly here in an instant? Use your brain, soldier. Such thoughtless words should be considered more carefully before being uttered. However, the soldier hesitated. Major Mouse scoffed. There are no buts. Connect me to Major Bastille. He might know something. He had also heard that shout. It must be acknowledged that, despite being a child of infamy, Fire Fist Ace was indeed quite popular on the seas. Many powerful pirates were acquainted with him and considered him a brother. If the news spread that Fire Fist Ace had been captured by the Navy and they coincidentally encountered a Navy ship, those loyal and fearless pirates would undoubtedly intervene to rescue him. Major Bastille was well versed in the life of Fire Fist Ace. Therefore, Major Mouse intended to inquire with him to see if he could guess who the attackers were. Regardless of who it is, anyone daring to raid my ship must be prepared for death. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Major Mouse suddenly observed a flash of light in the sky. In an instant, he realized something was amiss. Ignoring the telephone snail beside him, he drew his long sword and shouted to his subordinates, "Form ranks. Prepare for battle." "Yes, sir." The previously disordered Navy soldiers instantly straightened their posture, weapons at the ready, forming a unified front. They then beheld a golden flash racing through the clear sky. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance. Only then could they discern that it was a bolt of lightning. When the lightning dissipated, revealing a figure, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A youth, standing upon the air, donned in a flowing white cloak, was braving the sea winds with an air of grace. The young man, with striking features, appeared almost ethereal in his simple white cloak, exuding an unparalleled charisma. Suspended in the void, he gazed down at them from his lofty perch. Almost instantaneously, everyone recognized him. Major Mouse exclaimed, "That is the young man from the Whitebeard pirates whom Admiral Akina has singled out. He has come to intercept our ship." The moment those words were uttered, everyone knew precisely who he referred to. The recent notoriety of Wang Chen within the Navy was undeniable. Initially, he had been inexplicably chosen by Admiral Aokiji, causing his bounty to soar from 100 million to 500 million, achieving an extraordinary milestone. Subsequently, he was personally named by Admiral Akainu, who declared that this individual would pose a significant threat to the Navy headquarters, necessitating his swift elimination. Moreover, Admiral Akainu had subsequently issued a directive, identifying him as a calamity of the worst generation and the paramount peril of the tumultuous seas over the next 3 decades. All Navy personnel were instructed to execute death sentences upon encountering him without hesitation. Recently, it was rumored that the Navy of G5 had been assaulted by this individual, resulting in the total annihilation of their expedition fleet, with even the base commander, Vice Admiral Virgo, sustaining injuries and narrowly escaping death. Although the G5 division had a tarnished reputation, some even labeled it as the Navy's disgrace, the Navy remained the Navy after all. Even if it bears the stigma of a notorious Navy, it remains a Navy nonetheless. The G5 Navy, upon launching an assault, suffered a complete annihilation during their mission to capture, with the exception of Vice Admiral Virgo, who barely escaped, gravely injured and on the brink of death. They lost everything, including the dispatched warships. Such an act is nothing short of a provocation to the entire naval force. Initially, there were murmurs of discontent regarding Admiral Akainu's undue focus on an intern. However, with the news of the G5 incident, a wave of outrage swept through the Navy. Everyone was incensed, clamoring to eliminate this audacious intern to uphold the Navy's absolute justice. At that moment, Wang Chen found himself on the expedited execution list within the naval ranks. Countless soldiers had seen his wanted poster, making it no surprise that they recognized him instantly. Vice Admiral Weasel's eyes narrowed. Unlike other naval personnel, he possessed a deeper understanding of Wang Chen. Not only was his colleague Virgo injured, but the reason Admiral Aokiji placed a bounty of 500 million on this individual, along with Admiral Akainu's intense scrutiny, viewing him as a harbinger of calamity in this era, and the foremost threat of maritime upheaval in the next 30 years, was all too clear to Weasel. Thus, upon catching sight of Wang Chen, he gripped his sword, feeling a surge of tension. He immediately contacted Vice Admiral Bastille to inform him of the intruder's identity and notified the Marine headquarters that reinforcements were necessary. The soldiers nearby were taken aback. What on earth? Faced with an intern from the Whitebeard pirates, they had countless elite soldiers, advanced naval technology, and 2 vice admirals on site. Yet they still sought reinforcements? Vice Admiral, have you lost your mind? What are you staring at? Move quickly. Vice Admiral Weasel barked. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded, scrambling away in haste. In the skies above, Wang Chen descended slowly, perching atop the mast of the naval warship, gazing down at the crowd below. Vice Admiral Weasel, might you enlighten me on the whereabouts of our 2nd Division, Captain? Indeed, he had come to commandeer the ship. A group of naval soldiers, now on high alert, raised their weapons, aiming their guns at Wang Chen. Some artillerymen even turned their cannons to point at him. Truth be told, had Wang Chen not been standing atop their mast, the soldiers would have opened fire without hesitation. You are the infamous Wang Chen, are you not? Quite audacious, one soldier remarked. As tensions escalated, Vice Admiral Bastille, having gracefully leapt over from another ship, landed on the deck of the Weasel ship. With his shark-slaying sword in hand, he looked up at Wang Chen, his gaze piercing through the many holes of his horned mask, exuding an air of cold intensity. As Wang Chen gracefully descended, he found himself enveloped by numerous naval officers. Yet, his countenance remained unperturbed as he directed a smile towards General Bastille and his companion. Ah, General Bastille, he remarked. I must inquire whether you two have personally delivered our captain from the Whitebeard pirates, or shall I take it upon myself to extend the invitation? Let it be known. Should I choose the latter, this scene may not unfold as pleasantly as one might hope. Such audacity. The expression of Rear Admiral Wusong turned icy. Initially, he had contemplated prolonging their standoff, as they were less than half an hour away from reaching Impel Down. Alas, Wang Chen afforded him no opportunity for idle chatter. In an instant, he raised his hand, and the surrounding naval soldiers understood the cue. A young lieutenant bellowed, "Fire!" Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the warship erupted into a cacophony of gunfire. Countless lead bullets rained down upon Wang Chen from every direction, for he had ensnared himself within the naval soldiers' encirclement, resulting in a veritable deluge of bullets, covering a full 360 degrees without a single blind spot. Wang Chen appeared indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the bullets flying around him. In the instant of explosive flames, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. With a flick of his right hand, countless arcs of lightning danced across his skin, forming a net of electricity that surged in all directions. The rain of bullets momentarily halted midair, their surfaces flickering with faint electric arcs. In the next moment, the bullets that threatened to turn Wang Chen into a sieve fell to the ground as if deprived of their momentum, rendered harmless. The principle of electromagnetism was clear to Wang Chen, an outstanding product of 9 years of compulsory education. By converting electricity into magnetism, he neutralized the frantic force of the bullets, transforming them into mere lead pellets. It is often said that knowledge can alter one's fate. If the original wielder of the rumble fruit, Enel, were to attempt this feat, he would likely struggle to grasp even the basics of electromagnetic theory. Thus, it is not pirates that are to be feared, but rather those who possess knowledge. This situation exemplified the struggle of the authentic against the counterfeit. Indeed, the ability of the rumble fruit was formidable. Observing this scene, Vice Admiral Mongoose's expression darkened. He was well aware that bullets were ineffective against a powerhouse like Wang Chen. He merely sought to test the waters. However, he did not anticipate that Wang Chen would neither evade nor exert significant effort, effortlessly dispelling the Navy's lethal assault with a simple gesture of his hand. It was no surprise that such a figure could command the attention of admirals like Aokiji and Akainu. Are the cannons loaded? Shall we fire? A cannon officer inquired. Mongoose waved his hand dismissively, ordering him to leave. If they were engaged in long-range naval combat, it would be another matter. But firing upon their own warship would be a foolish decision. A Seastone battleship was a hard-won asset, and Mongoose would never make such a reckless choice. Turning to Bastiu, he asked, "Shall you go first, or shall I?" This boy seemed rather troublesome. Bastiu, wielding his shark slayer blade, replied noncommittally, "Allow me. It has come to my attention that Admiral Akainu holds this boy in high regard. It is fitting that I assess his true capabilities." As he spoke, he pushed through the crowd, commanding them to disperse and maintain their vigil without disturbing his dignity. Towering in stature, Bastiu was nearly twice the height of an average individual. As he approached, a palpable aura of dread emanated from him, causing those around him to recoil. The surrounding Navy soldiers obediently retreated, whispering amongst themselves. The Vice Admiral is personally stepping in. Who do you think will win? It must be Vice Admiral Bastiu, without a doubt. Indeed, he is known as the Shark Slayer. With a single stroke, he can cleave through gigantic sea beasts. This rookie from the Whitebeard pirates stands no chance. But perhaps not, after all. He is labeled as a source of disaster in the worst generation by Admiral Akainu. The soldiers murmured, their expressions filled with anticipation. As men of the sea, they all aspired to strength. Setting aside allegiances, it was undeniable that both individuals before them were formidable warriors of the ocean. Their confrontation would undoubtedly result in an earth-shattering clash. Just as the onlookers braced for a fierce battle, Wang Chen furrowed his brow. What does this mean? Do you look down upon me? If we are not to fight, I would appreciate it if you could release Ace now. I will take him and leave peacefully. However, if a battle is inevitable, why should only Vice Admiral Bastiu face me? I wish to engage both of you in a grand confrontation. If I lose, Ace and I will willingly enter impelled down without complaint. A silence enveloped the scene. To be frank, Wang Chen was not mocking. After all, the rank of Vice Admiral Bastiu was well understood. It was only 2 years later that Wang Chen would find himself on the arena of Dressrosa, where Sabo would shatter his Shark Slayer blade and crush his horn mask with a single blow, leading to his swift demise. Compared to Virgo, he was still far from formidable. In light of this, what satisfaction would there be in overpowering a lower-ranking Vice Admiral? It would be far more exhilarating to face Mongoose alongside Bastiu, making for a truly exhilarating battle. This was his thought process. Yet, the surroundings were left in a state of disbelief. Someone murmured, "What does this mean? Is he belittling Vice Admiral Bastiu?" The moment those words left their lips, Bastiu erupted in fury. "You insolent wretch, prepare to die?" Chapter 80. Thought he was fierce, but is this all? With his Shark Slayer blade in hand, Bastiu swung fiercely at Wang Chen. He could not allow such an affront to pass without retaliation. As a distinguished Vice Admiral, being mocked in front of so many was intolerable. He had to respond. The terrifying blade cleaved through the air, creating a sonic boom. It must be noted that Bastiu's strength as a Vice Admiral was indisputable. His disgraceful performance 2 years later was solely attributable to Sabo, who had by then risen to the rank of Chief of Staff in the Revolutionary Army and was exceedingly powerful. as Bashu's blade descended upon Wang Chen. The surrounding Navy soldiers gasped. Vice Admiral Bashu is enraged. That brat from the Whitebeard pirates is finished. None among them doubted Bashu's might. For in the hierarchy of the Navy, Vice Admirals stood as the highest rank below the three admirals, serving as beacons of strength and conviction for the soldiers. At that moment, a soldier could not help but smirk. How dare he mock Vice Admiral Bashu? This boy is about to learn the true terror of the Shark Slayer. Clang! A resounding clash echoed as Wang Chen drew his own blade, parrying Bashu's strike. A shock wave emanated from the collision, sweeping through the area like a tempest. The watching Navy soldiers felt as though a fierce gust had struck their faces, leaving them with stinging cheeks and disheveled hair. Upon touching their faces, they realized they were bleeding. Retreat! Fall back! A cacophony of alarmed shouts erupted from the soldiers. Amidst the chaos, Wang Chen's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of complaint. Hey, I'm merely speaking the truth. General, are you so anxious because I've struck a chord with your hidden concerns? His words only served to infuriate Bashu further. With a fierce roar, Bashu seemed to ignite with rage. Veins bulged on his forehead like the scales of a dragon, and the muscles in his arms swelled and contracted violently, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power. Die! With eyes ablaze, Bashu was consumed by fury. His initial strike failed to connect, as his blade grazed Wang Chen's second-generation weapon. He pivoted, channeling strength through his waist, and aimed another slash at Wang Chen's head. The sound of clashing steel reverberated loudly, causing the nearby Navy soldiers to wince, fearing for their eardrums. Step back. Keep your distance. This battle between these two titans is not for us to interfere. Just two exchanges had already revealed the terrifying might of the two combatants. Ignoring the retreating Navy soldiers, Bashu, with eyes still aflame, charged at Wang Chen like a frenzied bull, unleashing a barrage of slashes. Each strike resonated with explosive force, yet Wang Chen deftly parried every blow. The confrontation escalated into a frenzied clash without a moment's pause for pleasantries. At last, Wang Chen, growing impatient, declared, General, enough is enough. I'm pressed for time and have no interest in playing games with you. In that instant, he unleashed a surge of electric energy, forcing Bashu back. The very next moment, he utilized the last of his special contracts, fervently stacking buffs upon himself. 5 energies to the origin. Flash, skillfully enhancing his abilities within a heartbeat. Wang Chen regained his peak fighting condition, with a 5-level speed buff augmenting him. His velocity soared to an astonishing degree. Gazing at the still enraged Bashu, he wasted no time and executed a cherry blossom slash. With the skill Thousand Souls dance already selected, his strike shimmered with ethereal effects. A silvery blade of light cleaved through the air, scattering cherry blossoms in a breathtaking display. Bashu barely registered the flash of light before Wang Chen's strike was upon him. In a moment of surprise, he hastily swung his massive blade. The silvery light collided with his sword, producing a resounding clang that sent a jolt of pain through his hands, nearly disarming him. The trajectory of the attack veered slightly, leaving a crimson mark upon Bashu's left chest. In a fleeting encounter, Bashu had suffered a minor setback. The surrounding Navy soldiers stood in stunned silence. What just happened? The general is injured. Even the observing mongoose was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he perceived Bashu to have the upper hand against this young pirate. But how could such a swift turn of events occur? Had this young man been concealing his true strength? Or had some unseen circumstance transpired in the blink of an eye? Mongoose furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, Bashu's expression darkened with realization. So that's how you managed to escape from Aokiji. But is that your justification for being so arrogant before me? With a fierce glare, he vowed, do not blink. For I shall now show you the depths of despair. In the moment the word hell escaped his lips, Bashu vanished. As a vice admiral of the Navy, his mastery of the 6 styles was unparalleled. His massive form darted forward, producing a cacophony of sound akin to a howling gale. As he unleashed a flurry of 6 strikes, each aimed at vital points on Wang Chen's body. The clang of metal striking metal filled the air as the two engaged in a chaotic melee. While Bashu's speed paled in comparison to Wang Chen's, he could unleash tremendous force if necessary, capable of dispatching Bashu in a single blow. However, Wang Chen's stamina had waned considerably after a grueling 12-hour pursuit. Even with the enhancements granted by the Thunder Fruit, in his previous state, he would have been left gasping for breath after such a relentless journey, let alone engaging in battle. After an intense exchange, Wang Chen could no longer withstand the onslaught and was sent reeling, crashing onto the deck of the ship. Bashu, surprised yet disdainful, planted his blade into the ground, his expression one of mockery. I thought you were capable of more than this. But is this truly all you have to offer? He scoffed. The so-called scourge of this era appears quite disappointing indeed. Chapter 81. Level Up. All attributes to stamina. Bastia stood there with a sardonic demeanor. To be fair, he was not typically like this, but Wang Chen's earlier disdain had provoked him. The young man had not only disregarded Bastia's prowess, but had also boasted that defeating him would be an unworthy victory, demanding Mongoose to join the fray. Was this truly the way to speak? The wheel of fate turns, and justice shall be served. Thus, Bastia felt entitled to reciprocate. Those who mock are often met with mockery in return. As Bastia's taunts echoed, the surrounding Navy soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Is this it? Was he just boasting a moment ago? How did he fall so quickly? Some were incredulous, expecting a fierce showdown. Only to find this young man was all show and no substance. What was he thinking, coming aboard our ship with such lackluster abilities? It's baffling what Aokiji and Akina saw in him. A collective silence enveloped the observers. The entire confrontation, from Bastia's initial strike to Wang Chen's defeat, transpired in less than 3 minutes. Was this truly a battle of titans? This young man, who previously boasted grandly about taking on 2 adversaries, the esteemed vice admirals of their naval headquarters, has now met a rather dismal fate. Is this truly the outcome? Laughter erupted from the onlookers, unable to contain their amusement. Even the typically stern and serious Vice Admiral Weasel, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress a light chuckle, quickly clearing his throat to mask his lapse in composure. The humiliation of failing to impress is not the most grievous of fates, rather, it is the added agony of being publicly ridiculed and having one's pretensions shattered before an audience that constitutes a trifecta of indignity. Enough to provoke a deep sense of shame and a desperate urge to flee the planet under the cover of night. Wang Chen rose from the ground, his limbs trembling. The violent collision had indeed drained the last vestige of his strength. At that moment, he could only manage a wry smile, pondering whether he had pushed himself too far. His eagerness to save others had propelled him forward, racing against time, especially in the final moments. When he thought he might miss ace and fail to prevent the outbreak of the war, he had appeared almost deranged, disregarding everything as he unleashed his maximum physical potential. Navigating the ocean with fervor. Utilizing the moonwalk technique was not without its toll. For an hour or two, it was manageable. But a relentless 12-hour sprint would exhaust even the most resilient of individuals. Not to mention, the operation of his mind network consumed mental energy as well. The multitude of voices and information required Wang Chen's brain to process and discern, a task that demanded an immense amount of cognitive effort. As he traversed, simultaneously processing information, the fatigue he experienced was compounded. In one instant, he could be in one place, and in the next, he could find himself hundreds of meters away, receiving entirely different information. Therefore, he had to be swift. Both his speed and mental acuity had to be heightened. The result was that his brain operated like a high-frequency CPU, and the fact that it hadn't burned out on the spot was a testament to his mental fortitude. At this moment, Wang Chen was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for the joy of finding ace, he might have perished at the hands of Bastille when he charged at him. It was not that Bastille was particularly formidable, rather, Wang Chen was simply too fatigued, nearing complete depletion of both physical and mental reserves. Indeed, arriving alone to confront the Navy's warships was fraught with peril. Exhaling deeply, Wang Chen silently acknowledged his prior preparations. He was no fool. As an exemplary product of 9 years of compulsory education, he had made assessments and preparations for this very scenario. The depletion of mental energy was irreparable without rest, but physical fatigue was another matter entirely. Originally, he had intended to gather more character experience by opening additional jars, aiming to elevate his level to 45. However, it seemed he could no longer afford to wait. At level 45, the Sword Emperor could learn the grand skill, Dance of 1,000 Souls. Due to possessing the master contract, Wang Chen had initially been unhurried, preferring to accumulate character experience from the jars like a squirrel preparing for winter, planning to use it when he was ready to reach level 45. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. He could not hold on to that level indefinitely. While leveling up did not refresh character status, allocating points was possible. Opening his system inventory, he found several neatly arranged groups of character experience. These came in various sizes, all acquired from others by opening jars. Throughout his journey, aside from a few random passers-by, everyone he encountered, even foes, had contributed jars to his collection. The formidable Eagle crew, Aokiji, Reiju, soldiers from the Vinsmoke family, Law, members of the Don Quixote family, and Virgo had all added to his bounty. Even Bastille, standing before him, and Hold'em, who had previously fallen to him. Each provided a purple jar. As they yielded a low-tier purple item, it was not explicitly mentioned, but it was evident that Wang Chen had encountered many notable individuals along the way. Even if luck had not favored him and he had only acquired inferior items, the cumulative benefit was substantial. In any case, in terms of character experience, Wang Chen had reaped a bountiful harvest. Character experience comes in small, medium, and large forms, thanks to the stacking feature of his inventory. These experience groups occupied minimal space, just 3 slots. Observing Bastille mocking him, potentially ready to strike again, Wang Chen hesitated not a moment. He pressed his hand against the experience groups and silently whispered, "Use." With a chime, he leveled up, ascending to level 40. Congratulations, host. Level up successful, current level 40. Opening his character attributes panel without hesitation, he allocated points frantically into his stamina. As a result, his stamina surged from 100 to 130, a remarkable increase of a quarter. The resurgence of power flooded through him. Previously, Wang Chen had appeared dazed and listless. Every aspect of his being had conveyed his extreme exhaustion. Yet, upon completing his point allocation, vitality surged back into his body, akin to the effects of a potent stimulant, igniting within him an unparalleled vigor. In an instant, he had returned. What a rejuvenating sensation! Clenching his fists, he felt the robust heartbeat within him and broke into a smile. Rising once more. He was no longer the feeble version of himself from moments ago. He stood tall and firm, embodying the essence of masculine strength. The weasel was momentarily stunned. This boy radiated a peculiar sense of incongruity. Just as he had previously struggled to withstand Bastille's speed, now, inexplicably, he had surged forward. After less than 3 minutes of combat, when he had seemed on the verge of collapse, how was it that he now stood revitalized? What forbidden substance had he consumed? With a flicker of intrigue in his gaze, the weasel observed. Meanwhile, Bastille narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, "What is this, little brat? Are you still going?" He could discern that Wang Chen's current state seemed to have undergone a transformation. However, the impression Wang Chen had previously left on him was rather unimpressive, merely a brash young fool, lacking in substantial skill yet speaking with audacity. Individuals of this nature, if thrown into the fray, would soon learn their place after a good thrashing. Thus, even though he sensed something peculiar about Wang Chen, Bastia did not pay it much heed. "Apologies, I underestimated myself earlier. Now, I must take this seriously," Wang Chen declared with a grave expression. Regrettably, this earnest moment did not draw the attention of those around him. Instead, it incited laughter among the assembled naval officers. What is this lad babbling about? He now intends to take things seriously? So, was he not serious before? How embarrassing. If he cannot match me, he should admit it. If he is outmatched, he ought to concede. It's pointless to be stubborn. I had thought this boy was someone of significance, but now it seems otherwise. In less than 3 minutes, he was dispatched to the ground by Admiral Bastille. The disparity was evident. "To be honest, I could do just as well in 3 minutes," a group of them remarked. What was meant to be a solemn battle was instead filled with an air of levity. Even the stern and austere Admiral Mongoose felt a chuckle rising within him. Yet, before he could voice anything, Wang Chen abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was positioned directly above Bastille, wielding his blade aimed at the Admiral's crown. The chilling aura of the blade radiated a frosty gleam. If that strike were to land, it would cleave Bastille in two without a doubt. Bastille was momentarily taken aback, not because he had failed to anticipate Wang Chen's sudden assault, but rather due to the astonishing speed at which Wang Chen moved. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the gap between them as if teleporting, arriving before Bastille in an instant. Despite Bastille unleashing his observation Haki to its fullest, he could not catch a glimpse of Wang Chen. This was no mere matter of speed. It was nothing short of terrifying. How could this be? Bastille's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, he felt every pore in his body explode with adrenaline. Fortunately, the Admiral was indeed an Admiral, having emerged from the crucible of battle. In an instant, Bastille raised his left arm, hardening it with armament Haki and employing the only technique among the Marine 6 styles capable of withstanding damage, the iron block. He managed to lift his arm above his head, barely intercepting the path of Wang Chen's blade. With a resounding clang, the next moment saw blood erupting from his arm as he was sent flying. "Admiral!" The naval soldiers gasped in shock. Yet, before they could react, Wang Chen, with a light step, unleashed the moonwalk. In an instant, he surged forward, following Bastille's airborne trajectory. With his blade at the ready, he aimed to disembowel Bastille without hesitation. Wang Chen showed no mercy towards his foes. The naval soldiers were utterly bewildered. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly feeble youth, who had just moments before been battered by Admiral Bastiu, could suddenly exhibit such ferocity. The events transpired so swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye, that even the soldiers could not rush to support their admiral. Just as Wang Chen thrust his blade forward, poised to impale Bastiu, a magnificent arc of light sliced through the air, perfectly intercepting his advance. At this moment, Wang Chen was in peak condition, his focus remarkably sharp. He sensed a piercing flash of sword light. Although he could disregard it and strike down Bastiu, the lethality of that sword light would undoubtedly exact a toll on him. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward, defying the laws of physics, and executed a precise 90-degree turn skyward, soaring into the air. Below, unbeknownst to him, General Westmouse had drawn his katana from his waist. That earlier flash of sword light had been unleashed by him. So, the Westmouse general has finally made his move. Wang Chen elegantly landed after a graceful turn, casting a smile towards Westmouse. The general remained silent, regarding him with an expression of profound caution. Cough, cough. Bastiu emerged from the rubble, blood trickling from his mouth. He examined his left arm, which bore a grievous wound, deep enough to expose bone. He had every reason to suspect that Wang Chen had not exerted his full strength. For had he done so, that single strike would have inflicted far greater damage, perhaps even cleaving through him entirely. The disparity in power was unmistakable. Raising his gaze to Wang Chen, Bastiu's eyes reflected a blend of anger and fear. What had transpired with this young man? Just moments ago, he had seemed as feeble as a limp shrimp, easily dispatched by Bastiu's blows. Yet now, he exhibited a terrifying prowess. Are you all right, Bastiu? Westmouse inquired. Taking a deep breath, Bastiu replied, I'm fine. However, it appears we must confront this young man together. Chapter 83, The Monstrous Stamina. Effortlessly overpowering the two admirals. When Bastiu suggested that they team up, it was a clear indication of his defeat. A dignified admiral of the Navy, at least a formidable figure in the New World, uttering such demoralizing words was truly astonishing. Did I hear that correctly? Did Bastiu just propose an alliance with General Westmouse? The surrounding naval soldiers stared in disbelief. The notion of combining forces with Westmouse had originally been Wang Chen's assertion. To them, it seemed a farce, an audacious and reckless joke. Yet now, they were witnessing something extraordinary. Just a single strike, and Bastiu was utterly terrified. Voluntarily seeking to join forces with Westmouse? Could this be real? The naval soldiers erupted in disbelief. Westmouse, however, nodded in agreement with Bastiu's assessment. I see it now. This young man's speed is exceedingly extraordinary. You must be cautious. As a fellow naval officer, Westmouse was well aware of Bastiu's capabilities. He understood that despite Bastiu's power, which could vanquish sea monsters, he possessed a notable vulnerability, his speed. Speedsters were a bane to Bastiu. Although he had the technique known as shave to somewhat compensate for this shortcoming, against a speedster like Admiral Kizaru, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. This was precisely why Westmouse chose to engage. He was perplexed by Wang Chen's sudden escalation in speed and strength. Just 5 minutes prior, Wang Chen's performance had been unremarkable. Now, his acceleration seemed almost supernatural, as if he had been concealing his true abilities. Moments ago, his speed was terrifying, almost deserving of the term teleportation. Westmouse realized that if he did not act soon, Bastiu might suffer dire consequences. He stepped back a few paces to stand alongside Bastiu and gravely instructed. I will take the lead. You find an opportunity to exploit this young man's weaknesses. Do not hold back. As distinguished leaders of the Navy, neither felt any hesitation in their alliance. Bastiu nodded resolutely, acknowledging, understood. He recognized that his swordsmanship paled in comparison to Westmouse, and that his speed was indeed a significant flaw. He struggled to control the bleeding from his left arm and turned to Westmouse, stating, I am ready. Let us proceed. Be careful. With a gaze that cut like a blade, Westmouse swung his sword, unleashing a colossal and fearsome wave of sword energy into the air. In Wang Chen's eyes, there was not a trace of panic. Rather, the actions of the Weasel General aligned perfectly with his intentions. A grin spread across his face as he let out a soft chuckle. With a gentle twist of his wrist, he activated the second-generation Ghost Slash in his right hand, unleashing a breathtaking brilliance. Whoosh! Cherry blossoms danced in the air. In response to the Weasel General's strike, he too retaliated with a scintillating beam of sword light. Boom! The two beams of light collided, instantly tearing apart the air and generating a tremendous, fierce storm that surged outward. Wah! A chorus of naval soldiers cried out, quickly losing their balance. Those situated closer to the heart of the battlefield were immediately swept away, either soaring into the sky or tumbling into the sea. As the strike was executed, the Weasel General's figure flickered. Dressed in a suit adorned with light purple stripes, he left behind a series of afterimages in the air, rapidly closing in on Wang Chen, and then, with a swift motion, he swung his blade. Clang! Wang Chen raised his blade to block. The weapons of the two clashed in mid-air, producing a chilling, resounding noise, and then, as quickly as they met, they withdrew. Clang! 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 As a veteran admiral of the Navy, Admiral Squirrel offered no words. With a single strike, he unleashed a terrifying barrage of attacks upon Wang Chen, relentless and unyielding, as if a tempest had been unleashed. If one were to consider Bastio's weakness to be speed, then in Admiral Squirrel's eyes, Wang Chen's vulnerability lay in his stamina. Despite the seemingly boundless vigor and might displayed by the young man, Admiral Squirrel perceived that he was merely holding on by a thread. The proverb speaks of momentum waning after the initial surge. One must strike swiftly or risk fatigue. As long as he could keep Wang Chen occupied without engaging in direct confrontation, victory would soon be within his grasp, watching as the young man succumbed to exhaustion. It is undeniable that the seasoned admiral possessed a keen insight. Wang Chen's previous performances could indeed be aptly described with the phrase the last gasp of a strong bow. According to the natural order of reality, it would take less than a minute for Wang Chen to succumb to exhaustion. However, General Wushu is unaware that there exists a certain type of individual in this world, known as the hanging cheat. The Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, embodies one such hanging cheat, a protagonist-type cheat. Similarly, Wang Chen is also a hanging cheat of the hacking variety. He presumed that Wang Chen would falter, yet in truth, Wang Chen was thriving. With all 25 attribute points allocated to stamina, he not only experienced a full recovery at the peak of his power, but also achieved a remarkable breakthrough in his stamina, sufficient to withstand any battle. It is no exaggeration to assert that, at this moment, even when faced with Admiral Aokiji, he could engage in combat for 3 days and nights. Once his stamina attributes soared to 130 points, the fear of insufficient stamina that had plagued him previously vanished without a trace. Standing before the crowd now was a distinctly enhanced version of Wang Chen 2.0. Even in the face of the most arduous battles, he could endure for 3 days and nights, even in the dead of night. Swish, swish, swish. The skilled technique of the flower dance thousand souls killing sword style unleashed waves of shimmering light, as magnificent cherry blossoms danced gracefully in the air. Wang Chen discerned the intentions of the flying squirrel, but chose to remain non-committal, a manic smile curling at his lips. He exhibited no urgency. As the flying squirrel unleashed his sword, Wang Chen mirrored the movement. With each strike the flying squirrel executed, Wang Chen responded in kind. Soon, the flying squirrel general realized something was amiss. To him, it seemed Wang Chen should have been on the verge of fatigue. However, as the battle progressed, Wang Chen not only showed no signs of weakness but grew increasingly tenacious and ferocious, the strength of his swordplay escalating with each exchange. In that moment, the flying squirrel general grasped the gravity of the situation. With a furrowed brow, he forcefully pushed Wang Chen back with a strike of his sword. His expression darkened as he regarded Wang Chen. "Are you toying with me?" "It is you who is playing games," Wang Chen retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent Bastille flying, who had attempted to sneak up on him. Turning his gaze back to the flying squirrel, he smiled. "So, General Squirrel, are you now willing to heed my counsel and release Captain Ace?" Chapter 84. Really? I don't believe it. The flying squirrel could not best Wang Chen. If Wang Chen so desired, he could unleash a massacre at this moment. With his final physical limitations vanishing, Wang Chen's strength had transcended that of the 7 warlords, nearing the level of the high-ranking officers of the 4 emperors, akin to Katakuri. Although he would not dare to claim he could defeat an emperor or a marine admiral, he felt confident that he would not meet the same dire fate as before in a confrontation with Aokiji. His formidable physique granted him boundless confidence. Were he a harbinger of death, at this juncture, none would escape the wrath of over 1,000 fully equipped naval soldiers aboard 2 warships, including the flying squirrel general and Bastille. Yet, in the absence of absolute enmity and murderous intent, Wang Chen was not driven to madness, indiscriminately slaying all in sight. Thus, he intended to compel the flying squirrel to retreat, to comprehend the dire circumstances he faced, and voluntarily release Ace. Unfortunately, the flying squirrel, a seasoned general, held a profound reverence for the concept of justice. To him, confronting pirates was acceptable, even to the point of death. However, to bow to pirates, such an act was utterly inconceivable. Boom. In response to Wang Chen, the flying squirrel unleashed a terrifying strike. Gale kick. Bastille, from behind, also executed a kick. The brilliance of the sword and the shadow of the leg converged upon Wang Chen from both directions. Meanwhile, The naval soldiers observing the battle could no longer contain their excitement. A shout rang out from an officer. Fire! Open fire! In an instant, the warship erupted into chaos, with flames and the thunderous roar of cannons filling the air. Wang Chen shook his head, disappointment etched upon his features. Do you not yet comprehend? In this moment, it is I, a force you will never overcome. Thunder God, the embodiment of lightning. The instant the weasel and his allies launched their assault, a tempest of wrathful lightning erupted violently from Wang Chen's being. When the power of the devil fruit merges seamlessly with its wielder, the fruit's ability becomes synonymous with the wielder's vitality. Previously, Wang Chen had struggled with his endurance. Even when unleashing formidable techniques such as the Grand Electric Storm, he often relied on the forces of nature to manifest the terrifying might of a natural-type devil fruit user. Even then, it left him thoroughly exhausted. However, in this moment, such concerns were cast aside. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth from his form, coalescing in mere instants into a towering figure of divine wrath, standing an imposing 10 zhang high. Its resplendent majesty resembled that of a thunder deity gracing the mortal realm. Translated to meters, this thunderous apparition reached over 30 meters in height. The naval warship, merely 60 to 70 meters in length, appeared dwarfed in comparison, as if the thunder god could merely lift a foot and obliterate the vessel beneath him. Boom, boom, boom. The hail of bullets rained upon the thunder god's form, creating barely perceptible ripples that were swiftly torn asunder by the overwhelming currents of high-voltage electricity. Bastille's leg strike collided with Wang Chen, tearing a gaping hole through the thunder god's manifestation, which then vanished as abruptly as a stone cast into the sea. Wang Chen emerged unscathed. The gaping hole he had created was swiftly mended. In the meantime, he paid no heed to the attacks directed at him, disregarding them entirely. Only the massive strike from the mole general commanded his attention. Raising his colossal thunderous arms, he grasped the attack, which unleashed a terrifying sword aura that tore through the manifestation, pushing Wang Chen's form backward. He was propelled 2 meters away before the sword aura dissipated. At that moment, the myriad assaults from the Navy had been entirely neutralized. The overwhelming might of the colossal thunder manifestation was indeed fearsome. What was happening? The Navy soldiers stood in bewilderment. Just moments before, they had been consumed by rage, unleashing gunfire and cannonballs, vowing to annihilate Wang Chen on the spot. Yet now, what did they behold? Giants were not unfamiliar to them. Many vice admirals in the Navy were giants. But a colossal figure composed entirely of crackling lightning? Surely, this was not a divine being. More alarming was the fact that this entity had withstood all their assaults without so much as a scratch. Such power was utterly terrifying and hard to fathom. The two moles were equally taken aback. The natural fruit was reputed to grant divine strength, yet to exhibit such godlike power depended on the individual. It was inconceivable that one could become a superpower solely through a devil fruit. In the New World, there were many weak users of natural fruit abilities. Even the likes of Bastille could easily dispatch them with a single blow. Thus, abilities had always been contingent on the bearer. Individuals like Wang Chen, who could wield the powers of a devil fruit to display such divine majesty, were few and far between, leaving the Navy soldiers and the moles in a state of astonished disbelief. In their stupor, Wang Chen, leveraging his immense stature, delivered a swift kick. Though his size was gargantuan, his speed was akin to lightning. With a single strike, torrents of thunderous light surged through the sky, wreaking havoc. The collision of lightning and air produced a cataclysmic explosion. The deafening sound echoed, sending the moles and Bastille scrambling for cover, only to discover that their ship's deck had been shattered, revealing the dark, ominous hole beneath. Panic gripped the mole as he realized the implications. His expression shifted, and he darted towards Wang Chen. However, the Titan, embodying the thunder god, merely cast a glance at him, scoffed, and with a single punch, sent the mole general hurtling away. Hey, treating our Captain Ace like this is quite excessive. Beneath the shadowy hold, a cell made of sea prism stone was revealed. Inside, Ace gazed in bewilderment at the colossal thunder god, fear etched across his features. The cacophony of battle above had not escaped his notice, fueling his suspicions. On one hand, he believed that the inexperienced intern aboard his ship could not possibly be here. On the other, he questioned who else could possibly come to his rescue. The ferocity of the conflict made it clear that the Navy was not staging a performance. As Ace pondered this conundrum, a massive head emerged, nearly sending him into a state of shock. What on earth was this? A giant? No, that couldn't be right. Giants did not resemble this. This being appeared more monstrous than human. Its massive form, radiant and golden, crackled with arcs of lightning. By any measure, this was no human. Instinctively, Ace wanted to inquire, What are you? Yet, realizing the rudeness of such a question, he quickly amended, Who are you? In a jubilant and cheerful tone, the golden lightning giant responded. It's me, Captain Ace. I am Wang Chen, the intern aboard the Moby Dick. We've shared drinks together. Ace stared at Wang Chen's monstrous physique, overwhelmed by the divine aura emanating from him. After a prolonged silence, he asked, You claim to be Wang Chen, the intern from our ship? Indeed, Wang Chen replied exuberantly. Really? Ace pressed further. Absolutely. Wang Chen nodded vigorously. Is it truly true? Ace questioned again. Indeed, it is absolutely true, Wang Chen affirmed. Is that so? Ace chuckled. I don't believe it. Wang Chen, an MD, old Liu has arrived. Chapter 85. Ace is free. To be frank, at this moment, Ace finds it utterly absurd. The voice undoubtedly belongs to Wang Chen. There can be no mistake. Ace distinctly recalls the expression on the face of this young lad named Wang Chen when Marco rescued him from the sea, a blend of bewilderment and delight. Wang Chen remarked that he had indeed shared a drink with him, although one was the captain of the squad and the other an intern, aboard the Whitebeard ship. The notions of hierarchy and status were rendered irrelevant. All were brothers, comrades, and it was quite normal for them to occasionally enjoy a drink together and engage in light-hearted conversation. The absurdity lay in the fact that this colossal lightning creature before them was, astonishingly, our ship's intern. Ace found himself at a loss for words. And in turn, this title implied that these individuals were but novices. If all interns in the world were to be akin to a monstrous being, one might ponder the future prospects of squad captains such as themselves. Truth be told, had he not recognized Wang Chen's voice, he would have struggled to believe it. That said, Ace's mind was in disarray. As he listened to Wang Chen's banter, the latter rolled his eyes but offered no further clarification. Glancing at the cage he was ensnared in, Wang Chen instructed, Step back a bit. Let me rescue you. In the very moment the words escaped his lips, a massive hand of lightning reached out, and with the advantage of his formidable stature, Wang Chen grasped the air above, instantly uprooting the roof of Ace's cell. Boom. Stop him. The tremendous shockwave radiated outward. Admiral Squirrel cried out hoarsely. Struggling against his injuries, he managed to rise from the ground, his sword swinging wildly in a frenzy toward Wang Chen. In that moment, other Navy soldiers, awakened from their stupor, seized their weapons and began firing at the frenzied Wang Chen. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, bullets rained down, bolstered by his formidable lightning-infused form. Wang Chen endured the barrage. There was no choice. Ace was in the line of fire. He could evade, but doing so would mean exposing Ace to gunfire. The enormous manifestation of the thunder god echoed with cacophonous sounds from the relentless assault, perhaps realizing that its current appearance was indeed rather fearsome. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, and then he witnessed the colossal visage of the thunder god split open, revealing a fissure. He was enveloped in golden lightning, sustaining the manifestation of the thunder god, while his true form emerged from within, standing before Ace. Well, can you recognize me now? Wang Chen inquired, casting a glance at Ace. Ace was rendered speechless, staring blankly at Wang Chen for an extended period. Eventually, he was convinced that this was indeed the intern from his ship. Why you? How? Ace stammered, his expression one of utter bewilderment, with countless questions swirling in his mind. However, it was clear that this was not the moment for explanations. Wang Chen did not offer him an explanation. He glanced at the high-loose stone handcuffs on his wrists and instinctively reached out to assist in unlocking them. So, these are the high-loose stone handcuffs? Wait a moment. Let me help you. Just as he was about to say, allow me to release you, Ace had already reacted. He pulled his hands back sharply, as if he had encountered a ghost, distancing himself from Wang Chen. Simultaneously, he exclaimed in alarm, Hey, are you out of your mind? These are high-loose stones, specifically designed to counteract the abilities of those who possess devil fruits. If you touch high-loose stones, do you wish to forfeit your life? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself, without touching the sea stone, how am I supposed to help you unlock this? But observing Ace's current reaction, he pondered briefly before nodding decisively. Very well. I shall retrieve the key for you. In truth, Wang Chen considered the notion of unlocking sea stone shackles with a key rather unnecessary. By utilizing the system's storage capability, he could simply absorb the sea stone restraints as his own possession, resolving the matter effortlessly. Wasn't the system's inventory designed precisely for such purposes, storing and retrieving items at will? Much like his Nidai Kitetsu, which he could either carry or withdraw into storage. Within reason, any object he touched could be deemed his personal property and thus reclaimed into the system. This was the essence of practical ingenuity. However, Wang Chen swiftly realized that such an act might expose his unique abilities. while Ace's awareness posed little concern after all. Explanations could always be fabricated. Discovery by Momonga and Bastille would strip him of a crucial advantage against the Marines in the future. Thus, he chose restraint. If the shackles required unlocking, Momonga and Bastille stood right there. Obtaining the key by force was preferable to revealing his extraordinary capabilities. With this in mind, Wang Chen led Ace step by step out from the ship's hold. Meanwhile, his Thunder God avatar, having endured relentless assaults, now lay shattered and dispersed. As their gazes met, Vice Admiral Momonga and his subordinates displayed no triumph, only wariness. Very well, I have secured the rescue, and it appears that should we continue this battle, you stand no chance against me. Therefore, Vice Admiral Momonga, might I trouble you to hand over the key to those sea-stone shackles? Wang Chen cast a polite smile towards the marmoset, while the middle-ranking officer seethed with gritted teeth, his gaze shrouded in darkness. Are you suggesting that I should unleash a massacre aboard the ship? He inquired. In the face of silence, Wang Chen's expression turned icy. At that moment, all the naval soldiers, including the officers, felt as if they were being hunted by a ferocious beast, their faces paling with fear. Beside the marmoset, Bastille wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and subtly shook his head, conveying a message of caution. The marmoset understood his implication. Given the circumstances, reinforcements from the naval headquarters could arrive at any moment. If they could just stall this young man for a brief interval, the scales of victory would undoubtedly tip in their favor. Thus, to yield to him at this juncture would be a profoundly unwise decision. Bastille's reasoning was sound, but alas, could Wang Chen be so easily thwarted? Floral dance of 1,000 souls. A torrent of blinding sword light erupted from Wang Chen's hand, dazzling and accompanied by a flurry of cherry blossoms, and it directly cleaved towards the Bastille ship, not far from the marmoset. The naval soldiers aboard the Bastille were caught completely off guard, their screams piercing the air as the vessel shattered and disintegrated, ultimately sinking beneath the waves, leaving only corpses in its wake. With a single, powerful strike, Wang Chen obliterated the Bastille, and a profound silence fell over the scene. Not only Bastille and his comrades, but even Ace was momentarily stunned. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at this young man before him, incredulity etched across his features. It was one thing to possess the abilities of a devil fruit, but how could this fellow's swordsmanship be so formidable? It defied reason. Just before my departure, this young lad was merely an intern aboard the ship, diligently scrubbing the deck. How could it be that in such a short span, he transformed into a veritable monster? Am I mistaken about the timeline? Did my pursuit of Teach extend not over a mere 10 days or a fortnight, but rather a year or two? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Ace found himself spiraling into existential doubt. Wang Chen cast a glance at General Squirrel and the others, his expression now one of indifference. Is there anything more you wish me to do? The next strike will not merely be aimed at your warships. General Squirrel remained silent. After a prolonged silence, he finally gritted his teeth, his face a shade of iron gray, and retrieved an object from his bosom. With a low grunt, he flung it towards Wang Chen. Now, that is more like it. Wang Chen erupted into hearty laughter. With a swift motion, he adeptly caught the key hurled by the flying squirrel. Without a moment's hesitation, with a decisive click, he liberated Ace from the sea-stone handcuffs. In that instant, Ace was free. Chapter 86. Are you certain you wish to defy the world? As the handcuffs fell away, Ace emitted a maniacal laugh, the familiar sensation of power coursing back through him. For Ace, there was perhaps no feeling more exhilarating in this world. At the same moment that Ace was freed, Wang Chen also smiled, reveling in his success. Since his arrival in this new realm, he had, for the first time, altered the course of events. With Ace unapprehended, the war at Marineford would not ignite. And without that conflict, the Whitebeard pirates would remain intact. To be candid, Wang Chen held a deep fondness for the Whitebeard pirates. Aside from his reluctance to be anyone's subordinate, he harbored immense respect for their captain, Whitebeard. Engaging in light-hearted banter with Marco, Jozu, and others brought him considerable joy. Somewhere along the way, the Whitebeard pirates had become akin to family for him. Therefore, in this moment, the prospect of averting the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates filled him with elation. Hey, you, Ace called out, glancing at Wang Chen, who was grinning foolishly. Regaining his composure, Ace couldn't help but break into a broad smile, delivering a light punch to Wang Chen's chest. All right, this isn't the place for idle chatter. The Admirals could arrive at any moment. We must escape swiftly. In a scenario where their strength vastly surpassed that of their adversaries, Blackbeard would have likely already struck. mercilessly slaughtering the naval forces. Yet, Ace refrained. Perhaps the ingrained mentality of a soldier was deeply rooted in his mind. In his view, when the Navy pursued pirates, the latter must flee. While resistance was possible, it should not provoke the ire of the world government. Thus, he urged Wang Chen that they should hasten their departure. Wang Chen remained non-committal. In truth, he was not a person with an insatiable thirst for blood. The term bloodthirsty refers to individuals like Yu Shiyo, who derive a twisted pleasure from taking lives, feeling utterly discontent if a day passes without claiming at least one victim. Such pure sanguinary desire and profound malevolence are deeply ingrained in their very essence. Wang Chen had ample reason to suspect that such individuals were psychologically deranged. However, he would not hesitate to eliminate those who warranted death. Yet, the thought of unjustly attacking defenseless naval soldiers left him with a sense of reluctance. Within the Navy, there remained numerous passionate youths who harbored a sense of justice. For this reason, in response to Ace's proposal, he nodded in agreement. He flashed a broad smile at the two weasels and waved his hand, preparing to utter some playful banter, when suddenly he heard the weasel's darkened voice demanding, "Are you certain you wish to flee?" "Oh." Wang Chen paused momentarily. The flying squirrel spoke again. "In terms of skill, we concede defeat. However, do you believe this matter can simply be dismissed?" Pointing at Ace, he exclaimed furiously, "This is the son of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Do you comprehend the implications of abducting this individual for the world government? You are provoking the world government. And rest assured, the world government will never tolerate such insolence from mere pirates. The existence of the four emperors is predicated on the necessity for stability in the seas, as required by the world government. But if you think that merely relying on the four emperors' influence grants you the audacity to challenge the world government, I assure you, you are gravely mistaken." The Admiral's voice thundered with rage, and his normally stoic countenance was now etched with fury. Wang Chen remained silent, gazing intently at him. Meanwhile, the weasel did not continue to expound on grand philosophies. Instead, he directly asked, "Tell me, do you wish to incite a war across the vast ocean? The world government will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly, as well as the son of Gold. Roger. You are provoking the world government, and they will retaliate. If you depart now, I assure you, the Whitebeard pirates will instantly become the world's enemy. The 7 warlords, naval rear admirals, vice admirals, and even the admirals will mobilize countless formidable forces, and numerous naval vessels will set sail for the New World, launching an immediate assault against your Whitebeard pirates. You will find no refuge or escape. I ask you, is this truly your desire?" As a seasoned naval vice admiral, the weasel saw through it all. The New World must remain stable. This is why the 4 emperors can hold their titles. Yet, if the 4 emperors truly believe they are emperors, capable of challenging the authority of the world government, then the world government will not hesitate to bring them back to their senses. Is the Whitebeard pirates powerful? Certainly. The strongest Whitebeard alone is enough to overturn the entire naval headquarters. Not to mention, the Whitebeard pirates command a staggering 43 pirate crews. While the Whitebeard pirates are undeniably strong, does Wang Chen desire war? Or rather, after thwarting the outbreak of the Paramount War, does he wish to incite an even more terrifying and grand conflict? The answer is a resounding no. The intent to save Ace was to avert war. However, if his efforts to save Ace result in an even more horrific war, then all of this would be rendered meaningless. Thus, at this moment, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. Beside him, Ace scoffed. "Who are you threatening? Dare to threaten the Whitebeard pirates? You should consider whether our old man would approve." "Ace, step back." Wang Chen suddenly spoke up. Ace, who had intended to say more, was momentarily taken aback. "What?" I said, "You should return to the Moby Dick. I might not be able to go back." "Hey, what are you talking about?" Ace exclaimed, suddenly agitated. Wang Chen, however, paid him no mind and turned to the Dormouse. "Ace cannot return with you, but I can." "What?" The Dormouse was taken aback. Then, as if a sudden realization dawned upon him, his pupils dilated. "Are you implying?" "Indeed." Wang Chen nodded, declaring, "In order to rescue Ace, I surrender." The crowd erupted in shock. Surrender? Had he lost his mind? Victory was clearly within his grasp. Why would he choose to capitulate? Moreover, Fire Fist Ace was the son of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. "Sir, are you jesting with us?" a bewildered Navy officer inquired. Meanwhile, the officers of lieutenant rank and above stood in contemplation, their eyes reflecting deep thought. Did you not just assert that Ace is the son of the Pirate King? The root of all evil? Ignoring the surrounding commotion, Wang Chen glanced at the weasel and chuckled lightly. What a coincidence. I too am deemed so. In fact, It was your Admiral Akina who labeled me as the harbinger of calamity in this era of great malevolence. If that is the case, what hesitation remains? With these words, he faced the weasel, voluntarily extending his hands and placing his wrists together, adopting a posture of surrender. Since you cannot take Ace, at least taking me would serve as a concession, wouldn't it? Come, bring me the sea prison handcuffs. I, Wang Chen, will uphold my word and resist not. The tumultuous scene fell into an eerie silence. All eyes turned towards Rear Admiral Weasel, awaiting his response. The Rear Admiral's expression was grave. He stood there like a spear, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Chen. After what felt like an eternity, he exhaled deeply and asked, "Are you serious?" "Serious to an absolute degree," Wang Chen replied. Wang Chen sighed. "As you have stated, I do not desire war, and Ace is someone I must rescue. Thus, I must provide an explanation to your Navy, an explanation that does not incite conflict." The weasel remained silent, while Ace suddenly exclaimed, "No, that's not acceptable. If we are to leave, we leave together. If we are to perish, we perish together. Wang Chen, I will absolutely not abandon you." Chapter 87, Voluntarily Captured. I bind myself. Ace spoke, embodying the quintessential protagonist's declaration. To be fair, he could not comprehend Wang Chen's current madness. The situation was undeniably in their favor, and the fates of this naval crew could easily be dictated by their words. Surrendering at this juncture? Was he out of his mind? Yet, he was Ace, after all. Leaving his companion behind was an unfathomable act for him. "Ace, cease this nonsense." Observing Ace's fervent demeanor, Wang Chen quietly explained, "What he says is quite valid. If we simply depart, chaos will undoubtedly ensue. We will ultimately confront the world government and the Navy, but it cannot be now. You must not get into trouble. Trust me. For now, let this matter rest. Even if I am taken to impel down, I am confident in my ability to escape." He spoke the truth. The only entities capable of imprisoning a person with abilities were the Sea Prism Stones. And when even the Sea Prism Stones proved ineffective against him, one must wonder what could possibly bind him. However, Ace remained unconvinced. "Have you lost your senses? That is impel down, the world's foremost prison. If you enter such a place, do not even think about escaping. Who gave you the audacity to utter such words?" Ace was on the verge of laughter in his anger. Impel down, throughout history, had seen but one prisoner escape, Shiki the Golden Lion. And Shiki was a figure of legendary stature, comparable to the likes of Whitebeard and the Pirate King Gold. Roger, who did you think you were? To be mentioned in the same breath as the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion? Wang Chen regarded him, urging him to remain calm for the moment, assuring him that an explanation would follow. It was imperative to provide clarity, otherwise, given Ace's temperament, the outcome would surely be disastrous. Having managed to placate Ace, he turned to General Weasel, inquiring, "So, General Weasel, have you made your decision? Or shall I assist you in reaching one?" As he spoke, General Weasel's expression shifted. Truth be told, capturing Wang Chen would yield a vastly different outcome than seizing Ace. Setting aside other considerations, Ace's lineage alone destined him to be a target of the world government. Not everyone could be likened to the legendary Pirate King's lion. Yet, conversely, even if they desired to apprehend Ace, or perhaps both Ace and Wang Chen together, the question remained, did they possess the capability? Not only were they incapable of capturing both, but their very survival rested precariously in Wang Chen's hands. Failing to return with Ace would be a dereliction of duty. However, if they could detain Wang Chen, the source of great calamity, it might not be entirely unacceptable. Such were Weasel's contemplations. Yet, before he could respond, Wang Chen let out a weary sigh. He picked up the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs that had previously restrained Ace and, with a decisive click, fastened them onto himself. General Weasel stood in stunned silence. Bastille was utterly perplexed. On the vast Navy warship, a pin dropping could be heard amidst the profound silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 whole seconds elapsed, and not a soul uttered a word, transfixed by the spectacle before them. Ultimately, it was Ace who regained his composure, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" He rushed to search for the key to unlock the handcuffs. Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively. With the sea stone handcuffs now affixed to him, he could distinctly sense the rapid depletion of his internal strength. The ability granted by the Thunder Fruit had been sealed on the spot. Moreover, having consumed the Thunder Fruit and become a Devil Fruit user, he was not only deprived of his powers, but also significantly affected by the Sea Stone's influence. The 3 types of Haki he wielded were rendered useless. At this moment, his physical strength and speed were profoundly compromised. The presence of Sea Stone acted as an ultimate debuff upon him. Once capable of transforming into a human disaster, Wang Chen now found himself in a state of utter weakness. Thus, Major General Weasel, can you now perceive my sincerity? Turning to face Weasel, Wang Chen's aura remained undiminished by the seastone cuffs. On the contrary, his eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity as he regarded Weasel. And now, what is your response, Major General? Given the current predicament, Weasel had every justification to retract his stance. Wang Chen had foolishly shackled himself with seastone. What was seastone? To speak frankly, any devil fruit user shackled by it became utterly incapacitated. In Wang Chen's current state of helplessness, capturing Ace would simultaneously spell the downfall of two notorious criminals. To vanquish the wicked lineage of the Pirate King and capture the future scourge of the seas would be an unparalleled achievement. Such a monumental feat would undoubtedly earn accolades not only from the Navy headquarters, but perhaps even from the Five Elders themselves. As this thought coursed through Weasel's mind, he remained silent, while the assembled officers of the Navy erupted with excitement. Major General, one officer eagerly approached Weasel, attempting to voice his thoughts. However, Weasel paid him no heed, fixating his gaze on Wang Chen for a prolonged moment. Such spirit, he acknowledged, before abruptly declaring, if you accompany us to impel down, Fire Fist Ace may go free. Major General, the officers gasped in disbelief, and the soldiers erupted in a clamor. Are you serious? Letting him go? He is the bloodline of the Pirate King. Have you lost your mind? Instantly, an officer stepped forward, his face alight with fervor, eager to protest. Yet Weasel raised a hand, silencing him. Soldiers, obey orders. The officers, filled with indignation, had no choice but to bow their heads. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. When Major General Weasel, the highest authority present, issued a command, compliance was compulsory. However, an officer, unwilling to relent, pressed, "But what about you, Major General Bastille?" He sought to rally Bastille against Weasel. The prospect of capturing both Wang Chen and Ace was simply too monumental to overlook. Initially ambushed, they had not only failed to apprehend the criminals, but had nearly been overwhelmed by Wang Chen's single-handed prowess, which almost toppled two warships. Such a disgraceful outcome, if reported back to the Navy headquarters, would surely lead to severe repercussions. Yet, this young man seemed to have lost his senses. With a few words, Major General Weasel had him concede and voluntarily shackle himself with seastone. What did this signify? An opportunity. The capture of two world-class fugitives in quick succession would yield an immense reward. They were not only exonerated, but could claim merit. Thus, the officers of the Navy were disinclined to heed Weasel's words and turned their attention to Bastille. The entirety of Bastille's visage was obscured by his grand horned mask, rendering his expression indecipherable. After a lengthy pause, just when everyone expected Bastille to stand up for the Navy's unwavering justice, he unexpectedly spoke, "Obey the orders." At this, the officer's eyes widened in astonishment, swiftly followed by expressions of despair. Yes, Major General. Ultimately, both men retained their clarity of mind, undeterred by the overwhelming allure of profit. Is Wang Chen foolish? Certainly not. The reason he acted as he did is that he has his own confidence. It has been proven that if the Dormouse and Bastille had followed the instructions of those officers, then at this moment, not only would Dormouse and Bastille have perished, but the entire warship would have lost every soul aboard. Wang Chen indeed harbors no fondness for taking lives. However, this does not imply that he is incapable of doing so. Those who dare to engage in cunning games with Wang Chen are destined to face the wrath of his overwhelming fury. Fortunately, the two maintain a semblance of rationality. The Squirrel General truly lives up to his title. As a distinguished Vice Admiral of the Navy, he possesses his own steadfast principles and formidable spirit. Wang Chen refrained from saying more and did not request Ace to remove the seastone handcuffs from his wrists. Facing General Weasel, he offered a faint smile. "General Weasel, you are indeed a man of your word. If that is the case, might I be granted one last opportunity to speak with our Captain Ace?" He gestured towards the surrounding crowd. General Weasel's gaze flickered, yet he remained silent. After a prolonged pause, he let out a grunt and, with an air of authority, waved his hand. Instantly, the Navy personnel retreated, leaving the vast space empty. Only Wang Chen and Ace remained on the scene. Chapter 88. Hell and Heaven. LV6 Infinite Hell. "Have you lost your mind?" Ace exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. "Why would you handcuff yourself with seastone? What on earth are you thinking?" With no one around, the two found a shadowy corner. As soon as they stood still, Ace, frantic, spoke at a rapid-fire pace, his words spilling forth like bullets from a machine gun. A glimmer of amusement danced in Wang Chen's eyes. He understood that Ace was expressing concern for him. However, before he could utter another word, Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for further idle chatter. "Allow me to perform a small magic trick for you," he said, determined to convince Ace. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really the time for magic tricks? He thought, incredulous at Wang Chen's antics. Then, Wang Chen raised his hand, drawing attention to the high loose stone handcuffs adorning his wrist. In a swift motion, the handcuffs vanished before Ace's astonished gaze. With another flick, the handcuffs reappeared. The spectacle left Ace utterly bewildered. "How did you do that?" Ace finally managed to ask after a prolonged silence. He looked back and forth between Wang Chen and the high loose stone handcuffs, nearly popping his eyes out in astonishment. Was that a mere illusion? It was no illusion. Wang Chen chuckled, acknowledging that he was indeed unaffected by the sea tower stone handcuffs. "Now, do you understand why I acted as I did?" he inquired. The area had been cleared, and the corner where the two remained was exceptionally secluded. Thus, this scene was witnessed solely by Wang Chen and Ace. With no third party in sight, Ace fell into a sudden silence, contemplating for a considerable time. "Is this your devil fruit ability? But haven't you already possessed a devil fruit power? Moreover, how can you utilize such abilities while restrained by the sea tower stone handcuffs?" Ace instinctively questioned, then added, "Never mind. If this is your secret, I shall not pry. However, are you certain you do not wish to accompany me?" He directed his gaze toward Wang Chen. It brought him joy to realize that his close companion possessed such extraordinary capabilities, rendering him immune to the effects of the sea tower stone handcuffs. Nonetheless, given the perilous nature of Impel Down, it was undoubtedly wiser to avoid entering such a place if possible. Wang Chen had certainly comprehended the conversation with the flying squirrel. He had always harbored suspicions that the Navy's intention behind capturing him was driven by ulterior motives. Wang Chen's recent words have indeed illuminated his thoughts. It is true that if he were to depart, the world government and the Navy would lose their leverage against the Whitebeard pirates. However, if Wang Chen were to enter, would the outcome truly differ? Ultimately, should anything befall a member of the Whitebeard pirates, their father would undoubtedly intervene. Thus, rather than worry about other matters, why not leave together? After all, whether departing leads to war or remaining does, it is merely a matter of clashing with these naval scoundrels. The illustrious Whitebeard pirates fear no one. So be it. Wang Chen shook his head and remarked. Ace's thoughts were too simplistic, a luxury he could not afford. Let us not even mention other matters. Consider the grand battle of Marineford. During that tumultuous conflict, was it merely the Navy clashing with the Whitebeard pirates? Given the colossal stature of the world government and the Whitebeard pirates, should war break out, it would undoubtedly engulf not just the seas, but the entire world. In such a scenario, describing the chaos as cataclysmic would not be an exaggeration. This was not the outcome Wang Chen desired. At that moment, he turned to Ace and said, "I understand your concerns for me. However, I cannot elaborate further at this juncture. Let us make a pact. Within 10 days, I shall emerge from Impel Down. Should I fail to do so, you and your comrades shall come to Impel Down, breach its defenses, and rescue me. What do you say?" It was inconceivable for Ace to simply relinquish his quest for Wang Chen's safety. Ace knew his own worth all too well. Hence, to persuade Ace to depart, Wang Chen had to provide him with a compelling reason, ensuring him that he would remain unharmed. With the might of the Whitebeard pirates, an assault on Impel Down was certainly within the realm of possibility, at least from Ace's perspective. After some contemplation, Ace found this reasoning quite sound. Observing their surroundings, he recognized the urgency of the situation. Further delays would only invite the Admirals of the Marine headquarters. He was a bloodline that the world government despised, bearing the blood of the Pirate King. Even if he were reluctant to acknowledge it, reality remained unchanged. Wang Chen now finds himself shackled, rendered akin to a mere invalid. Should he be captured as well, this endeavor would be entirely in vain. Ace is reluctant to squander Wang Chen's earnest efforts. Moreover, he indeed needs to return to inform his father and seek his counsel. Thus, he nods at Wang Chen. "Very well, let it be 10 days. If you do not emerge from Impel Down within this time, I shall certainly enlist Marco and Jaws to aid in your rescue. Even if we must breach Impel Down, I will ensure your release. Rest assured, my father will certainly come as well. Therefore, you must remain safe." His expression is grave. Wang Chen, however, responds with a smile as Ace pats his shoulder. "Do not worry. To be frank, if previously he had been coerced by circumstances into this desperate course of action, surrendering himself to Ace and being escorted into Impel Down, now he has come to a sudden realization. His strength is derived from the system, from the jars. And what is paramount to unlocking the jars? It is people. Only with people can jars be produced. Furthermore, they must not be inconsequential passers-by or mediocre pirates. He must seek out those renowned for their prowess. The Moby Dick serves as one avenue, while the Red Force presents another. Unfortunately, he has already departed from the Moby Dick, and the Red Force belongs to another. Thus, if he wishes to remain in one place and daily access superb jars, where would be the most suitable locale? Clearly, Impel Down emerges as an excellent answer. Without exaggeration, given Wang Chen's current strength and renown, should he be cast into Impel Down, he would undoubtedly be incarcerated in Level 6, known as the Infinite Hell. And what manner of individuals inhabit such a place? It is no exaggeration to assert that it is a cohort of superlative beings, rivaling even the likes of Captain White. Once within such a realm, provided Wang Chen is willing to exert effort, he has no reason to fear the absence of opportunities to reap rewards. Wang Chen pondered. Am I not entitled to revel in this? Setting aside all else, the formidable crocodile, Sir Crocodile, had already infiltrated Impel Down. Among the notorious prisoners were the former Chief Warden Shiryu of the Rain, the infamous pirate Katarina Devon, the menacing San Juan Wolf, Abro Pizarro, and the formidable Baschote. To make matters even more astounding, figures such as the Red Count Bartholomew Kuma, the World Destroyer Bondi Warlord, former crew members of Roger, and the descendant of the demon, Douglas Bullet, were also confined within the 6th level of Impel Down. Thus, to others, the 6th level of Impel Down might resemble hell. However, for Wang Chen, was it truly hell? No, it was a veritable paradise. The mere thought of it made him struggle to contain his excitement, nearly drooling at the prospect. Chapter 89, A Contribution to the Peace of the Seas. Hey, are you all right? Why are you drooling all of a sudden? Ace remarked, tapping Wang Chen's head with a quizzical expression. Is there something wrong with this guy's mind? Wang Chen wiped away his saliva, rousing himself from a momentary stupor. It's nothing, he thought, just suddenly reminded of the delicious barbecued meat prepared by Brother Joss. Ace remarked, are you jesting with me? Setting aside whether now is the time for dining, do you truly believe that Joss possesses the culinary skills? If he dares to grill meat, you must possess the courage to consume it. Craving Joss barbecue? Surely, you must be experiencing a lapse in judgment. Please, conduct yourself with decorum. Ace found himself both amused and exasperated. Oh, right, decorum. Where were we? For a moment, Wang Chen lost his composure and coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. Yes, we were discussing the matter of entering the city. In any case, that is how things stand. You need not worry about me. I am well aware of what must be done. More importantly, you should leave quickly, lest that scoundrel Akainu arrives before long. Also, before we part ways, I have something for you to take back to the captain. As he spoke, he pretended to retrieve an item from a small pouch at his waist. In reality, he extracted 3 handfuls of wild strawberries from the System's inventory. Along the journey, he had encountered numerous individuals and found various jars, albeit most contained trifles. However, among the few purple jars, Wang Chen had procured several valuable items, including these 3 bundles of wild strawberries. The benefits of wild strawberries for Whitebeard were well known, while it was unrealistic to expect them to heal his hidden injuries or restore him to his prime. Wang Chen believed that if these strawberries could alleviate even a modicum of his captain's pain, it would be worth it. The wild strawberries were wrapped in a small cloth bag, so Ace could not discern their contents. However, noting Wang Chen's solemn demeanor, he understood that this item was certainly no ordinary gift. He nodded earnestly, assuring, rest assured, I will deliver this to Dad in perfect condition. Indeed, Wang Chen nodded slightly, refraining from elaborating on the efficacy of wild strawberries. With a swift motion, he retrieved the purple-handled long blade, the 2nd generation of Gui Che, from his waist. I shall bestow this blade upon you. After all, it is a formidable weapon, and it would be a shame for it to fall into the hands of the Navy. Benefiting outsiders, he declared, as they ventured into Impel Down, it was inevitable that their belongings would be confiscated. While Wang Chen could indeed stow the 2nd generation of Gui Che within the confines of his System's inventory, its presence had already been revealed moments ago. Should the Weasel and his companions discover that he possessed a purple long blade, only for it to vanish during a search, what conclusions might they draw? The loss of the 2nd generation of Gui Che was trivial, yet the exposure of his System's secrets was of paramount importance. Ultimately, his ability to escape from Impel Down hinged entirely on the System's space. Thus, Wang Chen was acutely aware of the need to remain inconspicuous to the Weasel and others. It was merely a blade. He could afford to part with it. Conversely, should the weasel and his companions grow wary, his escape plan would be utterly jeopardized. A formidable weapon? Ace gazed at the long blade in Wang Chen's hand, utterly bewildered. Since their encounter, he had been beset by a multitude of perplexing questions. First, there was the matter of strength, then the capabilities of the devil fruit, and now, astonishingly, a grand blade had materialized before him. Where did you acquire such a magnificent sword? This is, after all, one of only 21 superlative blades in the world. What sort of intern possesses such an extraordinary item? Ace's eyes widened in disbelief, left with no words to express his astonishment. Wang Chen has already extended the knife forward, urging hastily, quickly, do not dawdle. It is merely a large blade. You can take it. He added, in the future, I shall present you with an unparalleled great knife. Ace responded, you are impressive. You are the big brother. I, Ace, yield to you. Upon hearing Wang Chen mention the unparalleled great knife as if it were a mere cabbage by the roadside, Ace found himself at a loss for words. He took the second-generation ghost cutter he handed over, and Wang Chen continued, this knife is called the second-generation ghost cutter. It is said to be a demon blade. However, I believe you can wield it. Of course, if you truly find it uncomfortable to use a knife, you may pass it on to Brother Marco or Brother Vista. Rest assured, in 10 days, I shall surely break through Impel Down and join you in the new world. Watching him as if he were arranging his affairs, Ace felt no shock whatsoever. The notion of a great knife paled in comparison to the bond of brotherhood, which, at this moment, was of utmost importance. He swiftly secured the long knife at his waist and, without a word, embraced Wang Chen, saying, thank you, my friend. 10 days. Just 10 days. If you do not emerge, even if I have to break through the entire world government, I will rescue you. His emotions were somewhat stirred. Having said this, without waiting for Wang Chen to respond, he stifled his sorrow and called out to Squirrel and the others, hey, you naval scoundrels over there. Hurry and send out a small boat. I wish to depart. The expression on Squirrel's face revealed nothing upon being called a naval scoundrel. He waved his hand, and immediately, someone understood his intent and tossed out a small boat from beneath the great ship. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace leaped down from the warship and onto the small boat. Then, with flames swirling in his hand, he struck the sea with a punch. Instantly, a tempest of flames surged across the water's surface, and the immense force propelled his small boat forward like an arrow into the distance. Wang Chen, I will surely rescue you. Impel Down is but a minor obstacle. It cannot hinder the Whitebeard pirates. And remember, I am the captain. You are merely an intern. The next time we meet, refrain from speaking to me in such an arrogant manner. Do you hear me, you little rascal? His voice echoed across the waters in a fit of desperation. A smile crept across Wang Chen's face at the sound of his friend's fervent declaration. Tap, tap, tap. Admiral Squirrel approached step by step. Upon hearing Ace's parting words, he displayed no reaction, merely maintaining a stern countenance as he addressed Wang Chen. Now, let us return you to your cell, Mr. Thunder God. Thunder God? Wang Chen turned to Squirrel with a grin. Hey, you shouldn't arbitrarily assign nicknames to others. If you must, at least choose something less cliché. I would prefer you call me Sword Emperor. Without any resistance, Wang Chen was escorted back to the cell where Ace had been imprisoned. Having watched legal programs and being familiar with the infamous Zhang San, he never imagined that one day he, Wang Chen, would contribute to the tranquility and peace of the seas. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle era, the thunder god Wang Chen was captured. Chapter 90, Witness of the Capture. The Dark King Rayleigh. When Wang Chen was apprehended, he was 10 miles away from the naval warship. What? Has he truly been caught? With such a character, you dare to send me personally to handle this matter? On a massive pirate ship, a tall man adorned with a helmet embellished with vertical mane-like decorations and clad in brown and yellow cookie-patterned armor, with the letters BAS on his belt and a long, pointed beard, looked on with derision. He disdainfully remarked to his companions, Snack and Baron Egg, clad in red gloves, wielding a long sword, and draped in a cape with a large cookie shield on his back, he presented a commanding presence. Snack and Baron Egg exchanged awkward glances. Those familiar would recognize this figure as one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, the Biscuit Minister, Cracker. This appearance was not his true form, but rather a creation of his biscuit soldiers, seemingly impenetrable. Since Snack reported Wang Chen's situation, Big Mom, Charlotte Limlin, nearly exploded with rage. In the New World, it was widely known that stealing Big Mom's desserts was akin to a death sentence, a grievous crime. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Big Mom's fury intensified. When she learned that the thief was a member of the Whitebeard pirates, she nearly had a fit of gluttony, immediately sending her son, one of the sweet commanders, Cracker, to retrieve him. The Beast's pirates could gather information, and so could the Big Mom pirates. Initially, Cracker intended to intercept Wang Chen at Bonero Island. However, they were a step too slow, ultimately encountering him in the calm belt. Witnessing his capture by the Navy in handcuffs made of sea prism stone, Cracker felt disheartened. This outing was meant to be a lesson for the reckless young pirate of the Whitebeard pirates. Who would have thought that this so-called monster of the Whitebeard pirates would prove utterly useless? Cracker, a proud man, had not even taken action before being forced to surrender to 2 naval admirals, ultimately shackled in sea prism stone handcuffs. Thus, who exactly had given this wretched boy the audacity to offend Big Mom and incite her wrath, if not for the current circumstances, where a direct confrontation with the Navy was inadvisable? Cracker believed he could easily dispose of this boy with a single slap. It was not that the boy was captured by the Navy. Rather, the Navy was protecting him, Cracker mused. Cracker, Snack and Baron Egg attempted to interject. Cracker had lost interest in further dialogue. Enough, let us be done with this. We are not far from Impel Down. It seems this boy's ultimate fate is to be thrown into Impel Down and rot away. With a wave of his hand, Cracker stated, in that case, let us not squander any more of my time. He turned the ship around and set sail back. I shall not linger in such a wretched place for even a minute. Therefore, dear sister, the young pirate of the Whitebeard pirates that you wished for father to meet has been captured by the Navy. Shall we assault the naval warship, or perhaps storm Impel Down? The colossal war fortress of Germa 66 loomed ominously as a red-haired youth lowered his telescope with a mocking smirk, turning to address Reiju. Pressing her lips together, she remained silent, for the scene witnessed by Vince Aokiji was equally visible to her. Moreover, she had spotted the flag of the Big Mom pirates lurking at the battlefield's periphery. Thus, she withheld any remark. Assaulting marine warships was unthinkable, storming Impel Down, sheer fantasy. Persuading their father to dispatch Aokiji as her negotiator with the Navy had already stretched her influence to its limit. Pushing further would earn not only Aokiji's refusal but severe repercussions upon returning to Germa. And with the Big Mom pirates lying in wait, what purpose would rescuing her brother Wang Chen serve? With a resigned sigh, Reiju tightened her grip around the iPod nestled against her chest. Let us return, she declared. I shall account for this matter to father myself. Empress Boa Hancock. A lightly clad Kuja warrior bowed before the languidly reclining pirate empress aboard the massive Snake Princess. Its hull drawn by twin sea serpents, the Jolly Roger of the Sun pirates fluttering overhead. Renowned as the world's most beautiful woman, Hancock's allure needed no elaboration. Draped carelessly across her throne in scant attire, her ethereal form might have scandalized onlookers, had the crew not been exclusively female. So, Hancock's voice dripped with honeyed arrogance. A marine vessel? Do they dare obstruct this ship? Of course not, the warrior hastily clarified. But reports mention the capture of that upstart from the Whitebeard pirates, the so-called Thunder God Wang Chen. Thunder God? Hancock scoffed, her lips curling. What arrogance! Mortal worms presuming divinity. Yet even gods would kneel before my beauty. A deliberate wink punctuated her words. Cringeworthy as the display should have been, her crew erupted in adoration. Aya, I can survive this. Her Majesty's radiance eclipses all. Hancock basked in their worship before waving a dismissive hand. Why concern ourselves with marine affairs? Informed that meddlesome Elder 9, she thrives on such trifles. As the pleasure snakes veered away, unbeknownst to her, a grizzled figure emerged from the calm belt's waters, peering into the distance. So the Whitebeard brat fell into Navy hands? Wild white hair, circular spectacles, none other than the Dark King himself, Silver's Rayleigh. Truly, an assembly of legends spectates my imprisonment. Wang Chen, my life has been worthwhile. Chapter 91. A gathering to advance the city. The true Navy's demon-slaying order. The reason being, there were simply too many onlookers. Before the Navy's official capture announcement had even been issued, the news of the notorious pirate Thunder God Wang Chen's apprehension had already spread throughout the entire New World. Is it possible that he has already been captured? This lad has barely made a name for himself. I only just discovered that his bounty had escalated from 100 million to 500 million. And before I could even comprehend the situation, he was caught? Was it the Navy's swift action, or did this young man bring about his own demise? From rising to fame to falling into the clutches of the law, the sequence was seamless and swift. One must say, the Four Emperors pirate crew truly lives up to its name. With such efficiency, even I, Lee Godin, must regard him as the strongest. Thunder God Wang Chen, remarkable. Thunder God? More like a mere specter. Regardless, This young man has become a legend, soaring like a comet only to plummet just as swiftly. Wang Chen's life could undoubtedly fill the pages of a book titled The Internet Celebrity Pirate, From Novice to Incarceration. It is often said that one's debut marks the pinnacle of their journey. Wang Chen, a figure whose career commenced with incarceration, found himself imprisoned within a mere month of his debut, landing directly in the world's largest prison. The public discourse surged, as every pirate in the New World who caught wind of the news eagerly shared it with one another, discussing the implications. It was evident that Wang Chen was on the verge of becoming a household name. However, unbeknownst to him, he was now destined for confinement. The oddly maneuvering Navy ship, the Weasel, cautiously navigated the waters. Following a fierce battle in the calm belt, Baschu's vessel had been severely damaged, and Weasel too bore significant wounds. Consequently, as the Weasel was tasked with carrying the crew of 2 ships, its helmsman dared not increase speed, traversing the waters with trepidation until they finally arrived at Impel Down. The Weasel was overcrowded. Fortunately, the imposing gates of Impel Down loomed ahead. Countless naval vessels of various sizes awaited their arrival. As soon as they appeared, the ships surged forward like fish darting towards food. The previously tranquil waters erupted with the sound of splashing waves as the Weasel came to a halt, surrounded by a formidable fleet of warships. Amidst the vast ocean, towering masts pierced the sky. Given the stillness of the calm belt, the naval vessels had furled their sails. Suddenly, from the foremost of 4 massive warships, several figures leapt gracefully onto the deck of the Weasel. Leading them was Fire Mountain, accompanied by 3 other vice admirals, who promptly disembarked to meet Weasel and Baschu, who had been awaiting their arrival on the deck. The group exchanged polite nods of acknowledgement. At that moment, 6 vice admirals stood on the deck, surrounded by an overwhelming number of warships and naval soldiers. The standard configuration for a demon-hunting operation consisted of 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, nearly 10,000 elite sailors, and 10 top-tier warships. The current assembly of forces clearly exceeded the typical scale, with additional resources at hand. The ominous cannon mouths were already positioned, and the entrance to Impel Down was tightly secured, creating a solemn atmosphere. After the initial greetings concluded, Fire Mountain, cigar in mouth and eyes narrowed in amusement, observed Baschu's disheveled state and inquired, "Is that young man from the Whitebeard pirates particularly troublesome?" Weasel and Baschu were engaged in a covert mission. From the moment Ace was captured to his transport to prison, scarcely a day had passed. Due to the secretive nature of their assignment, few naval colleagues were aware of the capture of the Pirate King's son. Perhaps once Ace was officially incarcerated and Impel Down, the Navy would disseminate the news. However, as it stood, Fire Mountain and his companions were oblivious to Ace's situation. They believed Weasel and Baschu had fortuitously captured the recently notorious young pirate during their mission. Moreover, the orders they received from Sengoku were solely to ensure Wang Chen's secure transfer to Impel Down, without any additional concerns. Thus, the current conversation excluded any mention of Ace. As they scrutinized Baschu, it became evident that his forehead, cheeks, chest, arms, and lower body were stained with blood, indicating serious injuries. This prompted Fire Mountain's curiosity. "You two confronted one individual and ended up in such a state? Is that reasonable?" Before Baschu could respond, a keen-eyed colleague noticed that, in addition to his injuries, Baschu's signature weapon, the Shark Slayer, bore a significant gash on its blade. This revelation left his companion speechless. "Baschu, you must have underestimated your opponent," one remarked. "To capture a mere young pirate and sustain such injuries, surely you were too complacent?" Baschu remained silent, turning to Weasel. The others followed his gaze, their astonishment deepening. They exchanged glances, realizing that not only Baschu, but Weasel too bore wounds. While they were familiar with Baschu's capabilities, Weasel's strength remained a mystery. In terms of individual combat prowess, few within their ranks could assert dominance over Weasel. The fact that Weasel had sustained injuries while attempting to apprehend a rumored young pirate from the Whitebeard crew raised alarm. What formidable strength did this young man possess to warrant such difficulty? As they pondered this, the group noted that only one of the 2 ships that had set out had returned. This indicated something troubling. "Wait a moment, Baschu. Where's your ship? You left with 2 vessels and returned with only 1? You can't possibly mean to say your ship was sunk, can you?" Baschu fell silent. However, the questioner was relentless. "Answer me. Where's your ship?" "It's gone," Baschu grunted. "Gone? How could such a large ship simply vanish?" As he surmised, "It was shattered by that fellow Wang Chen with a single strike," he confessed. At this juncture, further elaboration was unnecessary. Initially, when Admiral Sengoku had dispatched them, the Vice Admirals had harbored reservations. Why mobilize such a formidable force for the apprehension of a mere young pirate? Now that they had reached the gates of Impelled Down, was Sengoku genuinely concerned about the possibility of a rescue? In retrospect, it appeared that Sengoku's caution was indeed warranted. This young man from the Whitebeard crew was no ordinary adversary. Fire Mountain, typically cheerful, now wore a grave expression. It was evident that the Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly attempt to rescue him. Such an extraordinarily capable young man would not be abandoned by his crew. Presently, they had merely apprehended him. The Whitebeard pirates had yet to receive word of his capture. Once they did, a full-scale assault was inevitable. Given the might of the Whitebeard pirates, without reinforcements, Impelled Down could very well be overwhelmed. Suddenly, Fire Mountain understood Sengoku's apprehensions. This young man must not be allowed to escape. It was no wonder Akainu had labeled him a calamity of the worst generation. A looming threat for the seas over the next 30 years. There was something terrifying about this individual. One might argue, someone remarked, that regardless of the threat he poses, he has already been captured. Henceforth, as long as we secure him within Impelled Down, no matter how formidable his abilities, he shall remain confined. With this thought in mind, the previously concerned Vice Admirals began to relax their expressions. Yet, amidst the crowd, a menacing figure known as the Ghost Spider scoffed disdainfully, "Tisich. Look at how frightened you all are. Can't you muster a bit of ambition? A mere brat of a pirate, no matter how audacious, in the end, he shall still face the righteous judgment of our navy. Anku, bring him out. I wish to see what this reckless fool looks like. Daring to oppose the navy? Watch as I personally cast him into the abyss of hell, never to return." Chapter 92, The World's Greatest Prison. Impelled Down. As a staunch hawk within the navy, Enigmo was an unwavering supporter of Akainu. As for Wang Chen, he had long wanted to meet this boy. A mere youth capable of unsettling even Admiral Akainu was a rarity. Moreover, Admiral Sakazuki had even labeled him as the calamitous origin of the worst generation. A looming disaster for the seas over the next 30 years. This only deepened Enigmo's curiosity, compelling him to see the boy in person. While the Vice Admirals exchanged pleasantries, someone had already descended into the ship's hold. The moment Enigmo finished speaking, Wang Chen, shackled and collared like a convict, was escorted out from the depths of the brig. The sunlight stung his eyes, and he instinctively squinted. Anku could only sigh in exasperation. "Enough already, brat. You've barely been locked up for an hour. Stop acting like you've endured years of darkness without a glimpse of the sun." Then, Wang Chen began humming softly. "In my hands a meager bun, not a drop of oil in my dish." "Anku, is this kid a drama queen? Did he graduate from the National Academy of Dramatic Arts?" Anku was speechless. Bastile's face twitched in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had lost to such a clown. "Oh hey, Vice Admiral Anku." Vice Admiral Bastille finishing his little tune, Wang Chen finally lifted his head, spotting the two Vice Admirals at the front and greeting them with a grin. Then, his gaze shifted. In an instant, he noticed the others beside Anku, Vice Admirals Akainu, Doberman, Enigmo, and Strawberry. My. If at ISNT Vice Admiral Akainu, Doberman, Enigmo, and Strawberry. What an honor. Have you all come to welcome me? This was the epitome of reckless defiance in the face of doom. The Vice Admirals exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by this boy's audacity. Only Enigmo narrowed his eyes, stepping forward with a cold smirk before abruptly driving his fist into Wang Chen's gut. Bam! The solid punch bent Wang Chen double, his 8-pack abs nearly merging into one. Damn it! Wang Chen winced in pain, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He then heard the Ghost Spider chuckling coldly. "Indeed, we are here to warmly welcome you to the Advanced City. So how do you feel about it? Are you happy?" Cough, cough. Wang Chen's face contorted in agony, gasping for breath. A punch from a Vice Admiral was certainly no trivial matter. However, at that moment, surrender was not an option. He forced a smile and chuckled. "You ask whether I am happy. Of course, I am. After all, the essence of life is to find joy. None of us wish for such circumstances. If you were truly upset, perhaps I could offer you something to eat?" Such classic nonsense. Clearly, the group of admirals failed to grasp his humor. Yet, the Ghost Spider perceived Wang Chen's words as a provocation. With a grim expression, he directed another punch at Wang Chen's chest. Bang! This time, the blow did not land on Wang Chen but was intercepted by the flying squirrel. "That's enough," he declared. "Oh." The Ghost Spider raised an eyebrow, his fierce gaze suggesting he had more to say. Yet, the smiling Fire Mountain interjected, "Calm down, Ghost Spider. We are here to escort the prisoners, not to execute them. Let us not go overboard. Humph. For scum like this, execution is the best course. A single death serves as a warning to many. Despite his words, the ghost spider refrained from further comments. Wang Chen gasped for breath, finally recovering from the excruciating pain. Casting a sidelong glance at the ghost spider, he chuckled. So you're the ghost spider, are you? Very well, I shall remember you. Given the opportunity, I will certainly repay you for this blow. The ghost spider let out a derisive snicker, quickly followed by a hearty laugh. The other vice admirals couldn't help but join in the laughter. What nonsense! An opportunity? You've entered Impel Down. What more chance do you think you'll have? With death looming, you still entertain thoughts of revenge. Truly, this child is as naive as they come. Attention! Transporting prisoners, entering Impel Down. A commanding shout echoed. Instantly, countless naval ships began to advance, escorting the squirrel ship towards the gates of Impel Down. At the gates, Deputy Warden Hannibal and a group of guards awaited their arrival. Goodness, are we really sending a 4 Emperors General into our Impel Down? Just look at the number of naval warships. Such an extravagant display indicates that a significant figure is arriving. As the naval vessels approached, the area around the gates was already teeming with guards. They whispered among themselves, but soon fell silent. As the vice admirals escorted the prisoners step by step towards the gates, naval soldiers disembarked from the ships, forming a solid line on either side, completely encircling the entrance. Impel Down was already heavily fortified, and at that moment, it appeared even more solemn. Standing beside Hannibal, Deputy Warden Domino felt a twinge of anxiety. Lord Magellan has chosen this moment to take a restroom break? In such a serious situation, it's evident that the prisoner we are receiving is of no ordinary caliber. For vice admirals have arrived, not to mention the 2 accompanying officers. By now, the surroundings of Impel Down were swarming with naval personnel, and massive cannons were set up, ready to unleash their might at the first sign of trouble. This solemn occasion should have been overseen by the warden, Magellan himself. However, his absence due to a trivial matter was quite disconcerting. What troubles you? Hannibal, noticing her anxiety, inquired softly. The warden, Domino, began, contemplating whether the higher-ups would blame Magellan for not attending such an important event. Little did she know. As soon as she spoke, Hannibal chuckled. Isn't it better this way? If he doesn't show up, the higher-ups will hold him accountable. And that could lead to his dismissal. Then the position of warden will be mine. Domino shot him a sidelong glance, about to retort when 6 naval vice admirals leading the prisoner approached. Hannibal, realizing the moment's gravity, straightened up and moved forward to meet them. Is this what they call the world's greatest prison? It seems rather ordinary, Wang Chen scoffed, tilting his head defiantly as he smirked. Oh, the guards, including Hannibal, raised their eyebrows in surprise. Just as they were about to teach this soon-to-be inmate a lesson for his insolence, the squirrel vice admiral commanded, "Gag him. Enough of his prattling. We are already in Impel Down. What bravado can he still muster?" Before they could act, the chief guard of Impel Down, Suddy, had inexplicably produced a ball gag and swiftly pressed it against Wang Chen's mouth. As Wang Chen continued to scold, only a series of incoherent sounds could be heard. Zayasadi extended her tongue, delicately licking the corner of her mouth. Observing Wang Chen, who was struggling and suffering with a gag in his mouth, she felt a surge of delight, nearly reaching an ecstatic climax on the spot. Wang Chen was rendered speechless. An MD. He had forgotten that there was someone here who indulged in the world of letters. He ceased his struggles and beheld Hannibal, who let out a soft grunt and no longer paid attention to him, swiftly sifting through the documents at hand. After a moment, however, he frowned. This individual was none other than Portgas D. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 93. You brat, are you surveilling us in our prison? It is well known that Hannibal harbors a deep-seated fear of taking responsibility. To him, the burden of accountability is best left to Magellan. Ideally, he would usurp Magellan's position as warden and take the seat for himself. Magellan was absent today. Initially, he had planned to relish the experience of being the warden while Magellan was away. Yet, the prisoner delivered by the Navy was not in accordance with the documentation, which rendered the situation quite tedious. The files indicated Portgas D. Ace, yet what had been delivered was something entirely different. Flipping through the documents once more, Hannibal confirmed he had not misread. With a snap, he pointed to an image on the page and demanded an explanation from the 6 Navy vice admirals before him. It was not uncommon for paperwork to differ from reality. After all, who could have anticipated the events that transpired half an hour prior? The vessel escorting a prisoner under the direct supervision of a vice admiral had been hijacked. and the hijackers had surrendered themselves without a struggle. Such absurdity was scarcely found even in fiction. Before the others could respond, Wang Chen had already interjected with a garbled utterance. "I am your father." Naturally, the others could not comprehend his words. However, Ghost Spider sensed something amiss. "Wait. What did you just say? Port Asti. Ace? Why is it Port Asti? Ace?" After speaking, he turned to look at Squirrel and Bastille. "Squirrel, Bastille. Do you two owe us an explanation?" The fact that Ace was the son of the Pirate King was not widely known within the Navy. Squirrel was aware because, during the escort of Ace, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had informed him about the gravity of the situation. To be fair, Squirrel was quite taken aback at the time. Sengoku later clarified that this was merely a conjecture based on investigations by CP9 agents and reactions from his old friend Garp. Though Sengoku referred to it as speculation, Squirrel knew it to be the truth, for when Ace was captured, he had unwittingly revealed the truth himself. Thus, it was confirmed that Port Asti, Ace was indeed of the bloodline of the Pirate King. At this moment, however, Squirrel was disinclined to elaborate. After a brief glance at Ghost Spider, he said, "There has been a slight mishap. Nevertheless, replacing Port Asti, Ace with Thunder God Wang Chen might be even better." Ghost Spider was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, without considering Ace's lineage, it seemed so. After all, in terms of danger, this intern named Wang Chen was far more perilous than Port Asti, Ace. At such a young age, he already possessed formidable strength. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a monster on par with Whitebeard or Kaido. In that instant, Ghost Spider had no further objections. Fire Mountain glanced over. That said, the shift from Port Asti, Ace to Thunder God Wang Chen was known to Squirrel. "I will personally explain this matter to Fleet Admiral Sengoku shortly," he stated. Pausing, he added, "Any responsibility shall be borne by me." Allowing the bloodline of the Pirate King to escape is no trivial matter. Yet, considering the circumstances, I could do no less. Seeing Squirrel's resolve, the other Vice Admirals refrained from further comment. They were all acquainted with Squirrel's temperament. Given that this incident had occurred, there must have been a reason behind it. The group decided to inquire further with Squirrel later. At this moment, however, was not the time for such discussions. Nodding, they immediately turned to Hannibal. "In that case, proceed with the transfer of the prisoner. Our headquarters will handle the explanations." "Wait," Hannibal interjected, instructing someone to fetch a recording snail. With the recording snail in hand, he looked at the Vice Admirals and said, "Now, please repeat what was just said." Squirrel, "Other 5, how afraid are you of taking responsibility? Caution is always wise." Hannibal chuckled. The group of Vice Admirals fell silent, unable to retort. They exchanged glances before reiterating their previous statements. "Very well." Hannibal nodded, appearing satisfied. Just as he was about to instruct someone to take Wang Chen into custody, he suddenly seemed to recall something and murmured, "Thunder God Wang Chen. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. One would think such an important prisoner should be escorted by the warden personally to impel down. I wonder what our warden, Magellan, is doing now?" His words seemed to jolt everyone into awareness. Immediately, Squirrel inquired, "Speaking of which, where is Magellan? The transfer of prisoners should have been handled by him. Where is he?" Hannibal's eyes narrowed into a U-shape, a manic grin stretching across his face, his elation barely contained. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Wang Chen, who had propped open his mouth with his tongue, disdainfully remark, "Magellan? He is probably hiding in some unknown corner of the restroom, discreetly dealing with an upset stomach." The group fell momentarily silent. Before anyone could respond, Wang Chen added, "I must say, Hannibal, you were quite devious, attempting to frame Magellan at such a time. Are you that eager to become the warden of Impel Down? You?" Hannibal's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Not only had this brat revealed his name, but he also seemed to know his most closely guarded secret. What on earth was going on with this kid? And what about that one over there, Little Suddy? Could you refrain from gazing at me with such a lovesick expression? Wang Chen pointed at Little Suddy and remarked, "Moreover, Deputy Warden Domino, you possess remarkable beauty and an admirable physique. Why not embrace a little more confidence and refrain from hiding your eyes behind half your hair? A touch of self-assurance would be delightful. I, for one, eagerly anticipate your swimsuit photograph." He recognized each individual not merely by their presence within Impel Down, but also discerned their temperaments and personalities. The sheer astonishment left the crowd wide-eyed and speechless, enveloped in an unexpected silence. In truth, Wang Chen had previously disclosed the identities of those such as Fire Mountain and others. However, a rear admiral holds a certain stature, traversing the seas and capturing pirates. There was a possibility that their information had been compromised. Yet, what is impelled down? Within its confines, the prisoners exist in perpetual darkness, while the staff resemble phantoms, cut off from the outside world for extended periods. Aside from the occasional Navy colleague escorting prisoners, the windless zone of impelled down resembles a secluded microcosm. For the average person, not only would they be oblivious to the conditions within, but they might also be unaware of the very existence of impelled down. Thus, a question arises, how did this young man acquire such knowledge? Had he visited impelled down previously, or was there a traitor within its ranks leaking information? This line of thought caused the group to furrow their brows. Hannibal, in particular, interjected, "You there, speak up. Have you installed surveillance within impelled down?" Chapter 94, Hannibal. I am vexed. The exposure of impelled down's internal affairs is no trivial matter. Although Hannibal's character is questionable and his conduct abysmal, constantly scheming for Magellan's throne, he is still diligent in his official duties. Given the current situation, it would be entirely feasible to cleanse Wang Chen and throw him into the interrogation room, subjecting him to various tortures until he is thoroughly broken. However, the weasel shook his head, stating, "The warlord has issued orders. This individual is not to be harmed." Hannibal, begrudgingly conceding, glared at Wang Chen, his eyes wide as saucers. "Hey, could you refrain from looking at me like that? While you may resemble a pharaoh, please do not emulate the Sphinx." Wang Chen remarked, "To speak candidly, Hannibal's appearance is indeed quite distinctive." At that moment, with his copper bell-sized eyes fixed on Wang Chen, he bore a striking resemblance to the Sphinx, the Egyptian creature with a lion's body and a human head. Hannibal's forehead throbbed with veins. Frankly, he had never encountered such an audacious prisoner as Wang Chen. Even when Gold, Roger was cast into impelled down, he did not exhibit the same level of arrogance as this young man. However, recalling the orders from the Navy, he suppressed his irritation. With a disdainful huff, he declared, "The prisoner is confirmed for reception. The relevant documents will be signed by the warden's office shortly and delivered to you. If there is nothing further, you may leave." His tone carried an undercurrent of menace, as if he were contemplating some dreadful action against Wang Chen once the others departed. "Leave? Absolutely not." Fire Mountain shook his head with an affable smile. "Our orders dictate that we must ensure this individual remains secure within impelled down. Therefore, aside from Weasel and Bastille, who must return to headquarters for a debrief, the rest of us will be stationed here. A few brigadier generals from headquarters will also be arriving shortly. I trust you understand." As Fire Mountain finished speaking, the eyes of those in impelled down widened in astonishment. More reinforcements? There are already 4 vice admirals stationed here, and yet they are sending more? Is this young man truly so significant? It had long been evident from the Navy's previous demeanor that Wang Chen was no ordinary figure. Yet, the decision to send additional personnel was undeniably excessive. More people? Very well, do as you wish. After confirming that the sea stone handcuffs on Wang Chen remained secure and unyielding, Hannibal finally relaxed, nodding at Fire Mountain and the others. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. However, let me be clear, matters concerning impelled down are to be handled by us. The Navy should refrain from meddling. Otherwise, should this reach the ears of Admiral Sengoku, it will not reflect well on you, understood?" With that, he waved his hand, and immediately a guard stepped forward to officially take Wang Chen into custody, escorting him toward the area behind the iron gate. Upon reaching this point, Wang Chen was formally imprisoned. Watching him vanish into the depths of impelled down, Weasel nodded, finally feeling a sense of relief. Well then, mission accomplished. Bastille and I must return to Marineford to report to the Admiral. Addressing Fire Mountain and the others, Weasel added, "Farewell." The others nodded in agreement. However, Bastille interjected, "The soldiers under Weasel and myself will also be returning. Therefore, Fire Mountain, I require a ship from you. Soldiers must return as well." Fire Mountain was momentarily taken aback, sensing the peculiarity of the request. Yet, he said nothing further and acquiesced, "Very well. I shall arrange for an empty vessel for you." The necessity of taking the soldiers back was non-negotiable. The reason was simple. These individuals were privy to the true identity of Portgasti, Ace. It was no surprise that Weasel had inadvertently revealed Ace's identity in front of so many witnesses, as it was a desperate measure to intimidate Wang Chen. Now that the matter had passed, it was essential to tidy up the loose ends. Without clarity regarding the Admiral's stance, the information concerning Ace being the son of the Pirate King could not be carelessly disclosed. Indeed, just moments ago, Weasel and Bastille had issued strict orders forbidding their soldiers from interacting with anyone else, even while escorting Wang Chen off the ship. The crew was to remain obediently on board. Weasel understood Bastille's intentions and nodded in acknowledgement. Without further ado, after securing a vessel from Fire Mountain, the gates of justice opened. The two set sail, navigating through the turbulent waters toward Marine Ford, eager to report the multitude of matters to Admiral Sengoku. It hurts, it hurts. You lot dare treat me this way. Beware, I shall have my vengeance. As Weasel and Bastille departed impelled down, Wang Chen found himself unceremoniously tossed into a large bath filled with boiling water, stripped of his clothing, and scrubbed with a metal brush. Indeed, it was boiling water, not merely hot, but a scalding 100 degrees. The ritual of incarceration in Impelled Down involved what they called a baptism, wherein prisoners were submerged in boiling water for sterilization. Wang Chen was unaware if Ace had endured such treatment upon his entry into Impelled Down. Nevertheless, whether it was an act of revenge or something else, Hannibal's actions were decidedly excessive. The enormous bath was devoid of any other prisoners, and the water was genuinely boiling at 105 degrees. Wang Chen felt no affection for it. The steel wool and iron bristle brush scraped his back mercilessly. Akin to the process of skinning a pig, Wang Chen's physical condition is, by all accounts, quite commendable. However, after enduring such treatment, his back bore the marks of crimson streaks, almost compelling him to cry out in agony. Following the relentless scrubbing, his back had grown numb, and he felt as though it was no longer his own. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Damn it, Hannibal, make these people stop. You're not some wealthy lady. Why indulge in this absurd rich lady's pleasure ball, this ludicrous rich lady scrub?" Hannibal merely scoffed in disdain, as Wang Chen was subjected to this humiliating ordeal. He stood by, observing with a bemused expression. It was no wonder that those who ventured into the city were a peculiar lot. A middle-aged man, of all people, had taken to mimicking the antics of the wealthy. It was utterly ridiculous. Regardless of Wang Chen's fervent pleas, Hannibal remained unmoved. At long last, an hour had elapsed. Once it was confirmed that Wang Chen had undergone a thorough disinfection, Hannibal finally commanded the cessation of the treatment and approached Wang Chen with a sly grin. "So, how does it feel now? Still so arrogant?" he inquired, his gaze teasingly fixed on Wang Chen. Wang Chen bared his teeth, yet still maintained a forced smile, directing it towards him. "I am quite formidable." Chapter 95. Wang Chen's Demands. The Clown Baki. Once again, this phrase echoed. Although Hannibal remained oblivious to its meaning, he discerned that it was not a compliment. Witnessing Wang Chen's audacity after receiving a lesson, Hannibal's expression darkened, and he immediately contemplated how to retaliate. However, he then heard Wang Chen inquire, "Do you not wish to know why I am so well versed in the internal affairs of your advance into the city?" The steel fork in Hannibal's hand gradually descended. He regarded Wang Chen for a protracted moment before finally snorting and responding, "Speak." "Haha." Wang Chen chuckled, indicating his willingness to share, but with one stipulation. Since entering the city, he had been anticipating this very moment. What was his purpose in entering the city? It was, after all, to seize opportunities. However, if he were to be dispatched to the 6th level immediately upon entry, what significance would his venture into the city hold? Thus, before that eventuality, he must first take the time to explore the city. His previous banter, deliberately aimed at attracting Hannibal's attention, was motivated by this very desire. As expected, Hannibal took the bait. Narrowing his eyes at Wang Chen, he scoffed, "Do you comprehend the words you utter? A mere prisoner dares to negotiate with me? So, do you truly wish to know?" Wang Chen displayed no fear towards him. Instead, he chuckled and remarked, "Do you intend to extract the truth from me through severe interrogation?" Hannibal momentarily faltered. To be candid, he indeed harbored such intentions. However, the words of the naval admiral still echoed in his mind. Advancing into the city was beyond naval jurisdiction. Yet, to openly defy the commands of the fleet admiral, given the stature and standing of the warring states, would be enough to draw significant attention within the world government. Hannibal was keen to avoid any trouble. What he had just done to Wang Chen was, in fact, the utmost limit of his responsibilities. To escalate to more severe measures was, alas, no longer feasible. Thus, he grunted, "Arrogant little brat, let us see how long you can bask in your pride. What are your terms? If it involves your release, I can only say, do not indulge in foolish fantasies. Rest assured, I would never be so unreasonable." Wang Chen chuckled, stating, "I have but a singular request, quite simple indeed. Before I am confined to the 6th level, I wish to be taken on a leisurely tour through your advancing city." "Touring the advancing city?" Hannibal responded, utterly bewildered, his round eyes blinking in astonishment. "What kind of request is this? Are you jesting with me, young man? Do you perceive this place as some sort of pedestrian street or a tourist attraction? Do not underestimate us, boy. Regardless, that is my sole request." Whether you heed it or not is entirely up to you. Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly and spoke. Hannibal fixed his gaze upon him for an extended moment. Just looking? Indeed. Merely observing. Let it be known, there are certain crucial confidential areas that I cannot permit you to enter. Rest assured, I shall merely visit the inmate sections on each level. Beyond that, I hold no interest. The two exchanged inquiries and responses. At last, Hannibal nodded. Very well. If it is merely a stroll through the inmates' areas, I see no issue with it. However, young man, I uphold my promises, and you must uphold yours as well. Otherwise, you understand the implications? He issued his threat with a chilling demeanor. Wang Chen immediately assured, understood. I am already in the advanced city. What more can I do? I shall not seek trouble for myself. Rest assured. Hannibal nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Domino, along with little Suddy, you both shall accompany this lad shortly. After all, this is his final opportunity to stand upon the land beyond the infinite hell. Ah, Hannibal, the deputy warden, truly, why acquiesce to such demands from a prisoner? In the lift leading to the advanced city, Chief Guard Little Suddy complained to Domino. Domino shared her displeasure, but refrained from voicing it, merely stating, "It's just a mere glance. There's nothing to it. At most, it will consume some time." Precisely, Little Suddy grumbled. Why should we expend our time on such a prisoner? One must understand that only those who emit delightful screams of agony are deemed worthy prisoners. Wang Chen remained speechless. Hey, you two, I am still here. Is it truly acceptable to speak such words in my presence? Silence. Criminals. Domino and Little Suddy echoed in unison. The elevator rumbled, and soon they arrived at level 1 of Impel Down, known as the Hell of Red Lotus. Being the first level, the prisoners confined here mostly committed lesser crimes. In essence, they were insignificant miscreants, lacking the strength to perpetrate any significant offenses. Simply put, they were ordinary pirates, engaging in theft and oppression, yet harboring delusions of achieving monumental feats akin to those of Monkey D. Luffy. As they exited the elevator, they were greeted by swathes of blue gorillas. These were the guards of level 1, the blue gorilla Brugger, renowned for wielding a massive axe capable of cleaving through enormous sea creatures. They were the nightmares of the prisoners in Impel Down's first level. One blue gorilla was already a source of terror, let alone the multitude that inhabited this place. Thus, the notion of escape was utterly futile, even if one were to stumble upon an opportunity and seize the keys to the guards' quarters. Any fleeting hope of fleeing would be swiftly extinguished by the relentless pursuit of Brugger. Upon capture, the consequences would extend far beyond mere incarceration. Outside the cells of level 1 lay an expansive area resembling a forest. The trees bore leaves as sharp as blades, while the grass had needles capable of piercing the human body. Beneath this prickly grass thrived swarms of venomous spiders. Should a prisoner err or resist authority, they would be banished to this treacherous region, forced to run to and fro. The outcome was all too predictable. The sharp leaves and pointed grass would rend their flesh, subjecting them to unending agony. It is said that the flora of level 1 was not originally red, for reasons unknown. Both the trees and grass transformed into a deep crimson hue. Thus, the moniker Hell of Red Lotus was bestowed upon this level, for it was truly stained by the blood of the guilty. Help. Someone save me. I can't go on, help. Upon entering the Hell of Red Lotus, one could immediately hear the chorus of anguished cries. Wang Chen was already well acquainted with the horrors of Impel Down, thus his curiosity regarding the cries was minimal. On the other hand, Domino remained dutiful, albeit with a poor attitude, still humming as she provided her commentary. Wang Chen remained noncommittal as he advanced step by step. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he spoke. In level 1 of the Push City, there is someone named Clown Baki, correct? Could you bring him to see me? Chapter 96. The Emperor's Pilgrimage. Level 1 of Push City. Wang Chen's imprisonment occurred prior to the assault on Advanced City being breached. Meanwhile, the Joker Buggy found himself incarcerated due to an unfortunate incident where he inadvertently unearthed the base of Captain Carp while treasure hunting. Captured by Carp's subordinate, he was subjected to a thorough beating before being thrown into Advanced City. At this point, he must have already been confined there, though his escape had yet to commence. The first level of Advanced City was rather unremarkable. Initially, Wang Chen contemplated merely taking a stroll around the first level, casually collecting a few jars before departing. However, at this moment, an impulsive thought struck him regarding the illustrious Buggy. Though he was undeniably comical and not particularly formidable, he nonetheless held the title of a notable pirate, serving as the comedic relief in many respects. Thus, encountering him should pose no issue. It could be regarded as an exchange between interns. This was his line of thought. Upon hearing this, Domino was taken aback momentarily, then furrowed her brow, inquiring, "The Joker Buggy? Is he an acquaintance of yours?" "Acquaintance?" Wang Chen exhibited a peculiar expression, uttering a sound of acknowledgement before breaking into a hearty laugh. While not exactly acquaintances, they were certainly familiar with one another. He spoke the truth. As for the great deity, anyone who has ever watched One Piece would undoubtedly recognize him. However, Domino clearly misinterpreted his intent and suddenly took him more seriously. Who exactly is Wang Chen? Setting aside distant matters, let us consider the extravagant display the Navy employed to escort him. Labeling him as a globally notorious criminal, there seems to be no doubt about that. Therefore, one must wonder, what sort of individuals could he possibly associate with? The Clown Buggy? A name unfamiliar to me. Yet, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Wang Chen is acquainted with him, and according to Wang Chen, this Clown Buggy is likely imprisoned in the first level of Impel Down. The first level of Impel Down houses individuals of a particular ilk, and those who understand. Meanwhile, Wang Chen is destined to be confined in the 6th level. If a monster from the 6th level knows someone imprisoned in the 1st, then, by all accounts, the implications are indeed monumental. The mere thought of this caused Domino's expression to become grave. He gestured for the guards present to come forth at once. A messenger was dispatched, and shortly thereafter, a man donned in Impel Down's uniform approached, visibly anxious. Upon seeing his deputy warden and the chief guard, Sati, he momentarily hesitated. Assuming something grave had transpired, he hastened to speak, but Domino interrupted him. "Quickly check if there is an inmate by the name of Buggy the Clown in this hell of Red Lotus." With a wave of his hand, Domino commanded, "Buggy the Clown." The guard was momentarily taken aback. However, upon observing the expression of his deputy warden, he refrained from further inquiries. He simply acknowledged and proceeded to retrieve a thick stack of documents, swiftly beginning his search. "Buggy the Clown, Buggy the Clown." The guard rifled through the materials, murmuring to himself. After a while, he exclaimed, "Ah, found it. Deputy Warden, is this the one?" He raised a document, his face alight with excitement. Yet, Domino stood frozen in place, as if struck by a spell of disbelief. Ah, could it be? To think that a figure of such stature as the Thunder God, with connections to a notorious pirate of the 500 million bounty, could indeed be confined in level 1? This was beginning to feel ominous for Domino. Meanwhile, the chief guard, Sati, leaned in eagerly. "Let me see." As she spoke, she reached for the document in the guard's possession, but Domino was quicker, snatching it away first. "Buggy the Clown," he read, originating from the East Blue. "Former captain of the Buggy pirate crew. Bounty, 15 million berries. Apprehended during a raid on a naval base while in possession of stolen treasure." The entry on Buggy the Clown was remarkably brief, yet Domino scrutinized it for several seconds. Then, turning to Wang Chen, he inquired with a nuanced expression, "Are you certain this is the individual you know?" To be candid, she had comprehended the scant lines in a mere 3 seconds. The remaining time was spent pondering. Where else could such a person be confined if not in the 1st level? It cannot be said that Domino was harsh. Based on the information at hand, this Buggy the Clown was simply weak. No, pathetically weak. If one were to describe his frailty with an adjective, Domino would deem it fitting to call him a pitiful weakling. Indeed, a mere 15 million berries for such a minuscule figure. Hailing from the East Blue, what significance could that possibly carry? The East Blue, known to be the weakest of the 4 seas. Upon reading those few words, Domino had already lost interest in him. Thus, the only remaining question was, why would a prominent figure like the Thunder God be acquainted with such a trivial character? Can a dragon truly befriend a snake? Domino was left in profound perplexity. Wang Chen openly acknowledged the situation, stating that there was no ambiguity about it. It was merely a matter of acquaintance. "So, can you take me to see him? After all, he is the esteemed god of the bazaar. I must pay my respects." Domino frowned deeply, momentarily unable to discern Wang Chen's intentions. Exchanging glances with little Sati, both their eyes reflected curiosity. Without further ado, Domino tossed the documents back to the man in sunglasses and commanded, "Lead the way ahead. I am eager to discover the identity of the individual who is acquainted with the illustrious Thunder God. Let me out. Hey, you lot. Do you realize you've caught the wrong person? I am no criminal pirate. Do not confine me with these ruffians." He exclaimed, "Bah, what atrocious slop is this? It's utterly inedible. I demand a bottle of fine wine. Otherwise, I shall wreak havoc in this prison." In the first layer of Impel Down, it was yet another day of tranquility. One cannot deny the boundless energy of the inmates, having eaten their fill with nothing to occupy their time. They resorted to causing disturbances. Of course, if this were a minor detention center outside, such uproar might easily intimidate the guards into submission. However, this was impelled down. Those who dared to raise their voices here were clearly newcomers, yet to experience the harsh realities of prison life. As anticipated, these boisterous inmates were swiftly dealt with. One by one, they were either dragged into interrogation rooms for severe punishment or chased into the depths of hell, contributing to the coloring of the sword tree and needle grass. When Wang Chen, handcuffed, walked at the forefront, a group of inmates mistook him for a new arrival, hurling insults in an attempt to intimidate him and assert dominance. However, upon glimpsing Domino and the others trailing behind Wang Chen, the prisoners were left in utter shock. Is this an imperial inspection? They pondered in disbelief. Who is Wang Chen? A group of criminals is unfamiliar with him. Wang Chen's actions remained a mystery to a group of prisoners long confined within the first level of the push-forward city. However, they were acutely aware of the two individuals accompanying him, one named Domino, the other, Little Suddy. The former served as the deputy warden of push-forward city, while the latter held the title of chief guard. One governed the entirety of the prison's custodians, while the other commanded the guard's beasts. To incur the wrath of Domino meant enduring tortures that rendered existence unbearable. Offending Little Suddy not only promised similar torment, but also subjected the offender to the most harrowing despair imaginable, courtesy of his subordinates. Undoubtedly, both were monsters in their own right. The presence of such creatures prompted a collective apprehension among the prisoners, leaving them to ponder the identity of the individual who could command their attendance. A palpable sense of dread washed over the inmates, particularly upon noticing the blue gorilla looming behind the trio, prompting them to cower in corners, adopting a demeanor of submissive innocence. Domino, unfazed, regarded the prisoners with disdain. They were mere refuse, unworthy of her attention. The once raucous atmosphere of the first level of push-forward city transformed into a silence akin to a library. Following the arrival of Wang Chen and his entourage, whispers began to circulate within the confines of the cells. Who is this young man? That he warrants the personal accompaniment of Deputy Warden Domino and Chief Guard Little Suddy? Could he be the warden's illegitimate son? The notion of an illegitimate child was absurd, especially since Wang Chen was still shackled in handcuffs. It was evident that he too was a prisoner, captured by the Navy, just like them. This revelation spurred further inquiry. Why, as fellow inmates, was he permitted to roam freely, accompanied by high-ranking officials, while they languished in overcrowded cells like sardines? A multitude of eyes turned towards Wang Chen, their gazes laced with hostility. Wang Chen paid no mind to his surroundings as he strolled along the corridor of cells, nodding and smiling at those nearby, greeting them with, "Hello, comrades. Your efforts are commendable." The onlookers were bewildered by his eccentric behavior, yet curiosity led one to inquire. "Hey there, young man, might you share who you are? Why does the deputy warden follow you like a subordinate?" The crowd's inquisitiveness was boundless. However, akin to a cascade of dominoes, Wang Chen was disinclined to engage with such trivialities. "Hello, comrades. Your efforts are commendable." He continued to nod and smile. Yet, he heard a persistent chime. Ding. Detected nearby. Jars have fallen. Would you like to collect them? The sound of clattering jars rang in his ears like rain. Admittedly, though the jars scattered by these individuals were merely the most mundane and worthless white containers, this shower of jars rendered Wang Chen's expedition to impel down worthwhile. After all, even the simplest of jars, adorned with blue skies and white clouds, held more value than none at all. Thus, Wang Chen remained diligent, simultaneously greeting the individuals while commanding the system to collect the jars. As he approached the vicinity of the clown buggy's cell, Wang Chen had amassed no fewer than 100 white jars. Remarkably, among this group, several concealed characters contributed a few blue jars, a modest yet welcome addition. The sight of a bountiful collection of blue and white jars, though unopened, was visually pleasing. "Esteemed gentlemen, it is just ahead," announced the bespectacled guard, pointing toward a specific cell. Domino waved dismissively, instructing him to depart. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, suggesting an incident was unfolding. In a certain corner of the Red Lotus Hell, the area where Buggy the Clown resided, he reminisced about his glorious past. "Back in the day, I followed Captain Roger, conquering lands far and wide. The likes of Gold Lion and Whitebeard were all vanquished beneath my command. And Shanks, Red-haired Shanks, you all know him, right? He was merely one of my subordinates back then. Had it not been for the captain's capture, I would now stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard. And Shanks would be of no consequence. Buggy lamented, grasping the iron bars as he reflected on his illustrious history. Should there be a naive soul present? They might believe his words. However, what sort of individuals surrounded him? Those cast into impel down were far from virtuous. Immediately, jeers erupted. Get lost. Stop blowing your own horn. You claim Gold Lion was defeated by you, and that the 4 emperors were your underlings? Why don't you just say that you were the pirate king Gold? Roger himself. The derision was palpable. Yet, as is often the case, where there are detractors, there are also sycophants. Oh, what do we have here? A former crew member of the Pirate King, now a friend of the 4 emperors. Pray tell, how did someone as great as you, Lord Buggy, end up captured and thrown into impel down? Buggy, initially ready to retaliate against the mockers, found himself swayed by the flattery. He tossed his hair back dramatically, donning a facade of mock sorrow. Do not speak of it. Even the mightiest may falter. I simply had a misstep. Otherwise, do you believe those naval brats could ever capture me, the great Buggy? Laughter echoed through the cells as Buggy's exaggerated bravado filled the air. Wang Chen, observing the scene, felt a sense of disbelief. To think that this clown, who had inadvertently stumbled upon the treasure of the Marine headquarters and faced a thrashing from Vice Admiral Garp before being imprisoned, could so earnestly amuse others. Just as he stepped forward to interject, he heard someone jest. Is that so? I heard you were sent flying by a straw-hatted brat and captured. Such a claim was pure slander. When had he, the illustrious Buggy, succumbed to being struck down by a mere child? Yet, the source of this rumor remained a mystery to him. Enraged, Buggy's face flushed with indignation as others began to chime in. Indeed. Was he a young lad from the East Blue? The great Buggy, could it be that you were bested by a mere child from the weakest sea? The mockery escalated. Surely not. Buggy, a legendary crew member of the Pirate King, a close ally of red-haired Shanks, could never be defeated by a child from the East Blue, could he? What nonsense you speak. Buggy's ordeal cannot be labeled as defeat. It was merely an affectionate caress that led to his surrender, which resulted in his imprisonment. The crowd erupted in laughter, filling the atmosphere with mirth. Chapter 98. The Golden Legend. Buggy the Clown's Jars. No one believed Buggy. If boasting could manifest reality, everyone would be royalty. Yet, Buggy remained unfazed. He huffed, continuing. Let me tell you, if you wish to curry favor with Lord Buggy, now is your moment. I am currently in a state of despair, providing you the opportunity to converse with me. Once I escape, it will be a challenge for you little pirates to even approach me. Thus, he proclaimed, hoping they would recognize the chance he offered. In the art of boasting, the more absurd, the better. Although Buggy knew his words bore truth, would anyone take him seriously? Laughter only grew louder among the onlookers. Let us be clear, Buggy, if you were truly Shank's close companion, I must be his long-lost son. Suddenly, the speaker fell silent as Wang Chen and his companions arrived. The existence of Wang Chen was not particularly significant, yet the presence of Domino, Little Suddy, and the imposing group of blue gorillas behind them immediately quelled the assembled prisoners. What is happening? Why are there so many blue gorillas? We haven't done anything wrong. Have we? Surely, they aren't going to interrogate us again? A profound silence enveloped the group. The taunts aimed at the clown Buggy were swallowed back into their throats. They shrank back, trembling in fear, refraining from uttering a word. Hey, clown Buggy, come out. Someone is here for a visit. A guard stepped forward, eager to serve his superior. Buggy had turned his back to the iron gate, seemingly indifferent to the notion of arguing with criminals. Upon hearing those words, he was momentarily taken aback. A visit? Even in impel down, visits were permitted. He was momentarily bewildered. As he turned around, he nearly met his demise from fear. No. I want to go. I'll stay here in my cell. I'm not going anywhere. The guard with the keys was the least of his worries. Behind him stood a formidable row of blue gorillas, wielding massive axes, their imposing figures instilling terror. Although Buggy had not been imprisoned for long, he was well aware of the fearsome reputation of these blue gorillas. Seeing them arrive en masse, he assumed the worst and nearly lost control of his bladder, instinctively retreating further. The other prisoners were equally bewildered. Suddenly, they began to revel in his misfortune. Is it possible they are here for Clown Buggy? Is this boastful king about to face his doom? Laughter erupted among the prisoners. Ah, the king of the sea. Gold, Roger's companion. Oh, the emperor of the sea, Shank's dear brother. Prepare yourselves. The dignitaries of Impel Down have come to escort you on your final journey. From Buggy's perspective, he remained oblivious to Wang Chen and his entourage. However, the prisoners before him had spotted Domino, Little Suddy, and the group of guards. With such an exaggerated assembly, the notion that they had come to invite Buggy to a meal was utterly absurd, coupled with the guards' earlier nonsensical claim of a visitor. The prisoners were increasingly convinced that Clown Buggy was destined for execution. The notorious prison, where one entered but seldom exited, surely had no provision for visits. As a result, Buggy's face turned pale. Truth be told, if there had been a crack in the ground, he would have eagerly burrowed into it without a second thought. He muttered under his breath, "You don't see me. You don't see me. I'm not going out. I'm not going out. I'd rather die than go out." However, his pleas fell on deaf ears. The guards exchanged exasperated glances before wordlessly commanding the blue gorillas to take action. In an instant, they seized Buggy and hurled him outside. "Ah!" Buggy screamed in terror. Before he could even discern who stood before him, he fell to his knees and repeatedly bowed his head. "Esteemed sirs, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am neither a companion of the Pirate King nor a brother of the Four Emperors. Those earlier remarks were mere fabrications. I am but a small-time pirate from the East Blue, weak and unworthy of great crimes. I implore you, grant me another chance and spare my life." In that moment, Wang Chen felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Not only did he feel shame for Buggy, but he also felt embarrassed for himself. Why did I even claim to know this fool? You know whether you were boasting or not. Yet, before so many witnesses, begging for mercy. Blubbering like a child, does he truly see himself as a clown? Wang Chen wore an expression of utter disbelief. Beside him, Domino curled her lip and remarked to the petite Sadie nearby, "It seems we were mistaken. There has been no dereliction of duty in the Impel Down, nor any errors made. With such a character, where else could he possibly be confined if not in the first level of Impel Down?" Sadie licked her lips, sharing the sentiment of ennui. If there were truly someone capable of imprisoning a notorious pirate of the warlord caliber in the first level, it would undoubtedly result in a surge of activity in the interrogation rooms of Impel Down thereafter. This was precisely the scenario that Sadie eagerly anticipated, as it would afford her the opportunity to acquire a plethora of intriguing toys. However, witnessing the cowardly demeanor of the Clown Buggy at that moment, her hopes for such toys began to dwindle. As Domino aptly pointed out, with such trash, where else could he be housed but the first level? Thus, one could not help but wonder why the mighty Thor would associate with such a disgraceful little pirate. Are you truly certain that such associations will not tarnish your reputation? Let us hasten to conclude our visit to this level. There is yet another below, Domino urged, clearly disinterested in delving further into the affairs of the Clown Buggy. Wang Chen, however, did not respond. He approached Buggy and squatted down, flashing a mischievous smile. "Hey, Buggy, what are you up to? You were once a crew member of the illustrious pirate King Roger. Can't you show a bit of backbone?" The surroundings fell into a profound silence, leaving the other prisoners in a state of bewilderment. Yet, the expressions of Domino and her companions turned serious. They wondered if Wang Chen was merely jesting, when suddenly, Buggy raised his head in shock, gazing at Wang Chen. You know me?" "No, wait, who are you?" "My name is Wang Chen, an intern of the Whitebeard pirates, although currently, I am merely a prisoner in Impel Down." Wang Chen gestured to the sea stone handcuffs on his wrists, grinning as he continued, "As for you, of course I know you. The infamous Buggy, former crew member of the Roger Pirates, who has even clashed with our Captain Whitebeard. Such a renowned figure, how could I not recognize you?" As his words faded, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding. A container has been detected nearby. Would you like to pick it up? He turned his gaze towards Buggy, and to his astonishment, the clown had just dropped a golden container. Chapter 99, The Weeping Buggy. The tragic Buggy. To be frank, at that moment, Wang Chen's expression was somewhat stiff. It was not surprising for Buggy to drop a container, after all. He was a notable character from the original narrative, given the effort Wang Chen had expended to meet him. It would have seemed unjust if Buggy had not dropped at least a couple of valuable containers. However, Wang Chen could hardly believe his eyes when he saw that Buggy had dropped a legendary golden container. What kind of individual would drop a golden legendary container? To put it plainly, during his journey, Wang Chen had encountered many people, some mere ants, some passerby, others like Trafalgar Law, who were promising prospects, and formidable figures like Virgo and Hold'em, who were already renowned worldwide. Wang Chen could not claim to have left empty-handed from these encounters. He had gathered an abundance of white, blue, and purple containers. Yet, despite collecting countless white, blue, and purple containers, none could compare to the value of a single golden container. In a certain sense, the golden container represented the pinnacle of quality, a quality that could not be amassed through mere quantity. Thus far, he had only witnessed golden containers like the one before him from two individuals, his captain, the legendary pirate Edward Newgate, and the Marine Admiral, Aokiji. There was no need to elaborate on his captain, the world's strongest man. It was no jest. As for Admiral Aokiji, he epitomized the pinnacle of power within the Navy. The fact that such formidable figures could drop the highest tier of golden containers was hardly surprising. However, Buggy was different. Who was Buggy? Despite his grandiose claims of camaraderie with this one and that one, he was merely a small-time pirate from the East Blue. His bounty of 15 million was a testament to that. Yet, here was this comical figure, adorned with a skull-painted face and a large red nose, resembling a circus clown, astonishingly dropping the third golden container Wang Chen had encountered since setting sail. Honestly, at that moment, Wang Chen felt utterly defeated, not for any other reason than the sheer absurdity of it all. Feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice on behalf of his captain and someone like Aokiji, who were true giants of the sea. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Buggy, initially bewildered by Wang Chen's revelation of his identity, suddenly felt the intensity of Wang Chen's gaze. Even though Buggy often acted erratically, being scrutinized so intently by a man made him feel uneasy, sending shivers down his spine. Wang Chen, as if awakening from a dream, swiftly seized the legendary urn from Baki's grasp. Noticing the peculiar expression in Baki's eyes, a flicker of apprehension crossed his own. Just as he was about to utter a word, Domino approached with a grave demeanor, striding purposefully towards them. What did you say? Is this fellow truly a crew member of the original Pirate King? Domino inquired, her charming visage now shrouded in frost, radiating an air of solemnity. Wang Chen rose to his feet and nodded slightly. There was nothing to conceal, so he responded directly. Indeed, you are familiar with red-haired Shanks, right? Back in the day, he and Buggy were both interns aboard Roger's ship. At this point, he turned to Buggy, smiling as he continued. By the way, Buggy, you know Ace, don't you? It seems that we shall be comrades from now on. Rest assured, if I am captured, the Whitebeard pirates will undoubtedly take action. When Ace and the others come to rescue me, I will ensure they take you along, freeing you from impelled down as well. We are brothers. What I say, I will do. Just trust me. Buggy stood there, utterly speechless, frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. The surroundings fell silent. The prisoners remained quiet, their minds overwhelmed by the succession of revelations Wang Chen had unleashed, leaving them momentarily incapable of speech. As for Buggy, his bewilderment stemmed from the realization that he was now acutely aware of Domino, Suddy, and the numerous prison guards surrounding Wang Chen. The strikingly beautiful Domino, with her tall figure, exuded an undeniable charm even in her uniform. She was unmistakably the deputy warden of the prison. The woman beside her, clad in a bizarre outfit with long orange hair obscuring her eyes, was the infamous head guard, Suddy, feared by all within the prison. With such a formidable presence, there was no need for further elaboration. In an instant, Buggy's face turned pale, and he hurriedly attempted to speak. However, Wang Chen continued, seemingly unperturbed. By the way, this fellow possesses the powers of the split fruit, a detail you may not be aware of. Just look at the shackles you placed on him. They aren't even made of sea stone. How can you contain a devil fruit user without sea stone? This is a dereliction of duty, Deputy Warden Domino. Of course, I am kindly reminding you, it is not too late to rectify your mistake. Otherwise, if Warden Magellan discovers this, every one of you guards will find yourselves summoned to the interrogation room for disciplinary action. What do you think? Am I not being generous? Domino nodded vigorously, clearly moved. Indeed, it was a generous gesture. Here was a prisoner, soon to be sent to level 6 of Impel Down, who still had the leisure to assist the guards in identifying their oversights. One could say he was deserving of an award as one of the 10 outstanding pirates of the year, with Warden Magellan presenting him a medal on the spot. Domino was genuinely touched, while Buggy felt paralyzed with fear. Surrounding him were guards and blue gorillas, all armed and poised for action, clearly intent on capturing this hidden-level world criminal. No, you have it all wrong. I am not. Buggy's face turned ashen. To be honest, he felt that neither the Navy nor Impel Down had shown him the respect he deserved upon his capture. Being locked up in level 1 was one thing, but even the shackles on him weren't made of sea stone. For a user of the split fruit, shackles were laughable. Buggy had initially planned to wait for a while, hoping that if no one came to rescue him, he could find an opportunity to escape. It was a sound plan, but unfortunately, fate had other ideas. Buggy never anticipated that someone like Wang Chen would appear and say such things before everyone. At that moment, Buggy harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wang Chen. If he could, he would flay him alive without a second thought. Now, with guards lurking all around, escape seemed utterly impossible. Overwhelmed by despair, Buggy burst into tears, grabbing Wang Chen's collar as if seeking comfort. However, in an unexpected turn, the next moment, he changed his demeanor entirely. Chapter 100, Taking a Hostage. Buggy the Great aims to escape. Stay back. If you come any closer, I will kill this kid. Utilizing the powers of the split fruit, Buggy freed himself from the chains and seized Wang Chen by the neck, shouting with feigned bravado. In truth, Buggy appeared somewhat deranged. Yet, it was understandable, given that Wang Chen had so thoroughly trapped him. His capture was an unfortunate accident. If he could merely endure a few days and lower the guard's vigilance, he believed he could find a suitable opportunity to escape. Perhaps reality was not as simple as he imagined, but that was his mindset. After all, he thought the only things capable of confining prisoners and impel down were the sturdy shackles and the towering gates. However, for someone with the powers of the split fruit, those obstacles were insignificant. The only true hindrances to his escape were the ever-watchful surveillance snail and the formidable guards within the prison. Once he found the right moment, Buggy was certain he would be able to make his escape. The unexpected arrival of Wang Chen was both surprising and distressing for him. I was merely boasting. So why did you feel the need to validate it? Furthermore, if you were only attempting to save face in front of the prisoners, that would be one thing. But why did you have to bring a group of guards along? You have truly put me in a predicament. Do you realize that? There is no possibility of imprisonment. Not now, nor ever. Although at this moment, Baki, in his misguided cleverness, believes he has secured Wang Chen as a hostage to leverage for his escape from the prison. At this moment, Wang Chen should have been filled with fear and anxiety. However, he was not. Hey, Baki, what is the meaning of this? Didn't we agree that we were all brothers? Why are you taking me hostage now? He cast a sidelong glance at Baki and continued speaking. Domino and the others were equally bewildered by Baki's actions, left in a state of confusion for several seconds before they finally reacted. With a look of incredulity, they turned to Wang Chen and then back to Baki, questioning, "Are you really going to use him to threaten us? You've captured a criminal. Does he even realize that? To take a prisoner from impel down and threaten us, claiming you'll let him go. Are you out of your mind, or are we?" The group of guards stared at Baki, their expressions one of utter bewilderment. Yet, Baki frantically shouted, "Stop the nonsense. Don't think I'm unaware. This kid must be a significant prisoner for you to treat him with such importance. You cannot allow him to die. So now, prepare a ship for me immediately and send a few men to escort me to the exit of Impel Down. If there is any sign of defiance, I will kill this kid right away." As he spoke, he tightened his grip further. Wang Chen cooperated with his performance, immediately displaying an expression of excruciating pain as if he were on the verge of death. Domino and the others were left speechless. To be fair, Buggy was not mistaken. Whether it was based on the orders from the naval headquarters or the previous instructions from Hannibal, they dared not allow Wang Chen to perish. The dilemma, however, remained. Could they truly kill Wang Chen? He was a notorious pirate worth 500 million, the god of thunder, Wang Chen. His personal prowess was beyond question. Even in his current predicament, shackled by sea-stone handcuffs, how could one expect him to serve as an ideal hostage? With a serious gaze fixed upon the clown Buggy, Domino observed his solemn expression, which clearly signified he was not jesting. At this juncture, Domino spoke up. "Very well, then you may kill him. Spare me the chatter. As long as you can ensure my safe departure, I will, of course, guarantee the safety of this young man." Buggy, in his characteristic manner, asserted this confidently, only to suddenly realize something amiss. "Wait, what did you say? You want me to kill who?" He glanced at Wang Chen, then back at the unflappable Domino. His mouth agape, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Indeed, they nearly did pop out, given the nature of the split fruit. At that moment, Domino showed no sign of jesting. Sensing his disbelief, she stood firm with a serious demeanor and gestured for him to proceed, saying, "Please, do not hold back." This left Buggy utterly speechless. "Why are you not following the script?" he exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. "Do you genuinely think this lad is my friend and that I would refrain from harming him? You are mistaken. I, Buggy the Clown, am not one to hesitate at the sight of blood. Once, in East Road Town, I wielded a watermelon knife and carved my way from south to north and back again." "Are your eyes dry?" Wang Chen inquired. Buggy was taken aback. "What? You claim you kill without blinking, and I ask if your eyes are dry. Is that not a reasonable question?" Wang Chen chuckled. At that moment, Buggy was instantly filled with rage, exclaiming, "I'll kill you." With a crack, a bone snapped. It was not Wang Chen who had his head twisted off by Buggy, Rather, he used his jaw as a weapon, forcefully pressing it against Buggy's right hand that was tightly gripping his neck, subsequently breaking that hand. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Buggy screamed in agony. Domino looked at him as if he were a fool. Let me inform you that the gentleman before you, Mr. Wang Chen, nicknamed the Thunder God, with a bounty of 500 million berries, is a notorious pirate in the New World. He is destined to be imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down. In that instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Buggy, who had been wailing in pain, was rendered speechless. To be fair, he had his doubts about Wang Chen's affiliation with the Whitebeard pirates. It was that he doubted Wang Chen's authenticity, but rather, Wang Chen's actions had thrust him into an inescapable predicament. Such behavior could only be described as that of a mortal enemy. At such a moment, how could he possibly bolster another's reputation at the expense of his own? However, when Domino revealed the specifics of Wang Chen's bounty and the level of Impel Down where he would be confined, Buggy was left dumbfounded. Firstly, a bounty of 500 million spoke volumes. Moreover, the 6th level of Impel Down? Does such a level even exist? He had previously only heard of 5 levels in Impel Down, with the 5th level housing the most dangerous criminals in the world. Each of those prisoners had bounties of at least 100 million. In the outside world, they would undoubtedly be sources of calamity and fearsome pirates. If the 5th level was already so terrifying, what manner of beings could possibly be confined in a 6th level? Buggy was at a loss. He dared not speculate. In that fleeting moment, he realized just how foolish his earlier actions had been. Of all the individuals to kidnap, he had chosen a being as unfathomable as a Tyrannosaurus. One that could bite and devour. Was it that Wang Chen appeared too harmless, or was it simply that Buggy was too foolish? Well, let us not be so harsh. After all, I am merely an intern, just an intern. Wang Chen spoke thus. Chapter 101. The Failed Escape. The confinement of his entire strength did not render Wang Chen entirely powerless. Against guards like Domino and Little Suddy, he was indeed at a disadvantage. However, when it came to battling Buggy, who had a bounty of 15 million and relied on technological methods such as buggy bombs and marching bombs, he found himself more than capable. After strolling a few steps, Wang Chen had already evaded Buggy's control and stood before Domino, with Destiny's grip tightening around his neck. Feeling somewhat faint, he requested, "Miss, may I lean on your chest for a moment?" In response, Domino kicked him away. Buggy, the user of the Chop Chop fruit, a former member of the Pirate King's crew and now an ally of the 4 emperors, was being scrutinized by Domino. Her eyes, as cold as ice, reflected her disdain. "Well done, you successfully deceived our prison inspection system. Now, you shall pay the price. Capture him," Little Suddy commanded, wielding her whip. Anyone daring to attempt an escape from Impel Down must be dealt with severely, without needing her command. The surrounding guards and a group of blue gorillas had already surrounded Wang Chen. As Domino issued her order, the leading blue gorilla, quick on the draw, swung an axe and cleaved Buggy in half. "Ah, I'm going to die. I can't survive being split in 2, Buggy exclaimed in exaggerated tones. Moments later, he added with a sinister grin, "Just kidding." His demeanor darkened as he growled, "Damn it, I intended to escape peacefully. Since you've chosen this path, Buggy the Great, shall not hold back. Remember, you brought this upon yourselves. Dare to provoke Buggy the Great, and you will pay dearly." He unleashed a blow, Chop Chop fruit, splitting punch. The severed arm flew out, striking the blue gorilla who had just attacked him. Before it could regain its balance, it was sent flying backward. "Ah. Now do you understand the might of Buggy the Great?" He boasted, hands on his hips, reveling in his moment of triumph. However, more blue gorillas surged forth, and in a flurry of axe strikes, Buggy was dismembered into countless pieces. "Fools, I am the user of the Chop Chop fruit. I cannot be killed." Buggy laughed maniacally. With a desperate maneuver, he executed an emergency escape, relocating his head and body, then lifted a blue gorilla, spinning wildly before he hurled it to the ground. The impact sent a cloud of dust into the air, leaving the surrounding prisoners in stunned silence. "Incredible!" The guards overseeing the blue gorillas realized that in level 1 of Impel Down, Buggy was a force to be reckoned with. Domino narrowed her eyes but remained unperturbed. "No need to rush. Let us observe a bit longer. This mere paramecia user doesn't warrant our full attention. For now, he is merely suited for confinement in the 2nd level, the Beast Hell," she remarked. As the battle progressed, Buggy's shortcomings began to surface. His speed, strength, and stamina all fell short of the average level of Impel Down's guards. Despite his gasping breath, Buggy boasted, "What's the matter? Now you know the power of Buggy the Great, don't you? Recognize my prowess and quickly release me." Once I unleash my ultimate move, you'll see. He taunted. Domino, now utterly disinterested, turned to little Suddy, who shared her understanding. A clown who performs tricks is just perfect to be my toy, she mused. Advancing with her whip. Buggy's expression shifted as he launched a flying punch, only to have it intercepted by little Suddy's whip. Ouch. That hurt. He quickly grasped the disparity in their strength and realized that if he continued this way, not only would he fail to escape, but he might also face severe punishment. Without hesitation, he charged at little Suddy, using his chop-chop abilities to turn his body parts into weapons against her. He stealthily approached and aimed a kick at her face. Take this. Marching bomb. The marching bomb was a powerful explosive, small enough to conceal within a shoe, which Buggy had somehow smuggled into Impel Down. It was indeed absurd that neither the Navy nor the prison guards realized he was a chop-chop fruit user, allowing him to enter without being shackled with sea-stone handcuffs. With a deafening boom, the marching bomb exploded, its immense power causing little Suddy to cough from the billowing smoke. To evade the blast's force, she retreated swiftly. When the dust settled, Buggy had vanished without a trace. Activate the surveillance. Track that clown, little Suddy shouted. Where did Buggy flee? He had jumped through a large hole in the middle of the Red Lotus area, plunging into level 2 of Impel Down, the Beast Hell. The prison, indeed a fortress. Captured Buggy almost immediately under the watchful eye of its comprehensive surveillance. Without needing to relocate, he was promptly shackled with sea-stone handcuffs and confined to the second level. Buggy the Clown's escape attempt had failed. Chapter 102, The Ill-Fated Buggy. In the searing depths of level 4. As Wang Chen descended from the second level of Impel Down, he happened upon Buggy, battered and bruised, locked in a cell, trembling in fear. Wang Chen could not contain himself and burst into laughter. The sight before him was undeniably comical. Buggy's expression was utterly hilarious. With his blue hair and red nose, the absurdity of his appearance was striking. Reflecting on Buggy's earlier, arrogant demeanor, he now resembled a pitiful, helpless creature huddled in a corner, evoking an irresistible sense of amusement. As Wang Chen continued to chuckle, Buggy shot him a sidelong glance. He had intended to reprimand him loudly, yet ultimately he felt disheartened. Curling up with his arms wrapped around his legs, silent and dejected. Come on, Buggy, this is excessive. Just moments ago, you were the one trying to take me hostage. And I said nothing. Now you're playing the victim? Wang Chen remarked. It was better left unsaid, but once the words escaped his lips, Buggy could no longer contain himself. How dare you? Do you not realize who the true victim is? Are you oblivious to the situation? He glared at Wang Chen, his emotions in turmoil. To be candid, this time, he had truly been ensnared by Wang Chen's machinations. He had been serving his time in the Red Lotus Hell, free from torture and the shackles of Hailu Stone, when Wang Chen insistently approached him, dredging up his past connections and revealing his identity. I can't even tell people I'm a crew member of the Pirate King, a brother of the 4 emperors, without it sounding like mere boastfulness. Even if it were true, who would believe it? Why must you meddle in my affairs, and in a moment of discord, solidify my identity? Buggy felt a surge of frustration. He longed to roar, to unleash his pent-up anger. Alas, with Hailu Stone in his possession, most of his strength had been siphoned away. Unlike Wang Chen, he lacked formidable power. At this moment, he felt utterly drained, with scarcely any energy left to express his indignation. Wang Chen, however, comprehended his implication. You cannot hold me accountable for this. After all, who could have known you were jesting with that group? Observing your animated discourse, I assumed you sought to vindicate yourself. Thus, as a friend, it is entirely reasonable for me to stand up for you and affirm your words, is it not? Wang Chen spoke with unwavering conviction. While the veins on Buggy's forehead throbbed with agitation, his eyes, ablaze with rage, betrayed an overwhelming urge to charge forward and deliver a lethal blow. It was not just Buggy, even Domino, standing nearby, could not suppress a roll of her eyes upon hearing those words. It required no keen insight to discern that Wang Chen had just ensnared the hapless clown Buggy in a web of deceit. However, from Domino's perspective, it could hardly be termed as treachery. Rather, one might say that the convict Wang Chen, burdened by his own sins, had valiantly exposed the latent criminality of the prisoner. The clown Buggy. There was no reward for this act, yet it was a cause for quiet celebration. Enough of this. One can hardly bear to witness your woeful demeanor. Wang Chen chuckled, remarking that it was merely a failed prison break. To speak candidly, he added, even in my absence, your escape would ultimately have met with failure. Do you have any idea how many personnel the Navy deployed to capture me? He turned to Buggy, inquiring. Buggy remained silent in response. Wang Chen continued. Let us not speak of anything else. Outside, there are 4 generals awaiting your surrender. Do you truly believe that once you escape the Red Lotus Hell, You can evade the confines of Impel Down? Do not be absurd. Impel Down is situated in a windless zone, without the presence of naval ships. You cannot possibly leave this area. With countless naval forces stationed outside, I must ask, what chance do you possess to seize a swift vessel and make your escape? He chuckled. So, do not place all the blame upon me. You have only yourself to blame for boasting without reason. At this moment, Bucky found himself utterly speechless. Wang Chen's ramblings are hardly worthy of belief, especially given that outside the prison, for ships commanded by naval admirals lie anchored. Yet, there is a semblance of truth in his words. Escaping from this fortress is no trivial endeavor, even if he had not been shackled with sea stone handcuffs. The relentless surveillance and vigilant guards of this place are no trifles. Not to mention that formidable woman wielding a steel fork and brandishing a whip, he stands no chance against her. If he were to attempt an escape and remain undetected, that might be one thing. However, if discovered, he would undoubtedly be recaptured, with no alternative outcome in sight. Despite this grim reality, Buggy is reluctant to engage in conversation with this young man. Wang Chen then remarks, well, since you prefer silence, so be it. Given your acquaintance with Shanks and Ace, I had hoped that when our captain comes to rescue me, he might lend you a hand. But now, it seems unnecessary. With a dismissive wave, he turns to Domino and questions, are we truly to confine this individual in the beast hell? While his strength may be lacking, he was once a member of the Pirate King's crew and a friend to one of the four emperors. Surely, out of respect for Shanks, you could at least transfer him to the 5th level, the frozen hell? Domino, Buggy, the surrounding crowd, hey, what have I done to deserve this treatment? Buggy's voice rises in indignation, his fury igniting like flames, threatening to reduce Wang Chen to mere ashes with the intensity of his glare. Wang Chen regarded him with a look of bewilderment. Is it not a privilege to be confined to the 5th level? After all, as a formidable pirate with a bounty of 500 million, I am merely imprisoned in the 6th level. This opportunity could elevate your status and worth as Captain Buggy. It is quite ungrateful of you to regard me in such a manner. Buggy retorted vehemently, I certainly do not owe you any gratitude, not even to your ancestors. Beside them, Domino pondered this and found some merit in his argument. Indeed, given Buggy's capabilities, he was hardly deserving of more than the beastly hell. However, considering his former status as a crew member of the Pirate King and a current ally of the 4 emperors, perhaps a modicum of respect was warranted. Domino contemplated this, her resolve beginning to waver. Observing her demeanor, Buggy was nearly paralyzed with fear. No, please, I implore you, do not cast me into the frozen hell. The beast hell is quite sufficient. I truly relish it here. Do not heed this scoundrel's treachery and condemn me to the frozen hell. Buggy had heard tales of the frozen hell, and he understood the dire consequences of being cast into such a frigid abyss. He knew he could not survive. The extreme temperatures would be unbearable even for the surveillance snail. Clad in nothing but a thin prison garb, how could he possibly endure such a fate? Domino hesitated, yet he does present a valid argument. I will perish. Buggy screamed in sheer terror. As a compromise, confine me to the 4th level. The scorching hell will suffice. Wang Chen spoke thus. Chapter 103, Advancing to the 4th layer of the city. The emergence of Magellan. From the 1st layer to the 2nd. And from the 2nd to the 4th, who knows what hardships Buggy has endured along this journey. Ultimately, Domino acquiesced to Wang Chen's counsel, casting Buggy into the 4th layer of the advancing city, the inferno of searing heat. There was no alternative. As a distinguished member of the Pirate King's crew and a current ally of the 4 emperors, a modicum of respect must be afforded. Furthermore, she intended to report this situation to the warden, the deputy warden, and even higher authorities. The original crew of the Pirate King had nearly vanished, with the only known members being the 4 Emperor Shanks and Douglas Bullet, who remained imprisoned in the lower 6th layer, while others were shrouded in obscurity, eluding discovery. Though the clown Buggy may be comical, with Wang Chen's validation, his identity must indeed be genuine. Thus, it is not unreasonable to extend a semblance of courtesy to the former Pirate King. No, I wish to remain in the 2nd layer, the Beast Hell. The Beast Hell is quite satisfactory. Please, do not move me, do not move me. The frenzied Buggy was dragged away, his voice fading into the distance. Imbued with an indescribable sorrow and despair, Wang Chen sighed, how wonderful it is. Originally, Baki could only reside on the 1st floor, but thanks to my efforts, he now occupies the 4th floor. The benevolent young lord I speak of is none other than myself, Wang. Beside him, Domino commented, little sooty, one must admit. Even you might feel a chill at this moment. I have witnessed deceitful acts before, yet never have I encountered such treachery. To entrap someone to this extent and still bask in self-congratulation, do you possess no sense of shame? For reasons unknown, Domino suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Baki. Though she chose to remain silent. Quietly, she accompanied Wang Chen as they surveyed the second floor. She contemplated whether this lad could assist them in uncovering a few more elusive prisoners. However, she soon observed that Wang Chen was unusually quiet, merely scanning the cells. Muttering to himself, "Damn, white again. Damn, yet another white. Will there not be anything above blue?" As he grumbled to himself, he continued his inspection along the sides of the cells. The second floor, in comparison to the first, indeed boasted an improvement in quality. Yet, despite this enhancement, the coveted purple jars that Wang Chen desired remained scarce. Speaking of the infamous beast Hell, the only familiar face present was none other than the former Baroque Works employee, known as Mr. 3, Galiandino. Galiandino, a user of the wax fruit, possessed capabilities that were, while not particularly formidable, far from trivial. However, from Wang Chen's current perspective, this individual was scarcely distinguishable from the average riffraff. Naturally, he had no intention of wasting time on such a person. With a swift glance, Wang Chen proceeded to the third layer of Impel Down, the Hunger Hell. This level, named for the scorching heat rising from the lower layers, was unbearably hot. The endless expanse of desert stretched as far as the eye could see. The extreme heat rendered the very air somewhat distorted. The environment was harsh, compounded by the deprivation of food and water. As a result, the prisoners on this level were mostly in a state of half-life. As Wang Chen approached this level of the prison, he beheld a multitude of lifeless corpses. With no other recourse, he instructed Domino to unlock the cells, entering one by one to collect the earthen jars before emerging again. What on earth are you planning? Such peculiar behavior naturally aroused Domino's suspicion. However, there was no alternative. The effective retrieval range of the jars extended merely 1 meter from his person. These prisoners, resembling mere cadavers, were incapable of approaching him to allow for collection. Thus, Wang Chen had no choice but to take matters into his own hands, ensuring his own sustenance. Nothing to worry about. Merely inspecting the inmates to see if they can still move. Wang Chen remarked, and Domino's eye twitched. To be frank, although her acquaintance with this young man had been brief, she was already on the verge of wanting to throttle him. Despite being a prisoner, he carried himself with an air of superiority. It was hard to believe that even the infamous Pirate King, Gold, Roger, had not been as audacious upon his imprisonment. "So what have you discerned?" Domino inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. "He appears to be holding up well. He is not on the brink of death just yet," Wang Chen casually remarked, his tone and demeanor suggesting that he was not speaking of criminals, but rather of fish caught from the depths. "Hurry up," he urged. Even with the deputy warden's orders, there would be no allowance for delay. Domino glanced at the time and replied. Just then, a cacophony of sound erupted, a noise that could scarcely be called singing. Domino furrowed his brow, contemplating who could possibly possess such vitality in the midst of a half-alive. "Starving hell." Wang Chen chuckled. "Is that you, Von Clay? Very well, let us take a look." The former Baroque Works agent, Mr. 2, possessed the ability of imitation, and Wang Chen held a deep admiration for the young Von. For the sake of friendship and companionship, he would willingly risk his life. For this alone, one could certainly declare that young Von is a true man. However, the path of the crossdresser is a winding one. As he watched Von Clay gracefully singing, dancing, and twirling, Wang Chen, who had initially intended to voice his thoughts, found himself lost in contemplation. Perhaps it would be best to let Luffy handle this. The world of cross-dressing is simply not to my taste. With a firm slap to his own face, Wang Chen resolved to depart. Yet, upon noticing him, Von Clay was taken aback. "Oh, brother, what brings you outside? Are you attempting an escape?" Wang Chen remained silent, merely gesturing towards the group of dominoes behind him. At this moment, Von Clay nearly dislodged his own eyeballs in disbelief. "What? So many prison guards? Are you being taken for execution?" As they advanced into the city, there existed but two categories of individuals, the living and the deceased. The living were condemned to a lifetime of imprisonment, with no hope of ever emerging. The deceased, on the other hand, could indeed be released, but upon their emergence, they would invariably be led to the execution platform. Ace was a poignant illustration of this grim reality. At that juncture, Von Clay clearly believed that Wang Chen was being summoned for execution and felt a twinge of sympathy for him. What a pity, such a handsome young man. If he were to embrace the path of a performer, he would surely be adored by many. "Wang Chen, let us depart swiftly. I cannot endure this wretched place for another moment." Grasping Domino and the others, Wang Chen hastily made his escape, leaving behind the remaining jars without a second thought. Upon entering the elevator, he soon arrived at the 4th level. The oppressive heat was akin to a hellish inferno, with soaring temperatures year-round. Naturally, the prisoners confined in such a place were far from ordinary, which piqued Wang Chen's anticipation. However, before he could commence his tour with Domino and the group, a figure awaited him before the elevator. The most formidable man of Impel Down, the Warden, Magellan. Chapter 104, Scorching Heat and Frigid Cold. Impel Down Level 5. You are the pirate, Thunder God Wang Chen, dispatched here by the Navy? The towering Magellan, adorned with horns and bearing a pair of black wings, resembled a demonic figure, exuding an intangible aura of dread merely by his presence. He turned his gaze towards Wang Chen and spoke. Ah, Warden Magellan, greetings to you. Wang Chen greeted him with enthusiasm. Instantly, Magellan's brows furrowed. This prisoner bore no semblance of a typical inmate. This would not do. He turned to Domino, questioning. Shouldn't this individual be consigned directly to the 6th level? Why is he here? Indeed, it is the intention of Lord Hannibal, Domino replied. Magellan's frown deepened. What scheme was Hannibal concocting this time? Wang Chen interjected, Prison Warden Magellan, please do not misunderstand. This is my first visit to Impel Down, and I simply wish to gain a proper understanding of it. After all, the world-renowned First Prison commands great respect globally. Lord Hannibal has merely fulfilled a trivial wish of mine. I hope you will not misconstrue it. He spoke in defense of Hannibal, although primarily he aimed to allay Magellan's sudden hostility. By the way, I heard that you, Lord Magellan, have a fondness for fugu sashimi. If the opportunity arises, I shall ensure to treat you to a splendid meal, he added. How do you know I enjoy fugu sashimi? Magellan narrowed his eyes, glancing between Wang Chen and the others, including Domino and Suddy. He was about to say more when suddenly, his stomach growled audibly. In an instant, Magellan's countenance changed dramatically. Trouble was brewing again. He waved dismissively at Domino and the others. Hurry up and conclude this. Send him back to the infinite hell. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Before he could finish his sentence, he had vanished. Wang Chen, watching the direction in which Magellan had disappeared, couldn't help but chuckle, turning to Domino and inquiring, that direction leads to the prison's restroom, doesn't it? Domino replied, indeed, the warden has a notorious reputation in that regard. As an individual with the powers of the poison fruit, Magellan must consume vast quantities of toxins daily. The consequence of such consumption, alas, is frequent diarrhea. Consequently, he spends nearly 10 hours each day in the restroom. After accounting for meals and sleep, he truly is only about 4 hours of free time, making him quite the restroom dweller. Close your mouth, Domino retorted, clearly uninterested in discussing such matters. With a huff, he added, the warden has spoken. Let us expedite the tour and ensure you are swiftly sent to the 6th level. I trust you will not waste our time further. As anticipated, the subsequent journey progressed at a much quicker pace. In fact, beginning from the 3rd level, the prisoners were provided with a few more items. The Hunger Hell, while not a high-tier level, housed some notorious criminals with bounties of 50 million berries. This bounty, somewhat middling, suggested a balance between being less than formidable and yet not entirely inconsequential. Upon reaching the 4th level, the prisoners here became even more intriguing. Not to mention Mr. One, Das Bones, a former agent of the Baroque works. The other inmates could indeed be characterized as ruthlessly malevolent. Upon Wang Chen's arrival, a group of unruly criminals erupted into a cacophony of shouts and chaos. To be candid, if the small-time pirates from the 1st level were to witness this scene, they might very well be frightened to death. Wang Chen felt rather indifferent. He merely found the incessant cacophony around him quite bothersome. To be candid, had his hands not been shackled by Hailu stone, he would have relished the opportunity to unleash a spectacular display of lightning, obliterating the sources of this noise. Fortunately, he was accompanied by formidable allies like Domino and Little Suddy. Those who dared to shout and create chaos were swiftly removed and unceremoniously kicked into the blood pool, a seething cauldron of flames at the very heart of this infernal realm. The tumultuous sea of fire bubbled like volcanic lava, a terrifying abyss from which there was no chance of survival. The unfortunate prisoners who had just been hurled into the flames barely had time to utter a few screams before silence enveloped them. The once boisterous criminals were rendered mute, their arrogance swiftly quelled. It must be acknowledged that wickedness often requires the tempering of equally wicked souls. To create a ruckus in the advanced city was to invite calamity. Such audacity was misplaced. In the advanced city, leniency was a foreign concept. To act recklessly meant only one fate: death. Ding. A jar has been detected nearby. Would you like to pick it up? Ding. Another jar has been detected. The sound of clattering jars echoed around him. This time, Wang Chen collected more jars than ever before, each acquisition more exhilarating than the last. The reason was simple. The jars here were all of blue quality at the very least, with a few even yielding several purple jars. In terms of the 4th level of Advanced City, this was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Consequently, Wang Chen lingered, hoping to prolong his stay on this level. However, little Suddy swiftly kicked him in the rear, urging him on. Hurry up. Your cell is on the 6th level, not here. Since his incarceration, he had come to realize. Wang Chen could not recall how many individuals had kicked him. However, it mattered little, for he had made a mental note of their identities. When the time came for his escape, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against each of them. As for Mr. One of the Baroque works, Wang Chen chose not to engage. Their leader, Old Shah, was merely of the warlord caliber and was, in fact, one of the weakest among them, having once been effortlessly dispatched by the early Monkey D. Luffy with a single blow. To be frank, Wang Chen harbored little interest in such individuals. Descending further, he soon approached the nearest level to impel down's level 6. Level 5. Before him stood a formidable, heavy door. Wang Chen understood that by pushing open this door, he would enter a world of ice and snow. Immediately, he turned to Domino and inquired, "Where is the winter coat? Bring me a set." Domino remained silent. From head to toe, she was wrapped tightly, leaving not a single inch exposed. It was only after Wang Chen asked a second time that she cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "There are none." "What?" he exclaimed. "I said, the staff has winter clothing. The prisoners do not." Facing Wang Chen's incredulous expression, Domino responded. This revelation nearly infuriated Wang Chen. Are criminals not human? Is a criminal not human? This is murder, do you understand? When the Navy arrives, I will certainly report this to the higher authorities and ensure that the world government holds you accountable. Ignoring his absurd claims, Domino retorted with a hint of sarcasm. If you're feeling cold, you can simply skip this level and proceed to the next. After all, level 6 is your ultimate destination, isn't it? Chapter 105, The Ferocious Pirates. To be honest, Domino had long been exasperated with this fellow. He was clearly a prisoner yet exhibited no sense of awareness befitting his status. His arrogance was one thing, but his utter lack of respect for the great prison of Impel Down was truly infuriating, making Domino yearn for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Wang Chen gazed at Domino in silence for a prolonged moment. Finally, he resigned himself to the situation. So be it, if she refuses to comply. What is mere coldness to a man of fortitude? A robust spirit, ablaze with vigor, shall not cower before a trifling chill. Indeed, I shall not falter. However, one must admit, this woman, Domino, is truly formidable. Without allowing Wang Chen to finish his words, the woman swung the grand door open. Instantly, an overwhelming gust of frigid wind burst forth, prompting Wang Chen to hug his arms tightly and let out a mighty sneeze. Just you wait. He glared fiercely at Domino before stepping through the threshold into the icy realm. There was no turning back. Advancing to the 5th layer of the city was his ultimate objective, surpassing the previous 4. A chill could be endured, but the loss of the jar would surely cause him prolonged anguish. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed. Behind him, Domino smirked, a hint of satisfaction playing at the corners of her mouth. A group, enveloping Wang Chen, trudged into the swirling snowstorm, their footsteps crunching upon the accumulated snow as they made their way toward the prison cells. In the 5th layer of the city, familiar faces were scarce. However, any individual confined to such a place would undoubtedly not be an ordinary prisoner. It was certain that had Domino heeded Wang Chen's earlier counsel to imprison Baki in this very location, he would not survive beyond a month. The conditions here were exceedingly harsh. With the pervasive low temperatures, relentless snowstorms, and the inadequate clothing of the inmates, there was no sanctuary from the cold. All of this dictated that to be confined in such a place was to endure suffering. To withstand it meant a meager chance at survival. To falter was to meet immediate death. Even if one managed to endure temporarily, there was no guarantee of lasting a lifetime. Therefore, the 5th layer of the city essentially served as a death sentence for its inhabitants. After all, it was a place where even surveillance creatures could not survive. To survive in such an environment required monstrous resilience. Otherwise, it was simply impossible. The extreme cold of this hellish landscape was enveloped in a profound silence. Upon Wang Chen and his companions' arrival, only the howling wind and snow could be heard. Following their entrance, the sound of crunching snow underfoot added a new layer to the desolate ambience. Wang Chen crossed his arms over his chest, incessantly rubbing them up and down. his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Upon entering, he nearly succumbed to the bitter cold. The cursed sea stone handcuffs severely restricted him. Fortunately, after a while, he began to acclimate. Or rather, his body started to grow numb from the frost. As the chill persisted, naturally, there would be no further reaction. Domino, remember this, when the Whitebeard pirates arrive. I shall make you pay dearly. He threatened fiercely, directing his ire at Domino. She merely smiled lightly, not taking his words to heart. After all, similar threats had escaped Wang Chen's lips when he first entered Impel Down, when he encountered the clown buggy, and he had continued to mutter them throughout the journey. If Domino had cared, she would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Moreover, while the Whitebeard pirates were indeed formidable, could the Grand Impel Down truly be made of paper? Not to mention, the Navy headquarters was continuously reinforcing the prison. Should the Whitebeard pirates come, the outcome was far from certain. I can't hold on much longer. The person next door froze to death yesterday. It must be our turn now, lamented a prisoner in the icy confines of the hellish cell. Suddenly, someone gasped, having noticed something. Hey, is that someone walking outside? Hey, young man, young man. Wang Chen heard someone calling his name and turned to look. As expected, the individual immediately inquired about his origins and demanded that he locate the key to release them. They were no different from the prisoners on the previous floors. Wang Chen could hardly be bothered to engage with him. He gestured to Domino and opened the door. Domino cast him a glance. The lower levels were manageable, but this was the 5th floor. Were you truly certain you wished to proceed? Sensing her hesitation, Wang Chen urged with urgency, hurry up, hurry up. Do not worry, with me here, nothing untoward will occur. What is this? Aren't you a lackey of Magellan? What brings you to our frozen hell? A voice broke through. Hey, you scoundrel, let me out at once, or you'll regret it. Unlock it, unlock it. Open the door now. Do you dare to leave me here? Are you tired of living? It became evident that the prisoners on the 5th floor were even more vicious than the others, despite being shackled and deprived of all mobility. The ferocity ingrained in their very bones was undeniable. After Domino unlocked the shackles for Wang Chen, her expression was grim. Just as he stepped through the cell door, he turned back and smiled at her. How about this? You free me from these sea stone handcuffs, and I shall eliminate every last one of these miscreants for you. He wore a grin that suggested he was jesting. Domino remained silent, but the prisoners around them were far from pleased. Hey, kid, what are you so smug about? Before you boast, perhaps you should take a look around. Do you wish to meet your end? They were ferocious. If the pirates of the first 4 levels still bore some semblance of humanity, those on the 5th level exuded nothing but brutality. The very essence of violence seemed inscribed in their genes, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. Wang Chen cast a glance at the cage before him and noted with satisfaction the impressive haul, 2 purple jars and 3 blue ones, with a total of 5 individuals. The ratio of purple jars was nearly 40%, which undeniably indicated that this 5th level was indeed a land of fortune. After entering and taking a brief tour, Wang Chen collected the jars and exited. At that moment, little Suddy had already charged inside, unleashing a frenzied onslaught of lashes upon the prisoners within. Crack, crack, crack. The violent strikes resonated through the air, creating a cacophony. In the previous 4 levels, such prisoners would have either coughed up blood on the spot, unable to rise, or would have cried out for mercy, clutching their heads in despair. However, the inhabitants of the 5th level showed no signs of submission. The more ferociously little Suddy lashed out, the more vehemently they cursed in response. Not only did they refrain from begging for mercy, but they also grit their teeth, vowing to flay this foul woman alive, dismantling her into fragments. Wang Chen firmly believes that if given the chance, they would undoubtedly take action. Regrettably, such an opportunity eludes them. Upon entering the prison's confines, one must either coil like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. Dare to provoke? The executioner's whip in the guard's hand will swiftly teach you a lesson. Chapter 106, Infinite Hell, Ultimate Malevolence. After suffering a severe beating from little Suddy, several prisoners finally acquiesced. To say they have become obedient is merely to assert that they no longer shout defiantly. Yet, the disdain in their eyes unmistakably conveys the sentiment of contempt. Little Suddy finds herself at an impasse. Unless she truly intends to eliminate these prisoners, which would, of course, pose no challenge. However, even their warden, Magellan, does not casually resort to executing inmates. For guards like her and the deputy warden, such actions are entirely out of the question. Cursed be the fate. Little Suddy stepped out, her expression tinged with indignation. Wang Chen chuckled, thus, I propose you release my sea stone handcuffs. I shall assist you in eliminating them, and all will be well. The inmates of the 5th level were, in a word, ferocious. Compared to the free-spirited adventurers upon the vast ocean, these prisoners undeniably epitomized the essence of piracy. Can one truly be considered a pirate without a streak of savagery? Yet, it is undeniable that Wang Chen harbored a profound disdain for these individuals, bordering on loathing. Therefore, his words to Little Suddy were not entirely devoid of sincerity. However, Little Suddy merely cast a glance his way, offering no response. Domino interjected, "You expect to be sent to the 6th level and have your sea stone cuffs removed? What are you thinking? The 6th level? Just him?" "Haha." Wang Chen said nothing. The prisoner, who had just been beaten and was fleeing in a panic, was now laughing heartily. Wang Chen chose to disregard the situation. Domino and Little Suddy were neither foolish nor naive. Hence, their light-hearted banter could only remain as such. There was no way they could assist him in unshackling his handcuffs. He pressed onward. Ding! A notification indicated the presence of fallen jars nearby. Would you like to collect them? The crisp sound of jars dropping resonated, resulting in the acquisition of 2 purple jars. At this point, he had lost interest in tallying the white and blue jars. The only detail worth his attention was the number of purple jars he had obtained. Each purple jar he collected brought him a modicum of joy. It was akin to a bear foraging in a cornfield. Once inside, every ear of corn belonged to it. Thus, the prospect of harvesting large, thick ears of corn would elate anyone. With each purple jar added to his collection, Wang Chen's mood markedly improved. He could even ignore the nonsensical chatter of the surrounding prisoners. As he passed by the ruthless pirate convicts, he swiftly completed his exploration of the 5th level. The rewards were indeed substantial. However, he was not in a rush to tally his specific gains or open the jars since there was still the more extravagant 6th level yet to explore. Descending from the 5th level led him to the infamous 6th level. Of course, nestled between level 5 and level 6 was level 5. 5, the newcomer paradise. But that was not currently on Wang Chen's agenda. After confirming that Wang Chen had indeed completed his tour of the 5th level, Domino and the others let out a sigh of relief. Such service-oriented commands were not easily executed. Thankfully, everything had come to a close. They could now provide an explanation to the deputy warden. Without further delay, they seized Wang Chen and dragged him toward the staircase leading to level 6, intending to cast him into the infinite abyss. After a prolonged journey, the main event was finally at hand. Standing before the gates of level 6, Wang Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. It was finally happening. Would the inmates of the 6th level grant him 1 golden jar, or perhaps 2? After all, they were all legendary criminals. It would be laughable if they offered none at all. Indeed, he was nervous about whether the denizens of level 6 would produce any jars for him. Given the current context, he was no longer particularly enamored with purple jars. Reflecting on how even someone like Buggy had managed to produce a golden jar for himself, it would be absurd if none of these level 6 inmates could provide even one. That was simply impossible. Surely there must be golden jars. If no legendary jars emerged, he would not hesitate to take drastic measures. He inhaled deeply, the excitement and tension evident on his face. "Are you scared now?" Domino observed him with a teasing smile. Little Suddy threw him a glance, scoffing lightly. "Now you know fear? Where were you before?" It was clear that the two had misunderstood him. However, Wang Chen chose not to clarify. He seemed concerned that once they entered level 6, they might confine him to his cell. "By the way, I intend to explore level 6 as well. I have made arrangements with Deputy Warden Hannibal, so you cannot deceive me." Domino's and Little Suddy's expressions faltered momentarily before they exchanged glances, their faces darkening as they let out a low hum. As they stepped into the 6th level, the dimness grew markedly more oppressive. While it wasn't completely devoid of light, it certainly did not offer the prisoners any respite. The weak illumination was one such factor. Without the guard's presence, the lights remained off year-round. Each inmate lurked in the shadows, resembling crocodiles hidden in a murky swamp, ferocious and terrifying. A moment of carelessness could result in a sudden, vicious bite from an unseen assailant. A newcomer? A deep voice resonated from the darkness. Instantly, the sound stirred the shadows like a stone cast into the sea, creating ripples of commotion. "Oh, it really is a newcomer. Hey, kid. What did you do to end up here? Got any food? I'm starving, you know. Isn't that Domino? Ha ha ha. Come closer. Let me have some fun with you." Countless voices erupted from the dark, and terrifying figures materialized from the shadows. Wang Chen sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that as those voices echoed, Domino and Little Suddy recoiled in fear. This was astonishing. In the vast prison known as Impelled Down, Domino, the vice warden, and Little Suddy, the chief guard, were akin to royalty among the prisoners, wielding the power of life and death over them. Throughout their journey, Wang Chen had witnessed how they treated the inmates with utter disdain. Yet now, they appeared frightened? Was this truly level 6, the reputed level from which no one escapes? Indeed, those confined here were undoubtedly the most malevolent of individuals. Why so silent? Are you scared stiff? Newbie, are you alright? Is the new generation so weak now? Enough chatter, Domino, come over here. And you, the one beside her. Hurry up and let me have my way with you. The cacophony of voices surged from the cages, resembling the roars of beasts or demons. Just from these sounds, Wang Chen could perceive the sheer malevolence within. He couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, they are a bunch of trash that would fall to the likes of Captain Whitebeard. Chapter 107. Who is more arrogant? On what grounds? When Wang Chen and the others had yet to arrive, level 6 of Impel Down was enveloped in darkness, ominous and silent. However, as they approached, the darkness seemed to awaken, writhing and boiling. It transformed into a terrifying, clawing beast, monstrous and imposing. At this moment, Domino and Little Suddy's faces were already betraying their discomfort. Only Wang Chen, unperturbed by the scene, remained vocal. However, once he spoke, it was akin to poking a hornet's nest. The already tumultuous level 6 erupted into chaos. What did you say? Whitebeard, who is he to you? You insolent little wretch, what are you babbling about? Come here, and see if I don't tear you apart. The roars echoed like voices from hell, reverberating throughout the prison. Domino and Little Suddy's expressions shifted drastically. This might be bad. Should we call Warden Magellan? To subdue the ferocious turmoil of the 6th level, one could only rely on Magellan. The guards and jailers trailing behind Domino had long since huddled together, trembling in fear behind the entrance door. In the monitoring room, the guards who had previously observed everything through the surveillance images were now taken aback, rising from their seats in alarm. Hey, this is bad. The prisoners are revolting. It's that brat from the Whitebeard pirates. Damn it, what does he intend to do? Inform Warden Magellan immediately. A riot on the 6th level is no trivial matter. Understood. I will notify Warden Magellan at once. The sound of the snail phone rang out. With this call, the entire Impel Down seemed to be stirred into a frenzy. Hey, did you hear? The 6th level has started to stir. The 6th level? Is there really a 6th level in Impel Down? Is it the legendary one? Does it truly exist? No way. How do you know about the 6th level riot? Well, isn't it thanks to this little treasure? Somewhere on the 3rd level. Someone was holding a small black snail phone, speaking softly. The black snail phone, a listening device, could only receive sound and not transmit, thus widely used for eavesdropping. It can only be said that Impel Down has quite a few loopholes, allowing Buggy to bring in the marching band, and even letting the prisoners possess such listening devices indicates that the undiscovered existence of the 5 level is not without reason. At this moment, Hannibal sat in Warden Magellan's seat. Upon hearing the news, he stood up in disbelief. What? A riot on the 6th level? What is happening? He glared at his subordinates, his eyes wide with seriousness. Yes, it's that brat from the Whitebeard pirates. The subordinates, holding the snail phone, cautiously replied. He seems to have said something that provoked the prisoners. The guards are calling for help, urging the warden to hurry over. Warden? Isn't that me? I will go at once. Hannibal reflexively proclaimed, only to realize the absurdity of his statement. No, what the hell? Hurry and inform Warden Magellan. I won't wade into this mess. To be fair, despite his hunger for power, Hannibal at least had a sense of self-awareness. Only Magellan could suppress the tumult of Impel Down's level 6. One of the subordinates interjected, Lord Hannibal, it seems that the brat from the Whitebeard pirates is acting so brazenly because he received your tacit approval. Perhaps you should explain this to Warden Magellan? Hannibal's face immediately stiffened. Without hesitation, he thrust a fork forward. Clang. Explain what? What do you mean he received my approval? I approved nothing. Remember, I have no connection with that brat from the Whitebeard pirates. Keep talking nonsense, and the next fork will be aimed at your head. A frenzy erupted within Impel Down. Casting a glance at the surrounding prisoners, who looked like wolves ready to pounce, Wang Chen tilted his head. Huh, did I say something wrong? He smirked. Disdain etched on his face. You worthless trash. Weren't you all once defeated by our Captain Whitebeard? How did you end up captured by the Navy and thrown into Impel Down? Before the prisoners could retort, he stepped forward, his expression even more contemptuous. Our captain is now a formidable emperor, an absolute ruler of the New World. And you? Let me tell you, you worthless fools can only shout here. If you have the guts, set sail now and try to match strength with the Whitebeard pirates. A group of worthless trash, thinking they were capable. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. If the prisoners before him exhibited the demeanor of great pirates who once ruled an era, then at this moment, Wang Chen stood with an overwhelming arrogance that crushed them. Yes, they were indeed once proud pirates of an era, but what use is that? They were all locked away in a cage. In contrast, the Whitebeard pirates now stood at the pinnacle of the new world. To shout in front of my crew, do you think you've misunderstood something? Indeed. As they witnessed Wang Chen's defiance against their terrifying aura, the prisoners were momentarily stunned. After a pause, a sinister voice emerged. Whitebeard, is he your captain? Are you a member of the Whitebeard pirates? A figure approached the bars of the cage. Due to the dim lighting, his exact features were obscured. However, the scorpion-like golden hook on his hand was particularly striking. Oh, is that Crocodile, the sand alligator? Wang Chen let out a soft exclamation, turning his gaze towards Crocodile imprisoned within the cage. A broad smile instantly adorned his face, and with a chuckle, he remarked, I was wondering which corner you were confined to, but I never expected to encounter you here. Do you know me? The menacing Crocodile, initially poised to speak further, furrowed his brows in irritation. Indeed, I am well aware of who you are. You are none other than the one who was sent flying by Luffy and Alabasta. Wang Chen let out a hearty laugh. In an instant, Crocodile's expression darkened ominously. Do you wish to meet your demise? Oh, come now. Do not display such a frightful visage. Wang Chen remarked, to be imprisoned and impelled down is a testament to your failures. Given that you are all failures, might you possess a modicum of self-awareness? What audacity compels you to shout before me? Pray tell, on what grounds do you assert such bravado? Chapter 108, Shearing the Sheep. Magellan's Fury. It must be acknowledged that those confined within level 6 of Impel Down are undeniably the most formidable of pirates, legends, and trailblazers of an era. Yet, it is equally undeniable that figures such as Crocodile harbor immense animosity towards the Whitebeard pirates. In light of this, why should Wang Chen indulge the vile tendencies of this rabble? They have been cast into Impel Down, yet they still dare to be arrogant. Under the delusion that they are afforded a second chance to tread upon the land beyond these walls, they still dare to put on airs before me. I shall not let you fools escape my wrath. As expected, the previously subdued group erupted once more into a cacophony of roars. However, Wang Chen chose to remain silent, walking amongst them and collecting the jars one by one. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a rare level jar. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a rare level jar. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a rare level jar. One must concede, this place is indeed remarkable. As he traversed the area, he encountered an abundance of purple rare items. The notions of blue skies and white clouds were utterly inconceivable amidst these individuals. Upon reaching the imposing figure before him, a chime echoed, signaling an alert. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a legendary level jar. A legendary jar, a golden legend. Indeed, upon inspecting his spatial pouch, he noted the quantity of golden legendary jars had reached the number 2. Oh, is that not Douglas Barrett? Greetings to you. Wang Chen cheerfully addressed the man before him. Douglas Barrett sat cross-legged, neither roaring nor cursing. He remained tranquil, akin to a mountain, exuding an aura of terrifying might that deterred direct gazes. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Douglas Barrett finally turned his head, his eyes flickering slightly as he cast a casual glance at Wang Chen. Do you know me? Indeed. You are a member of Roger's crew. Wang Chen chuckled lightly and remarked, speaking of which, I once encountered a crew member of Roger's. His name is Buggy. Do you remember him? Buggy? Douglas Barrett stood there in a daze, pondering for quite some time before he responded. Ah. The red-nosed clown who used to accompany that young Shanks? Wang Chen, to speak frankly, at this moment, Wang Chen felt that if he were Buggy, he would surely burst into tears and seek a heartfelt embrace. They were all crew members of the Roger Pirates, all comrades. Why did Shanks receive a name while I, the clown Buggy, am relegated to being merely the red-nosed jester? Am I, clown Buggy, unworthy of possessing a name? After smacking his lips, Wang Chen wished to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. It was then that Barrett interjected. That little brat was captured too? Where is he being held? Wang Chen hesitated to respond. Ultimately, he said, in any case, I just wanted to say hello. After all, we are acquaintances. And if the opportunity arises, I will rescue you. Humph. Barrett scoffed derisively, too disinterested to engage further with Wang Chen, simply waving his hand dismissively, urging him to leave. How very aloof. Wang Chen mused to himself. However, Douglas Barrett is truly a formidable behemoth. In terms of strength, he is currently perilously close to that of the Pirate King. His speed is extraordinary, his power is monstrous, and his physical prowess is unparalleled. He has mastered all three forms of Haki, and his application of them is more extravagant than that of the average individual. Wang Chen was acutely aware that this individual possessed the remarkable ability to externalize armament Haki, creating a flowing manifestation capable of crashing into foes like a tsunami, obliterating everything in its path. The externalized form of armament Haki was something he had never witnessed or even heard of prior to this moment. Furthermore, the powers of his fruit, the combined fruit ability, allowed him to wield an entire island as both weapon and armor. It could be said that such a person harbored the potential to annihilate the world. Had he not been confined within impelled down? One could only speculate how the dynamics of the sea would have shifted because of him. Thus, despite his aloof demeanor, it was evident that he possessed the merit to uphold such an attitude. Strangely enough, it was not surprising that such a formidable figure could produce a golden legendary jar for himself. Considering the additional golden jar, Wang Chen decided to overlook any grievances. He smiled once more, greeted him, and then resumed his forward march. Katarina Devon, Saint Juan Wolf, Abelo Pizarro, Baskerville Jot. Wang Chen had located everyone he intended to find. Among them, the world destroyer Bondi Waldo was in a state of suspended animation due to freezing, rendering him inaccessible for any potential gains. Aside from Bondi Waldo, it could be said that during his stroll through the 6th level of Impelled Down, Wang Chen had thoroughly reaped everything from the prisoners residing there. Perfect. With a snap of his fingers, he felt a sense of fulfillment. He returned to the spot where he had initially entered. Just as he was about to inform Domino and Suddy that he could escort them back to their cells, he noticed that Magellan had already arrived. The 6th level was still in chaos, with prisoners in a frenzied state, shouting and cursing, vowing to exact vengeance upon Wang Chen. It must be noted that when Wang Chen had gone to collect the jars, he had proceeded with utmost caution, as these individuals were behaving like lunatics, frantically reaching out from their cells, clawing at the air with wild abandon. As Wang Chen approached even slightly, the consequences of being captured by them were all too evident. Thus, he meticulously maintained a distance of nearly 1 meter, carefully retrieving the canisters. The presence of high loose-stone handcuffs and chains, coupled with the many prison cells, indeed imposed significant restrictions on the individuals within. However, much like Wang Chen, being constrained by high loose-stone did not equate to a complete loss of mobility or strength. Great pirates would always remain great pirates. The individuals at level 6 were evidently far more formidable than those at level 5. Magellan had already been present for some time. Upon his arrival, he had called out loudly, urging these individuals